On the training ground of my ninja academy, the cicadas of early summer, and the sounds of chakra explosions mingled together, scorching like a pot of boiling oil. Next, Shin Gu-yen. The voice of the supervising Jounin Chuanko was flat and indifferent, the evaluation sheet in his hand already densely filled with checkmarks. He had taught no less than 1,000 students, if not 800, and to be honest, the ones he found most annoying were precisely this type. Those without talent who stubbornly refused to give up. 6-year-old Shin Gu-yen stepped out from the line. A very ordinary child. Short black hair, black eyes, appearance neither handsome nor rough but clean. What was most striking was his expression. Calm like a child who had just been awakened, more like an adult who had just woken up. He walked to the center of the training ground and stopped. In front of him stood 3 wooden stakes covered with explosive tags. Of course they were fake for training. Fire release, great fireball technique. Beside him, Bo Feng Shui Men was even more nervous, his blue eyes beneath his golden hair fixed intently on the field. This child had just yesterday used that same technique to blast 3 wooden stakes to pieces. His chakra reserves were abnormal for a newcomer. At this moment he clenched his fists, silently cheering for his teammate in his heart. Kushina stood beside Shui Men, her red hair tied into 2 small buns, her small face full of worry. Though she was only 6 years old, she had been paying special attention to these 2 teammates since the first day of school. One was a dazzling genius, the other a silent loser, and yet they always stuck together. Shin Gu-yen took a deep breath. He silently recalled the hand seals he had secretly glanced at from his father's study yesterday: snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His gestures were clumsy yet accurate. Then he surged all his chakra toward his throat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Not even a wisp of smoke appeared. For a moment the training ground fell silent. Then, ha ha ha. The children of the Uzibo clan were the first to burst out laughing. Truly a waste. 2 months into school, and still can't even produce a fireball. So embarrassing, and his father is a special jounin. I heard his chakra nature is null. Do you know what null? It means nothing. Ha ha ha. The laughter spread like a contagion. Even a few Chunin teachers couldn't help shaking their heads. Jounin Chuan Koside wrote something on the evaluation sheet and lifted his eyes. Alright, go down. Bo Feng Shui Men's shoulders slumped, as if he himself had been struck down. He was about to say something but found that Kushina beside him had already moved. What are you laughing at? The red-haired girl leaped out like a startled kitten, shielding Shin Gu-yen, and shook her fists at the Uzibo children. What right do you have to laugh? Besides your Sharingan eyes, what else do you have? Show off when it's your turn. Chuan Ko coughed. Xuan was student, mind the discipline. But teacher. Enough, Kushina. The one who spoke was Shin Gu-yen. His voice was not loud, but strangely the moment he opened his mouth, the whole field fell silent for half a second. Not because he had any special aura, but because he looked at the Uzibo children, his expression neither angry, just calm, even a bit bored. They are not wrong. I really can't use fire release now. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the Uzibo faces. But you'd better remember what you said today. Next time we meet you might not be able to laugh. With that he tugged Jozinai's sleeve and walked back to the line without looking back. The Uzibo children's laughter caught in their throats, they exchanged glances. This guy. Being mocked and not angry. What strange words were those? Chuan Ko frowned at Shin Gu-yen's back, feeling an indescribable sense of incongruity about this child. Well, just the stubborn talk of a loser. He shook his head and called out, Next, Bo Feng Shui Men. The golden-haired boy, as if waking from a dream, let out an ah and quickly ran to the center of the field. A dozen seconds later a massive fireball over 2 meters in diameter roared out, blasting the 3 wooden stakes into fragments. Cheers erupted from the entire field. The Uzibo fell silent. Chuan Ko finally showed his first satisfied smile of the day. Only Shin Gu-yen stood at the end of the line, quietly watching the back of the golden-haired boy. Bo Feng Shui Men. The future 4th Hokage of the fastest man in the ninja world, the man who would face the Nine-Tails and die too alone. And now he was his teammate. He then glanced at Kushina, who was still angrily tugging her collar. And you, the future Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, the last descendant of the Xuanhua clan. How interesting, he thought. 3 months ago he was just an ordinary Earth salaryman. When he was transported, he thought he had died, but when he opened his eyes he had turned into a swaddled infant surrounded by ninjas wearing my vests. Confirming the worldview took about 3 days. Accepting it took about 3 months. To be honest, when he first realized he had transmigrated into the Naruto world, he was quite excited. After all, which Naruto fan hasn't fantasized about dominating the ninja world? Then he was slapped in the face by this damn world. He couldn't even perform a single fire release. The reason was simple, his chakra nature was null. In this world most ninjas were born with at least one chakra nature. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, or the rarer ones yin-yang. Your nature determined what jutsu you could learn, like a class restriction in a game. And he was null. No nature. He couldn't even use the most basic fire release fireball technique, because his chakra couldn't be transformed into any nature change. And a ninja who couldn't use fire release was crippled in Mai. Even someone like Mai Teikai, a pure taijutsu maniac, only managed to stand out by pushing taijutsu to the extreme. He is zero with no chakra nature in any aspect couldn't even get started. Don't be discouraged. After dismissal Bo Feng Shui Men immediately came over patting his shoulder vigorously, blue eyes sparkling. Yen, we've only been in school for 2 months, this is nothing. I couldn't learn the great fireball at first either, I practiced for a long time before I succeeded. You took 1 week, Zhou Xinai added behind him, 1 week to master it. Shui Men scratched his head and grinned. That's not important. What's important is that Yen must have his own strengths. Right, Yen? Shingu Yen glanced at him. This guy was really, just like in the manga, sunny, cheerful, always believing in others, making it impossible to even be angry at him. He nodded, thanks. No need to thank me, we're teammates. Shui Men grinned, showing his white teeth. Joshinai, and I have decided starting today, we'll train with you every day after school. Shingu Yen. He couldn't bear to tell Shui Men that this wasn't a problem of training. It was a problem of genetics. Or more precisely, this world was not yet ready to accept another kind of flame. That night in the backyard of the Shingu family, when Shingu Yen was alone, his expression finally shed the calm mask of the day, revealing the depth of a transmigrator. He spread his right palm, closed his eyes, and slowly circulated the chakra in his body. The amount of chakra itself was not a problem. Thanks to some soul-level enhancement from the transmigration, his chakra reserves were far greater than his peers, even approaching the level of a genin. The problem was nature transformation. The chakra started from his dantian, flowed through the meridians, and gathered at his palm. He tried to imagine the chakra as fuel, using the flame of his will to ignite it as his father had taught. The familiar excruciating pain came again from his palm. It was as if countless steel needles were simultaneously stabbed into his bone crevices, then doused with alcohol and set ablaze. Shingu Yen gritted his teeth and didn't cry out, veins bulging on his forehead. On his palm, nothing. The expected flame did not appear, not even a trace of heat, just like the hundreds of times before. So it's still not working. He lowered his arm, panting heavily. He had not doubted that he might have awakened some special bloodline limit. After all, a transmigrator coming with a cheat was an unspoken rule of the industry. There was no reason it would fail for him. But 3 months had passed. 3 whole months. Except for the inhuman pain each time he tried to release fire release, his body gave no response. Could it be that I'm too impatient? He leaned against the courtyard wall, looking up at the bright stars above my village. Or maybe I just haven't found the right method. Just then he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. It was killing intent. A very faint trace of killing intent, so faint that a 6-year-old senses would never detect it. But Shingu Yan's soul was adult, far more sensitive to danger than his peers. He suddenly rolled to the left. A shuriken grazed his right ear and embedded itself in the courtyard wall. Who? No answer. A second shuriken was already flying toward his face. Shingu Yan's brain made a judgment in 0.01 seconds, too late to dodge. Instead of retreating, he lunged forward, letting the shuriken barely graze his scalp, then performed a clumsy forward roll. A third shuriken struck the spot where he had just been lying. Come out! His voice was strained, but he hadn't lost his composure. I'm a student of my ninja academy, and this is inside my village. No matter who you are, I've already triggered the alarm formation. Before he finished, a figure jumped down from the courtyard wall. Black cloak, white mask. The mask was painted with simple yet eerie patterns, exuding an indescribable ominous aura in the night. Umbu. No, that's not right. Umbu masks were not like this. More importantly, this faint malice perfectly matched the memory of some old schemer who always hid underground. His pupils contracted slightly, quickly identifying the person in front of him, but he dared not show any abnormality, only instinctively stepping back a step. Good reaction speed. A hoarse, gender-indistinguishable voice came from under the mask. But your taijutsu is too poor. When you rolled, your defenses were wide open. If there had been a fourth shuriken, you would be dead now. Shingu Yen said nothing. He stared at the masked man, his mind racing. The shuriken on the courtyard wall was still embedded there, the ring at its tail gleaming coldly in the moonlight. This wasn't meant to kill me. If he wanted to kill me, there would have been more than 3 shuriken. This was a test. Who are you? He decided to continue playing the role of a 6-year-old child, adding a slight tremor to his voice. The masked man didn't answer his question, but tilted his head. Shingu Yen. Chakra nature null. 2 months since enrollment, unable to perform any basic ninjutsu. Called fire release failure by your peers. You investigated me. Shingu Yen frowned. Not just you, the masked man said flatly. I investigated all the new students this year. He paused. Do you know what others say about you? What do they say? No talent, no ability, barely able to graduate from the academy. Best case you'll be sent to the logistics department for chores, worst case. Die on your first mission outside the village. So. Shin Gu-yen suddenly stopped, trembling, his voice steadying. The masked man seemed surprised by his sudden calmness, silent for a second or two. You don't seem angry. Because you're telling the truth. Shin Gu-yen stared at the eerie mask. I am indeed weak now, but that doesn't mean I'll stay weak. Is that so? The masked man let out a cryptic chuckle. He raised his left hand, fingers spread. Then let me see how far your won't stay weak goes. The moment the last word fell, his figure vanished from atop the wall. Body flicker technique. The next second, a kick carrying fierce wind swept toward Shin Gu-yen's waist. Too fast for a 6-year-old's body to react at all. Shin Gu-yen's pupils contracted sharply, and then he saw, not with his eyes. In the moment of extreme mental focus, the entire world seemed to be pressed into slow-mo. The masked man's foot, leg, waist, shoulder. Every joint's trajectory, every muscle's exertion unfolded clearly in his mind like a movie. He could even see the faint chakra fluctuations in the air as the kick came, like ripples spreading from a stone thrown into water. What is this? No time to think. His body moved before his mind. A clumsy sidestep. Dodged. The masked man's toe grazed his ribs, only tearing a piece of cloth. The masked man paused. Shin Gu-yen himself hadn't reacted. That move again. The masked man struck continuously, fists, feet, elbows, knees, like a storm. Every move was aimed with force to cripple. Shin Gu-yen dodged left and right in the storm, utterly disheveled, but each time he narrowly avoided vital points. He didn't know how he did it. He only knew that each time the masked man attacked, that strange pre-reading would appear. Not seeing through the moves, but seeing through the flow of chakra. Before the fist was thrown, chakra arrived first. Before the foot lifted, the center of gravity had shifted. And he could see all of this. The masked man suddenly withdrew, stepping back, his long sleeves drooping to cover his hands. Moonlight shone on his pale mask, revealing no emotional fluctuation. Not bad, he said. Then he turned to leave. Wait! Shin Gu-yen called out to him, panting heavily. Who exactly are you? Why did you test me? The masked man paused but didn't turn around. My name is Tuanzong. The air suddenly stilled. Remember my name? The masked man, Jijuan Tuanzong, said calmly. When you graduate, if you are still alive, I will come to find you again. Why look for me? Because you are different from others. Tuanzong slowly turned his head, and deep within the eye holes of the mask something seemed to glow faintly. Inside your body, there is a fire that does not belong to this world. With those words, his figure dissolved into the shadows on the ground like ink, disappearing completely. Shin Gu-yen stood still, not moving for a long time. The night wind blew through the empty courtyard, the shuriken on the wall gleaming coldly in the moonlight. He raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and looked at his palm. A fire that does not belong to this world. He suddenly remembered the bone-deep pain each time he tried to release fire. Release. That was not rejection. It was a beast trying to break free from its cage. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes again, and channeled chakra to his right hand. This time he did not imagine igniting fuel as usual. He no longer resisted the pain, but poured all his chakra into it, without reservation, letting the burning sensation spread up through the meridians of his arm. Let it burn, let it hurt. Burn until the skin of his palm began to redden, until the bone crevices of his fingers felt like they were filled with lava. Then his palm lit up. Not fire. It was a white speck smaller than a grain of rice. It hovered quietly half an inch above Shin Gu-yen's palm, pure and almost transparent, like moonlight condensed into a dewdrop. Shin Gu-yen stared blankly at that white seed of flame. The next second, overwhelming information poured directly into his consciousness from the depths of his soul, pure flame. The end of all chakra in the world. The flame of purification that could burn away all things. I've kept you waiting. The boy clenched his fist, carefully tucking the bean-sized white flame into his palm. Moonlight fell on his dirty face, reflecting a pair of eyes illuminated by the pale flame. In those eyes one could see the epitome of the entire ninja world. The weeping of Yuin village, the drought of Cheyenne village, the firebird of my reborn and falling again and again in the flames. I don't need to become Hokage. He lowered his arm, letting the faint white flame docilely rest between his fingers. But I need to make all life on this planet understand what rules are. At the same time, deep beneath my hidden village, in a sunless secret chamber, Jijuan Tuanzong sat on a dark chair, slowly removing his mask. His fingers tapped lightly on his knee, and after a long while he spoke to himself. In the same class as Bo Feng Shui Men, chakra nature is null. No foundation yet able to detect an umbu ambush. And that reaction in an instant. His single eye gleamed in the darkness. Yuan Fei, what you've picked up this time might not be a loser, but a blade that even you and I may not be able to hold. His words fell like a snapped string. He did not finish the last word. Darkness swallowed everything again. The morning sunlight streamed through the wooden window, casting neat stripes of light across the floor. Kamiya Yen opened his eyes. His body felt heavier than usual, as if every joint were filled with lead. It took him several seconds to recall what had happened last night. Danzo's test, the 3 shuriken and the tiny white light that had ignited in his palm at the end. Not a dream. He slowly raised his right hand and opened his palm. The palm was completely— that tiny white spark of fire had already sunk deep into his body, merging with his meridians, as if it had never existed. But Kamiya Yen could feel it. A strange sensation. It was as if a new organ had formed inside him, quietly dormant in the depths of his dantian, drawing in his chakra. Drawing in. The word made Kamiya Yen's heart tighten. He immediately closed his eyes for internal inspection, then let out a sigh of relief. It was drawing in very little. At this rate, the chakra in his body could last the white spark for a month. But then what would happen after a month? Would it need more chakra? Or would it grow? The massive influx of information last night was too overwhelming. He had only managed to absorb the core part. Purifying Flame, the end of all chakra in the world. The rest were like old books shoved into an attic, piling up in a dusty corner of his memory, waiting to be read. Troublesome thing, he muttered, rolling out of bed. Suddenly his feet gave way. Kamiya Yen reacted quickly, grabbing the wall to steady himself. Looking down. A long, thin crack had appeared in the floor, as if carved by something sharp, stretching from the door to the foot of the bed. It was left from when he returned last night. The moment the Purifying Flame first awakened, a sliver of power had escaped from his palm, silently cutting through the wooden floor. Like a hot knife through butter. Kamiya Yen stared at the crack for a long time, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This world would soon be shattered by those cataclysmic powers. And in his hand, he held the spark that could ignite it all. Interesting. He took a deep breath, carefully stepped around the crack, and pushed open the door to leave the room. The morning in Konoha was as noisy as any small town. The streets were filled with ninjas hurrying to their missions and merchants setting up their stalls. A few children were chasing each other, the leader clutching a ball and running off with a loud yell. The air smelled of wood smoke and roasted sweet potatoes. Kamiya Yen crossed the street, walking toward the ninja academy like an ordinary 6-year-old child. No one noticed him. No one knew what had happened to this child last night. It was a strange feeling. Despite having experienced an ANBU level ambush and an awakening that could change the course of his life, the morning sun still rose, the world still turned as if nothing had happened. Transmigrants don't get special treatment. He laughed to himself, stepping through the school gates. Then he was blocked by 2 figures. Yen. Namikaze Minato lunged out from somewhere, grabbing his wrist. The blonde boy's face was flushed red, as if he had run several blocks. Are you okay? I heard you stayed alone at the training ground late after dismissal yesterday, and I went looking for you. I went looking too. Kushina appeared from behind Minato, arms crossed, her red eyebrows knitted together. Couldn't find you. Where did you go? Training in the backyard. Kamiya Yen brushed it off lightly. Sorry for making you 2 worry. I'm fine. You call that fine? Kushina pressed on relentlessly. The red-haired girl was already showing signs of the fiery woman she would become. We agreed to train with you after school yesterday, but you sneaked off on your own. What, were we in the way? No. Then you think we're not good enough? Kamiya Yen looked at the little girl, half a head shorter than him, hands on her hips, chin up, with a demeanor that said, You better give me an explanation or you're not getting into class today, and suddenly felt like laughing. The future Ninetales Jinchuriki, the red-haired girl, who had been ostracized by everyone, was now bristling, because her teammate had stood her up. Really, it's not like that. He raised his hands in surrender. I just wanted to try it myself yesterday. Try what? Fire release. Kushina's momentum immediately died down. She opened her mouth and after a long pause finally forced out, Yen, don't push yourself too hard. Some things can't be trained out. She was genuinely worried. The red-haired girl rarely spoke so softly. She and Minato had known about the no attribute issue from the teacher. Because they knew it wasn't something that could be fixed with effort, they were even more careful to avoid the topic. But Kamiya Yen just smiled. I know. His voice was calm, even relaxed. But I have to What if? Minato nodded vigorously beside him. Yes. Yen is right. You never know unless you try. He slapped Kamiya Yen on the shoulder, his blue eyes lighting up again. Let's continue training today. I just figured out a new method yesterday, maybe it can help you. What method? Using my chakra to slightly guide yours. No, Kamiya Yen and Kushina said in unison, cutting him off. They exchanged a glance. Kushina looked away, first a faint blush creeping onto her face. Kamiya Yen said, Minato, have you forgotten what the chakra nature theory class taught? Mixing different natures improperly can cause meridian backlash. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. But, no buts. The school bell rang. The three of them looked at the school building simultaneously, then the crowded hallway gave them a lesson. If they didn't run, they'd be late. After school, Minato shouted, sprinting into the building first. Kamiya followed, but suddenly he turned his head, looking toward the shadows at the other end of the corridor. Someone was there. It was a man in standard ANBU black uniform, the mask covering most of his face. He stood there openly in the crowded hallway, yet the students and teachers around him passed through as if they didn't see. Perception shielding technique. Only those deliberately allowed could perceive his existence. The ANBU's gaze pierced through the mask's eyeholes, locking eyes with Kamiya for about a second. Then he turned and disappeared into the shadows. What's wrong? Kushina, who was walking ahead, looked back. Nothing. Kamiya withdrew his gaze, falling into step. Let's go, we're going to be late. The morning's lesson was Shurikenjutsu Basics. The instructor was a special jonin named Naruto, a man who looked very intelligent with his black hair tied in a low ponytail, speaking slowly, his eyes always half-lidded like a lazy wildcat. Nothing new today. Shikaya leaned against the training post, twirling a piece of chalk in his hand like a shuriken. Use the techniques you've learned. Each person throws 5 rounds, record your scores. Oh, and his gaze swept over the line. Those who didn't pass the fire release exam yesterday makeup test. Murmurs rippled through the classroom. From the Uchiha clan there were looks of anticipation. The black-haired boy who had laughed the loudest yesterday, Uchiha Tetsuka, was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, a sneer unmistakable on his lips. Makeup test. Anyone can swing at a wooden post. We all know who's a sore loser. His voice was perfectly pitched for everyone to hear. Minato's fists clenched, but Kamiya reached out and stopped him. The makeup test is based on the roster, he said calmly. I'm not on it. Shikaya glanced at the exam sheet. Kamiya is not on the list. Yesterday's record shows not passed, but teacher Kawaguchi noted an indefinite postponement. So you'll only participate in the shuriken exam today. Uchiha Tetsuka let out an undisguised snort. Interesting. Even the teacher has no faith in you, giving you a stay of execution, and you're still pretending you don't care. Shikaya's voice remained unhurried. One more word, and you can skip the shuriken exam directly, minus 10 points. The classroom fell silent. Uchiha Tetsuka closed his mouth and walked toward the line, but as he passed Kamiya he whispered, just audible to the two of them. You can avoid the makeup test, but you can't avoid reality. I'm waiting to see when you'll drop out of the academy on your own zero. His back soon disappeared into the crowd. Minato's hair was practically standing on end with anger. That guy. All right. Kamiya pressed his shoulder back down. The shuriken exam is about to start. He didn't look at Tetsuka's back, nor did he attempt to retort. His right hand tightened slightly, feeling the sleeping warmth deep in his palm. The purifying flame was still there, quietly drawing in his chakra. Uchiha Tetsuka was right about one thing. Some things indeed had to be proven with reality. The exam at the throwing line had already begun. Round 1. Namikaze Minato. The blonde boy stepped forward, took a deep breath, and drew 5 shuriken from his tool pouch. The moment he held them between his fingers, his posture suddenly settled. In the sunlight his profile shed its usual impatience, his eyes sharp as knives. 5 shuriken released simultaneously. None missed the target. All struck near the bullseye. Scores 9-9, 10-9 or 8. Excellent. Shikaya recorded the scores. Minato grinned, turning back to give his teammates a thumbs up. Then it was Kushina's turn. Her score was above average. All 5 hit the target, with 2 grazing the edge of the 10 ring. Though not as perfect as Minato's, it was enough to earn Shikaya's nod. Next round, Kamiya. He walked to the throwing line and stood still. His right hand reached into the shuriken pouch, fingers touching the cold metal surface of the shuriken. 5 shuriken, perfect weight, standard training tools. Go for it. Minato waved his arms enthusiastically from the sidelines. Kamiya didn't respond. He slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Last night's memories replayed in his mind. Danzo's foot, fist, elbow, knee. Before each strike there was chakra moving first. That perception beyond the 5 senses, like an invisible hand in the dark, outlined the opponent's muscle center of gravity and intent with perfect precision. If it were him, how would he control the trajectory of the shuriken? He withdrew his right hand from the pouch. Between his fingers, the shuriken glinted coldly in the sunlight. Opened his eyes. Through. Clang, 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 clang. 5 thuds of metal hitting would merged into a single sound. The training ground fell silent for a moment. Then, all 10s. Someone cried out in disbelief. 5 bullseyes, 5 shuriken. All sunk into the center of the 10 ring, packed tightly together, almost indistinguishable. Shikaya's eyelids finally opened fully. He looked at the target, then at Kamiya, then wrote something down on the exam sheet, his expression unreadable. Kamiya turned and walked back. Uchiha Tetsuka's face was set in stone pale with anger. Minato charged straight up, wrapping his arms around Kamiya Yen's neck. Yen, when did you practice that? That's amazing. All tens. Better than mine. He was so excited he was babbling, nearly pulling Kamiya Yen over. Kushina stood by with her arms crossed, trying hard to suppress a smile, but eventually letting a small curve escape. Kamiya Yen was caught between the two, unable to break free, and could only let them carry on. He didn't explain that it wasn't luck. In that moment of throwing, he had seen the trajectory of each shuriken slicing through the air. Chakra wrapped around the air guided the trajectory like 5 ripples spreading on the water's surface precisely toward the bullseye. It wasn't that his dynamic vision and calculation had reached some extraordinary level overnight. He could hit the center not by surpassing the limits of throwing skill but by seeing the path of the hit. A kind of seeing that didn't belong to the eyes. This was the first change the Purifying Flame brought him. It was still not fully formed, not even usable, but that tiny spark, like a seed planted deep in the earth, was beginning to transform his perception system from the roots. And this was just the beginning. Lunch break. The 3 of them sat under the old locust tree in the back of the academy. Minato lined up 3 lunch boxes, a chopstick in his mouth, divvying up the food. Take mine. Mom made fried shrimp today, super tasty. No, you eat it yourself. No way. Kushina's shrimp fell on the ground. I only have 4, not enough for both of you. Yen, don't be polite with me. I've always wondered, can you tone down that overwhelming enthusiasm a bit? Kushina, standing nearby, didn't respond. Her fried shrimp had been knocked over earlier, and she was now squatting on the ground, poking an anthill with a twig. Yen, she suddenly spoke. Tell me the truth. She looked up, red hair falling from behind her ears, her eyes fixed on Kamiya Yen. You've been seriously practicing the shuriken, haven't you? Her tone was strange. Not an accusation. It was a tone of desperately wanting to confirm something but afraid her hopes would be dashed. Kamiya Yen was taken aback. Then he crouched down in front of her, meeting her eyes. Yes. Not just because you were mocked. No. Then. Kushina. He cut her off, his voice quiet but firm. I don't gamble with my life. When I say I'll do something, I will do it. If you're going to believe in me, believe from start to finish. The red-haired girl's eyelashes trembled. After a moment she tossed the twig to the ground and stood up. Fine. Then she walked over to the locust tree, sat down against the trunk, and turned her back to them, beginning to eat her lunch. Minato leaned in and whispered. She's blushing. I can hear you. Kushina shouted without turning around. Kamiya Yen laughed, picking up his own lunchbox. Just as he was about to open it, he suddenly paused. He caught a faint, barely perceptible scent. Not the smell of food. It was the distinct odor of a plant. Slightly bitter and decaying, like the rotted roots deep in a rainforest. This scent he had read about in the Forbidden Scroll of Secret Techniques. Bone grass. A poisonous herb that could slowly erode a person's meridians, eventually causing the chakra network to wither completely. And this smell was coming from his lunchbox. Kamiya Yen looked down at the box in his hands. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then he closed the lid and said casually, I'm not very hungry. You two go ahead. The moment the lunchbox lid closed, Kamiya Yen's mind had already turned several times. The scent of bone herb was extremely faint, mixed with the aroma of fried shrimp and rice, almost imperceptible. If not for the purifying flame reshaping his sensory system, he would have already taken the first bite. This thing was no joke. Meridian atrophy is irreversible. Once afflicted, even if you survive, you'll never refine chakra again in this life. Who did it? His gaze swept the surroundings without a trace of emotion. During lunch break, the backyard was full of students. Some gathered in groups, eating, others chasing and playing, some leaning against trees to sleep. Uchiha Tiahua sat in the distant corridor talking with a few clansmen, not even glancing this way. Not that guy, though, foul-mouthed, didn't have the guts to poison someone at school. And his malice was too straightforward. So obvious that anyone could see through it, which meant he wouldn't play dirty tricks. Then who was it? Yen. Minato's voice pulled him back to reality. The blonde boy was waving a fried shrimp before his eyes, blue eyes full of confusion. What are you spacing out for? Really not eating? Want me to buy you a bread? No need. Kamiya Yen stood up, packed the lunchbox into his bag, his movements as natural as if he truly had no appetite. I remembered I left something in the classroom. You guys eat first. Ha! But I'll be right back. He turned and walked toward the teaching building, his pace unhurried. After stepping out of the shadow of the old locust tree, the calmness on his face peeled away bit by bit, revealing a cold sharpness beneath. The lunchbox was prepared by his mother that morning. There was no problem with his mother. The problem lay between home and school, or inside the school itself. Kamiya Yen pushed open the back door of the teaching building, not heading to the classroom, but turning into the abandoned storage room on the basement floor. He had scouted this place several times. The ventilation shaft led to the rooftop and the corner formed by a pile of old desks could just hide a person. He opened the lunchbox, used chopsticks to part the rice and brought it close to his nose. The faint, bitter smell of rotting wood grew stronger. The poison wasn't sprinkled on the surface. It had seeped into the rice. This indicated the perpetrator's technique was highly professional. The bone herb extract had been diluted in advance and then injected into the food through some method. This was not a spuro-themant prank but a premeditated assassination. Yes, assassination. An assassination targeting a 6-year-old new student at the Ninja Academy. Interesting. Kamiya closed the lunchbox, stood up, and walked out of the storage room. His footsteps echoed in the empty corridor, one beat after another like some slow countdown. He recalled Danzo's words from last night. When you graduate, if you're still alive, I'll come find you again. At the time he thought it was just the old schemer's habitual psychological pressure. Now it seemed, Danzo might have been giving him a warning. Someone didn't want him to graduate alive. Perhaps even, someone didn't want him to live. Who was behind this? Root, the Uchiha, or some other power he didn't know about? Too little information to draw a conclusion. But one thing was certain. He looked up at the glass window at the end of the corridor which led outside the school building. It reflected the face of a 6-year-old child. Short black hair, black eyes, a calmness that didn't belong to a child. Behind that face the purifying flame was quietly burning in the depths of his dantian. Whoever you are, he said to himself, you've chosen the wrong target. The afternoon class was Chakra theory taught as always by Nara Lugu. Today we'll discuss the reverse transformation of nature transformation. Lugu drew a diagram of the 5 elements mutual generation and restraint on the blackboard with chalk, his voice lazy, yet possessing a strange rhythm that involuntarily drew the students along his train of thought. Nature transformation means converting the unaffiliated chakra within you into fire, water, wind, lightning, or earth. So what is reverse transformation? It's taking chakra that has already undergone nature transformation. For example, a fire release technique that has already been completed with hand seals, and reversing it back to unaffiliated chakra before release. A student raised their hand. Teacher, what's the point of that? The point is, not wasting chakra. In combat you might encounter situations where you form half the seals only to find the target has vanished or a teammate blocks your line of fire. At that moment you wouldn't want to force that great fireball technique out. Reverse transformation allows you to recover at least 70% of the chakra. The classroom erupted in a chorus of sudden understanding. Kamiya sat by the window supporting his chin with his left hand absent-mindedly spinning a pen in his right. Reverse transformation. His situation was the exact opposite. His chakra's nature was none. It couldn't be converted into any element. But the existence of the purifying flame changed this logic. It wasn't conversion but replacement. Replacing the chakra within his body with a completely different energy. This process was accompanied by intense pain just like last night. But if he could master the principle of reverse transformation, perhaps he could find a commonality and use it to control the speed of the purifying flame's transformation. Kamiya Lugu's voice suddenly cut in. You answer. When converting fire-attributed chakra back to unaffiliated, what is the most crucial step? Kamiya lifted his eyelids, stopping the spinning pen between his fingers. Sever the link circuit between the chakra and its original nature. Lugu's eyebrows lifted almost imperceptibly. Why? Because nature transformation is essentially adding a specific vibrational frequency to chakra to generate the corresponding energy manifestation. The core of reverse transformation is not about reorganizing the energy form but directly severing the vibration source. If the circuit isn't broken, the vibration continues, and the reversal cannot be completed. The classroom fell silent. Even a few Uchiha students in the front rows turned to glance at him. Lugu was silent for a moment, then pushed up an imaginary pair of glasses on his nose, and wrote something on the evaluation sheet. Completely correct. He said, his voice for the first time not so lazy. This knowledge point usually isn't covered until next semester. Did you read the textbook in advance? I skimmed it a bit, Kamiya said. Actually, it wasn't the textbook. It was the Jonin-level advanced theory he had read in his father's study. But explaining that would be too troublesome, so he made up an excuse. Lugu gave him a long look but didn't press further. Yet that gaze made Kamiya uncomfortable. It wasn't hostility. More like some kind of assessment or confirmation. When the bell rang, Minato leaned over and whispered. That answer of yours was incredible. Even those Uchiha guys were stunned. Before he could finish, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the window. Several students were leaning out shouting, "Oh no! Someone's fighting in the backyard!" Minato and Kamiya exchanged a glance and dashed out simultaneously. But their first reactions were worlds apart. Minato rushed to stop the conflict. Kamiya however drew a kunai. The scene in the yard stunned everyone who arrived. Uchiha Tiehua lay on the ground, his face bruised, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth eyes, wide his expression twisted with a mix of anger and fear. And the red-haired girl straddling him, one hand pressing down on his shoulder, the other fist raised high about to bring down a third punch. Say it again if you dare. Kushina's voice exploded like a crackling chili, sharp and fierce. Who's a waste? Who's unworthy of being a ninja? Say it one more time, I dare you. Mad woman. You're just a mad. Before Uchiha Taihua could finish his harsh words, Kushina's fist came down. Thud. Uchiha Taihuo's head snapped to the side. The punch wasn't powerful, but the burning pain on his face, compounded by the humiliation, shattered his composure completely. Tears of sheer frustration welled in his eyes. Kushina. Minato was the first to rush forward, grabbing her arm from behind to pull her off. Calm down. You can't hit him anymore. The teacher will be here any moment. No. The red-haired girl violently shook off Minato's hand, her eyes red not from crying but from the extreme blaze of fury. Do you know what he said? He said there was bone herb in Yan's lunchbox. Said a waste like Yen should have been eliminated long ago. And he also said, her voice suddenly caught. He said in the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox demon, and that it'll be eliminated sooner or later too. The world fell silent. That silence wasn't an absence of sound. Cicadas were still chirping, distant students were still murmuring. But around that small yard a bone-chilling heavy stillness descended. Minato's hand froze in midair. On his ever-smiling face genuine anger appeared for the first time. But before he could react, Kamiya Yen had already moved. The boy stepped out from the crowd, ignoring Uchiha Taihua on the ground, and walked straight to Kushina. Let go, he said. Kushina didn't move. Kushina. His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange penetrating quality that made the red-haired girl's trembling shoulders pause slightly. That's enough. She looked up, eyes red, voice hoarse as if she had just cried. But he said, I know. Kamiya Yen reached out and gently placed his hand over hers, which was still gripping Uchiha Taihuo's collar. From an angle unseen by others, his hand was trembling slightly. That wasn't fear, it was suppression. But he held back the white flame inside him that wanted to burn everything, held back the impulse to reduce the school and all its malice to ashes. I know, he said again. Then he pulled her up. Kushina's grip loosened, and her whole body sagged like a deflated balloon, leaning against Kamiya Yan's shoulder, her lips pressed tightly together. Just then the teachers arrived. Lugu parted the crowd, glanced at Uchiha Taihua on the ground, and the three standing nearby, and roughly understood the situation. He didn't ask many questions. He simply had the medical team take Uchiha Taihua away, then said to the three, You three come with me to the office. In the office, Lugu sat behind the desk looking at the three students standing before him, and was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly asked something completely unrelated. Kamiya Yen, did anyone touch your lunchbox around noon? Kamiya Yen looked up at him, then slid the lunchbox back into its original position. I don't know. You didn't eat lunch? Wasn't very hungry. Lugu's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds, but he didn't press further. Instead he changed the subject. Uchiha Taihua will be punished. You don't need to worry about that. Then what about what he said? Minato suddenly spoke. His voice was low, his fists clenched tightly. What do those words count for? Lugu was silent for a moment. Then he said something that left the three children stunned. Some words cannot be erased by punishment. He stood up, walked around the desk to the window, and turned his back to them. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village, the rift between the Jinchuriki and the villagers' discrimination against bloodline limits. These things have existed for decades. They can't be resolved by a single disciplinary action. He paused. Your class encompasses almost all the existing class conflicts in Konoha. This kind of class division is no coincidence. Teacher, let's go. It was Kamiya Yen who spoke. He tugged at Minato's sleeve, then gave Lugu a slight bow, turned, and pushed open the office door. At the threshold he paused for a moment. Teacher Lugu, he said with his back turned. I don't care what others say about me. But when they talk about Kushina, that's not okay. With that he closed the door and left. In the office only Lugu remained. The special jonin from Konoha's foremost intellectual clan stared at the closed door, a faint thoughtful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He pulled open a drawer, took out a tightly sealed mission scroll, bearing the Hokage's direct confidential seal. The scroll contained only a few short lines written in the Third Hokage's own hand. Codename Ember. Mission objective: evaluate Kamiya Yen. Confirm the nature of his bloodline limit and potential risk level. If judged as controllable, integrate into the standard training system. If judged as uncontrollable. There was no final sentence. The line ended in a blank space, as if interrupted by some thought at the moment of writing, leaving behind a silent ellipsis. Lugu rolled the scroll back up, placed it in the drawer, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Third Hokage. His voice muttering to himself echoed in the empty office. This time what you've picked up might really be a bomb that hasn't yet learned how to burn. In the corridor the three walked in silence. Nearing the school gate Minato suddenly stopped. Kushina Yen. The two turned to look at him. The blonde boy's face had never been so serious. From today on I'll walk you both home every day, he said. And I'll pick you up in the morning too. Ha! Kushina was stunned. The lunchbox incident was no prank. A poisoner who can get into the school isn't something the three of us can handle alone. Until we figure this out, wherever we go together. Not necessarily three, Kamiya Yen said lightly, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Hokage monument. But if anyone tries to move against us... He didn't finish, but beneath his sleeve his right hand opened slightly then slowly closed into a fist. The tiny white seed of flame pulsed once deep within his meridians. Like an echo, like a promise. The investigation into the lunchbox poisoning incident lasted approximately 3 days. 3 days later the Ninja Academy released an official conclusion. A supplier-employee responsible for delivering the lunchboxes had accidentally mixed expired ingredients into the meals during transit, causing some lunchboxes to develop an off odor. The employee was dismissed and the academy promised to strengthen food safety management. No corpse grass, no assassination, no conspiracy. It was merely a management oversight. Shingu Yen read the announcement from start to finish twice, then folded it and tucked it into his pocket. His expression remained unchanged throughout. Neither indignation nor surprise. This handling method precisely confirmed his deduction. Either the academy did not want to escalate the matter or the poisoner's background was so formidable that even the Mai authorities were unwilling to probe deeper. Regardless of which it was, he could not afford to waste his energy on a notice as worthless as scrap paper. This is outrageous. Under the old locust tree during lunch break, Shuamen angrily threw his lunchbox onto the grass, the shrimp nearly bouncing out. Yen clearly smelled the corpse grass. Yuzhibo Tiahua himself knew about it. His remark that trash should have been disposed of long ago was not casually spoken. And after 3 days of investigation all they come up with is expired ingredients. Shuamen, I refuse to accept it. I refuse. The blonde boy spun around several times, finally stopping in front of Shingu. Yen, his blue eyes blazing with fire. Yen, aren't you angry? I am angry. But you, being angry doesn't mean I have to do something foolish. Shingu Yen leaned against the locust tree trunk, twirling a stalk of green bristlegrass in his hand. Sunlight fell on his face through the gaps in the leaves, light and shadow interwoven. There are too many suspicious points in this matter. Corpse grass is a special poison recorded only in the root archives. Ordinary people simply cannot access it. The poisoner's technique was also highly professional. Not sprinkled on the surface but permeated into the rice. Do you think a mere lunchbox deliverman could achieve that? Shuamen was stunned. The announcement says, accidentally mixed in expired ingredients, Shingu Yen said slowly. But corpse grass is not an expired ingredient. It is a poisonous herb that requires specialized cultivation. In other words, the person who wrote this announcement either never investigated at all or knew the truth and chose to cover it up. You mean? I didn't say anything. Shingu Yen snapped the green bristlegrass in two, stood up and brushed off his pants. The issue now is not to uncover the truth, but to ensure this doesn't happen a second time. Shuamen, that proposal you mentioned earlier, the daily escort, is it still valid? Shuamen paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Of course it's still valid. Then let's continue. The red-haired girl set down her lunchbox and turned toward them, hugging her knees. Since the incident with Yuzhibo Tiahua she had grown much quieter. Not the previous kind of quiet that simply refrained from speaking, but a quiet that resembled sulking or wrestling with something. Shuamen, thanks. Then she turned to Shingu Yen, her red brows slightly furrowed. And you don't bear it all alone. Shingu Yen looked at her. The sunlight fell on her red hair like a quietly burning flame. Okay, he said. That evening the Shingu household was filled with the aroma of miso soup. Shingu Yen knelt at the dining table across from his father Shingu Chang'e and mother Shingu Lingnai. Chang'e was a special jonin of Mai specializing in intelligence analysis. He rarely went on field missions, but every time he came home, he carried a faint scent of ink and exhaustion. Lingnai was an ordinary nurse in the medical unit. She was skilled and had a good personality, her only flaw being that she worried too much. I heard something happened at your school. Chang'e picked up a piece of pickled radish with his chopsticks, his tone seemingly casual, but his gaze had already drifted over from above his rice bowl. There was a problem with the lunchbox. Shingu Yen did not deny it. Someone added something to my lunchbox. The chopsticks stopped midair. Lingnai's hand froze, her face instantly turning pale. Yen, did you eat any? No. I smelled something wrong and didn't eat it. Are you feeling any discomfort? Stomachache? Dizziness? No, after dinner I'll take you to the medical unit for a full check. Mom, I'm really fine. What do you mean fine? That was... Her voice trembled and her eyes began to redden. Chang'e set down his chopsticks, his palm covering his wife's hand, gently pressing it. Did you find out who did it? His voice was a full octave deeper than usual. The man sitting across the dining table at this moment was not a weary intelligence ninja, but a father. The academy says it was expired ingredients. Chang'e was silent for a long time. He was an intelligence analysis expert. He certainly knew that the phrase expired ingredients did not represent the truth, but rather a certain official stance. A stance of non-investigation. Yen. Starting tomorrow I'll take you to school. Xingu Yan looked up and met his father's eyes. Those eyes were very similar to his own. Black deep, but beneath them at this moment lay an emotion that a 6-year-old should not have been able to comprehend. It was self-reproach. Self-reproach for failing to protect his child. It was anger. Anger that someone dared to tamper with his child. Suddenly he felt a lump in his throat. In the 3 months since he had transmigrated here, he had always regarded himself as an adult. In front of Shuimin he showed admiration for a peer. In front of Juxinai, he displayed the composure of caring for a younger one. In front of Danzo, he exhibited the calm of seeing through the plot. Only at this moment, looking at his father's slightly reddened eyes, did he realize. In this world he was actually only 6 years old. Okay, he said. Then he lowered his head, burying his face in the steam of the miso soup. The next day Lugu issued a temporary notice for the ninja tool maintenance class, stating that the warehouse needed an inventory due to the season change, and consequently changed the originally scheduled outdoor shuriken throwing practice to an indoor tactical theory session. Xingu Yan's perception had another task during this class. The seats in Chakra theory class were arranged by height. His seat was in the 3rd row from the back by the window. Shuimen sat to his right and Juxinai sat in front of him. Yuzibo Tiahua, who was still suspended from class, was absent. But the other Yuzibo students were concentrated in the back area near the corridor. Lugu lectured on formations at the podium, his voice as steady as white noise. Xingu Yan lowered his eyes, as if reading the textbook, but his consciousness spread through the entire classroom, along the perception network granted by the Purifying Flame. It felt like drawing a thread of his soul out of his body, letting it float in the air. He could hear the flow of everyone's chakra. Shuimin's chakra was like a clear mountain spring, bright and abundant. Ajuxinei's chakra was gentle on the surface, but deep within it was wrapped in a thick, unsettling dark red. The chakra of the ordinary students in the front row was like quiet streams occasionally rippling from drowsiness. Then his perception tendrils touched an unusual fluctuation. In the corner of the last row by the door sat a boy named Yunv. Members of the Yunv clan always wore high-collared coats and sunglasses, wrapping themselves up tightly. This Jinshi had no presence in the class at all. Average grades mediocre taijutsu, never spoke proactively, and disappeared as soon as class ended. Since enrolling, the total number of words exchanged between them had not exceeded 3 sentences. But at this moment something enveloping him made Xingu Yan suddenly tense up. An embedded, anomalous chakra like the residual trace of some sealing technique. Faint, intermittent, almost completely masked by the insect chakra unique to the Yunv clan. If not for the perception enhanced by the Purifying Flame, he would never have been able to detect it. And the scent of that sealing technique's residue. Slightly bitter, decaying, mixed with the aura that the Purifying Flame knew best and was most sensitive to, was identical to the smell of the corpse grass in the lunchbox. Xingu Yan's pupils constricted slightly. He withdrew his perception without changing his expression. Yunv was sitting in his seat, quietly copying notes, as ordinary and unremarkable as any other student. But Xingu Yan noticed a detail. Yunv Zenshi's right hand remained hanging under the desk, not holding a pen. And on the back of his hand were several fresh, not yet fully healed scratch marks. After class, Xingu Yan called out to Lugu in the hallway. "Teacher Lugu." Lugu stopped a stack of documents tucked under his arm and looked down at him. It was that gaze unique to the Nara clan. Languid yet as if seeing everything. "What is it?" "I want to apply for access to the Forbidden Technique section catalog in the school library." "Reason?" "Learning." Lugu was silent for 2 seconds. Then he suddenly smiled. A very faint smile, the corners of his mouth lifting only a pixel's worth. "The Forbidden Technique section is not open to students." "Then what about the Basic Sealing Technique section?" Lugu's smile deepened a little. He didn't ask Xingu Yan why he wanted to look at sealing techniques. He simply tapped the top of Xingu Yan's head lightly with the rolled documents, and said the Basic Sealing Technique section is on the east side of the 2nd floor of the library. You can enter with your student ID, but for reading only, no borrowing. "Thank you, teacher." "Don't thank me. Sealing techniques require very high chakra control. If you feel dizzy or nauseous halfway through practicing, stop immediately." Lugu finished speaking and left. But after taking 2 steps he paused again. "By the way, Xingu Yan. The insects of the Yunv clan do not like high temperatures." With that he disappeared at the end of the corridor without looking back. Xingu Yan stood still, watching Lugu's back, slowly narrowing his eyes. This person knew far more than he let on. After school, Shuimen carried out the escort teammates' home mission with meticulous precision. The two of them flanked Juxinai like two overly responsible guards, seeing her to her doorstep. The red-haired girl stood at the entrance clutching her backpack straps, looking at Shui Men, and then at Xingu Yen. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But in the end she swallowed her words, only sullenly dropping a "see you tomorrow" before pulling the door shut. The two walked back. Dusk dyed my orange and streetlights lit up one after another. Shui Men, have you ever thought about something? Xingu Yen looked at the path that was about to end his tone, as if discussing the weather. Why were the three of us assigned to the same class? Shui Men tilted his head. Wasn't it luck? Class assignments at the Ninja Academy are never based on luck, Xingu Yen said. You are the most dazzling genius of this cohort. Juxinai is the candidate vessel for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I am a worthless, attributeless failure. Grouping a genius, a Jinchuriki, and a failure together. Lugu said it's not a coincidence. Shui Men was silent for a moment. So what? So Xingu Yen stopped walking and looked into the blonde boy's eyes. Someone wants us three to grow up together. No matter who this person is, the third Hokage Master Zillai or some other existence. He must have a very great expectation, one so great that only the three of us joining hands can possibly meet it. Shuiman's expression changed. Not fear. Not hesitation. It was the look of someone being ignited by something, no matter what that expectation is. He grinned and extended his fist toward Xingu Yen. We'll catch it together. Xingu Yen looked at that fist, pausing for about 2 seconds. Then he also reached out, made a fist, and bumped it against Shuiman's. That evening in the Xingu family study, Xingu Yen searched through his father's bookshelf for over an hour, finally finding the clue he was looking for in a book titled Introduction to Basic Sealing Techniques. The record of corpse grass appeared in Chapter 16, Poison Seal. This was an evil sealing technique that directly sealed poison into an enemy's body. Once triggered, the poison would be released from the depths of the seal, eroding the victim's chakra pathways. Its advantage was strong concealment, or its disadvantage was that the caster would leave a faint residual sealing energy when performing the technique. The scratch marks on Yun Zenshi's hand, that faint bitter decaying scent, the sealing residue. 3 clues pointed to the same answer. The corpse grass in the lunchbox was not added from outside. It was sealed in. And the caster was that insignificant Yun Zhenshi sitting in the last row of the classroom. But why would Yun Zhenshi target him? He had no grudge against the Yun clan. He hadn't even exchanged more than 3 sentences with Yun Zhenshi. Unless Zhenshi was not acting voluntarily. The residual energy of that sealing technique covered Zenshi's own body, not like the aura of the caster himself, but more like an imposed foreign object. In this situation, Zhenshi might not even know what he had done. His body had been used as a tool, his memories erased, leaving only those unconscious self-inflicted scratch marks on the back of his hand. Xingu Yen closed the book, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the swaying ceiling lamp. Someone was using Yun Zhenshi as a puppet. And whoever could control a member of the Yunf clan must have profound knowledge of insect secret techniques. But the Yunf clan had always been renowned for their loyalty. That this person could lay hands on Yun Zhenshi meant either he was from the Yunf clan himself or he possessed authority surpassing the Yunf. Regardless of which, it was not something he could contend with now. Mom! He called out toward the kitchen. What's wrong? Starting tomorrow, put more chili in the lunchbox. Don't you not like spicy food? I do now. Xingu Yen closed his notebook. The most effective way to deal with poison was to destroy the toxin structure with high heat, and the irritant substances in chili could interfere with chakra extraction and perception without activating the purifying flame, naturally disrupting microsealing formulas. He couldn't guarantee it would completely protect against corpse grass, but at least it would raise the difficulty of the poisoner's task another notch. From the kitchen came his mother's puzzled muttering and the clatter of spatulas. He sat in his chair, reopened the Introduction to Basic Sealing Techniques in his hand, and turned back to the page marked with methods for detecting residual traces of the poison seal. The purifying flame still burned quietly in his dantian. That white seed of fire was a little brighter than a few days ago, as if nourished by something growing slowly but steadily. He had so much to learn. Sealing techniques, toxicology, chakra perception. Each was a skill that could save his life. And all of this was for the simplest question. Who exactly was the person standing behind him? In the eastern district of my village, there was a street unnamed on any map, yet all ninjas called it Cat Ear Alley. The alley was narrow with shops on both sides packed like old books on a shelf, signs stacked upon signs, and even in broad daylight the sun never reached the ground. This was a gathering place for intelligence brokers, retired ninjas, and gray intermediaries. A place where the Mai Umbu chose to turn a blind eye. Xingu Yen stood at the alley entrance, pulling the hood of his coat lower. The figure of a 6-year-old child was utterly out of place here, yet as he walked in no one gave him a second glance. Such was the rule of Cat Ear Alley: never inquire about a customer's identity. He was looking for a man named Yu Zua. He had come across this name in his father's old notebook. Xingu Chenji's notebook recorded a vast number of intelligence analysis cases, and on one page it mentioned Yu Zua of Cat Ear Alley. a retired chunin specializing in poison identification registered as a class intelligence source by the UMBU. The reason for retirement read, inhaled neurotoxin during a mission resulting in paralysis of both legs. There was also a note in the remarks column. This man is extremely money-driven. Extremely money-driven, that made things easy. He brought all the pocket money his mother had given him. It wasn't much but enough to purchase a small piece of intelligence. Yuzu's shop was located at the deepest end of the alley, ridiculously small. In fact, it was converted from a stairwell. A string of wind chimes hung at the entrance. When he pushed the door open, the chimes did not sound. Only later did he learn that the chimes were chakra sensors which would only ring when someone carrying chakra approached. Kid. The old man behind the counter revealed a pair of murky eyes above the newspaper. He sat in a wheelchair, an old blanket covering his knees, and the room was filled with the musty smell of herbs and old books. Isn't it too early for school to be out? I have a commission. Shingu Yen walked up to the counter and slid a folded piece of paper across. The paper contained a powder sample of corpse bone grass that he had prepared the night before, carefully wrapped in oil paper. Yuzu did not take it. He merely lowered his eyelids and glanced at it, then a glint of light quickly flashed in his murky eyes. Corpse bone grass, he said. His voice suddenly lost its lazy tone. I need to know the source of its cultivation, Shingu Yen said. Within my village or within the whole country, what channels are there to obtain this thing? Yuzu was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. The laughter was very light, like dry leaves rustled by the wind. Kid, how old are you this year? 6 or 7? Where are your parents? It's the rule of the Ninja Academy. Shingu Yen took out his student ID from his ninja tool pouch and flashed it on the counter. With a student ID, you can commission a third party to complete investigation assistance, not exceeding rank difficulty. Yuzu's smile faded a little. He looked at the student ID, then at Shingu Yen, as if suddenly gaining a more serious interest in him. How did you know about this place? From reading. What book? Forbidden Technique Catalog Appendix C, Toxicology section. Shingu Yen put the student ID back into his pocket. The preface of that book was written by you. Yuzu's eyebrow twitched. This was internal material he had written for the UMBU before his retirement, which outsiders should never have been able to see. But then again, the kid's father was the head of the Intelligence Analysis Division. Your surname is Shingu, he said. Yes. Just like your old man. Not a simple person to deal with. Yuzu sighed, reached out, took the paper packet, and brought it to his nose. He didn't smell it directly. Instead, he used a long, thin silver needle to pick up a bit of the powder and placed it over a nearby alcohol lamp. The flame flickered and turned a ghostly green. You're clever, knowing to add capsaicin to interfere with the sealing formula. But this thing is sealed very deeply. It's not something an ordinary person did. His expression turned serious. Kid, who have you crossed? I don't know, Shingu Yen said. That's why I came to you. Yuzu wheeled himself back behind the counter, pulled out a dusty notebook from a drawer, flipped through it for a while, then looked up. Corpse bone grass requires 3 conditions for growth: high temperature, high humidity, and host body fluids. It basically cannot grow in the wild, only through artificial cultivation. Throughout the entire Hu country, there are no more than 5 places capable of cultivating this thing: Mui's Genbu Cultivation Room, Chowin Villages, Underground Black Market, Yuin Villages, Poison Master Association, Hu Temple's Sealed Medicinal Field, and Deshuin's old laboratory, though that one has been abandoned. Shingu Yen mentally crossed out each of these 5 locations. Chowin Village was too far. Yuin Village was in the midst of war. Hu Temple's Sealed Medicinal Field had strict records of outbound materials. Deshuin's old laboratory was a possibility, but the Sanrin's defection was still over a decade away. For now, Dashuin was still one of the Sanrin of Mai on the surface. Then there was only one option left. Mui's Genbu Cultivation Room, the territory of Jitsuin Tuanzang. Genbu. As he murmured this name, the Yuzu behind the counter flinched, as if pricked by a needle. The old man suddenly raised his hand and pressed down on the string of chimes above the counter to stop their sound, lowering his voice. Don't say that name here. Why? Don't ask. Yuzu's expression was complicated but mostly filled with fear. I can only tell you this. If the direction you're investigating really points there, then stop investigating. A 6-year-old child, even if a genin, can't afford to touch that place. I haven't touched anyone, Shingu Yen said. I just want to protect myself. Yuzu looked into his eyes. In the depths where the murkiness had receded, there clearly appeared a hint of the bitterness and helplessness of someone who had been through it. Then you'd better stay far away from that place, he said. Shingu Yen did not reply. He placed the commission fee on the counter, turned around, and pushed the door to leave. The wind chimes did not sound. The old man stared at the direction of the door for a long time before slowly burying himself back in his newspaper. Even a kid knows how to investigate things. He muttered to himself, his voice as dry as rustling paper pages. This Mai is becoming more and more unsettling. It was already evening when he returned home from Cat Ear Alley. Xingu Yan went to his room, lay down on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, organizing his thoughts. If Yuzua's intelligence was correct and the source of the corpse bone grass was the Genbu cultivation room, then the person behind the lunchbox poisoning incident was definitely related to Tuanzang. But what he didn't understand was Tuanzang's attitude. If Tuanzang wanted him dead, he wouldn't have needed to come and test him personally. The assassination techniques of Gen could silently eliminate even a Jonin. Dealing with a 6-year-old child would not require such a complicated effort. If it wasn't Tuanzang himself, then there was only one possibility. Someone within Gen had bypassed Tuanzang and acted against him alone. To be able to do this, one must have sufficiently high authority within Genbu, at least Tuanzang's deputy or someone at the level of an instructor, and this person did not want him to live. But what grudge did this person hold against him? He was only 6 years old. He had only crossed over 3 months ago. He had no conflict of interest with anyone. The only special thing about him was the pure flame. Pure flame. These 2 words made Xingu Yan sit up from the bed. He had previously thought this was just his golden finger, but now upon reflection Tuanzang's words, "There is a fire in your body that does not belong to this world," did not seem like a casual remark. The old man was not speaking metaphorically. He might have actually sensed the existence of pure flame. And another person within Genbu had also sensed it. This person was different from Tuanzang. Tuanzang wanted to recruit him to use him, while this person only wanted to completely destroy him before he could grow. Xingu Yan walked to the window and spread his 5 fingers. There was no flame in his palm, but the presence of pure flame was clearer than ever. It pulsed quietly in the depths of his dantian like a tiny white heart. In this world, only 2 people knew about his special flame. One was Tuanzang and the other was the one hiding in Gen who wanted to kill him. And both of these people were far stronger than him. "I need to become stronger." He spoke each word deliberately, facing the moon outside the window, biting them out like nails. The next day on the way to school, Shuimen and Juxinai noticed that Xingu Yan had dark circles under his eyes, yet he was unusually energetic. "Did you stay up late again last night?" Shuimen leaned in to examine his face. "Your eyes are bloodshot." "I was reading late." "What book?" "Introduction to Sealing Techniques." Shuimen gasped. "You've started learning sealing techniques? Even Chunin might not master that. So I need to learn it first." Xingu Yan said, "Otherwise by the time I need it it'll be too late to learn." "Nonsense," Juxinai muttered on the other side. "This is called forcing growth." "Then when will you start practicing chakra control?" "Next month." "Too late." The red-haired girl was left speechless, so angry that she quickened her pace to walk ahead, her red hair bouncing in the— Shuimen lowered his voice. "Don't keep provoking her. She knows I'm doing it on purpose," Xingu Yan said, the corner of his mouth involuntarily lifting. "Otherwise she'd be in a bad mood again today." Juxinai, walking ahead, shouted without turning back. "I can hear you." Xingu Yan and Shuimen both laughed out loud. Sunlight filtered through the ginkgo trees, lining the streets of my, casting long shadows of the 3 figures. From a distance they looked like 3 saplings yet to grow, huddled together as they grew. That morning's practical combat class was moved up by 2 periods. Naralugu took the entire class to Training Ground 3, dividing them into groups for unknown simulated battles. The rules were simple: no explosive tags, no attacks to the eyes or groin, everything else was allowed. The first to be hit 3 times loses. First group, Guofeng Shuimen vs Yuzibo Tiehua. Shuimen's expression changed the instant he heard that name. His trademark bright smile did not disappear, but something underneath shifted. Like a thin layer of ice covering flowing water. Yuzibo Tiehua was half a head taller than him, with black hair tied into a short ponytail at the back. Though his eyes had not yet awakened the Sharingan, there was already the unique arrogance of the Yuzibo clan in those black pupils. After the suspension of classes, he looked a bit thinner, but his demeanor was colder. The 2 stood facing each other in the center of the field, forming the seal of opposition. "Begin!" As Luga's hand chop fell, 2 shuriken were already flying from between Shuimen's fingers. Yuzibo Tiehua dodged sideways, completing the hand seals for the substitution technique almost in the same instant. But Shuimen had already anticipated his landing point. Before the smoke from Yuzibo Taihuo's substitution had even dissipated, Shuimen's real body had already appeared in the center of the smoke, his knee slamming into Taihuo's abdomen. One hit, Tiehua grunted, using the momentum to roll backward and create distance. When he landed, blood was already bitten from the corner of his mouth. He held his abdomen with one hand while reaching for his ninja tool pouch with the other. But Shuimen was much faster. Before Yuzibo Taihuo's fingers could even touch the kunai, Shuimen's second attack swept in from the side. A kick to his wrist, sending the kunai flying. 2 hits. Yuzibo Tiehua. Lugu shouted from the sidelines. "Focus on defense." But Shuimen gave him no chance to catch his breath. Blonde hair. The boy's figure was as fast as a golden arc of lightning under the sunlight. The third attack, a spinning kick, directly struck Taihuo's shoulder, sending him flying out of the arena. 3 moves are done. Woofing Shuemen wins. Luga's voice was calm, but the surrounding students were all stunned. Too fast. Shuemen's speed was overwhelming from the very start. Yuzhibo Tiehua had no chance to fight back. Shuemen walked over to the fallen Tiehua and reached out a hand to help him up. Yuzhibo Tiehua violently shook off his hand, stood up on his own, turned around, pushed through the surrounding students, and walked out of the arena without looking at anyone. Next group. Xuanhua Juxinai vs. Yunvzhensi. Xingu Yan's brow twitched. He looked in the direction of Yunvzhensi. The boy, wrapped in a high-collared coat, was slowly walking onto the field, his expression unclear beneath the sun, but Xingu Yan could sense. In the perception field granted by Jingyan, the residual seal on Yunvzhensi was thicker than yesterday, and that faint decaying aura was spreading around him. Something is wrong. Go for it! He shouted to Juxinai. But his full attention was locked on Yunvzhensi. Begin! Juxinai launched the attack first. She practiced the standard Muyi Taijutsu, fast, powerful, with fists and kicks that carried wind. Yunvzhensi kept defending. Kikeichu surged from his sleeves to form a wall of insects in front of him, not counterattacking, only parrying. Juxinai's fighting style was like a bouncing red chili pepper, growing fiercer with each strike, thinning the opponent's insect wall punch by punch. Lugu nodded slightly, raised his hand to call the match as Juxinai's advantage victory. Then the anomaly occurred. Yunvzhensi suddenly lifted his head. As he did, Xingu Yan saw clearly. Among Zensa's swarm of insects there was one whose chakra did not match his. That insect's chakra was black, thick as a drop of ink, almost indistinguishable among the entire swarm of Kikeichu. But Jingyan could see it. It was moving. It crawled out from Yunvzhensi's collar, fluttered its wings, and flew toward Juxinai. Stop! Luga's voice suddenly turned sharp. Xingu Yan was half a beat faster than him. Before Lugu could speak, Xingu Yan had already completed the movement from the stands to the front of the field. He didn't know what he was doing. He only knew that his body moved before his mind. Jingyan exploded in his dantian, and a violent white chakra surged from his palm, turning into a stream of white flame, as thick as a chopstick in the air. No, it wasn't flame. It was a white light, pure to the point of near transparency, like a molten glass thread, cutting through the air and crashing straight into the black insect. The insect let out a scream inaudible to humans, pierced by the white light in midair, instantly turning into black smoke and vanishing without a trace. All of this happened in less than half a second. What was that? What was that just now? White fire. Fire release. The watching students erupted in chaos. Even Lugu froze for a moment. His shadow binding technique was about to activate, but Xingu Yan had intercepted the insect's trajectory first. Meanwhile, Xingu Yan stood still, looking down at his right hand. Smoke was still rising from his palm. For the first time, Jingyan had detached from his body and materialized in front of everyone. It wasn't red, not orange. It was white. That white was different from moonlight. It was a purer, more thorough white, like the color left after burning, the very word, burn, itself. His heart sank. This was bad. The trump card he had hidden for nearly a month was exposed in front of the whole class. But that insect, he turned to look at Yunvzhensi. Zhensi stood motionless like a puppet whose strings had been cut, then fell backward without warning, his sunglasses clattering to the ground, revealing a pair of white rolled eyes. Medical team, quick! Luga's voice pulled everyone back to reality. Carry Yunvzhensi to the infirmary. The scene was in chaos. The Yuzhibo clan members whispered among themselves, while ordinary students looked at Xingu Yan with shock and suspicion. Only Shuemen's eyes were shining, nearly rushing up to ask him how much chakra a single fire release had consumed. Next to him, Juxinai grabbed his sleeve. After the chaos gradually subsided, Lugu called Xingu Yan to the corridor. What did you use? Lugu asked directly. I don't know, Xingu Yan said. This sentence wasn't entirely false. He really hadn't fully understood the specific mechanism of Jingyan. Something you don't know can lock onto and precisely intercept a fast-moving parasitic venomous insect in half a second. Luga's voice was still calm, but his eyes were different. That layer of lazy disguise was finally put away. Xingu Yan, I'm going to write this into the report for the Third Hokage. Is there anything you want to tell me in advance? There was silence in the corridor for several seconds. The footsteps of the medical team carrying a stretcher across the field gradually faded away. One sentence. Speak. That insect wasn't Yunvzhensis. Someone planted a puppet seal on him, remotely controlling him through the Kikeichu. The corpse grass incident was also done by the same person. He combined the intelligence from Yuzhua with the residual seal sensed by Jingyan, and briefly summarized it in his own words. After listening to him, Luga's expression didn't change much, but his eyes sank to a depth that Xingu Yan couldn't read. Are you sure? Use the shadow binding technique to restrain him and check. Then you'll know, Xingu Yan said. He should still be unconscious now. The seal hasn't been fully undone within the host. Lugu was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and ruffled Xingu Yan's hair. The gesture was so abrupt that Shingu Yen didn't react for a moment. Do you know why you were placed in the same class as Shuemen and Juxinai? You said it wasn't a coincidence. Lugu shook his head slightly. More than that. Having Shuemen a speed-type genius and Juxinai a future Jinchuriki sit together. That itself tells us something. He looked down at Shingu Yen. These two children will one day stand at the forefront of the village. Therefore someone must stand firmly behind them, from the very beginning becoming their absolutely trustworthy back. Shingu Yen said nothing. As it seems now, Lugu withdrew his hand and returned to his usual lazy tone. This task can be safely entrusted to you. He turned and walked toward the office but stopped after a few steps. By the way, that white fire. Lugu glanced back at him, the corner of his mouth lifting with a standard Naru-style cunning. I saw nothing. After school, under the old locust tree, Shingu Yen was blocked between Shuemen and Juxinai, facing the most severe interrogation since his transmigration. That wasn't fire release, was it? Shuemen knelt on the grass, leaning in close to Shingu Yan's knees, staring intently at his face. Because fire release can only be performed with the 5 chakra natures, and your nature is none. Then what is it? Shingu Yen opened his mouth, but found no reasonable explanation. He could make up a reason, but Shuemen was no fool and Juxinai even less so. So he chose the most honest answer. I haven't fully figured it out yet. Shuemen and Juxinai exchanged a glance, seemingly not surprised by this answer. Then tell us when you're ready. Juxinai unusually didn't press further, just slung her backpack over her shoulder. But she turned around, walked a few steps away with her back to them, then tilted her head to reveal half her face. That white thing. Don't use it casually next time. Why? The red-haired girl's ears quietly turned red. Because it looks damn painful. With that she strode forward without looking back. Shuemen called after her to slow down, and Shingu Yen got up to grab his backpack. Looking at the two backs. One red, one gold. He wanted to say something but ended up just letting out a soft sigh. That night Shingu Yen lay in bed, thinking back on the day's events. Yunjinsi was confirmed to have a puppet seal implanted in his body. Lugus' report was submitted. The medical team said Yunjinsi would need at least a month to fully recover. The school did not disclose the investigation results, but he knew the Umbu had already intervened. More importantly, Jingyan had manifested for the first time in actual combat. Although it was only a thread as thick as a chopstick, it was precise, lethal, and indefensible. If one day this flame grew, he clenched his fist, feeling the pulse of that white seed of fire deep in his palm. Don't be impatient. It's still a seedling now. Before the roots are deep enough, the best choice is to stay hidden in the soil. Meanwhile, deep underground in the Muyi village at the Gen base, Jitsuin Tuankang sat in the dim center of the secret chamber, holding a report intercepted from the intelligence department. The report was from the Third Hokage's direct subordinate, Lugus sealed document with neat and concise handwriting. Shingu Yen, age 6, suspected awakening of unknown bloodline limit. Ability manifested as white flame capable of precisely intercepting fast-moving targets and attaching burning properties. Tentative code name Jingyan. Recommended for regular observation list, danger level, temporarily rated C. The corner of Tuankang's mouth twitched, slightly unclear whether it was approval or sneer. C. He placed the report on his knee, his single eye reflecting a faint glow in the darkness. That fool Lugu can't even see what level his own student is at. He muttered to himself, his voice echoing in the chamber. The aura attached to that flame is not a bloodline limit at all. It's the prototype of true word chakra. That thing should not exist in this world. In the darkness, another voice sounded. A ninja wearing a gen mask silently stepped out of the shadows and knelt on one knee. Lord Tuankang, the puppet seal in Yun Vzensis' body, has been removed by the medical team. Based on analysis, the caster's technique is similar to the style of Lord Deshuan's subordinates. Yuan. When Tuankang uttered this name, there was no surprise in his tone. He wants to destroy this child in the shadows simply because he discovered the child's abnormality earlier than I did, and couldn't resist the itch to nip it directly. But you're too impatient, Yuan. That thing cannot be extinguished by a single venomous insect. Tuankang slowly stood up, his cane tapping firmly on the stone floor. Issue my orders. Gen shall not take any probing or attacking actions against Shingu Yen. Those who disobey will be regarded as betraying the will of Gen. Yes. And Tuankang turned to look at the wall of the chamber. On it hung portraits of the successive Hokage of Muyi, and his gaze stopped at the blank space of the fourth Hokage. Notify Lugu. Tell him that the danger level assessment he submitted. I do not approve. The Hokage's office stood at the very center of my village, a circular red-tiled building like a silent castle overlooking the entire village. Every ninja who passed directly beneath it would instinctively glance up, to see if behind that always open window stood the aged yet vigorous figure. Shingai and had never imagined he would walk through this door at the age of 6. Don't be nervous. Lu Gu walked ahead of him, his pace unhurried and steady. He didn't speak the entire way from the training ground to the Hokage building until the moment before stepping onto the stairs. The third Hokage doesn't bite. I know. Shingayan's steps showed no hesitation, but his clenched right fist tightened slightly, feeling the warmth of the purifying flame deep in his palm. That white seed of fire lay quietly dormant as if holding its breath. He took a deep breath. The door swung open. Sunlight poured in from the windows behind, flooding the entire office with bright warm radiance. The air carried a faint scent of pipe tobacco. Not harsh but rather a reassuring aroma of aged wood. The third Hokage, Yuan Fei, risen, sat behind his desk, his iconic pipe clenched between his teeth. His hair was already gray and the wrinkles on his face were like the rings of a tree. But those eyes surrounded by wrinkles, were bright enough to pierce through any mist. You're here. His voice was gentle, not like a Hokage lecturing a student, but more like an old man inviting a neighbor's child into his home. Shingayan walked to the front of the desk, stopped, and gave a slight bow. Lord Third Hokage. The third Hokage didn't speak immediately. He took the pipe from his mouth, tapped it lightly against the ashtray, then stood up, walked around the desk, and crouched in front of Shingai, and bringing his eyes level with the 6-year-old's. I've read Lu Gus' report, he said. He didn't mention you knew Jinsi, didn't mention the corpse grass, didn't mention that white flame. He simply looked into Shingayan's eyes, as if examining a puzzle worth serious consideration. That white fire of yours. Do you know what it is yourself? Shingayan was silent for a moment. He had originally prepared a set of explanations. A bloodline limit and accidental awakening still under investigation. But all those words stuck in his throat in front of Yuan Fei, risen. Not because of nervousness, but because this old man who had crouched down to meet his eyes had no scrutiny, no assessment in his gaze. Only sincere concern. So he gave the same answer he had given Lu Gu. I don't fully know. Yuan Fei, risen, nodded slightly. The answer seemed to be within his expectations. Then let me tell you what I know. He stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to Shingai and gazing out at the streets of Mai. The flame you released does not belong to any known fire release bloodline limit in the current ninja world. Not scorch release, not lava release, not explosion release. Your teacher Lu Gus' preliminary report calls it purifying flame, and the name is quite fitting. It is indeed a force of a higher dimension. Shingayan's heart stirred. This matched the understanding he had gained from the purifying flame. A purifying flame capable of burning all things. He thought for a moment and said, it seems to be able to trace things like toxins and then attack proactively. Yuan Fei, risen, turned to look at him, his eyes brightening. Perceives malice. Shingayan nodded. Yes. Yuan Fei, risen, was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. The smile was faint, nestled among his beard and wrinkles, carrying a kind of profound meaning that only the old possess. You said that when you sensed danger your body moved before your consciousness, instinctively protecting your teammates. He looked down at Shingayan. The sequence of that action was detecting the threat, assessing its lethality, determining the target, releasing the fire release. In that process you completed a precise reaction within milliseconds. Something even a Jonin might not be able to achieve. He paused. You know this kind of reaction before its source is fully verified should be regarded as talent, not as a suspicious point. Shingayan was startled. Yuan Fei, risen, walked back behind the desk, sat down, picked up his pipe, relit it, took a deep draw, and slowly exhaled. The smoke rose in the sunlight, forming ever-changing shapes like mountain clouds. Purifying flame, white fire, can perceive malice and attack precisely. Currently not high in intensity, but its growth potential is unknown. His fingers tapped lightly on the desk. If someone else were in this position, they might choose to control you, lock you up in a research institute, and figure out the secrets on your body bit by bit before making a decision. Your father works in the intelligence division. You can guess that before you stepped through this door today someone had already proposed such a plan. Shingayan was silent. His back tightened slightly. But I don't intend to do that. Yuan Fei, risen's voice remained gentle. He took a scroll from a drawer, spread it on the desk, and gestured for Shingai and to come closer. It was an official ninja record. In the photo section was a picture of a blonde boy, and below it were handwritten words, Bo Feng Shui Men. Age 6. Chakra attributes wind fire. Overall evaluation genius. Recommended direction Hokage candidate training sequence. This child you should understand better than anyone. The third Hokage said, pushing the record toward Shingayan. His talent value is even higher than that of Yuzebo Jing back in the day. His speed, reaction, and chakra capacity far exceed those of his peers. Anyone can see that he is a once-in-a-century genius. But in my view his most precious thing is not talent but two other things. He raised two aged fingers. First, sincerity. Second, natural leadership. Shuemon's sincerity is the kind that comes from the deepest part of his heart, unreserved and pure. In any era such a person may suffer loss, get hurt, or be exploited. But if there is that tiny probability that he can safely pass through all dangers, he will truly understand the pain of everyone regardless of background, bloodline, or ninja village. Shingayan gazed at the blonde boy in the photo, countless images flashing uncontrollably in his mind. The weeping of the rain village, the drought of the sand village, the flames of my rising like firebirds again, and again, only to fall again and again. He had always believed that Shuemen was destined to be a light that illuminates the world, and now these words carried even heavier weight coming from the Third Hokage. But relying on Shuemen alone, he can only illuminate the path under his own feet. Yuan Fei Risen said. He needs someone to walk forward with him, someone who can see what he cannot see and make decisions he cannot make. He set his pipe down on the ashtray. Do you know why I placed you three in the same team? Shuemen is light, Yoshinai is the vessel, and you. He looked at Shingayan. You are the spark. Spark. The word was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples in Shingayan's heart. Yuan Fei Risen stood up, walked to the window, opened it, letting the breeze enter the room. He turned his back to Shingayan and said, The will of fire has never been obtained by 100 or 1,000 people in the same way. It is a belief that flows in actions and is carved into the bones. Some call it sacrifice, some call it inheritance. But in my view it has only one meaning. Protect your comrades. Shingayan blurted out. The moment the words left his mouth he was stunned. He didn't know why he had responded so naturally. Yuan Fei Risen turned to look at him, his eyes slightly curving, as if looking at a seedling just breaking through the soil. I know where you come from. The old man's voice suddenly became very soft and faint, as if drifting from afar through a thin mist. But I don't care where you come from. I only care where you are going. Your flame is dangerous. The purer the power, the more easily it attracts fear and greed. But if this flame burns with the purpose of protecting comrades, then its direction will never stray. He walked back to the desk, picked up a blank ninja record and lifted a brush. Ink spread on the paper. He wrote 4 characters, codename Purifying Flame. Then he continued in the remarks column, danger level to be determined. Training direction, routine observation to grow together with Bo Feng Shuemen and Xuanhua Jiushinai. Observer Yuan Fei Risen. With the final stroke, he picked up the Hokage seal and stamped it heavily on the record. Thump. The sound was not loud, but like a decisive drumbeat, proclaiming the authority of this record. This record can only be seen by 4 people. Yuan Fei Risen rolled up the scroll. Myself Lu Gu Zilayi, if you ever meet him, and yourself. He tucked the scroll into his sleeve and returned to his seat behind the desk. From today onward all investigations of you will stop here. No one will disturb you. Shingayan opened his mouth only to find himself at a loss for words. This old man was not unaware of his abnormality. On the contrary, he knew everything. But he did not choose to investigate, did not choose to control. Instead he chose to gently shield this power, which even he himself had not fully understood, with a single record. This was a kind of trust, an unconditional trust that needed no logical support. Shingayan did not understand why the Third Hokage was willing to give such trust, but he knew how heavy that weight was. I have a request, Shingayan said. Speak. Teacher Lu Gu teaches me sealing techniques, but I am not learning quickly. But if possible, I would like to request the Third Hokage's special permission for him to give me intensive training separately without affecting normal coursework. Yuan Fei Risen glanced at him, his pipe gently turning between his fingers. Learning sealing techniques is to defend against corpse grass and puppet seals, Shingayan continued. What I need is the ability to protect myself. Teacher Lu Gu is best suited to teach me combat sealing techniques, and the only way to master them faster is to increase training by at least 3 extra sessions per week. You are worried that the person hiding in the shadows will strike again at you or at Shuemen and Jiushinai. Yes. The Third Hokage was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. This matter does not need to go through Lu Gu. You just attend class normally. I will arrange someone. The tone of these words was not heavy, but Shingayan caught the subtext. The person arranged would not be Lu Gu. Yuan Fei Risen stood up, walked to Shingayan, and extended a calloused palm, gently pressing it on his head. Mai has many kinds of power. Some power is like fire, some like wind, some like a tree with roots deep in the earth. What do you think the will of fire is? Protect comrades. Not to die for the village, but to live for your comrades. Remember these words. Yuan Fei Risen withdrew his hand, a smile spreading among his wrinkles. Not to die for the village, but to live for your comrades. This answer is closer to the will of fire itself than what I thought back then. Remember your words today. No matter what choices you face in the future, think back to this sentence. He turned and walked toward the window, his back to Shingayan, signaling that he could leave. Go. Your comrades are waiting for you. Shingayan bowed deeply, then turned and left the office. The door closed softly. The office was left with only Yuan Fei risen alone. He relit his pipe, took a puff, and let the smoke rise into various shapes in the sunlight. Zilai Yi, he called softly. A tall white-haired figure flipped in through the window and landed in front of the desk. Zilai Yi's face had lost its usual frivolity, replaced by rare solemnity. Did you hear everything just now? Yuan Fei risen asked. I heard it. Zilai Yi shed his usual flamboyance, his expression heavy. That purifying flame. It's not a bloodline limit, is it? No. Then what is it? Yuan Fei risen did not answer directly. He took another scroll from his sleeve and pushed it toward Zilai Yi. This scroll was more confidential than the one shown to Shingai and sealed with the Hokage's direct seal. Only the Hokage himself and a very few trusted confidants could open it. Zilai Yi unrolled the scroll, quickly scanned its contents, and his expression grew increasingly grave. True word chakra. You mean? A legend that exists only in the ancient texts of Mount Myaboku. Yuan Fei risen said. The primordial flame used by the Sage of Six Paths to stabilize the world's chakra before he created the nine-tailed beasts. It does not belong to any chakra nature because all chakra natures are derived from it. It is not fire. It is the source of fire. Zilai Yi gasped. How can such a thing appear on a 6-year-old child? I don't know, and this child himself obviously doesn't fully understand either. Yuan Fei risen tapped his pipe. But since it has appeared, there is only one thing we can do. Protect him, guide him, and ensure this flame does not burn in the wrong direction. Zilai Yi was silent for a long time, then suddenly laughed. This kid's teacher is Lu Gu. Yes. That lazy Lu Gu who only teaches half of the shadow binding technique, and you let him mentor a student bearing the true word chakra. Zilai Yi rolled up the scroll and pushed it back. Old man, you've already had a plan in mind, haven't you? I only promised him to arrange someone, Yuan Fei risen said. I didn't say it would be Lu Gu. Ha! That kid thought he was hiring a tutor for half a day, but what's coming is... Wait. Zilai Yi's smile froze on his face. You don't mean... Didn't you say you wanted to take Bo Feng Shuimen as a disciple? I did say that, but I didn't say including his teammates. Then include them all. Yuan Fei risen's voice was unyielding. Zilai Yi, these 3 children are more special than any generation you or I have seen. Shuimen's light, Jozinai's vessel, Shingayan's spark. Each of their growth needs the best guardian. And you are the only one who can teach all 3 of them well. Zilai Yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He recalled the scene he had seen years ago before the prophecy stone at Mount Myaboku and the cryptic words of the great Toad Sage. Your disciple will become the axis of change. He had always thought that prophecy referred to a single person, but perhaps it was never about one person. Fine. He said, his tone resigned but a smile on his lips. But fair warning. I'm not as easygoing as Lu Gu. Yuan Fei risen laughed, relit his pipe, took a puff, and looked out the window. Sunlight bathed the streets of Mai, where 3 small figures gathered under the ginkgo tree in front of the Hokage building. The blonde boy was gesturing about something. The red-haired girl had her hands on her hips, as if retorting, and the black-haired boy leaned against the trunk, listening quietly, occasionally inserting a word that made both of them fall silent. The distance between the 3 shadows was exactly like the 3 small figures that had once surrounded his knees. Monkey. Yuan Fei risen said softly to the window, calling out to the comrade he had been closest to in his youth. These 3 children will be the future of Mai. Outside the Hokage building under the ginkgo tree, Shingayan had just stepped out of the gate when he was flanked by 2 figures. How was it? How was it? Shuimen leaned in, his blue eyes full of tension. Did the third Hokage give you a hard time? What did he say? Joshinai didn't speak, but her eyes wrote all the questions she wanted to ask on her face. Shingayan looked at the 2 faces that had clearly been waiting for a long time, paused for a beat, then shook his head gently. No trouble. Then, he said, my flame can continue to be used, but it must be used to protect comrades, not to harm them. He omitted the true word chakra. Danzo, the record rating, contents that were not yet time to be spoken. He only gave the answer he had already prepared, enough to reassure both comrades and himself. Shuimen let out a huge sigh of relief, leaning against him. That's great. I thought the third Hokage would lock you up for research. The third Hokage is not that kind of person, Joshinai said. She crossed her arms, her tone returning to its usual feistiness, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help curling up. My judgment was right after all. What judgment? The judgment to pick teammates, you idiot, Shuimen. Ha! Why are you scolding me? Because you're really dumb. Shingayan leaned against the tree trunk, listening to their bickering. Sunlight filtered through the ginkgo leaves, casting swaying golden fragments on his face. At the age of 6, he walked into the Hokage's office carrying the secrets of an entire world, and a power that did not belong to this world. When he walked out, he received an old man's unreserved promise. Not to die for the village but to live for your comrades. Yen, what are you thinking? Shuemen leaned in. He finally noticed that this usually calm teammate seemed to have a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Nothing. Shingayen withdrew his gaze, fixing his eyes on the newly carved statue of the third Hokage on the distant Hokage rock. Let's go home. He stepped toward the direction of the setting sun. Two shadows caught up from both sides, steadily sandwiching him in the middle. The next day was a day off. Shingu Yen woke up before dawn. He wasn't awakened by noise. It was Jing Yen stirring. The tiny white seed of fire pulsed gently in the depths of his dantian, like a plucked string, its lingering vibrations rippling through his meridians. He opened his eyes, staring at the slowly brightening light on the ceiling, taking about 3 seconds to confirm. It was not a warning, not a danger sense, but a subtler signal. Someone was scanning the house with chakra. The scanning technique was extremely skillful, as gentle as a feather brushing across the water's surface. If not for his enhanced perception from Jing Yen, he would never have detected it. That chakra held no malice but carried a kind of irritating nonchalance. As if someone were rummaging through his windowsill and casually commenting on the socks he had hung out to dry. Shingu Yen rolled out of bed and pushed open the window. In the early morning, the mist still lingered over the streets of Muyi, and a few streetlights were still on. He scanned the area but saw no one. But the residual trace of that chakra still lingered in the air, like the faint smell of smoke after someone finished a cigarette. A master. He murmured, closed the window, and decided to wash up first. Whoever it was, since they hadn't barged in directly, it meant they weren't planning to make a move for now. And as long as they weren't attacking, he could brush his teeth first. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. To be precise, it rang only half a note before being cut off. The visitor's strength was such that they nearly pressed the button into the wall. Shingu Ling Nai poked her head out of the kitchen, her apron still misted with the steam from miso soup, looking puzzled at the entrance. So early. Who could it be? Shingu Yen had already guessed who it was. The scent of that chakra was identical to the one that had scanned his house 10 minutes ago. He opened the door. Outside the door stood a tall, white-haired man, his Muyi forehead protector hanging askew on his forehead, wearing a smile that hovered between bold and lecherous. He wore a red vest and in his hands carried 2 skewers of dango and a small orange-covered booklet, the title of which was Intimate Paradise Volume 1. Yo! Zilai Yi looked down at the 6-year-old child, who only reached his knees, grinned, and said, "You're Shungu Yen. The third Hokage told me you're a special kid." I thought he was being sarcastic. Shungu Yen looked up expressionlessly at this future member of the legendary Sannin. He knew Zilai Yi would come. At the end of Chapter 6, when the third Hokage said he would arrange for someone, he had guessed that the choice wouldn't be Lu Gu. Lu Gu was suitable for teaching sealing arts, but the third Hokage needed someone who could guide his overall growth. In the village of Muyi, only the Sannin were qualified to teach ninjutsu, taijutsu, sealing arts, and tactics simultaneously. Gang Shou was not in the village, and De Shiwan was still conducting his human experiments, so only Zilai Yi remained. "Please come in." He stepped aside. Zilai Yi swaggered into the Shingu household, commenting on the material of the shoe cabinet, as he took off his shoes at the entrance. Shingu Ling Nai came out of the kitchen, and the moment she saw Zilai Yi, the ladle in her hand nearly dropped. Zilai Yesama. "Yo, beautiful lady, hello. I'm here to teach your son, on the third Hokage's orders. Don't worry, I'm one of the Sannin of Muyi, the Toad Sage of Miao Mushan, the mentor of the Child of Prophecy." Child of Prophecy? Shingu Ling Nai looked bewildered. "It's him." Zilai Yi pointed his thumb toward Shingu Yen, his tone as certain as announcing that the sun rises from the east. Shingu Yen was pouring himself a glass of water. At these words his hand paused for a moment. He didn't turn around but said calmly, "Don't casually pin such titles on others." "I'm not casually pinning it." Zilai Yi's tone suddenly became serious for half a beat. Only half a beat, because the next second he was back to his frivolous expression, striking up a conversation with Shingu Ling Nai. "Is there a public bath nearby?" "No." Shingu Yen interrupted him. "If we're going to train, let's go Zilai Yi sensei." Zilai Yi was taken aback for a moment, then laughed even louder. "Zilai Yi sensei? That's a good title, much better than Pervy Sage." He turned and followed Shingu Yen out, but at the door he suddenly bent down, leaned in, and whispered, "But speaking of which, you said no earlier. How did you know I was going to ask about the bathhouse?" "Because the 2 skewers of dango you're holding aren't for yourself. There's a pink lipstick mark on your eyebrow. You were probably at the izakaya until 4 in the morning. When you left, you climbed over my windowsill and commented on my socks." Shingu Yen pulled open the door and walked out, leaving behind a remark. "The socks were washed by my mom, not me." Zilai Yi stood at the entrance stunned for a good while. Then he burst into thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha, third Hokage. Are you sure this kid isn't your long-lost illegitimate son from your younger days?" "Training ground, no. 37 of Mu Yi, located at the foot of the mountain directly behind Hua Ing Yen. Not open to the public, it was a test site reserved for Jiaonan and Umbu, its grounds still scarred with craters and fissures from various large-scale ninjutsu. Zilai Yi led Shingu Yen through the barrier ward, walked to the center of the training ground, then turned to face him, finally completely dropping his frivolous demeanor. The old man told me everything. Jing Yen, the puppet seal you envision, see the failed poisoning with corpse bone grass, and what you said in the Hokage's office, not dying for the village but living for your comrades. Shingu Yen remained silent. When he said that, his expression was like he had already picked out the music for his own funeral. Zilai Yi sighed, then crossed his arms and looked down at the 6-year-old before him. So the old man called me back from the busy work of material collection, and shoved a 6-year-old student into my hands. Do you know what that means? It means he thinks I'm going to die. Shingu Yen blurted out. His expression as he said this was very calm beyond his 6 years. Something flickered in Zilai Yi's expression, but he didn't let that fleeting complex look linger. He simply placed the 2 skewers of dango on a stump at the edge of the field, then took off his red vest and hung it on a branch. Training is divided into 3 parts: basic taijutsu chakra control, and an introduction to senjutsu perception. Without a foundation in taijutsu, you won't even be able to touch a jounin sleeve in 3 years. Chakra control is the prerequisite for controlling that white flame of yours. Right now you can only spew it out instinctively like a cat sneezing sparks. Shingu Yen recalled the chopstick-thick white flame from yesterday's training ground. Indeed, that release had been pure instinct. He had no idea what conditions were required to replicate it, nor could he manipulate Jing Yen at will. Sneezing out fire was itself a problem. As for senjutsu perception, that's related to the Jing Yen inside you, and it's also what you need most. Shingu Yen's eyebrows twitched. This was the first time he had heard someone make a clear connection between Jing Yen and senjutsu. Zilai Yi saw his question but didn't explain immediately. He sat cross-legged on the grass, patted the ground in front of him, and motioned for Shingu Yen to sit down. Sit. First theory. I ask you, what is the key physiological condition for maintaining chakra flow? The balance of mental energy and physical energy. Shingu Yen answered promptly. Textbook answer. But this white flame of yours operates on a logic different from all ninjutsu. It doesn't consume your mental and physical energy. Instead, it slowly devours your chakra as nourishment. Zilai Yi reached out and lightly tapped the area of Shingu Yan's dantian. At the moment of contact, a minuscule golden arc of lightning flashed across his fingertips, so brief that Shingu Yen almost thought it was an illusion. Right? Shingu Yen silently admitted it. This was the greatest hidden danger of Jing Yen. Although it only consumed a minuscule amount of chakra, if one day his chakra was exhausted, what would this seed of fire begin to consume? No one knew. This is why the old man asked me to teach you senjutsu perception. Zilai Yi's voice turned serious. Chakra is the combination of spirit and body, and senjutsu chakra adds a third element, natural energy. Since your Jing Yen doesn't belong to any of the 5 elemental natures, it's very likely related to a higher order nature or bloodline. However, your current state is more like an early incomplete stage that hasn't been fully analyzed. He held up 3 fingers. If these 3 energies can all be channeled into Jing Yen, it's equivalent to using natural energy to feed it instead of your own chakra. Over time, Jing Yen will not turn against your body. Shingu Yen silently committed this principle to memory, then looked up. Then we start now. Not so fast. Zilai Yi suddenly stood up, his form flickered, and he vanished with a body flicker. Shingu Yan's pupils contracted. Jing Yan's perception activated at the same instant. The white seed of fire within him burst open. Chakra surged from his dantian to his limbs at several times the normal speed, and everything in his vision became a grid of perception. It was the same as the night of Tuanzang's ambush. Time seemed to be in slow motion, but he did not sense Zilai Yi's chakra. The perception grid was empty, only the rustle of wind through the grass and the faint flutter of distant birds. Zilai Yi had vanished into thin air. Then a hand gently pressed down on the top of his head from behind. Your perception activation speed is fast. Next we need to practice extending the range. Start with 30 meters. Shingu Yen didn't jump away. He just slowly exhaled the breath he had been holding. Can't you just speak like a normal person? It was a statement. Haha, normal training is so boring. Don't worry, there's plenty of fun ahead. This was just an entrance test to see your perception radius and reaction speed. Zilai Yi ruffled his hair, then withdrew his hand. In the afternoon we'll start basic senjutsu perception training. Your teammates, those 2 kids, will arrive soon. I've arranged with Lu Gu to have all 3 of you train together, while I'm free today. Shingu Yen had been thinking about the specifics of senjutsu perception training, but upon hearing the word, teammates, he immediately looked up. Half an hour later, Shui Men and Zhou Xi and I were brought to training ground No. 37 by an Umbu. As soon as Shui Men saw Zilai Yi, his eyes widened, and his excitement nearly made his blonde hair stand on end. Zilai Yesima. It's Zilai Yesima, one of the Sannin. Are you the one the third Hokage sent to train us? Not to train you, but to train him. Zilai Yi pointed his chin at Shin Guyen. You two are just extras. Eh? If you're not satisfied, you don't have to train. I'll train. Shui Men nodded frantically. Joexai and I stood to the sidearms crossed, sizing up Zilai Yi. The red-haired girl's gaze swept from the white-haired man's head to his feet like a scanner, then settled on the orange-covered booklet. What's that? Nothing. Zilai Yi hid the book behind his back. Intimate Paradise. Joexai and I narrowed her eyes, reading the title silently. Sounds disgusting. This isn't something kids should see. Zilai Yi's frantic attempt to shove the book into his ninja tool pouch made Shingu Yen sigh, while Shui Men was already rolling on the ground laughing. The afternoon training began with chakra control. Tree climbing. Zilai Yi pointed to the ancient pine trees over 30 meters tall, at the edge of the training ground. No hands, only use the soles of your feet to adhere chakra. Climb to the top and then walk back down. All three of you. Then he pointed at Shin Guyen. You take off your shoes. The Jing Yen inside you will interfere with your chakra control. Your difficulty is an order of magnitude higher than theirs. Shui Men was the first to try. He took 3 steps, rushed up the trunk to 3 meters high, then output too much chakra, causing the bark under his feet to explode. He was flung off and landed on the ground. So hard. The blond boy stood up, rubbing his bottom, his hair covered in grass clippings, but his eyes were even brighter. Again. Shin Guyen took off his shoes and stepped barefoot onto the tree trunk. The sole of his foot felt cold and rough. He slowly gathered chakra to the soles of his feet. But the moment the chakra reached his calves, Jing Yen stirred. The tiny white seed of fire, as if disturbed by something, gave a little jump, devouring a thread of the barely gathered chakra. His foot slipped and he fell, his shoulder crashing into the tree root. Yen! Shui Men ran over and reached out, but he waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary. Jing Yen is interfering with my chakra control. He stood up, brushed off the bits of bark, his voice still in its usual tone. It's fine. It's precisely because it's hard that we need to practice. Zilai Yi sat on a stump in the distance, squinting, as he watched, but said nothing, the corner of his mouth curling up. Over the next 2 hours the 3 children repeatedly charged at the ancient pines. Climbing up, falling down, climbing up again. On his 4th attempt, Shui Men found the optimal point of chakra output. His soles just adhered to the bark without bursting it. When he reached the top, he crouched on the treetop like a golden squirrel and waved down. Joexai and I took longer, but as the sun began to set, she finally made it up. She sat on a branch, swinging her legs, her face a mix of sweat and pride, and made a funny face at Shin Guyen, who was still struggling at the base of the tree. Shin Guyen kept climbing the thickest ancient pine. Jing Yen crouched in his dantian like a restless cat, reaching out with its claws to disrupt the chakra every time it flowed to his soles. He fell more times than the 2 others combined, and the skin on his feet was already scraped raw by the bark. But he didn't stop. Every time he fell, he would close his eyes, sit upright, and sense the path of chakra flow within his body, locating the point where Jing Yen interfered, then adjust the angle of his force for the next attempt. He pursed his lips, the muscles in his arms switching between tension and relaxation in a way that no 6-year-old should, as if he were slowly grinding his body and that untamable white fire into a compromise. By evening, Zilai Yi stood up from the stump and announced that today's training was over. Shui Men ran over and handed Shin Guyen a towel, who took it and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tomorrow continues. The white-haired man slung his jacket over his shoulder and waved at the 3 children. By the way, kid, that line you said today about the socks being washed by your mom, can I put it in my novel? No. Ha ha ha, I'm off. Zilai Yi's figure flickered and vanished in the sunset. The training ground fell silent. Shui Men supported Shin Guyen as they walked back, with Joexai and I following behind. She stared at the black-haired boy's sweat-soaked back, frowned several times, but ultimately said nothing. Shin Guyen felt the burning pain on the soles of his feet, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a barely perceptible arc. Jing Yen was still devouring his chakra, but during the last climb of the day, halfway up he slipped, and then Jing Yen suddenly jumped out of the chakra path, making way for him, allowing him to stand firmly on the trunk 5 meters above the ground. Although he only stayed steady for less than a second before sliding back down. In that second, he felt it. This fire was not dead. It was watching him grow. Tree climbing training lasted 7 days. In those 7 days, Kamiya Yan's soles shed a layer of skin, grew new skin, and then shed again. Jing Yan, from initially deliberately causing trouble, gradually became occasionally cooperative, and later, after he could walk steadily on the tree trunk, began to actively adjust its own chakra absorption rhythm, leaving him just enough passage. It's learning. On the 5th night, Kamiya Yan sat on the floor of his room, barefoot on the crack cut by Jing Yan, muttering to himself. It's watching me learn and then learning along with me. This realization gave him a strange feeling. Jingyan was not a weapon, not a tool, nor even a Kekii Genkai. It was a life form with self-awareness dwelling deep in his dantian, sharing the same body with him. He didn't know what it would eventually become, but he had begun to get used to its presence like getting used to his own heartbeat. On the evening of the 7th day, Jiraiya announced the end of tree climbing training. Minato and Kushina could already hang upside down from the canopy without falling, while Kamiya Yen's achievement was he could walk steadily on the tree trunk for 3 minutes before being disrupted by Jingyan and slipping a step. To Minato this result was unimpressive, but Jiraiya just glanced at him, said, "Pass," and then led him to the other end of the training ground. "From today your training will be separate from theirs." Kamiya Yen frowned slightly. In the distance, Minato was undergoing shadow clone reinforcement training, an advanced course specially designed for him by Jiraiya. The blonde boy's talent was being pushed to the extreme in multitasking. Kushina had started preliminary learning of chakra sealing under the guidance of a female ANBU ninja. Their training content is completely different from yours. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a flat boulder, arms folded. It's not because someone is stronger or weaker, but because the three of you have fundamentally different development directions. Minato's strengths are speed and reaction, Kushina's strengths are chakra volume and sealing adaptability, while your advantage, or rather the advantage of that thing inside you, is perception and precision striking. He extended a finger and drew a circle in the air. Taijutsu and tactics can be honed in team combat, but Jingyan's perception ability can only be developed by yourself. No one else can replace you. From today, Sage Art Perception Introduction. The first lesson of Sage Art Perception Introduction was to sit. Meditation, Jiraiya said. Do nothing, just sit. Kamiya Yen sat cross-legged on the grass in the center of the training ground and closed his eyes. Jingyan burned quietly in his dantian like a faint white lamp. What do you feel? Grass. Birds in the distance. Minato's chakra split into 4 strands at the other end of the training ground. The fluctuations of the shadow clone were very unstable. He was not yet proficient. Kushina is angry. Her chakra temperature has risen. Probably the sealing technique failed again. Jiraiya's eyebrow twitched. From 300 meters, he precisely sensed the number of shadow clones and their chakra temperature. Is this the perception Jingyan gives you? Yes. Very strong. But this perception is passive. It's the vision Jingyan provides you as a dweller. It's like a hawk perched on your shoulder. It sees the prey for you, not you yourself. Kamiya Yen opened his eyes. He caught the implication. You mean, I need to learn to perceive without using it? Not without using it. Jiraiya corrected. It's learning to actively use it. Turn it from your eyes into your hands. Right now the information you perceive is filtered by Jingyan. Only what it considers important is pushed to your consciousness. But the truly lethal information on the battlefield often hides in the corners it deems unimportant. Kamiya Yen fell silent, recalling the black insect of Aburaim Shinji. Initially the perception scan when entering the classroom did capture an anomaly, but it was too faint. Jingyan classified it as low-priority intelligence, not belonging to current threats, and did not actively push it to his consciousness. If not for the sudden surge of chakra fluctuation when the insect finally took off, he might have completely missed the target. That time he got lucky. What about next time? Understood, he said. How do I practice? Jiraiya did not answer directly. He took out a silver needle from his chest, its tip glinting coldly in the sunset. This needle bears my chakra mark. I will hide it somewhere in the training ground. You must find it without using your legs. Only using perception. Range. Just starting, keep it small. Radius 100 meters. Kamiya Yen closed his eyes again, sinking his consciousness into Jingyan. The wisp of white flame in his dantian gave a flicker like a hound receiving a command and began to radiate perception outward. A perception grid of 100 meters radius unfolded in his mind. He saw insect eggs under tree roots, water veins in the soil, the heartbeat of sparrows flying overhead, the surging waveform of Minato's chakra outburst in the distance. Every moment a flood of information poured in, dense and thick like being stuffed into a crowded warehouse. But which one was the needle? All chakra traces were mixed together, indistinguishable. He repeatedly filtered through the enormous stream of information, his temples beginning to throb faintly, sweat beading on his forehead. After 7 minutes he had to open his eyes, gasping for breath. The perception grid collapsed, all images receding like a tide. Found it. No, too much information. His perception could spread 100 meters, but couldn't precisely locate a faint chakra mark while spreading. Once the range expands, precision goes out of control. That's the problem. Jingyan gave you eyes that can receive 1,000,000 pixels, but your brain can only process 10,000 pixels. To find the needle you don't need to see the entire training ground. You only need to lock onto the unique chakra mark on the needle. He raised a finger. The way to find a needle is not to search every inch of the grassland. It is to give the needle a unique name, then capture the signal that resonates with it, amplifying it until it penetrates all interference. Kamiya Yen seemed to understand. He closed his eyes again, this time not spreading his perception 100 meters, but contracting it within 10 meters around him, then practiced switching between expansion and contraction like adjusting the size of a flame. Switch to a more specific target. He adjusted the perception range. The needle's position cannot be fully determined, but the residue of Jiraiya's chakra will be distributed near the needle. Lock onto his chakra signature, then trace back along the signature to the needle's position. Half a minute later he found the needle in a pine tree hollow at the north corner of the training ground. The whole process took less than a minute. When he handed the needle to Jiraiya, the white-haired man grinned. That's what I said. He put the needle into his chest. You're not a useless piece of trash. You just need a different teaching method. The second day of perception training, the difficulty jumped directly from finding stationary objects to capturing moving targets. Jiraiya brought a helper, a shadow clone that could only use basic clone technique. He left the shadow clone in the training ground and his main body disappeared somewhere. The key to wide-range scanning is not to spread a net and pray for prey to collide, but to partition. Divide the 100 meters into 4 50-meter zones, scan each zone, once then switch to the next. Begin. Kamiya divided the perception range into 4 blocks. By the time he finished scanning the first block, his eye sockets were already twitching. The rate of chakra consumption far exceeded expectations. With 30 years of prior experience, Jingyan amplified perception precision by several times and consumption also jumped by several times. He gritted his teeth and switched to the second zone, then paused. Wrong angle. The shadow clone was not standing on the ground. It was hanging upside down in the canopy behind the pine tree, at the north corner of the training ground, its chakra fluctuations completely blocked by the trunk. If he only scanned from the front, he would never find it. He nearly missed this detail. Jingyan indeed gave him omnidirectional perception, but if he habitually scanned only from the front hemisphere, he would be exploited through this blind spot. The tool has no blind spots, the user does. He closed his eyes, adjusted the partition angle, switched the perception area to the back, and 3 seconds later locked onto the target. A kunai flew from his sleeve, grazing the shadow clone's ear and embedding into the tree trunk. The shadow clone dissipated into smoke. A bit interesting. Jiraiya's voice came from the entrance of the training ground. The white-haired man leaned against the gatepost, obviously watching the whole process. Others miss it at most twice before discovering the angle problem. You noticed it on the first try. Because I would hide there myself, Kamiya said. The real difficulty of sage art perception appeared on the 4th day. What is natural energy? Jiraiya did not answer directly. Instead he unrolled a scroll from his waist and spread it on the ground. The scroll was not an ordinary ninjutsu diagram. The paper was yellowed, edges curled, made of ancient paper at least 100 years old. At the top was a drawing of a sitting toad with archaic brushstrokes. Its eyes were inlaid with 2 extremely thin pieces of mica refracting a strange luster in the sunlight. This is the natural energy sensing diagram of Mount Myaboku. The toad's eyes can sense the flow of minute natural energy. You'll first use it to help you find nodes where natural energy gathers densely. Then you sit on the node and listen with Jingyan. Listen. Natural energy is not seen, not smelled, not touched. It is heard. Jiraiya tapped his own ear. Each natural energy has its own unique sound. The sound of mountains, the sound of rivers, the sound of wind, the sound of trees. How many sounds you can hear means how many kinds of natural energy you can mobilize. He pointed to the distance of the training ground. Behind the Hokage rock, a bare rocky peak reflected a rust-colored light in the sunset. The sound of that mountain is suitable for beginners. Starting tonight, your last lesson of the day will be there. Sit until you can hear the mountain's breath. That night Kamiya sat cross-legged on a flat rock, halfway up the mountain, eyes closed, Jingyan burning quietly in his dantian. He spread his perception outward as Jiraiya taught. Different from previous scans, this time it was not active search. He lowered his own chakra fluctuations to a minimum, turning his body into a hollow container, allowing everything from outside to flow in freely. At first he heard nothing, only the wind and the roar of his own blood washing through vessels. Then, in a moment of complete mental emptiness, he heard it. Not heard with his ears. Jingyan gave a flicker in his dantian, and then a strange resonance came from deep within the rock he sat on. An extremely low hum, as if a giant heart deep in the earth was slowly beating on a scale of centuries. He instinctively tried to grab it, and the sound immediately vanished like startled birds. He emptied his mind again, waited a long time, and the hum reappeared fainter and farther than before. On the 3rd night he learned not to grab. Just let the hum carry him, like placing an open palm on the river surface, not clutching the water, only feeling its flow. On the 7th night he could already distinguish 3 sounds simultaneously: the mountains hum, the breath of moss in rock crevices, and the fine specks of light carried by wind around the rock face. The energy of sunlight lingering in the stones slowly released after sunset. On the 8th night, when he opened his eyes, he found a thin layer of gray-brown soil on his palms, as if the rock surface had been lightly brushed by something. He stared for a long time, then clenched his fist, feeling the gentle pulse of Jingyan deep in his palm. Jingyan's resonance with natural energy was far stronger than an ordinary ninja's. Not his talent but Jingyan's. I might be more suited to sage art than I thought. He muttered to himself, tone flat as if stating an objective fact. But under the moonlight the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. On the 8th day of training, Minato and Kushina rarely had no individual training tasks. Jiraiya gathered the three together again. Today no basics, directly a practical lesson. The content is simple, perception confrontation. He pointed at Kamiya, then at Minato and Kushina. Your task is to hide. Use any method. Substitution, shadow clone, burrowing, tree climbing, diving into water. As long as he can't find you, you win. What about me? Kamiya asked. Within 30 seconds find both of them. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, both showing surprised expressions. This was unfair. Unfair to Kamiya. One was fast enough to body flicker relay between treetops, the other was a master of underwater stealth, who could overwhelm tracking with massive chakra, while Kamiya had to lock onto two highly mobile targets in 30 seconds. It sounded almost hopeless. But when Minato saw Kamiya's expression, he suddenly fell silent. That dark-haired teammate was slightly lowering his head, taking deep breaths. His entire demeanor changed in the few seconds their eyes met. He turned off the search mode, retracted all attention inward like a flame curling inward. Begin! Before Jiraiya's words even landed, Minato and Kushina vanished simultaneously. Minato used Shadow Clone. 3 identical Minato Namikes shot out in 3 directions. One up a tree, one into a pond, one circling behind a rock. Each clone dispersed its own chakra trajectory with waveform interference patterns dizzyingly varied. Kushina chose a different path. She jumped directly into the stream at the edge of the training ground and dove deep into the streambed. The red-haired girl's chakra volume was already enormous, rivaling a genin's. She expanded a blurry, thick chakra mass underwater, completely enveloping her form. Kamiya closed his eyes, and Jingyan exploded a perception pulse within him. In an instant, the holographic grid of the entire training ground spread in his mind. The wood grain of trees, the temperature layers of water, the pore structure of stones. All details flooded into his consciousness simultaneously. But a trained perceiver would not be greedy for completeness. He knew Jingyan's processing power had a limit. Using all power to scan every pixel would instead lose lock on dynamic targets. He did not scan the full map. He skipped the texture of trees, the trembling of grass blades, and directly scanned chakra waveforms. The waveforms of the 3 shadow clones seemed identical, but one exposed a very faint trace of the original Bodhi's aura during its jump. The shadow clone technique can never distribute chakra absolutely evenly. One body will always carry a half-beat heartbeat delay due to bearing the main will. He captured a trace clue from the residual trajectory of that original aura, and in the instant the tree canopy changed direction, locked onto Minato's original position. A kunai flew from his hand. The kunai struck the tree trunk an inch from Minato's side. The blonde boy froze on the branch, eyes wide. How did you? Kamiya did not hear this. In the same instant he threw the kunai, he had already switched his perception into the water. Kushina had created a huge interference cloud with her chakra mass, turning the streambed into a perception blind zone. But he didn't need to scan through the cloud. He scanned the wake of water flowing around an obstacle, an extremely faint blank within that thick chakra cloud, like the quiet eye of a whirlpool, exactly the silhouette of a 6-year-old girl curled up. He didn't throw a kunai. He just said, Kushina, your chakra expansion area is too large. It blocks others' view but also draws a circle around your own position. The water surface was silent for 2 seconds, then, with a splash, the red-haired girl emerged from the stream, hair wet against her face, expression both angry and embarrassed. Can't you use a more normal way to find people? Kamiya opened his eyes, turned to Jiraiya. How many seconds? Jiraiya smiled, not answering immediately, just exhaled a long white breath toward the evening sky. 9 seconds. You can be faster. He raised 4 fingers and waved, making the 3 children's faces turn to him simultaneously. That's all for today. Rest tomorrow, continue the day after. I'm going out on a short-term mission about 7 days. During these 7 days your training will be supervised by Lu Gu. He already has the syllabus I left. Minato was taken aback. Jiraiya-sensei is going to look for material. His tone carried undisguised disappointment. He gently patted the blonde boy's head with rare lightness, then waved to the 3 children. An orange-covered booklet peeked from the mouth of his ninja tool pouch, like a talisman unique to him. This time it's not for material. It's to confirm something. He looked at Kamiya, his single eye unusually devoid of smile. About Jingyan's origin, I found some very interesting old tales. Someone in the Warring States period saw similar records in the ruins of the Land of Lightning. If true, perhaps we can find out the upper limit of that thing inside you. Kamiya met his gaze. Is it dangerous? Danger? Ha ha ha. I am the Toad Sage of Mount Miyaboku Jiraiya-zama, a mere ruin. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato's voice suddenly deepened. The blond boy's fists clenched at his sides, his blue eyes fixed straight on him. Please be careful. The white-haired man looked at him, then at Kamiya Yen, then at the red-haired girl who was trying hard to keep a straight face and look away. His lips moved as if to say something, but in the end he just smiled and pushed his headband back into place. Got it. Then he vanished with body flicker. The evening wind brushed across the training ground, and the three walked back together. When they reached a fork in the road, Kamiya Yen suddenly stopped, startling Minato, who was walking ahead. What's wrong? Nothing. Kamiya Yen gazed in the direction Jiraiya had disappeared, slowly clenching his fist. Deep in his palm, Jingyan gave a gentle pulse, as if responding to some distant fluctuation. He stepped forward to catch up with his teammates. On the third day after Zilai Yi left, Lu Gus's training regimen changed. It was not a gradual adjustment, but a precipitous leap in difficulty. The day before they were still practicing chakra control and basic taijutsu. The very next morning he was summoned to the 7th training ground, an AMBO-exclusive sealing technique testing site. The ground was paved with special chakra-absorbing bricks, the walls densely carved with sealing arrays, and the air carried a faint scent of ink and an even subtler trace of scorch marks. When Shingayan arrived, Lu Gu was already standing in the center of the field. He held 3 sealing brushes in his hand, their handles engraved with the deer horn pattern of the Niliang clan. From today onward your training will be divided into 2 parts, Lu Gu said, cutting straight to the point. Sealing techniques in the morning, sensory training in the afternoon. This is a new plan I've adjusted based on the syllabus left by Lord Zilai Yi and the supplementary instructions from the Third Hokage. For the next year your training will proceed within this framework with no further phase divisions. Shingayan looked at the sealing arrays around the field. The complexity of those array patterns far surpassed any basic sealing technique he had seen in textbooks. A few of the patterns even flowed slowly, as if infused with a trace of living chakra. What will I learn today? The foundation of combat sealing: lock onto the target and then seal. Complete the formula formation within the extremely brief window when the target's movement is restricted. This is a prerequisite skill for all high-level sealing techniques. Lu Gu raised his left hand, fingers spread. Black shadow threads extended from his fingertips, weaving into a palm-sized circular array on the ground. The shadow binding technique, you've seen it, can immobilize an enemy for a very short time. What sealing technique must do is to complete the formula and fix it onto the target before the shadow binding technique wears off. He withdrew his left hand, the shadow threads dissipated and the array faded away. For example, at the moment the shadow binding technique seizes the enemy, you apply a pre-prepared sealing formula onto them. Throughout the entire process you yourself are in a completely defenseless posture. If you miss the target or the formula collapses midway, it's essentially standing still and taking a hit. Shingayan gazed at the ink-black array patterns, his mind recalling all the sealing technique materials he had studied. Fire sealing, seal, poison sealing, seal, 4-symbol seal. All practical combat sealing techniques followed the same underlying logic: create an extremely brief window in battle, then slam the formula onto the target before the window closes. The risk was extremely high. The demands on precision and mental fortitude were an order of magnitude higher than for taijutsu or ninjutsu. Start with the simplest. Lu Gu tossed him a sealing brush. Draw the fire sealing seal on the straw man. Requirement: the hand seal time must not exceed 0.8 seconds. Your chakra control is now much more stable than before. This standard shouldn't be too difficult. The morning training took place at the 7th training ground. Shingayan stood before a row of straw men, gripping the sealing brush, his wrist stained with ink, his back straight as a ramrod. He forced chakra from his fingertips into the brush handle. The moment the brush tip touched the straw man, the array pattern scattered. The temperature was too high, and the fire sealing agent in the cinnabar ink was deactivated by the purifying flame. Again the brush tip left a scorch mark. On the 3rd attempt he suppressed the purifying flame deep into his dantian, deliberately severing its resonance with the chakra channels. The sealing formula finally completed its formation in midair. But the synchronous hand seal for the shadow binding technique was a beat too slow. By the time the array pattern attached to the straw man, it had already expired and lost effect, sliding down limply. Missed. Lu Gu said from a short distance, the shadow binding technique is not an independent step. It must share the same chakra circulation circuit with the sealing technique. Imagine your left and right hands as 2 panels of the same door. Shingayan did not reply. He closed his eyes and dissected the failure in his mind. The shadow binding technique's chakra circuit went through the left arm. The fire sealing seal went through the right arm. The 2 circuits collided at a meridian node near the shoulder blade, competing for the path. Shared circuit, easy. He could shift the hand seal of the shadow binding technique half a beat later. First initiate the chakra flow of the fire sealing seal, then when the fire sealing seal was half complete, ride the shadow binding technique onto it, allowing the 2 streams of chakra to pass through the same main meridian sequentially rather than competing simultaneously. On the 27th attempt, the array pattern of the fire sealing seal lit up in midair, and the black threads of the shadow binding technique bound the straw man at the same instant. The array pattern landed on the straw man, without collapsing, imprinting fully into the woven texture, and emitting a dry rustling sound like paper being dried. Lu Gu walked over, inspected the integrity of the array pattern, and simply said, "Take a break." Then he turned to adjust the sensory training device at the other end of the field. The afternoon sensory training was even harder than the morning. Lu Gu's training method was completely different from Zilai's. Zilai Yi used the natural energy sensing method of Miao Mu Mountain, emphasizing emptiness, listening, and resonance. Lu Gu's method came from the tactical sensing system of the Niliang clan, emphasizing precision, layering, and locking. Sealing techniques and sensing are one. Lu Gu said, standing in the center of the field, holding a long thin bamboo pole with a bell tied to its end. A qualified sealing ninja does not first sense the enemy and then activate the seal. Instead, the seal is already completed at the moment they sense the enemy. He tapped the ground with the bamboo pole. Simultaneously, 12 faint chakra marks lit up on the walls around the training ground, each one simulating a hidden enemy. Your purifying flame can sense malice and seek out targets, giving you a shortcut that ordinary sensing ninjas lack. But the problem now is not whether you can find them. It's that your strike after finding them is not fast enough. The enemy can break free before you complete the sealing formula. Find all 12 marks that appeared within your sensing range a minute ago, and take them out one by one with the fire sealing seal. If you cannot hit the second mark within 6 seconds of touching the first, the remaining marks will all disappear. That was the effective control duration of the shadow binding technique. Any attack that exceeded this window meant in actual combat that the target had already broken free. Shingayan closed his eyes. The purifying flame in his dantian burst forth with a sensory pulse. The positions of all 12 marks flooded into his consciousness in an instant. But at the very same moment, the fire sealing seal formula in his hand collapsed. He performed sensory scanning and sealing technique hand seals simultaneously. His left hand drawing the array, his right hand sensing. The chakra collided in his mind into a blinding white light. The marks extinguished one by one. By the time he barely managed to slap the first fire sealing seal onto a mark, the other 11 had long gone dark. Sensing and the formula cannot be handled separately. Lu Gu said, his tone without reproach, simply stating a fact. You must turn the sealing formula into an extension of your sensing. Just like when you touch something with your finger, you don't first think finger goes to touch, and then think what is this, because their circuits are the same. That afternoon Shingayan took out all the marks, but his accuracy was less than half. He remained silent all the way home, glancing back toward the training ground several times, his expression, as if he were replaying the session in the air. Shuamen was saying something beside him, but he didn't hear a single word. Still too slow, he thought. Tuan Song was faster than him, De Shiwan was faster, and that poisoner lurking in the shadows of the root was faster. In this world, any moment of slowness meant that he or his teammates would die. That night, he went alone to the back mountain of the Hokage rock. Spreading his left hand, he practiced the shadow binding technique, and the fire sealing seal in the same breath over 60 times, until the skin between his shoulder blades was burned into a red patch by the chakra being pulled back and forth. Only then did he roll onto his back on the rock, panting at the moon. The sealing technique training lasted for 5 full days. In those 5 days, Shingayan's left fingers developed a thin layer of calluses, marks left by countless vibrations and friction of the sealing brush. Lu Gu's lessons contained no flashy content, only repetition. Repeatedly drawing the fire sealing seal on straw men, repeatedly completing the sealing formula within the window of the shadow binding technique, repeatedly slapping the array pattern onto moving targets while maintaining sensory scanning. Once a person repeatedly fails and adjusts in monotonous repetition, it is easy for their movements to deform and their attention to scatter. But Shingayan did not. His focus was like a dull blade repeatedly pushed across a whetstone. The more it was sharpened, the faster and steadier it became. On the 6th day, Lu Gu suddenly raised the training difficulty. Today, no straw men. He pointed to Shuemen and Juxanai standing at the edge of the field. The blonde boy wore light training clothes, and the red-haired girl had her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, fastening a shuriken pouch to her right leg. The two had clearly been anticipating this for a whole week, their expressions barely containing eagerness. Shuemen and Juxanai will be your sparring partners. The rules are simple. Lu Gu raised his hand and formed a seal. Simultaneously, 6 sealing arrays appeared on the ground of the training ground, each the size of a bowl, evenly distributed on a 15-meter circumference centered on Shingayan. These arrays will automatically activate upon sensing the chakra intrusion of your teammates. You must locate the target's exact position within 15 seconds of activation, then execute the shadow binding sealing technique. Once any array is stepped on and triggered by the opponent for more than 15 seconds, it will extinguish, representing the loss of a defense node. 2 nodes extinguished results in a defensive failure. 6 rounds of offense and defense. Shuemen raised his hand. Teacher Lu Gu, what is the goal for Juxanai and me? Break through his sensory defense line and step on the arrays, Lu Gu said. Use any method you like. Shadow clones, smoke bombs, substitution technique, high-speed movement, hidden charge. Anything works. Your task is to make it impossible for him to defend. If you break the rules, it'll give you a direct failing grade. The water surface rippled without wind. Shui Men launched the first round of attack with shadow clones. 3 clones charging in from 3 directions simultaneously, while the original circled to the back attempting to plunge straight into the center, while he was busy dealing with the clones. Shingai ignored the shadow clones, locked onto the direction where his original body would inevitably expose itself when switching cover, pinned his ankle with the left-hand shadow binding technique, and steadily slapped the fire-sealing seal onto the array with his right hand. In the second round, Shui Men circled behind a tree, and directly accelerated with body flicker. Before he appeared, Shingai had already laid a layer of sensory attachment on that tree. The moment Shui Men touched the attachment layer, he was precisely located. The fire-sealing seal brushed past his chest, scorching a faint white mark on his training suit. Third time. Shui Men picked himself up from the ground, his face displaying an expression of disbelief. Are you on me? What is hidden on you? Zhou Xinai pushed him aside and walked into the arena. The red-haired girl's fighting style made Xingu Yen feel pressure for the first time. Unlike Minato, she did not rely on speed. Instead, she used her vast chakra to create a dispersive cloud, completely drowning her presence in the noise. Her chakra fluctuations refracted repeatedly underwater, and through the mud layers the directional signals scattered. Xingu Yen had to simultaneously deal with interference data and the faint echoes of the real targets, neglecting even the third marker. Just as he successfully intercepted this round, Minato stepped on the first formation from the other side. Defense failed. If you lost your side view while discerning angles, use a wood clone to block the interference source. Ruku Valley added slowly from outside. Xingu Yan's breathing was heavy, his brain buzzing from prolonged high-intensity perception. Let's go again. In the next round, he withstood all interference during the gap between the two's cross assaults, placing the final sealing fire mark half an inch above the muddy ground, where Zhou Xinai was about to land. The red-haired girl couldn't retract her feet in time and fell on the grass. She sat there stunned for a moment and then glared at Xingu Yen, her cheeks flushed. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Xingu Yen calmly retracted the sealing pen. The rules allow it. Yen, you bastard. Minato hurried over to mediate. Xingu Yen stood in the gradually dissipating array, his right hand trembling slightly. During that interception, he had completely synchronized the perception pulse of pure flame with the sealing fire mark. It was not about acting after perceiving, but completing the technique at the very moment of sensing. Ruku Valley wrote a few notes on the evaluation sheet, slowly capping his pen. Qualified. In the second week of sealing technique training, Ruku Valley placed a black scroll in front of Xingu Yen. The scroll bore the secret seal of the Konoha Umbu. Not something learned from textbooks. This is a modified version of the poison sealing technique. After reverse analysis of the puppet sealing residue within Uni Shinji's body, the Umbu improved it into a perception sealing technique capable of forcibly identifying toxins within the target's body. Having learned the basic sealing fire mark, the logic of this new technique is a level more complex. It's not about sealing external attacks, but about locking onto specific existing toxins within the target's body and forcibly sealing them. Xingu Yen accepted the scroll, unfurled it, and took a glance at the structure of the array. It had 2 complete outer rings, more than the sealing fire mark, and the density of the technique nodes doubled, which meant the precision requirements for chakra control also doubled. This is the meaning of the Third Hokage. The bento poisoning incident has still not been clarified, and the person hiding in the shadows may strike again at any moment. Ordinary ninjas can mitigate the risk by requesting a change in bento suppliers, or arranging for special personnel to check for poison. Ruku Valley paused slightly, but the Third Hokage judged that the opponent may not use the same method again. The next time may not involve the corpse flower, nor will it start from the bento. You need to master a technique that can lock onto and seal toxins at any time, and in any medium, to completely eliminate the hidden dangers. Xingu Yen remained silent. He knew this meant the Third Hokage believed the poisoner would not back down easily. It took him 2 whole days to complete the chakra circuit construction of the poison sealing technique. On the third day at noon, he performed the poison sealing technique on his bento. The black markings spread across the surface of the rice. There was no abnormal reaction. The bento was clean. For now, he only used it to check his own lunch. However, the principle of the poison sealing technique is to sense abnormal toxin fluctuations within the target's body through the technique theoretically applying equally to someone who has been poisoned. If any of his teammates had a toxin similar to the corpse flower implanted within them, this technique could lock onto and seal it in just 3 seconds, far more effective than remedying it afterward. He kept this conclusion deep in his mind, then continued to practice the speed of forming the poison sealing technique repeatedly. In the third week of sealing technique training, the course entered higher level content beyond the poison sealing technique. Multiple sealing technique stacking. On the battlefield, the targets you need to lock onto are often more than one. Multiple enemies, multiple toxins, multiple chakra sources, each of which is a lethal threat. Even the fastest single-line sealing cannot cope with multiple threats. Ruko Valley sketched the outlines of 3 scarecrows in the air with shadow threads. Today's training content is to lock onto multiple targets within the same time frame and deploy sealing techniques towards them respectively. Minato and Joe Xi&I both arrived. Joe Xi&I's adaptability in sealing was repeatedly verified during the chakra sealing basic training. Her chakra reserve was sufficient to maintain multiple sealing arrays simultaneously, making her the only one among the 3 who could attempt multiple sealing without relying on shadow clones. Minato, on the other hand, used shadow clones to compensate for his lack of chakra precision, with 3 clones each holding a sealing array, while his main body controlled and adjusted the distribution errors. Xingu Yen, however, encountered a real bottleneck. Pure Flame had only one source. No matter how fast the sensing pathway was, it was still a single core. He attempted to lock onto both Minato and Joe Xi&I simultaneously. During the first attempt, the sensing signals collided during the brief switch between target channels, causing the sealing fire mark in his left hand to shatter instantly, and the shadow binding technique in his right hand fell apart before it could even take shape. In the second attempt, he staggered the activation nodes of the 2 techniques. The first sealing fire mark successfully struck Minato's shadow clone, but the second mark aimed at Joe Xi&I was delayed by an entire second. During actual combat, that 1 second was enough for a Jonin-level opponent to kill him twice. He stood still for a long time, a hint of near frustration appearing on his face. His lowered eyelids concealed any anger, but his Adam's apple rolled several times, as if he had chewed a curse that remained unspoken. After dinner, he was left alone by Ruko Valley. He did not say, "It's okay," or "Take your time," but simply placed a new sealing pen on the table. "You don't need to practice tonight. Tonight, go read this." He opened the cover of the notebook, which had a line written on it. The essence of sealing techniques is not the technique itself, but the timing. That night, in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, a thin layer of ash accumulated in the ashtray before him. Jiraiya had yet to return from investigating the origins of Pure Flame, and Orochimaru's side had been unusually quiet recently. Umbu intelligence reported that the Root's activities were also somewhat abnormal. Since the Uni Shinji incident was exposed, Root had seemingly cooperated with the investigation on the surface, but in reality they had quietly shifted to deeper underground activities. He pulled out the report on the bento poisoning incident and flipped to the appendix to read it again. The source of the corpse flower pointed to the Root cultivation chamber, but all internal records showed that this toxic herb had never left the Root's review chain. No records of dispatch, no preparation slips, no traces whatsoever. The caster's mastery of puppet sealing was extraordinarily mature, and Root's response after the Uni Shinji incident was meticulous, quiet, as if they had received wind of the situation in advance. This was in fact the greatest abnormality. He clenched his pipe and walked to the window. Under the moonlight, the lights in the Shingu residence were still on. The silhouette of the 6-year-old child was visible at the window, hunched over. Ruko Valley's report says he is progressing quickly, and his foundation in illusion techniques is also included in the next phase of the plan. Jiraiya's short-term mission has been postponed, and he is expected to return in another week. The silhouette of an Umbu subordinate knelt half behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke. The boy's sealing technique needs practical training. Simple training simulations in the field can only be repeated under known conditions. He will learn well, but his opponents won't stand in the training grounds light waiting for him to form seals. Notify Ruko Valley to organize a crank team mission next week. The mission's content will be arranged by him in a 4-person team format. Xingu Yen, Namikaze, Minato, Uzumaki, Joe Xi&I, and 1 guiding Jonin. The Umbu hesitated slightly. Third Hokage, a 6-year-old student carrying out a crank mission. With Ruko Valley leading, it will be fine. The Umbu said no more, his figure swaying before disappearing into the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze back to the window. Hokage Rock stood quietly in the night, the faces of the first, second, and third Hokage glimmering with a gray hue under the moonlight. He recalled a time long ago when he was Sarutobi Hiruzen and not the third Hokage. Back then he was not yet the hero of the ninja world, just a young Jonin executing missions with 2 teammates. The price of growth has never been ease, he murmured. The glow of the pipe lit up in the darkness like a distant star. Meanwhile, Xingu Yen sat in the study reading the sealing technique notes that Ruko Valley had given him. He had already read it twice, and each time he reached the cover page with the word timing, he would pause to think. Multi-threaded sealing techniques cannot be solved by simply being faster. No matter how optimized the sensing pulse of Pure Flame is, it is essentially a sequential processing mode. Perceive the first target, lock onto the first target, attack the first target, then turn to the second. To achieve synchronized multi-sealing, the sequential mode must be dismantled into a parallel mode. Shadow clones can solve this problem, but shadow clones are not the answer, they are a crutch. One day he would encounter situations where shadow clones could not be used. Sealing space chakra exhaustion or clones being recognized. By then the habit of relying on shadow clones would directly become a fatal flaw. He must find a method to handle multiple seals in parallel without relying on shadow clones. Shingu Yen closed the notes and walked to the window. Moonlight spilled onto the back of his hand. His hand was reddened from high-intensity training. The heartbeat of pure flame still clear like a second heart. Just a little more, he said to himself. But it's getting close. Meanwhile, on a mountain road several miles outside of Konoha, Jiraiya was facing away from the ruins of Orochimaru's destroyed old laboratory, handing a perfectly sealed intel scroll to a messenger toad. Get this back to the old man as soon as possible, marked for the Hokage's personal attention. The toad swallowed the scroll and vanished into the mist. Jiraiya leaned against the broken wall and took a swig from a flask. The moonlight cast a streak of light on his forehead protector. He gazed in the direction of Konoha, softly exhaling a breath that made no sound, only the autumn night wind rustled his clothing. Chapter 9 End. The main gate of Konohagakure was a massive wooden gatehouse with the character fire carved into the pillars by the first Hokage himself. Every ninja departing from here on a mission would touch that character before leaving, not out of superstition but ritual. Kamiya Yen did not touch it. Carrying the small ninja tool pouch his mother had sewn overnight, he stood at the gate and looked up at the fire character for a long moment. He suddenly felt it resembled a flame trapped within the wood. Upright and solemn but ultimately confined. Yen, over here. Minato waved vigorously from outside the gatehouse, carrying a backpack twice his usual size, his face brimming with excitement as if heading to a festival. Beside him Kushina, unusually carrying a pack as well, stood with her arms crossed a step away from Minato. Her expression seemed calm, but her right hand had twisted the backpack strap at least 10 times. This was their first out-of-school mission. An official mission. Rank C. Everyone's here, Lu Gu said, stepping out from behind the gate pillar, holding a freshly unsealed mission scroll. His attire was no different from usual class, the only change being a sealing scroll pouch at his waist. Kamiya Yen counted 4 scrolls which by Nara clan habits contained at least 8 sets of tactical sealing formulas. Bringing only 1 extra pouch of scrolls compared to school teaching indicated he didn't expect the mission to escalate. That expectation shattered within 15 seconds. Yo! A white-haired man descended from the sky, his heavy body hitting the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His forehead protector tilted above his left eye, a signature grin on his face. Just in time. Good morning, Lu Gu. I'll hitch a ride. The muscles on Lu Gu's face twitched almost imperceptibly. Kamiya Yen could almost see the high-speed intelligence deduction happening in his mind. Jiraiya appearing at the starting point of a crank mission meant at least rank potential risk. Jiraiya-sama, Lu Gu said in his usual lazy tone. Weren't you supposed to be investigating the ruins in the Land of Lightning? Came back early. Jiraiya casually brushed the mud off his backpack, then turned to Kamiya Yen, dropping his smile and speaking with rare seriousness. Let's put the investigation results aside for now. I've discussed it with the Third Hokage. For your first mission outside the village, I'll accompany the whole way. Not as a guide, just as an observer. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances. The excitement on the blonde boy's face was half doused by this sudden, full accompaniment. He wasn't foolish, he knew this meant the Third Hokage judged the mission might involve risks beyond crank. Kamiya Yen said nothing. He noticed a barely healed sutured sealing scar on the right shoulder of Jiraiya's vest. Jiraiya-sensei, your right shoulder was injured during this investigation. Just a mosquito bite, the white-haired man replied casually, then suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. You can sense even that. The chakra flow at the wound differs from normal tissue. When you mobilize chakra, there's a 7 millisecond delay. Jingyan can capture fluctuations at this level. If you encounter a sensor-type enemy with similar abilities in combat, I suggest covering the wound with a sealing formula. Lu Gu raised an eyebrow, slightly unrolled the mission scroll and read. Crank escort mission. Client? Ishida Sohei, mayor of Tamazuna Town, Land of Fire. Mission escort a shipment of medicinal herbs from Tamazuna to Konoha, round trip 5 days. Escort route marked. Along the way. He paused, his eyes lingering on the words after along the way. Along the way passes through the former Orochimaru experimental facility, warning buffer zone. Orochimaru. Kamiya Yen exchanged a brief glance with Jiraiya. The white-haired man shook his head slightly, meaning go first, talk on the way. Everyone. Lu Gu closed the scroll, raised his hand toward the forest path outside the village. Let's move. The 5 of them headed northeast through the dense forests of the Land of Fire. The forest surrounding Konohagakure was called the Sea of Trees. Ancient towering trees blotted out the sky, allowing only golden fragments of sunlight to pierce the canopy even at noon. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and resin. This is no coincidence. Lu Gu walked in the middle of the formation, lowering his voice to a range audible only to the group. Orochimaru's old laboratories were officially sealed after illegal experiments were discovered, but nominally those facilities are now under Konoha's warning zone management. This escort route happens to pass through the edge of the warning zone. According to standard procedure, the mission description should explicitly state the potential risk level, but the scroll only says crank. until Jiraiya decided to join. The true risk level was confirmed. Lu Gu turned his head slightly toward the white-haired man. This mission was likely designed from the start to test whether your whereabouts had returned to the village. A crank mission with a route passing through Orochimaru's sensitive abandoned facilities, assigned to an ungraduated 3-person team from the Ninja Academy. This is not a coincidence. What I want to know most now is, who arranged this route? The handwritten notes at the end of the scroll contain a route operation coordination number. The mission planning group is nominally under the UMBU, but the person responsible for that number was dispatched to a route joint operation 6 months ago. Lu Gu's eyelids narrowed slightly. The third Hokage knew it might involve route, so he didn't just have me lead the team. He also stuffed Jiraiya into the formation. 6 months ago coincided with the period when Aburame Shinji was implanted with a puppet seal. Kamiya stored this conclusion deep in his mind and said no more, but his footsteps subtly shifted half a body width in the formation, protecting Minato's weak side to his left rear and Kushina's weak side to his right rear. Neither child noticed his pace adjustment, but Lu Gu glanced back at the formation, said nothing and quietly withdrew. 2 hours later Kamiya suddenly stopped in the marching line. 120 meters ahead at 2 o'clock in the canopy, a bird has no chakra fluctuation. His voice was very low, his right foot silently shifting aside a dead leaf, revealing an explosive tag almost the same color as the soil beneath. There's a tripwire trap on the ground. Lu Gu and Jiraiya raised their hands simultaneously, and the group froze instantly. Jiraiya squinted toward the canopy for a moment, the curve of his smile slowly fading, and he gently herded Minato and Kushina behind him. Not a beast nor an accidental remnant. This trap has been inspected. The tension of the tripwire was readjusted within the last 2 shurchen. Lu Gu silently dismantled the trigger mechanism of the explosive tag with shadow threads, then pointed into the dense forest, detour. After bypassing the trap area, Kamiya expanded his sensing range to a radius of 200 meters, frowning slightly. In the direction of Tamizuna town there remained extremely faint traces of disturbed chakra. Not the explosive residue of battle, but a deliberately processed quietness, as if someone had cleansed the scene with a sealing technique. He synchronized his perception to Lu Gu and Jiraiya. Lu Gu's lips pressed into a thin line, and he uttered one word: route. 4 hours into the mission, the group finally arrived at Tamizuna town. Tamizuna town was nestled in a valley in the eastern part of the Land of Fire. The town was small, with only about 100 households surviving on herb cultivation and sake brewing. An old torii gate stood at the town entrance, its wood grain carved with deep grooves by wind and rain, but it was kept clean with a fresh bunch of wildflowers offered beside it. Kamiya paused as he passed through the torii. Jingyan trembled in his dantian. Not a warning, but a more complex sensation, as if something very familiar had gently brushed against it. He had no time to dwell on it, for the client was already approaching. Ishida Sohei was a man in his 50s with graying hair and a slight stoop, but his eyes were sharp. He blinked in surprise when he saw the team leader Lu Gu and the following Jiraiya, clearly not expecting his small crank mission to attract a figure of the Sannin level. "Honorable ninja, you have traveled far. Thank you so much." Ishida bowed deeply, his forehead nearly touching his knees. "The herbs are already prepared in the warehouse, but it's late and mountain travel at night is unsafe. Please stay the night in town and well set out early tomorrow morning. Thank you for your kindness, but mission regulations require that we complete the herb verification and loading preparations tonight." Lu Gu returned the bow, ushering the 3 children forward, politely but firmly declining the offer to stay. "These 3 are my students." Lu Gu's introduction had no superfluous embellishments. "Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and Kamiya. They will handle basic perimeter watch and material supervision along the way." Ishida looked up at the 3 6-year-olds, opened his mouth, as if to speak, then swallowed his words. He had seen Ninja Academy students in town, but never a Jonin bringing 6-year-old Academy students on a crank mission. But his surprise lasted only a second before he quickly reined it in, put on a smile again, and led the group toward the town's main warehouse. The herb verification and loading took nearly 3 shurchen, finishing only after sunset. Dinner was prepared by the Ishida family. Simple rice balls, miso soup, and pickled vegetables. Ishida's wife was a taciturn woman, quick and efficient, who retreated to the kitchen after serving the food. During the meal, they learned that the couple had once had a daughter who had married out of town long ago. As she moved to fetch a photo to show them, her husband gently pressed her hand. "It's all in the past." Ishida smiled and changed the subject. No one pressed further. After dinner, Ishida accompanied the group as they left the dining hall. Passing the side of the warehouse, Kamiya noticed a faded old photograph on the wall. The photo showed 7 or 8 children standing under the old plum tree at the town entrance. The youngest, barely able to walk, was held by an older child, while the oldest was no more than 8 or 9. The back of the photo bore a blurred date, the last year before the war. He stopped. Jingyan was gently plucked by an invisible hand. "Those are the town's children," Ishida said from behind, his voice suddenly very soft. All had parents who raised them, but when the war came some never returned. Kamiya did not turn around. He looked at the faces of those children in the photo. Laughing carelessly, frowning from the sun's irritation, hiding behind others with only half a face showing. These children, if still alive, would now be young adults. And would they be wearing the forehead protectors of another ninja village, standing on the opposite front line, waiting to face him? He did not ask. He only said, "Mr. Ishida, have you been managing this town alone?" No, Ishida's voice was as dry as old newspaper. "I still have a daughter outside. She and her friends all believe in one thing. As long as someone remembers those who never returned, they haven't truly. Someday someone will bring them back." Minato gazed quietly at the photo, then spoke, "Mr. Ishida, your daughter will definitely return." Ishida paused, then smiled. That smile was faint but more real than all his previous smiles. It was completely dark now. Lugu posted the duty roster on the warehouse door. Minato first watch, Kamiya second, Kushina third, each watch 2 Shurchin. He and Jiraiya would alternate guarding the perimeter. There might be visitors tonight, Lugu added meaningfully after announcing the roster. Everyone stay alert. During Minato's first watch, Kamiya leaned against the herb sacks and closed his eyes in feigned sleep. Jingyan's perception spread like a cobweb covering a 30-meter radius. He sensed the Ishida family's lamp extinguished late in the night, heard the last dog in town bark, once then fall silent, felt the dew condensing on grass blades, earthworms writhing in the soil, and the faint tremor of a nocturnal animal stepping on a dry twig on a distant slope. Then he sensed something else. A chakra fluctuation approaching from outside the town. Extremely faint, almost merging with the night breeze. But the frequency of that fluctuation was too familiar. It was not a beast, not an ordinary traveler, not a rogue ninja. It was Root. He opened his eyes at the same moment Jiraiya appeared at the warehouse entrance. The white-haired man's silhouette stood like a silent iron tower in the night. He did not turn around, only said, "Minato, stay here. Kushina, do not leave the warehouse. Yen, come with me." The two of them walked through the sleeping town streets in the darkness, one after the other. Kamiya was barefoot. He had removed his shoes during the watch, using the soles to directly sense ground vibrations. Stepping on the cold stone pavement without making a sound. At the torii gate at the town entrance, he saw the person. Wearing a mask of Root, the figure completely wrapped in a black cloak, crouching on the crossbeam of the torii, like a raven folding its wings. Jiraiya-sama. The masked person's voice was hoarse and neutral, as if deliberately processed. "I was not informed of your accompaniment. Whose order did you receive?" Jiraiya countered. "No comment." "Then let me rephrase." Jiraiya crossed his arms, looking up at the masked figure on the torii. "Who were the traps you set near Tamizuna town targeting?" The masked figure was silent. Then he descended silently from the torii, landing on the stone pavement, the hem of his cloak brushing the ground without a sound. "My mission is observation, not attack." "Observing what?" Kamiya spoke. His voice was calm, so calm that Jiraiya couldn't help but glance at him. The masked figure's mask turned toward him. That pale mask in the moonlight looked like an empty face. "Observing whether your Jingyan will go berserk during the mission." The air at the town entrance froze for a beat. Kamiya looked at that mask, then suddenly said something no one expected. "Tell the person behind you, next time send a sensor type. Don't put poison in the bento. It's too easy to detect." The masked figure did not respond, but Kamiya sensed it. The moment he spoke, the masked figure's heartbeat skipped. That person was within Root and directly related to the bento poisoning incident. "I know you're lying." The masked figure's heart skipped a second beat. "Your mission is not to observe Jingyan going berserk. Your mission is to confirm whether Jingyan can be suppressed by external sealing techniques without leaving traces of Root. That's why you chose to sneak into the warehouse on the night Lu Guzensei set up the sealing array. You wanted to see Jingyan's stress response in a sealed environment. The first person to touch the alert seal wasn't you. Take a step back to the third tree directly behind you." The masked figure did not move. Under the bark of that tree hides a low-speed sensing seal array about 2 fingers wide. Your chakra touched it first when you landed, but it hasn't triggered yet. If you step back half a step and lean against the trunk, it will lock you into the sealing formula as an intruder target in the mission log. You can try. Kamiya voice carried no emotion, merely stating facts. This time the masked figure's heartbeat didn't skip. It stopped for a full 3 seconds. Then he slowly stepped back, avoiding the tree. But as he turned, he angled slightly, and his shoulder brushed against a cluster of low shrubs. Kamiya watched him, waiting for the second hidden seal array to react. But nothing happened among the branches. There was no trap there. That direction was a blind spot. It was an external observation channel left by Lugu when setting up the defensive seal array network. Not on the main defense surface, but precisely leaving an angle from which one could observe the warehouse without triggering any formation. From the torii 17 degrees north fell exactly within this blind spot. This Root observer could not have known of its existence beforehand. He had simply avoided all visible seal nodes while retreating and coincidentally stopped at the only safe observation position. This was not luck. This meant someone inside Root had told him the layout of the seal array network in advance. Kamiya Yen said nothing more, but Jingyan pulsed once in his dantian. He did not pursue. He merely picked up a cedar leaf from the torii that had fallen in the night breeze from the dust-covered stone slab. Jiraiya watched the masked figure disappear into the darkness, then turned to look at Kamiya Yen. Under the moonlight, the 6-year-old's expression was calm as a lake, but his eyes churned with emotions that even an adult might struggle to suppress. He had clearly been able to expose the logic behind that blind spot, but he didn't. "Are you really only 6? Jiraiya asked him. 6.5. Who taught you that? You did. On the first day of sensory training you said, truly fatal information often hides in corners that perception deems unimportant. The mistake that person just made was exactly the same as what I encountered in sensory training." Jiraiya stared at him for a long time, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. The laughter echoed far through the empty town streets, startling several roosting birds. "Good kid." Jiraiya slapped Kamiya Yen on the back with a force that nearly knocked him over, then turned to walk back. "If the Third Hokage saw your performance just now, he'd probably raise your danger level by another notch." The Third Hokagesima already knew Root would come, but he didn't stop it. He wanted to use this mission to test my combat reactions. "Then do you know why I had Lu Gu set up more than one sealing array around the warehouse, but deliberately told him to leave an observation blind spot?" Jiraiya stopped and turned to look at him. Kamiya Yen stood still. Jiraiya took his silence as agreement. "Because this mission was designed for protection. Not to test your Jingyan, not to lure out Root. It was to let them know." He extended a finger and gently tapped Kamiya Yen's chest. "Who stands beside you?" Kamiya Yen lowered his eyes, looking at the finger resting on his chest. This was not the first time Jiraiya had tapped him like this. The first lesson in sage art perception, same hand, same spot. "Let's go." He walked around Jiraiya toward the warehouse. The white-haired man laughed behind him. He waited for Kamiya Yen to get a few steps ahead before falling into step. The moonlight stretched their two shadows, long one behind the other, the shorter shadow perfectly embedded within the long. The day after the mission ended, it rained in Mu Yi. It wasn't the kind of summer thunderstorm that comes fiercely and leaves quickly. Instead, it was a dense, lingering autumn rain that started in the early morning and showed no sign of stopping until evening. The raindrops were as fine as needle tips rustling against the leaves, as they fell, shrouding the entire village in a layer of grayish mist. Shin Yen sat by the window of his room, flipping through the sealing technique notes that Lu Gu had given him, but he couldn't take in a single word. Jing Yen lay quietly dormant in his dantian, as if the rain had extinguished its spirit as well. The last time it rained like this he was 3 years old. His father had stood in the rain all night. The next morning he asked his mother why his father had been caught in the rain, and she said, "Your father lost a comrade who died on the battlefield of your country." Back then he didn't understand what a comrade meant. Now he did. He closed the notes, stood up, and pushed open the door. In the living room, Shen Gu Qingyi was sitting at the low table organizing mission reports. Rarely did he skip the intelligence department. Instead he worked at home in an old jacket with a cup of tea that had long gone cold by his side. Hearing footsteps, he looked up and glanced at his son. "Going out. To the library. Take an umbrella." "Okay." Shin Yen pulled a black oil paper umbrella from the stand by the entrance, pushed open the door, and stepped into the curtain of rain. The streets were far less crowded than usual. A few genin ran past in the rain, clutching newly purchased ninja tools, splashing water with every step. The cloth curtain of Yao Ramen was half soaked by the rain, and the owner was setting up a rain shelter at the entrance. He stepped through the puddles across the street, but he did not go to the library. He went to Cat Ear Alley. Yuzu's shop was still as dilapidated as ever. The wind chime at the door didn't ring in the rain. The chakra sensor had its sensitivity disrupted by the moisture, and even the clapper refused to move. Rainwater dripped from the eaves onto the stone path in front of the door. He pushed open the door, and the musty smell inside was even stronger than last time. Yuzu sat in a wheelchair with a thick blanket over his knees, brewing tea over an alcohol lamp. Looking up and seeing Shin Yen, his mouth twitched. "Here again. What do you want this time?" Shin Yen put away his umbrella, leaned it against the door, and walked to the counter. He took out Lu Gus sealing technique notes from his ninja tool pouch and flipped to the dog-eared page. The chapter he had read repeatedly last night, The Theory of Parallel Control for Multiple Sealing Techniques. The notes recorded a theory of synchronously triggering multiple sealing formulas through the shadow binding technique, which theoretically didn't require shadow clones to bear the burden of parallel hand seals, only a special chakra conduction circuit. But this circuit required a special medium. A rare metal from your country, black iron or I want to know its distribution channels in what country. Yuzu's hand, which was brewing tea, paused. He raised his clouded eyes to look at Shin Yen, his expression more complicated than last time. Last time you asked about corpse bone grass. This time it's black iron ore. Kid, do you know what these two things together mean? Shin Gu-yen said no. Corpse bone grass is a poison used to kill. Black iron ore is a strategic material for making sealing weapons. Yuz was set down the teapot and folded his hands on his knees. The circulation records of these two items within Mu Yi can only be accessed by the umbu and the root. What makes you a little brat think I would tell you? Because you're an information broker. Yuzwo was left speechless by that remark. A 6-year-old child speaking such business logic in an adult tone. No matter how many times he heard it, it seemed absurd. Black iron ore is not for sale. He said, his tone suddenly hardening. Not just not selling to you, but not selling to anyone. Within Hua country, the only legal destination for black iron ore is the Mu Yi Weapon Development Department. Any black iron circulating through unofficial channels is considered evidence of treason against the village. So if someone obtained black iron through unofficial channels, no need for if. Yuzwa cut him off. Last month the Mu Yi Weapon Development Department lost a batch of black iron ingots, not a large amount. About 2 kilograms. The umbu investigated for a week, but it ultimately went nowhere. Why? Because the seals on the stolen warehouse weren't triggered. That means the thief either knew the keys to the seals or possessed authority above the sealing system. Shin Gu-yen was silent for a moment. Then he asked a question that made Yuzwa's face suddenly change. Does the root have such authority? Suddenly the wind chime rang once. Not because of the wind, it had sensed something. Yuzwa abruptly raised his hand to press the chime, his eyes fixed on the direction of the door, his face taut with tension. For a long moment the rain continued as before and the lingering vibration of the chime gradually faded. No one entered from outside. The old man slowly released his hand, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. Leave, he said in a low voice. I've told you everything I can. What is the strongest sealing weapon that can be made from black iron ore? Sealing chains. Yuzwa's voice was so soft it was almost drowned out by the rain. A suppression-type weapon designed specifically for a single chakra attribute. Whoever is bound by the chains, no matter how much chakra they have, cannot use ninjutsu of that corresponding attribute. Shin Gu-yen was silent for a moment. Thank you. He turned, pushed open the shop door, and stepped into the rain under his black umbrella. The wind chime swayed gently behind him, emitting a faint clinking sound of metal. A suppression-type weapon designed specifically for a single chakra attribute. If this weapon were aimed at no attribute, then the person bound would have all their chakra circuits sealed, including Jing Yen. Someone in the root wasn't just testing his Jing Yen. They were gathering tools to counter, and they were fast. Fast enough to confirm a suppression plan within just a few weeks of his awakening of Jing Yen, fast enough that this plan had bypassed the Third Hokage site from the very beginning. As he walked out of Cat Ear Alley, he stopped under the eaves at the alley entrance to fold his umbrella. The sound of rain suddenly quieted. He looked up and saw Zilai Yi standing against the wall in front of him, his shoulders soaked from the rain, clearly having been waiting for a while. The white-haired man held a skewer of dumplings, the wrapper half-soaked, the dumplings nearly swollen from the moisture. I knew you'd come here. Shin Gu-yen looked up at him. How did you know? You were reading Lu Gus notes in your room until 2 in the morning last night. There was a dog-eared page in the notes. You know what your father does. He would eventually discover you were investigating black iron, or you left the window open when you went out. Your father's information analysis habits are all occupational. When his son isn't home, he'll definitely go through the desk first. Shin Gu-yen lowered his head in acknowledgement of his oversight, then cut straight to the point. What did your investigation yield? Zilai Yi took a bite of the rain-soaked dumpling, chewed a few times and swallowed. The Jing Yen inside you shares the same origin as the divine tree energy of the Otsutsuki clan. Raindrops slid off the edge of the umbrella, dripping onto the stone pavement and splashing tiny droplets. Shin Gu-yen didn't show a shocked expression. He simply stood still, gripping the umbrella handle tightly, the black umbrella tilting slightly. What flashed through his mind was not fear, not shock, but a calmness of finally finding a missing puzzle piece. The Otsutsuki clan, the origin of Chakra, the creators of the divine tree. The sage of 6 paths, Mother Otsutsuki Kagaya, obtained Chakra by eating the fruit of the divine tree. And his Jing Yen was described as the end of all chakra in the world. This description, along with the Otsutsuki clan's behavior of using the divine tree to devour a planet's chakra, were essentially both acts of forced purification and absorption of external chakra. One manifested as devouring, the other as burning. 2 extreme branches of the same power. Then all the clues aligned. De Shiwan wanted to extinguish Jing Yen. Not because it was dangerous, but because he feared this power. He had been researching forbidden techniques and human modification from the very beginning, trying to break the limits of chakra. If Jing Yen was of the same origin as the divine tree energy, then De Shiwan's sensitivity to this power far exceeded Tuanzang's. He couldn't be unaware of what it meant. Does Tuanzang know about this? Not sure. Zilai Yi stuffed the remaining dumpling into his mouth. But Shi-1 definitely knows. He's still outwardly the Third Hokage's capable disciple, but in reality he's been up to those shady dealings for a long time. If the power of Jing Yen truly equals or approaches that of the divine tree energy, it means the very foundation of the chakra system could be rewritten. The fact that he's held back from directly attacking you for so long is already a miracle. Shingu Yen withdrew his gaze and walked a few steps deeper into the rain, then suddenly stopped and said with his back turned, "He won't hold back much longer, Zilai Sensei. He's already gathering tools to deal with me." He briefly recounted the information about the black iron ore and the sealing chains. Zilai Yi remained silent for a long time after hearing it. Then he stuck the bamboo skewer into a crack in the wall, straightened up, and the frivolity on his face finally vanished completely. "I'll talk to the old man directly about this. From now on all your equipment must be checked by Lu Gu every day. You can't use any bento that hasn't been tested for poison. Don't expose Jing Yen in any solitary situation. Shi-1 might be even more eager than Tuanzong to know your growth rate." The rain grew heavier. A street lamp flickered a few times in the rain, and then went out completely. The two stood one behind the other in the downpour, and the voices of Shui Men and Zhou Xinai came from outside the alley. They were looking for Shingu Yen. "Let's go, don't let them worry. Don't tell Shui Men about this for now. He's too prone to taking everything on himself." Zilai Yi patted his shoulder. Shingu Yen nodded, folded his umbrella, and stepped into the rain. He cast one last look at the white-haired man. This was never just my own affair. In the sound of rain, the blonde boy's voice came from the street corner. "Yen, are you over there? You forgot we were going to Yao Ramen tonight. You promised." The red-haired girl's voice followed immediately, as direct as the rain itself. "He must have gone to the library." Shingu Yen appeared at the corner, holding his black umbrella as he walked toward the two. "I left my umbrella at the library, so I went to get it." "Liar, you clearly took an umbrella when you left." Shui Men pointed at the umbrella handle in his hand, and exclaimed, then said no more. He took another umbrella from Zhou Xinai and squeezed in beside him. "Let's go." The owner of Yale said new char siu arrived tonight. He turned his head to glance at the blonde boy walking beside him in the rain, then at the red-haired girl holding her umbrella high on the other side, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Let's go." When Kamiya Yen entered the 7th training ground, Rokuya was already standing in the center waiting for him. Not in his usual spot. Today Rokuya stood at the very heart of the training ground. The ceiling bricks beneath his feet bore a freshly inscribed array. The ink still wet, glistening with an unset cold sheen in the morning light. The array's complexity far surpassed the flame seal and poison seal. The outer ring alone consisted of 4 layers, each densely interwoven with ritual nodes. No perception training today. No sealing techniques. Rokuya cut straight to the point, his tone shedding its usual laziness for a brisk, businesslike efficiency. "Starting today, we begin fundamental illusion training. Direct order from the Third Hokage. You need to master illusion dispelling and counterattack as soon as possible." Kamiya Yen glanced at the array on the ground, then at Rokuya, and said nothing. Illusion techniques, sealing techniques, and perception techniques are 3 entirely different combat systems. Sealing is direct restraint on a target, perception is an all-encompassing scan of the area, but illusion, Rokuya pointed at his temple, is a direct invasion of the brain. The essence of all illusions is to disrupt the opponent's chakra flow, thereby interfering with the 5 senses. Low-level illusions disturb a single sense, of mid-level ones can simultaneously cover multiple senses. High-level illusions can directly invade the consciousness, causing the opponent to fall into a virtual world without any awareness. He paused, as if waiting for Kamiya Yen to digest the information. "Why the sudden need for me to learn this?" "Because the threats you carry now are not just 1 or 2. Poison, sealing chains, and possibly Orochimaru, who may already have his eyes on you. Any one of them could easily take you down without illusion resistance. Your pure flame can sense malice and track chakra, but it cannot prevent someone from directly tampering with your brain. And the terrifying thing about illusions is, you might not even realize you've been caught." Kamiya Yen recalled the puppet seal of Aburame Shinji. After the technique, Shinji had no memory of what he had done. That state of altered consciousness was essentially no different from an illusion invasion. Today we start with the most basic illusion recognition. Step into the center of the array. He followed the instruction and stepped into the sealing array, its ink still fresh. The moment his feet touched the array pattern, a chill chakra crept up from the ground, seeping through his bones like cold water. This array will generate 3 illusions in your vision, each targeting the deepest, most vulnerable parts of your task is not to fight them, but to recognize them. Remember every detail you see in the array. When the bell rings, write down what you observed. 1, 2, 3. After 3 bell rings, the illusion began. He opened his eyes, and the first illusion had already unfolded. Minato Namikaze stood before him. His golden hair was still so dazzling, his blue eyes still so bright, his headband not yet askew, and his smile had yet to be worn down by any pain. Just like always, An evening after training, a kunai in his hand, about to show off the newly mastered body flicker technique. Then blood began to seep from his chest. The red stains slowly expanded on his training uniform from a dot to a patch spreading from his chest to the entire garment. Minato's expression did not change, the smile was still frozen on his face, as if he was about to say something that never came out. Kamiya Yen stood still. His breathing rate did not change, his pupils did not contract, his body showed no stress reaction. He simply watched calmly as the golden-haired figure grew blurred and faded like being soaked in rain. In his diffuse perception, the illusion had no chakra reaction, no solid heat, no scent. Minato's real body could not be standing at this distance without him detecting it. 1, 2 more to go, he told himself. The second illusion cut in immediately without any transition. Kushina faced away from him, her red hair draped over her shoulders. She stood on the cliff of the Hokage, rocked the wind making her skirt rustle. Then she turned around. Her expression was not anger, not pain. It was disappointment, that deep, utter disappointment in life, an expression that had never appeared on Kushina Uzumaki's face. But this illusion had imposed it on her. Then she stepped forward into the void. Kamiya Yan's fists clenched. The pure flame in his dantian pulsed violently, as if provoked. His chakra temperature spiked, causing a dull pain in his internal organs. This pain served as an abrupt reminder, allowing him to pinpoint the only difference between the second illusion and the first, the ninja tool pouch. In the first illusion, Minato's tool pouch was in the correct position, but Kushina had moved hers to her left leg, a habit she had changed to the right leg since the first practical combat class. He did not look at the falling figure, turning his gaze to the third illusion. The surroundings had transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A battlefield. The streets of Konohagakure were reduced to ruins, the Hokage rock, half-shattered, thick smoke billowing from the direction of the Hokage building in the distance. This was a scene Kamiya Yen had never seen in reality, but he had witnessed it too many times before his transmigration. The night of the Nine Tails, the night when Minato and Kushina would die in that other timeline. Kushina, exhausted after the tailed beast extraction, lay dying. Minato held the newborn Naruto, the Nine Tails giant claw behind him. This was the scene he feared most. Not out of fear of death, but because he had once only been a reader outside the screen. He could do nothing, only watch helplessly as that golden-haired man traded his life for his son's future. Now it was different. "This isn't real," he said to the approaching giant shadow of the Nine Tails, his voice not loud but each word firm. "Because in this world I won't let this happen." Rokuya's voice came from outside the array. In the third illusion there was no chakra fluctuation and no tactile cues. "How did you distinguish it?" The timeline was inconsistent. The night of the Nine Tails is 12 years from now in the original story. The characters in this scene. Teacher, teammates, the village. None of them had a single detail from my 6 years of memory in this life. It used the memory template from my previous life to piece together what I feared back then. He turned his head, his gaze penetrating the dissolving illusion in the rain, landing steadily on Rokuya's face by the training ground. "But the previous life is the previous life. In this life I have pure flame teammates and a promise. I won't let them die. So from the moment it activated it was already fake." Rokuya slowly closed the evaluation sheet. "Passed." His voice returned to its usual laziness. "You're 2 seconds faster than Minato. He won't be happy." Over the next 3 days Rokuya advanced the illusion training from recognition to dispelling and from dispelling to counter. The key to dispelling lay in interruption, by abruptly halting or bursting one's own chakra, interrupting the opponent's illusion chakra's hijacking of the nervous system. Kamiya Yan's talent in this area far exceeded Rokuya's expectations. Pure flame sensitivity to chakra fluctuations allowed him to instantly determine which meridian was being interfered with, then perform a precise second-by-second chakra stop to pull the illusion out of his body. Illusion counterattack is a level higher than dispelling. On the 4th day, the training was scheduled for the afternoon. Rokuya set up 3 interconnected illusion arrays on the training ground. If an enemy attempts to unleash a large-scale illusion on you, you can, before their technique is fully formed, reverse feed your pure flame chakra back into their meridian circuit. Just like the perception attachment layer you used to dismantle explosive tags. Attach a layer of perception to their chakra flow, then trace the chakra's path back to the user. This technique is called illusion reversal, the most effective method for perception-type shinobi against illusion-type. During the first practice, pure flame's reverse chakra burned through Rokuya's illusion chakra lines, charring a section of the array's main trunk. When reversing, the flame is still too hot, Rokuya said, expressionlessly crouching beside the array pattern marked with a string of scorch marks. "Continue in the afternoon. If you don't lower the transmission temperature next time, it'll be my shadow threads that get burned." "Yes." On the afternoon of the 5th day of illusion training, Rokuya did not appear on the training ground. The one who came was Jiraiya. The white-haired man walked into the training ground without Dango, without Makeout Paradise, and without any of his trademark unserious smile. In his hand he held a long cloth-wrapped object, the cloth covered in ceiling array patterns. "Rokuya has other tasks today. For the next few lessons, He unwrapped the cloth from the long object layer by layer. "They'll take over." When the cloth was fully removed, the contents were finally revealed. It was not a sword, not a kunai. It was a chain. The black metal links were slender as a snake, each link engraved with dense miniature sealing arrays. At the tip, a spike had a groove embedded with a depleted sealing core. "This is part of the black iron sealing chain. Don't worry, this thing is deactivated. The core has been removed and the array patterns are disconnected." He weighed the chain remnant in his hand, the clinking of metal cold and dull. "But that doesn't mean the next one you encounter will be broken." Kamiya looked at the deactivated chain. The black iron reflected a cold luster under the sunlight like a row of duds with their fuses removed. The description from Yasuto still echoed in his mind. A suppression-type weapon targeting a single chakra. "This thing is aimed at pure flame." "Yes." Jiraiya's voice held no lightness. "Orochimaru's investment in this matter might be greater than we estimated." He tossed the chain onto the grass, producing a dull thud. "So what you need to learn next is not how to break this chain, but how to avoid being touched by it from the start." Jiraiya's blockade training was completely different from Rokuya's sealing technique lessons. Rokuya emphasized precision and timing, Jiraiya emphasized prediction and speed. He used the deactivated black iron chain as a teaching tool, swinging it specifically to chase Kamiya's movement trajectory across the training ground. Pure flame is your spear, not your shield. If this chain touches your skin, your pure flame will be forcibly suppressed within 3 seconds. 3 seconds may not sound long, but in combat that's enough for you to be stabbed into a sieve with kunai. As Jiraiya spoke, he swung another chain arc, forcing Kamiya's body flicker dodge to land on the scattered stones at the edge of the training ground. Kamiya bounced off the stones, landing barefoot with a shallow scrape on his sole, not looking back. During the body flicker transition, he had already completed a perception attachment. Pure flame could not only attach to a target, but also form an extremely thin perception membrane on his own body surface. This membrane could not resist physical attacks, but it could provide early warning when any foreign object entered its perception. This was an extended application he had realized himself during the illusion training over the past few days, applying the principle of illusion reversal to himself using Pure Flame's reverse perception to monitor the chain's landing point. After the 15th dodge, Jiraiya stopped the chain, standing on the training ground, looking at him thoughtfully. Was that membrane a reverse application of illusion reversal? Rokuya-sensei said that any contact with chakra leaves a traceable path. It can sense the residual chakra fluctuations on the chain's front array patterns and give an early warning before the chain wraps around me. Good. Then let's raise the difficulty a notch. Jiraiya waved his hand to light 6 oil lamps around the training ground at once, then kicked over a water bucket, splashing muddy water across the ground to form an irregular reflective surface. Chain plus illusion. Lamp shadows plus water reflections. That's enough to form a composite illusion base. Don't stand still. Move, dodge the chain while recognizing the illusions. If you can't recognize them, you'll get hit by the chain. I won't hold back. The training lasted an entire afternoon. He stayed barefoot on the rain-soaked grass, the soles of his feet scratched by gravel, his chakra consumption so high that Pure Flame hummed audibly in his dantian. But he was never hit once. After the final round of combined attacks, Jiraiya slung the deactivated chain over his shoulder, walked over, and crouched down to look at the 6-year-old covered in mud and sweat. Upon returning from the 7th training ground, Shingayan did not bathe, eat, or tend to the wounds on his soles. He sat at his desk, unrolled a blank scroll, and began to write. This was the first time since his transmigration into this world that he recorded in his mother tongue. Not Japanese, not the common tongue of the shinobi realm, but Chinese characters. The script of his past life. Jingyan and the divine tree energy shared the same origin. Black iron or chains were being forged, Root and Orochimaru were both operating in the shadows. These fragments of information lay scattered in his mind like a jigsaw puzzle, violently disassembled and stuffed into different drawers. He had been waiting for a node to connect them all. Now the node had arrived. Chakra, in the shinobi world, was widely believed to be created by the Sage of Six Paths. But the Sage of Six Paths did not create chakra from nothing. He redistributed the chakra that the divine tree had dispersed to all of humanity. In essence, it was merely a rearrangement. Then what about the divine tree? The divine tree was brought to this planet by the Otsutsuki clan. Its very nature was that of an invasive species foreign to this planet's original ecosystem. If Jingyan and the divine tree energy were of the same source and Jingyan's property was to burn away all chakra, then the logical chain had always been laid out. The origin of chakra itself was foreign. He stopped writing and looked up at the moon outside the window. So that was why Jingyan required no chakra nature, because all natures were essentially the product of dispersing, diluting, and categorizing the divine tree's energy. And Jingyan was the primordial form before that dispersal. It was not nothing. It was, if this deduction was true, then the Otsutsuki he faced were not merely a potential future threat. They were enemies he and Jingyan were destined to confront hidden. Because the reason the Otsutsuki clan came to this planet once every 1,000 years was that the divine tree was their property, chakra was their planted crop, and this planet was an orchard they had never fully harvested. And the white flame within him was a spark capable of burning down their entire harvest. Ha! He put down the pen, leaned back against the chair, and exhaled a long breath. He found a focal point among the wooden grain on the ceiling, and fixed his gaze there motionless. Within the body of a 6-and-a-half-year-old was crammed the soul of a 20-something office worker, yet that office worker's heart was now pounding like a war drum in his chest. In his past life, he had been merely a spectator sitting in front of a screen watching the plot. He had wept during the Night of the Ninetales, wept when Jiraiya sank to the bottom of the sea, and wept when Neji fell to the piercing needle technique. But back then he was only a pair of eyes. He could do nothing. Now it was different. Now he was a matchstick that could move within this world. And if a matchstick could not be held back, it would burn down the entire script written by fate. He tore off the paper covered in Chinese characters from the scroll, and brought it close to Jingyan. A wisp of pale flame as thin as a strand of hair shot out from his fingertip and silently licked the paper into ash. The ash fell into his palm, and he clenched his fist tightly. The next morning, the Zero training ground. This was not the usual training field, nor the sealing technique classroom in Deer Valley. It was the most special site in Konohagakure. Designed personally by the second Hokage Tobarama Senju exclusively for strength sage art experiments and classified ninjutsu development. The floor was paved with the reverse type of chakra-absorbing bricks, and the walls were engraved with barrier formulas to suppress sage art overflow. Normally, even Jonin needed direct authorization from the Third Hokage to enter. Today, the Third Hokage himself was present. When Shingayan pushed open the iron door of the training ground, the first person he saw was not Jiraiya or Deer Valley, but Sarutobi Hiruzen, standing in the center of the field, smoking his pipe. Beside him stood a white-haired man and a black-haired youth with a low ponytail. The three adults all turned to look at him at once. Lord Third Hokage. He bowed slightly in greeting. Today is a special arrangement, Sarutobi Hiruzen said without preamble. Jiraiya reported to me the investigation conclusion from the ruins. The fact that Jingyan and the Divine Tree energy share the same origin means your growth path has exceeded the scope of any existing curriculum. So from today onward, Jiraiya and I will jointly serve as your sage art mentors. Basic lessons remain with Deer Valley, practical training with Jiraiya, and for sage art advancement. He put down his pipe and looked down at the 6-year-old child who only reached his knee. I will teach you. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally instructing. This treatment had never been enjoyed by any Ninja Academy student in Konoha's history. Shingayan did not decline or act polite. He simply nodded and straightened his back even more. Yes, please guide me, Lord Third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a slight nod and turned his gaze to Deer Valley. Deer Valley, assist with the demonstration. Use shadow binding technique. Without asking further questions, Deer Valley raised his hands and formed hand seals, casting shadow binding technique directly onto Shingayan's legs. But Shingayan did not even glance at the shadow threads on his legs. An instant before the shadow binding technique ensnared him, his chakra had already spread a sensory membrane under his feet. The chakra flow of the shadow binding technique was disassembled into a clear wave line. He could trace this line back to the chakra node at the moment Deer Valley formed the seals and then pushed the counter-inverse illusions fluctuation back along the same line. He did nothing. He simply scanned the detected chakra flow path with Jingyan and simulated a complete illusionary counter in his mind. The release speed of the shadow binding technique was 0. 3 seconds faster than the last test, Deer Valley said, withdrawing the shadow threads and making a routine record. But he did not actually perform the release. He only simulated it. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya used sage art. Jiraiya grinned and formed a seal. The air in the center of the training ground suddenly twisted. The density of sage art chakra instantly surged to a concentration that would paralyze an ordinary shinobi. This was not an attack but pure suppression. Using sage art chakra to form a high-pressure ring wall that bound the target within a fixed range, relying solely on chakra quantity to crush the trapped person to their knees. This was a sage art Jiraiya had just unearthed from an ancient tome in Mount Myaboku. Sage art toad prison. Shingayan closed his eyes the moment the sage art suppression activated. For the first time, Jingyan did not respond passively within his body but burned actively. The white seed of flame in his dantian suddenly expanded by a full circle, receiving, permeating and decomposing that heavy pressure, and what it finally emitted was not a wave of opposition but a resonance. His chakra frequency was approaching the frequency of sage art chakra, as if two tuning forks of the same pitch were struck simultaneously. Resonance reaction, Jiraiya said quietly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can directly skip the conversion barrier between chakra and sage art chakra. This is a confirmed inherent property of Jingyan from the ruins. Resonating with natural energy itself, not with the caster's chakra. The vibration just now is proof. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. He walked over to Shingai and crouched down, and the light of his pipe flickered in the boy's dark pupils. Can Jingyan sense the source of the sage art chakra? Shingai and kept his eyes closed beneath our feet, about 5 meters deep, but it's not groundwater or a mineral vein. The chakra wavelength is off. That is the terminus of the dragon vein. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked at the ground beneath them. This is not an ordinary training ground. When the second Hokage founded Konohagakure, he discovered a natural energy channel running through the entire land of fire beneath this land. The dragon vein. The origins of sage art from Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave are inextricably linked to this dragon vein. The energy of the dragon vein cannot be directly utilized by ninjutsu. It can only be converted through sage art. But the resonance you just performed, Jingyan and the dragon vein bypassed the intermediate step of sage art conversion, resonating directly at the foundational level. Jiraiya patted Shingayen's head. Hey kid, do you know what you just did? You used a spark weaker than Drank to say hello to Enstrank natural energy channel that runs through the entire underground of the land of fire. It was not ordinary resonance. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and slow. The moment he touched the dragon vein with Jingyan, the entire underground sage art barrier of Konoha was activated for half a beat. That barrier laid down by the second Hokage had only undergone a full-scale test during the early days of the village's founding. All subsequent Srank sage art experiments had never triggered this level of response. That is to say, he looked down at Shingayen. The Jingyan within you possesses the potential to awaken the dragon vein. Shingayen did not know how to respond. He was only a 6-year-old child. Though his soul was that of an adult faced with such a revelation, any words seemed pale. He looked down at the palm of his right hand. The white seed of flame burned quietly without a sound, as if it had long known this answer, and was merely waiting for him to arrive at this day. Lord Third Hokage. He withdrew his hand and looked up to meet the Hokage's eyes. If Jingyan is truly connected to the dragon vein, then does Lord Orochimaru also wish to use this channel? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment. The last Srank research project Orochimaru conducted before his defection was attempting to create artificial tailed beasts using dragon vein energy. That project has been sealed in the deepest level of the sealing chamber for 5 years. Without my personal authorization, no one can open that sealing chamber. But he knows better than anyone. If the dragon vein can be directly harnessed by some means, rather than indirectly converted, then the immortality and ultimate chakra he seeks would no longer be mere fantasies. Jiraiya's pupils contracted slightly. So he wants Jingyan not because Jingyan itself is so powerful. He wants Jingyan as a direct medium to connect to the dragon vein. This is only the starting point of the deduction. But before he can initiate the dragon vein experiment, we must hide Jingyan deeper beyond his line of sight. Shingayen shifted his gaze from the white flame in his palm. Then from now on Jingyan will no longer be used in any situation where it might be exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at this 6-year-old child. The smoke from his pipe rose between them, forming a fleeting white wall. The old man raised his hand and gently placed it on the boy's head. At this age, thinking too much. Your head will sink. But he withdrew his hand, turned, and walked toward the entrance of the training ground. You've done well enough. The name Daitongmu Hui was merely an ancient legend in the ninja world. The mother of the 6 paths, sage, the origin of chakra, the being sealed within the moon. 99% of the ninja world had never even heard of this name, and the remaining 1% only regarded it as a villain in mythological tales. But if Jingyan was of the same origin as the divine tree's energy, then Daitongmu Hui was no longer just a myth. She was the source of all chakra, and Jingyan was the fire that could burn away that very source. On the 3rd day after the dragon vein resonance test, Zilai formally stated this conclusion during a sage art class. Tiandong refers to the natural movement of celestial bodies. But for the Daitongmu clan, Tiandong specifically referred to the divine tree's reaction upon sensing a massive source of chakra. When the divine tree perceived power sufficient to threaten its own existence, its roots would move like an earthquake, and this movement would travel through space to the moon, causing even the sealed Daitongmu Hui to tremble. He paused. In the depths of the dragon vein near the source area with the highest concentration of natural energy, if Jingyan were to burn openly at that distance, it could theoretically trigger Tiandong. Once Tiandong occurred, the seal would be weakened. Daitongmu Hui might not break free immediately, but everyone in this world, who carried the bloodline of the Daitongmu clan, would sense that signal. Think about what that means. Shingu Yen was silent for a long time. His 6-year-old body bore the weight of deduction that even a jonin might not be able to withstand. If Jingyan could trigger Tiandong, then he became a walking key, a key that could open the moon seal. De Shiwan wanted to obtain him, Tuanzong wanted to seal him, and the 3rd Hokage wanted to protect him. Each of their motives had nothing to do with his own wishes. What they saw was Jingyan, not Shingu Yen. But what Shuemen saw was not Jingyan, and what Yoshinai saw was not either. That blonde boy would wait for him at the training ground every day after school, and that red-haired girl, though she said she didn't care, would always pick out the vegetables from his lunchbox and replace them with meat. What they saw was just him. A teammate who didn't talk much, who trained until the soles of his feet were covered in bloody cuts without uttering a word. Zilla Yezensai. He spoke, his voice very soft but every word steady. I don't want to become a key. The white-haired man looked down at this 6-year-old child. I just want to be myself. Zillai did not answer. He merely extended his calloused palm, and just like when they first met, gently pressed it on top of Shin Guyan's head. Then be yourself. Zillai withdrew his hand, grinning sloppily, no different from his usual self. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. I'm taller than you, and the third Hokage is even taller than me. If the Daitongmu really come knocking, they'll have to step over me first. But you'll need to be a bit tougher than you are now, or you'll get flattened. Evening under the old locust tree. After school, the old locust tree was their daily meeting point. The leaves had begun to turn yellow, scattering golden fragments on the ground. Shuamen sat on the left, sprinkling crushed seaweed on his rice ball with the seriousness of mixing soldier pills. Joshinai sat on the right, secretly transferring fried shrimp from her own lunchbox into Shuamen's, while complaining that he was too skinny. How would he ever beat the fourth Hokage? Shin Guyan sat between them, his chopsticks hovering in midair, lost in thought. Yen. Shuamen had finished sprinkling the seaweed and turned to look at him. Why have you been spacing out all day? Training not going well? Or did Teacher Lugu give you extra training again? Teacher Lugu is fine. Ziliezensai said he would take me to Miaomu Mountain in a few days for a short training camp, specifically for a closed test on the fusion of Sage Chakra and Jingyan. Joshinai put down her chopsticks. Just you alone. Is Miaomu Mountain far? It's outside the Land of Fire, said to be a secret realm of the Toad Clan. Shin Guyan did not elaborate on the exact location of Miaomu Mountain, because he himself wasn't sure. Zillai only said very far, without giving coordinates. It shouldn't be too long. While I'm away, don't you two slack off. Especially in Genjutsu combat. Don't think that just because Teacher Lugu doesn't take roll call there's no homework. Shuamen sat up straight and patted his chest. Don't worry. By the time you get back, I'll definitely have advanced my body flicker technique to the second stage. And I'll have practiced my multi-sealing technique to lock 3 targets at once. Joshinai added, arms crossed. Shin Guyan looked at their two faces glowing in the sunset, and suddenly felt something gently push against his chest. In his past life he had cried when he saw Zillai sink to the bottom of the water. He had also cried when he saw Ning Xiai hit by the piercing technique. But back then he was just a pair of eyes unable to do anything. Now it was different. He had fire in his hands. By the way, Shuamen, he said, looking at the sunset as he put away his lunchbox. If one day you become Hokage. Not if. Shuamen interrupted him, his blue eyes astonishingly bright in the sunset. It's when. All right. After you become Hokage, what do you want Konoha to become? Shuamen was taken aback. The weight of this question far exceeded a 6-year-old's everyday conversation. But it was Shin Guyan who asked, so he thought seriously for a long time. In the rustling sound of fallen leaves being swept across the ground by the autumn wind, the blonde boy spoke his answer for the first time in a tone that was not so excited. I hope Konoha becomes a place where, regardless of talent, bloodline, or background, every child can smile and say I want to be a ninja in the future. Shun Guyan did not comment on this answer. He just gave a soft then turned his gaze to the 3 stone statues carved side by side on the cliff face in the sunset. The boy's hand fell on Shuamen's shoulder, pulling the blonde boy closer. The 3 of us together. Joshinai stared at him for several seconds, then curled the corner of her mouth and gave a firm She stacked her lunchbox and stuffed it into her backpack, brushed the crumbs off her hands and followed them out. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back and shook her fist at the locust tree. From now on, no matter where we go, this is the formation. Whoever falls behind, I'll drag them back. Late that night, inside the moon in the sealed space of Daitongmu Hui, this was absolute darkness and absolute silence. The seal of the 6 paths planetary devastation had endured for over 1,000 years. No external fluctuation could penetrate this prison. But at that moment, from a certain point on this planet, from deep within a land called the Land of Fire, an extremely faint resonance seeped in along the cracks of the seal. It was not a chakra fluctuation nor any known form of energy. It was a white flame that burned through a tiny crack at the very end of the seal's gap. Daitongmu Hui opened her eyes. Her white hair floated slowly in the vacuum. Her Byakugan held no emotion, neither anger nor joy, merely recording the direction of that fluctuation. Deep within the land called the Land of Fire. Then the seal closed again and darkness swallowed everything once more. She closed her eyes. In the deepest chamber of the root base beneath Konoha, on a wall covered with sealing talismans, a corner of one talisman quietly turned black. The root ANBU on guard noticed the anomaly half an hour later, and immediately reported it to Tuanzong. Tuanzong took the discolored sealing talisman, and stared at it motionlessly for several seconds. You are indeed not just a bloodline limit. He clenched the talisman in his palm, squeezing hard. The talisman was crushed into fragments between his fingers. Meanwhile, in an underground laboratory outside the Land of Fire, a row of culture flasks suspended for semi-finished black iron chains. The last one, unlike the other three immersed in the brown-green culture fluid, was placed alone on a dry pedestal, its surface sealing array fully activated. With each array line activated, a ring of dark red light appeared on the surface. The chain began to slowly writhe without being touched, as if awakened by something from within. A hand reached out from the darkness and picked up the chain. The back of the hand was fair, the fingers slender, and on the ring finger was a silver ring engraved with the character Kong. De Shi Wan's vertical pupils reflected the shape of the chain in the faint green light of the culture flasks. He looked down at the slowly writhing chain in his hand, the corners of his mouth slowly curling upward. Tian Dong. Heh. His voice was very soft, like a snake's tongue licking the air with an almost devout pleasure. It seems my speculation was entirely correct. That fool Zilai must think that the blank he found in the lab ruins was proof that De Shi Wan backed down. Blankness never equals giving up. Blankness means, I no longer need these old things. He placed the fully activated chain into a sealing scroll labeled Practical Test. 12 years ago, tomorrow Konoha was still shrouded in the deepest darkness before dawn. Shingu Yen woke from a dream with no images. Jingyan in his dantian gave a gentle pulse, no warning, no sense of danger. He opened his eyes, his consciousness not yet fully awake, but he could feel that Jingyan had just responded to a certain fluctuation. Not the chakra flow nearby, but a pulse farther, deeper, more ancient. Exactly the same feeling as when he had broken through the third illusion in Lugus combined Genjutsu formation. He sat up and looked out the window. The moon's outline was slowly sinking behind the western ridge, its edge rimmed with a very faint, barely noticeable silver halo. Within that halo something was weakening. He did not know how many people's vigilance his unwitting action had stirred. But he knew one thing. In the darkness, more than one pair of eyes were already watching him. The dawn of Konohagakure always began on the rooftop of the Hokage Tower. The first rays of sunlight crossed the ridge of the Hokage monument, illuminating the ever-open window before gradually spreading across the entire village. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been seated behind his desk for nearly an hour. His pipe rested on the ashtray, having gone cold long ago. 5 scrolls lay spread across the desk. Jiraiya's short-term mission report, Shikaku's stage assessment, the latest sage training data on Kamiya, and the theft report from the Weapons Development Division, and the urgent intelligence dispatched from the Land of Lightning's front lines 3 days ago. He had read each one at least 3 times, memorizing the data. The true purpose of his examination was not to find numbers, but to uncover connections. Jiraiya's investigation was conclusive. Pure flame was homologous with the divine tree's energy, the primordial fire. The dragon vein resonance test confirmed that pure flame possessed the potential to awaken the dragon vein. The internal investigation report on the theft of the black iron sealing chains mentioned a critical detail. The warehouse's seal had not been triggered, implying the thief possessed authority surpassing the sealing system. In Konoha, no more than 5 people held such authority. One of them was Orochimaru. Another was Danzo Shimura. Aged, haven't I? He said to himself, then relit his pipe and took a deep drag. In the strategic conference room 3 floors beneath the Hokage Tower, today's closed-door meeting of the 5th generation advisors was about to commence. Once the door closed, this room became the most powerful and silent space in Konoha. Koharu, Udatain, Homura, Mitokado, Danzo, Shimura, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen Sarutobi. 5 people sat around a round table. On the table, there was no tea, no documents, only a solitary oil lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, Hiruzen Sarutobi began without preamble. Today's agenda is single, the final disposition regarding Kamiya N. Homura Mitokado adjusted his glasses. Kamiya N. The child who possesses pure flame. Third Hokage, you previously adjusted his danger level to not yet evaluated and restricted the file's observation permissions to 4 individuals. Now you suddenly request a full advisory council meeting to discuss disposition. Has there been a new development warranting a reassessment of his rating? Jiraiya, you report. Jiraiya stood up and placed a sealed scroll on the table, unfurling it. The scroll was densely covered with comparative data he had compiled from the ruins of Orochimaru's old laboratory, the resonance frequency between pure flame and the divine tree's energy waveform records of the dragon vein resonance reaction, and the assessment of dragon vein awakening potential he had conducted with the third Hokage. He did not read the report. Instead, he pointed to the final line of the conclusion for the 2 advisors to see. The primitive energy signature of pure flame is homologous with the chakra core of the divine tree. Confirmed by the dragon vein resonance test, pure flame possesses the ability to directly connect to and awaken the dragon vein. This means, if someone manages to seize or replicate pure flame through some means, they could bypass the sage transformation barrier and directly channel the dragon vein's energy. Homura Mitokado removed his glasses and slowly polished the lenses with his sleeve. Jiraiya, what you are saying is, this 6-year-old child holds the key to mobilizing the Sklas natural energy channel that runs through the entire underground of the Land of Fire. Yes, Koharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado exchanged a glance. The air in the conference room grew heavy, and the oil lamp's flame flickered uneasily a few times. Third Hokage Koharu Udatane's voice was aged and steady. The disposition you propose. What exactly does it entail? Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer directly. He merely looked at the silent Danzo. Danzo, what is your view? Danzo's cane tapped lightly on the floor. This child cannot be kept. Jiraiya abruptly stood up, the chair scraping against the stone floor with a sharp screech. Koharu Udatane frowned slightly but did not speak. Reason. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice remained calm. Pure flame is homologous with the divine tree's energy. The divine tree is the origin of Chakra, but also a weapon of the Otsutsuki clan. 1,000 years ago, the Sage of Six Paths painstakingly dismantled the divine tree's power into the 9-tailed beasts, dispersing Chakra throughout all of humanity to prevent any single individual from reassembling the divine tree. However, pure flame is the opposite. It is not a dismantler, it is a unifier. Once this power fully awakens, it becomes the sole key capable of reintegrating all chakra into the original divine tree. A living, moving key that could be sensed by the Otsutsuki at any moment. Then what targets Konoha would not be other ninja villages, but the Otsutsuki clan itself. That is a possibility, not a certainty, Jiraiya said coldly. A possibility is enough. Danzo's gaze pierced across the table at Jiraiya. Can you guarantee that from now until adulthood, he will control the temperature of pure flame in every real battle? Can you guarantee that he will not be detected by the Otsutsuki's perception in his lifetime? Can you guarantee that Orochimaru will not kidnap him during some mission and turn him into an experiment? What do you offer as a guarantee? My life. Danzo paused for a beat, then slowly shook his head. Jiraiya, war does not stop because of your life. Hiruzen Sarutobi raised his hand to halt their confrontation. Koharu Homura, your opinions. Homura Mitokado put his glasses back on the lenses, reflecting the oil lamp's light. Danzo's concerns are not without reason. The risk level of pure flame indeed exceeds the conventional framework. If we were still discussing an ordinary Kekkei Genkai, this meeting would not be taking place. But the issue lies in the method of disposition. The path Danzo essentially proposes is a single one, annihilation or permanent sealing. If either is taken, Konoha must bear all the ensuing chain reactions. First, internally, Kamiya Seiichi is a backbone special jonin in the Intelligence Analysis Division, and his wife has served in the Medical Corps for many years. Both have deep networks in their respective departments. To dispose of their only son without any public crime would inevitably alienate the Intelligence Division and the Medical Corps. Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze have already formed a profound bond with this child. Forcibly severing that bond, how would the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the future Hokage candidate view the village? Koharu Udatane took over. Secondly, externally. Jiraiya's report just now mentioned a detail. Pure flame triggered the second Hokage's glass barrier during the Dragon Vein resonance test. This means the child's ability has already been inscribed into Konoha's underground sage art defense system. Who can guarantee that the barrier will not suffer backlash from the sudden disappearance of pure flame? The second Hokage's legacy is not something that can be resolved with a single order from the third. Additionally, there is Orochimaru, Homura Mitokado added. If Kamiya N is disposed of, pure flame will vanish. Orochimaru's goal would then shift from acquiring pure flame to activating the dragon vein through other means. Rather than diverting his attention to other uncontrollable directions, it is safer to leave pure flame in the hands of a child directly under the third Hokage's authority and personally taught by one of the Sannin. This is the most secure seal. Using bonds and education to seal a key within a person's heart. Danzo was silent for a long time. Then he tapped his cane lightly on the floor. There is another option, he said. Speak. Root will place Kamiya N under long-term surveillance, extending the observation cycle from the current weekly report to permanent. No restriction on personal freedom, no interference with normal growth. But he must accept that every mission route is pre-screened by Root, every training data is archived by Root, and every contact is background checked by Root. In other words, let him grow, but let every inch of his growth occur within Konoha's sight. Jiraiya frowned. That is surveillance, not protection. Protection and surveillance are not contradictory. Your trust in him is trust, my distrust is insurance. With both existing simultaneously, Konoha is a complete Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi was silent for a moment, then made his final decision. The framework for handling pure flame will add an additional layer of emergency constraint measures on top of the existing not yet evaluated observation plan. If pure flame due to external irresistible factors tends toward loss of control, Root will implement the lowest level of physical control over Kamiya N. Note: control, not annihilation. Any action beyond the bounds of control must be revoked by the advisory council. He turned to Danzo. Can you accept that? Danzo gripped his cane tightly, and after a long while finally nodded slowly. His single eye gleamed with an obscure light in the deepest wrinkles, impossible to tell whether it was compromise or calculation. I will have people watch. After the meeting, only Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya remained in the hallway. Morning light poured in from the window at the end of the corridor, stretching their shadows long. "What do you think?" Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. "Not a single word of Danzo's can be trusted. His retreat this time was too swift. Last time he argued with me for 2 days before conceding over an unformed Kekkei Genkai, but this time when Pure Flame has already demonstrated Dragon Vein Resonance and Heavenly Omens, he bowed his head in just a quarter of an hour. He hasn't given up his coveting of Pure Flame. He's just taking a different route. Now he has obtained the highest level authorization for emergency constraint measures in Konoha. With his methods, twisting measures into sealing is only a matter of time." "I know." Hiruzen Sarutobi walked slowly along the sunlit corridor. "But Kamiya N's growth needs time, and time is stretched by rules on Danzo's side. As long as the framework of rules does not include authorization for annihilation, he cannot act directly. As for how he will circumvent it." He paused. "It depends on what kind of student this cheap teacher of yours can nurture." Jiraiya tucked the sake flask back into his belt and sighed. "Old man, you really know how to use people. That kid has recently been stacking perception attachment and sealing technique chakra circuits while practicing genjutsu countermeasures. Shikaku said his hand seal composition has already exceeded the level of the Chunin written exam. At this rate he'll drain me dry before he's even 7. "He won't," Hiruzen Sarutobi said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "He can't drain the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboku." That afternoon when Jiraiya returned to Training Ground 7, Kamiya N was in the middle of genjutsu countermeasure training. Shikaku's genjutsu formation had already been dismantled to the 6th layer. Not by brute force but by using pure flame to peel away the outer shell of the genjutsu chakra layer by layer, precisely cutting the link between each illusion and the caster, then marking the caster's chakra frequency on the perception attachment layer and tracing it back. Shikaku stood at the edge of the field recording data, his expression still lazy, but the data he wrote down was twice as much as usual. "That's enough for today. Take a 10-minute break, then it's time for sage training." Jiraiya walked to the center of the field and tossed a water flask over. Kamiya N caught the flask but did not drink immediately. Instead, he swept the last residual fluctuations of the genjutsu formation with his perception attachment layer before unscrewing the cap. "Shikaku said you found an alternative solution for the multi-seal parallel problem. You used perception attachment to cover the array terminals of multiple sealing formulas, changing the one-way output to multidirectional synchronization. How did you think of that?" "It wasn't thought of. It was something Pure Flame did on its own during a training session. The last day of tree climbing training, it jumped off the chakra channel on its own so I could steady myself. Later, when I reviewed that reaction, I realized it wasn't a passive jump. At the moment I concentrated to maintain chakra output, it sensed the chakra path I was about to drive and autonomously bypassed that channel. It can sense the direction of the array patterns of all my sealing formulas in advance. As soon as I activate 2 or more sealing formulas at the same time, it automatically redirects the excess chakra through multidirectional diversion." Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then shook his head with a wry laugh. "You call this thing a weapon? I think it's smarter than most Jonin's tactical instincts." "Jiraiya Sensei, Pure Flame is not a weapon." Kamiya N looked up at the white-haired man. "It's a hawk perched on my shoulder. I choose the target, it dives for the attack. We are partners." Jiraiya stared into those dark eyes, then suddenly reached out and pressed his hand on Kamiya N's head. Just as he had done the first time, they met outside the Hokage's office. "Then work well together. Don't let this hawk fly away." At the same time, in the Land of Fire's sealed ruins of Orochimaru's old laboratory, a scorched boulder marked the entrance, its Konoha sealing seal half melted from the inside. The surface debris was convincingly real. Collapsed ceiling, shattered culture tanks, waterlogged research logs. But after pushing aside the false wall at the deepest part of the second basement level, greenish-blue culture, fluid light seeped through the cracks. Orochimaru stood before the deepest culture rack in the new laboratory. In front of him floated 5 giant culture vats, each filled with pale green nutrient solution, submerged. Within were 5 fully activated black iron sealing chains. Unlike the previous half-finished one, every link of these 5 chains slowly writhed in the nutrient solution. The sealing array patterns glowed brighter in the liquid than when dry. At the end of each chain hung a thumb-sized pale red sealing core. Lord Danzo truly thinks he can control the situation. He took the 5th chain from the culture vat and held it up to his eyes, his vertical pupils contracting slightly. "Restrict my movements but not restrict Pure Flame's growth. Let Jiraiya teach him personally, let Shikaku be his tactical mentor, let the Third Hokage open advanced sage classes for him. Every layer of protection you pile on this child is one more iron chain tied around himself. When he discovers that his sage lessons are sensed by the Dragon Vein sealing records archived by the Weapons Development Division, every step of his growth stored in Root's archives. How will he view Konoha, which holds him in its palm, as its pride?" He stored the chain into a sealing scroll and turned to the culture rack on the other side of the new laboratory, where a completely different object sat. An artificial human body structure model. Unlike the vats holding the chains, this culture vat specimen had no skeleton, only a thin uniform layer of muscle tissue, covering a chakra pathway network infused with trace amounts of dragon vein energy pale to the point of blue. The chains were locks. This was the key. The black iron sealing chains were meant to suppress pure flame to make this fire sputter at the critical moment. And this nascent artificial body was the container to preserve the flame after it was extinguished. Jiraiya always distinguishes too clearly between enemy and ally, and my dear teacher always entrusts the bottom line of human nature to those who have already betrayed him. Orochimaru tucked the scroll into his sleeve and curled his lips at his own reflection on the culture vat's glass. Your chess game starts from the meeting room of Konoha, but my board has always been laid outside Konoha. That night in the backyard of the Kamiya residence, pure flame was compressed to the size of a pea, hovering half an inch above Kamiya N's palm. A white speck of light flickered gently in his black pupils. He was trying to extend pure flame along the perception attachment layer, not as an attack but as a purely informational channel. He wanted to see if pure flame could hear the voice of the dragon vein. Cicadas chirped in a chorus from the canopy overhead. The moon was half hidden by thin clouds. Pure flame burned quietly in his palm. Then he felt it. Not a sound, not a vibration, but a deeper sense. As if the dragon vein deep underground like a sleeping great river turned over extremely slowly and profoundly. Then pure flame gave a little jump in his dantian, replying to the call. He withdrew pure flame and looked toward the direction of the Hokage monument. The stone statues of the third Hokage gazed silently over the village in the moonlight. He knew the village's high echelons were protecting him, but not everyone was protecting him in the same way. Some saw him as a seedling, some as a weapon, some as a spark that needed to be extinguished at any moment. This chess game was too big, and he was only a 6-year-old child, who had just learned to expand his perception range to 120 meters, unable to see the boundaries of the board. But he held fire in his hands, had comrades by his side, and had people above him who shielded him from the rain. It's not over yet, he said to himself and turned back into the house. The night in Konoha was as peaceful as ever, but beneath the calm surface every piece on the chessboard was moving. Every path led to the same direction, the storm 12 years later. And in a place far away on the far side of the moon, in the deep void, in the tiniest crack of the ceiling gap, a pale spark still burned quietly. Kaguya Otsutsuki did not open her eyes again, but her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if the ripple of a sleeping dragon vein turning over on a distant planet had gently brushed her face. The entrance to Mount Myaboku lies deep, within a stone forest at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. The stone forest's terrain is peculiar. Weathered stone pillars jut out from the ground like giant fingers, their surfaces covered with moss and unknown vines. Jiraiya led Shingayan through the stone forest in silence, only occasionally raising his hand to push aside obstructing vines, his pace noticeably quicker than usual. Teacher Jiraiya, Mount Myaboku is the sacred land of the Toad clan. Why did you choose Mount Myaboku for this training camp instead of Ryuchi Cave? Because toads are easier to talk to than snakes. Jiraiya replied without turning his head. Moreover, the sage art nature of Mount Myaboku has a natural affinity with your pure flame. The toads use natural energy to transform into sage arts, not chakra-refined sage arts. Since the pure flame within you can bypass the sage art conversion barrier and resonate directly with natural energy, the environment of Mount Myaboku is the most suitable testing ground. He paused. Besides, Fukasaku Sage wants to meet you. Shingayan's steps halted for a moment. Fukasaku Sage, one of the 2 elders of Mount Myaboku, husband of Shima Sage and Jiraiya's sage art teacher. In the entire ninja world, the number of people who could make Fukasaku Sage proactively request a meeting could be counted on one hand. Why does he want to see me? Because the great Toad Sage had a dream. Jiraiya's tone was casual, but Shingayan sensed the weight beneath it. The great Toad Sage, Hama, prophet who had lived for over 1,000 years. Every time he dreamed, it signaled a major shift in the ninja world's landscape. The last person he dreamed of was Jiraiya himself, and that dream about the child of prophecy had already changed Jiraiya's life. The entrance to Mount Myaboku was a waterfall hidden deep within the stone forest. The water curtain cascaded down a cliff dozens of meters high, and the mist refracted a faint rainbow in the sunlight. Jiraiya formed a hand seal, and the water curtain parted in the middle, revealing a moss-covered stone. At the end of the staircase was a massive wooden door carved with a relief of a crouching toad. The toad's eyes were 2 emerald gems that emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Welcome to Mount Myaboku. As the door swung open, a warm, humid wind rushed in. Shingayan squinted, then saw the full view of Mount Myaboku. Giant mushrooms that blotted out the sky, strange plants of every color, and toad statues scattered among the jungle in the distance. The air was thick with dense natural energy, several times the concentration in Konoha village. Even breathing made one feel chakra trembling faintly in the meridians. The pure flame in his dantian suddenly leaped. It was not a warning but an irrepressible twitch like a hunting dog pricking up its ears at the scent of prey. Shingayan gently pressed his dantian using a sensory adhesion layer within his body to suppress the pure flame's fluctuations back to a stable range. It was still jumping but the amplitude had been controlled to a level imperceptible to the outside. Jiraiya noticed his action but said nothing, merely walking toward a large stone hall not far away. At the entrance of the stone hall, two small figures had been waiting for some time. Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage, the two great elders of Mount Myaboku, the highest advisors of the Fukasaku Sage was short with white eyebrows that hung down to his chest, holding a wooden staff taller than himself. Shima Sage wore an apron embroidered with sealing runes. Her dark green skin gleamed faintly in the sunlight, and her yellow-brown frog eyes slightly curved as if appraising the visitors from afar. Jiraiya, is this the child? Fukasaku Sage spoke, his voice much deeper than his small stature suggested, carrying a calmness that transcended time. Yes. Jiraiya placed his hand on Shingayan's shoulder. Shingayan, my student. Fukasaku Sage stepped forward and looked up at Shingayan. His height only reached Shingayan's waist, but his gaze had an inexplicable penetrating power. Those frog eyes were neither as gloomy as Danzo's nor as gentle as the Third Hokage's. They were like two calm mirrors directly reflecting Shingayan's image. After a long moment, Fukasaku Sage slowly nodded. Pure flame. The primordial fire. I have lived in Mount Myaboku for 800 years, seen tailed beast sages, and the reincarnations of Indra and Azura. But I have never seen this kind of fire. Shima Sage circled around to Shingayan's other side and gently touched his wrist. Her movement was quick and light, like a housewife picking a radish at the market, but the moment her fingers touched his skin, a faint golden arc flashed. Identical to the reaction when Jiraiya first touched his dantian. His chakra capacity is greater than others, his age roughly approaching the level of a genin. She then touched the palm of Shingayan's right hand where the pure flame most often resided. But the pure flame doesn't consume it, it uses it only as a habitat. I've never seen this symbiotic mode. It doesn't dwell in chakra, it dwells on the residual warmth of the soul. Residual warmth of the soul. It's the evidence that you are alive, Shima Sage said, releasing her hand, her tone as flat as if she were discussing the day's vegetable prices. All living beings have warmth when they are alive. This flame inside you burns by roasting your life force. The reason it doesn't consume your chakra is that you allowed it to live in your body. It's not a parasite, it's a tenant. She paused, turned to her husband, and blinked her round frog eyes. This kid, if he were in our world, would be the foolish boy who picks up a frozen snake by the roadside and brings it home to raise. Fukasaku Sage grunted, indeed. But that snake is a real snake. That afternoon, the first formal training of the camp began at the Sage Art Training Ground of Mount Myaboku. The training ground was a circular clearing surrounded by giant mushrooms paved with stone slabs engraved with the Toad clan's Sage Art runes. In the center stood a toad statue with a stone pool on its head that constantly gushed spring water. Fukasaku Sage sat cross-legged in front of Shingai and hands tucked in his sleeves, his voice steady and powerful. Jiraiya has discussed with me and the Third Hokage. The core objective of this training camp is to test the true reaction of the pure flame in a Sage Art environment. So far, the pure flame has proven itself capable of stable release in a sealed environment. But a sealed environment is static while a Sage Art environment is dynamic. I need to see whether the pure flame remains controllable, stable, and non-rampant when faced with different types of Sage Art inputs in a high-concentration Sage Art chakra environment. Shingayan asked no further questions. He sat on the cushion in the center of the training ground, closed his eyes, and extended the pure flame's sensory pulse. The first layer was a Sage Art simulation of the shadow binding technique. Fukasaku Sage's wooden staff lightly tapped the ground. Shadow threads several orders of magnitude, stronger than the shadow binding technique of Deer Valley, shot up from the earth and bound Shingayan's limbs. The pure flame's response was extremely rapid. It did not attack the shadow threads themselves but traced the chakra flow of the threads back to the technique's activation point, then released an extremely faint reverse pulse at that point, cutting off the chakra supply to the shadow threads. It was not a brute force break but a precise scalpel-like severance. The shadow threads dissipated. Shingayan opened his eyes. After the cut, the pure flame's consumption was nearly zero. It only needs to find the activation point of the technique, then burn through the connection circuit like cutting a thread. Fukasaku Sage made an invisible record on his staff, then tapped the ground again with its tip. Next layer. Direct Sage Art suppression. A high-density ring wall of Sage Art chakra rose from the edges of the training ground, trapping Shingayan in the center. This was the same Sage Art toad prison he had experienced before at the Konoha training ground, but this time the caster was Fukasaku Sage, and the suppression intensity of the Sage Art was a full order of magnitude higher than Jiraiya's attempt. The air density abruptly changed, the sense of gravity doubled, and the runes on the stone slabs buzzed loudly. Shingayan felt the pressure. It was not the pressure of chakra but sensory overload caused by the excessive density of natural energy. The pure flame in his dantian leaped violently, not from fear or pain but from excitement. It was like an eagle caged for too long, suddenly catching the scent of a storm, eager to burst out and smash in. The outer wall of the sage art chakra field was cracked by the pure flame. Water from the stone pool poured into the crack, making not a normal gurgling sound, but a very low-frequency hum, like someone in the distance striking a stone door with a water stick. Fukasaku Sage immediately withdrew all suppression, then struck his staff 3 times heavily. "Alright, that's enough." Jiraiya stood at the edge of the field, his brow deeply furrowed. In that instant, the pulse released by the pure flame perfectly matched the resonance frequency of the dragon vein, causing even the ground beneath Mount Myaboku to tremble slightly. The stone pool was cracked with hairline fissures, and the spring water developed a faint sulfurous smell. Deep within Mount Myaboku, several giant toads that had been dozing opened their eyes simultaneously and glanced toward the training ground. Shingai and panted, his right hand pressing on the violent fluctuations at his dantian, and said in a low voice, "The pure flame is not out of control. It's that the sage art suppression was too strong. It instinctively jumped out of the chakra channel, and then collided with another stronger natural energy. It sensed that energy could resonate with it and wanted to connect directly. That was not a chakra channel," Fukasaku Sage said, slowly walking over and standing before him, leaning on his staff. "What the pure flame collided with was the earth vein energy of Mount Myaboku's sage art barrier. Mount Myaboku itself is built on a branch of the dragon vein. This flame within you, when subjected to high-intensity sage art suppression, instinctively seeks a dragon vein channel for a more stable energy supply. This is not a rampage. It is autonomously choosing a better host." Shima Sage walked out of the stone hall carrying a plate of freshly cut insect mushrooms, her tone still unhurried. "Simply put, it's not satisfied with just living in this kid's dantian. It wants to visit a bigger house." Shingayan looked down at his own palm. From the day of tree climbing training, when it actively jumped out of the chakra channel to its active search for the dragon vein channel during sage art suppression, everything pointed to the same direction. The pure flame is not a tool that passively waits for commands. It is a symbiont capable of autonomous judgment, autonomous action, and autonomous selection of optimal strategies. Last time in Konoha, the intensity of the sage art suppression was not enough to induce the pure flame to actively seek the dragon vein channel. So it is not triggered every time. He looked up at Fukasaku Sage. Only when the concentration of sage art chakra exceeds a certain threshold will the pure flame initiate autonomous pathfinding. The higher the intensity of the sage art suppression, the stronger the pure flame's instinctive reaction. From now on, in all high-intensity sage art situations, I must first assess the pure flame's reaction before deciding whether to enter battle. Yes, that evening Mount Myaboku was shrouded in a pale purple twilight, and the caps of giant mushrooms glowed in the sunset. Shima Sage sent Jiraiya to the kitchen to wash dishes with a bowl of strangely colored insect mushroom soup. Shingayan sat alone on a stone platform at the edge of the training, ground, his feet dangling over the edge, watching the flickering fluorescent spores in the distant jungle. Under the moonlight, the water surface of the stone pool had returned to calm. The sulfurous smell was dispersed by the night breeze, leaving only the sound of spring water slowly bubbling up. Fukasaku Sage walked out of the stone hall leaning on his staff and sat down beside him, his white eyebrows gently stirred by the night breeze. "What conclusions did you draw from the afternoon test?" Shingayan thought for a moment. "The pure flame is neither a weapon nor a tool. It is a symbiont with autonomous judgment. It will actively bypass the chakra channel when I concentrate my attention to allow me to perform techniques smoothly, and it will autonomously seek the dragon vein channel when encountering high-intensity sage art suppression to find a more stable energy supply. Its behavioral logic is not code. It is biological instinct. You treat the pure flame as a companion." Fukasaku Sage's voice was soft, but every word was like a stone dropped into a pool. Many people have signed summoning contracts with toads, but the first to truly treat a toad as a companion was Jiraiya. Do you know why Jiraiya became the contractor of Mount Myaboku? Not because of his high talent nor because he carried a prophecy. It was because on his first visit to Mount Myaboku, he was lost for 3 days, half-starved, yet he shared his last piece of dry food with an injured toad. Fukasaku Sage paused again, looked up at the unfamiliar starry sky, and his voice became very soft and slow. "The strongest bond between a contractor and a summoning beast is never the contract itself. It is the trust of being willing to place each other's lives on each other's backs. The pure flame within you, from the moment it first actively cleared the chakra channel for you, has already signed that trust." Shingayan looked at his slightly spread fingers. "Fukasaku Sage, what exactly is this residual warmth you mentioned?" "The residual warmth of the soul." Fukasaku Sage's old eyes shimmered with a warm luster under the moonlight. "Every living person has warmth. Anger makes your chakra hot, sorrow makes it cold, and protection makes it bright. The reason the pure flame chose to dwell in your soul is not because you have any special talent. It is because your residual warmth happens to match its frequency." Shingayan fell silent. He recalled many scenes from before his transmigration. The weeping of Amigakure, the drying up of Sunagakure, the repeated falls of Konoha's Firebird, and he outside the screen unable to shed a single tear. He came to this world with reluctance and regret, and the pure flame, probably also carrying the same reluctance and regret, had wandered through countless cycles for over 1,000 years. If one day the pure flame leaves me, will it find another soul with the same frequency? No! Fukasaku Sage shook his head. The primordial fire does not seek a host. At the birth of Chakra, it only split into a single pure flame. You are the first host it chose itself, and the only one. Shingayan remained silent for a long time. The night breeze blew across the water surface of the stone pool, shattering the moon's reflection into a pool of silver fragments. From the distant kitchen came the roar of Shima Sage, scolding Jiraiya for breaking a plate, and Jiraiya's cheeky rebuttal that the plate was already cracked. Meanwhile, 30 meters underground in Konoha village, the root base, Danzo sat in a chair in the secret chamber with a record of earth vein fluctuations, just intercepted from the direction of Mount Myaboku placed before him. The waveform chart showed an extremely sharp peak at a certain point in time. The peak intensity exactly matched the maximum suppression threshold of the black iron chains in a sealed environment that month. Mount Myaboku. He muttered the 3 words, his single eye reflecting a dim light in the darkness. Jiraiya took him to Mount Myaboku. An Umbu ninja knelt in the shadows. Danzo-sama, shall we set up ceiling sentries on the outskirts of Mount Myaboku? No need. Mount Myaboku is guarded by the Toad clan. Our ceiling arrays cannot enter. He struck the floor firmly with his cane and slowly stood up. The stronger he becomes, the fewer reasons he has to leave Konoha. When he is strong enough, war will make him stand in front of Konoha of his own accord. He paused, then raised his hand to dismiss the Umbu. Tell Orochimaru, the pure flame has entered the Sage Art environment testing phase. I want to receive a copy of his test data simultaneously. The training camp at Mount Myaboku was scheduled to end 3 days later. Jiraiya, carrying new test data and several scrolls of Sage Art techniques, gifted by Fukasaku Sage, bid farewell to the 2 elders at the entrance of the stone forest. Fukasaku Sage nodded to Jiraiya, and Shima Sage shoved a large bag of dried insect mushrooms into his hands. Take these for the third Hokage to try, a much more nutritious than his pipe. Jiraiya gave a dry laugh, hung the mushroom bag on the outside of his backpack, and turned to lead Shingayan on the way back to Konoha. As they walked out of the stone forest, he suddenly called out to Shingayan. You've worked hard these days. Any thoughts? Shingayan thought for a moment and gave a short answer. I am rebuilding my understanding of the pure flame. Just don't build it wrong. I won't. On the way back, as they reached the edge of the dense forest at the border of the land of fire, Jiraiya suddenly stopped. An abnormal stillness emanated from the forest ahead. Not a natural quiet, but a silence artificially cleared. No chirping of insects, no birdsong, even the sound of wind through the leaves had vanished. Fall back. Jiraiya's voice instantly switched to combat mode, his right hand already completing a hand seal to initiate a Sage Art. But Shingayan did not retreat. He closed his eyes, and the pure flame's sensory pulse swept through every layer of the forest canopy. Not Danzo's men, nor Orochimaru himself. The number of enemies is 3, 70 meters straight ahead, 50 meters to the left, and 85 meters to the right. His voice suddenly tightened. Their chakra waveform composition is off. There is residual Sage Art, but not the Sage Art of Mount Myaboku. This chakra frequency exactly matches the fluctuation characteristics of the White Snake Sage of Ryuchi Cave mentioned by Fukasaku Sage in class. 3 figures in white cloaks emerged from the depths of the dense forest. Their cloaks were embroidered with snake scale patterns, their masks, shaped like the skull of a white snake, with faint golden vertical pupils in the eye holes. Contractors of Ryuchi Cave, the direct guards of the White Snake Sage, the 3 serpent guards. Jiraiya, the leading serpent guard, spoke, his voice hoarse and elongated like a snake's tongue slowly flicking in the air. The pure flame of the child behind you has been sensed by Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage sends a message. The primordial fire should not be raised by toads. Jiraiya did not answer. He had already fully spread his Sage Art chakra, forming a faintly visible Sage Art barrier behind him. The real surprise came from behind him. The moment Shingayan confirmed the enemy's chakra characteristics, he had already completed a low-profile body flicker technique, silently moving close to Jiraiya's back. He was not charging toward the enemy. He intended to form a back-to-back defensive formation with Minato, but forgot that at this moment he was separated from his blonde teammate by an entire Mount Myaboku. The morning light of Nyamu Mountain filtered through the caps of giant mushrooms, casting a layer of faint golden shards on the steps of the stone hall. Shin Guyen sat on the steps flipping through the ancient scroll of celestial techniques gifted by Shinzaku, but his attention was clearly not on the scroll. Jingyen pulsed in his dantian every few seconds as if urging him to set off. Jiraiya walked out of the stone hall carrying a bulging bundle on his back stuffed with the dried insect mushrooms and celestial herbs that Shinzaku insisted he bring. The face of the white-haired man still bore the fatigue from being nagged by Shinzaku all morning, but upon seeing Shin Guyan's expression he broke into a grin. What's wrong? Reluctant to leave? No. Shin Guyan stood up and put the scroll into his ninja tool pouch. I was just thinking I need to verify what Shinzaku said about the warmth of the soul when I return. The resonance frequency of Jingyen with celestial chakra fundamentally differs from that of ordinary chakra's feedback curve. If I could quantify this variable. Stop. Jiraiya slapped him on the head lightly, as if tapping a watermelon. You're only 6.5. A 6.5-year-old should be thinking about how to boast to teammates about the frog cuisine of Miamu Mountain, not calculating formulas on the steps. Shin Guyan did not retort, but the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Not because of Jiraiya's words, but because when he mentioned teammates Jingyen gave a gentle pulse in his dantian as if anticipating something. Let's go back to Konoha. The journey from Miamu Mountain back to Konoha would take 2 days. On the first evening, they camped in the dense forest at the border of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya lit a campfire and skewered the insect mushrooms that Shinzaku had given him onto a branch to roast the aroma, driving the wild wolves in the vicinity away. Shin Guyan sat across from the campfire unfolding the ancient scroll of celestial techniques from Shinzaku, flipping through the pages by the firelight. The scroll recorded the cultivation insights of past contract holders of Miamu Mountain, spanning over 1,000 years from the Sage of Six Paths to Jiraiya. But what truly caught his attention was a small note written in the margin of the scroll. Jiraiya's handwriting, the ink faded and gray, clearly written long ago. Jingyen is neither a weapon nor a tool. It is a symbiotic entity with autonomous judgment. He couldn't help but read this line aloud. The voice was soft, but Jiraiya heard it. The white-haired man paused while roasting the insect mushrooms. I wrote that 20 years ago. Jiraiya said, his tone unusually devoid of jest. At that time I had just signed the summoning contract with Miamu Mountain, and Shinzaku asked me to leave a line on the scroll. I didn't know what to write, so I copied a line from the prophecy of the great sage frog. Prophecy. Your disciple will become the axis of change. Jiraiya took a charred insect mushroom off the fire, stared at it for a few seconds, then tossed it into his mouth. At that time I thought the prophecy referred to a specific person. Later, when I took in Minato, I thought it was him. Later still, when I took in Nagato. He paused, chewing the insect mushroom more slowly. Then I didn't know anymore. Shin Guyan said nothing. He understood that the name Nagato held a story that had already turned tragic before it even began. In the original work, Jiraiya took in Nagato Yahiko and Konan, believing Nagato to be the child of prophecy, but ultimately Nagato twisted into the leader of the Akatsuki organization, pain consumed by pain and hatred. And Jiraiya would ultimately die at Nagato's hands. That was the timeline of the original work. But now it was different. Jiraiya Sensei. He closed the scroll, the flames dancing in his black pupils. The prophecy is not singular. The children of prophecy are never just one person, but all the fools willing to sacrifice for their companions. Jiraiya looked at him, momentarily forgetting to chew the insect mushroom before bursting into laughter. That laughter echoed far into the night forest, startling a few roosting birds, and awakening a small frog dozing in the grass nearby. This line Jiraiya pointed at him with a stick. If I write it into a novel, will you pay for the copyright? But the condition is that you must not write about the details of my socks. Ha ha ha, deal. The campfire burned all night long. The next morning they set off on their return journey again. After crossing the border of the Land of Fire, Jiraiya suddenly quickened his pace, and turned, saying he needed to stop by the border outpost to deliver some intelligence about Miamu Mountain to the stationed Umbu. Shin Guyan was left waiting by the stream at the edge of the forest, while he himself vanished deeper into the treetops, winding around a few weather-beaten boulders. Shin Guyan sat alone by the creek, idly tossing stones into the water. Jingyen lay quietly dormant in his dantian. The cicadas chirped loudly in the treetops above, sunlight filtering through the leaves to sprinkle the water's surface, everything perfectly serene. Then Jingyen suddenly jumped. It was not the usual faint pulse, but a heavy thud, as if a hand had tightly grasped his dantian. The creek water rippled in fine circles from some silent disturbance. A few fallen leaves wedged between the stones were pushed out of place. Shin Guyan stood up in the same instant that Jingyen trembled, forming seals with his left hand, sensing the pulse expanding to its maximum radius. Not scanning, but locking on. Locking onto the source of chakra, silently approaching from the edge of the dense forest. The lingering scent was faint, bitter, with a slight hint of decay and sweetness, exactly the same as the smell he had encountered in his bento box. It was not a duplicate, but the same practitioner, the same toxin formula. The sense attachment layer covered his entire body in the first instant, faster than any training session. 3 figures dropped from the shadows of the treetops, landing silently. They were not the 3 snake guard. They were 2 pairs of root ninjas, one landing 20 steps directly in front of him, the other blocking the stone bridge downstream, positioned at an angle that perfectly sealed off his escape route. Shin Guyan's gaze passed over the masks, landing on the remnants of ceiling patterns on the shoulder of the leading figure. That hand had once pressed against the collar of a child from the Oil Woman clan, stuffing the stench of corpse grass into the rice of his bento. Jing Yan recognized this chakra waveform before him. This was not conjecture, it was confirmation. You changed partners. He did not retreat. The 6.5-year-old stood on the pebbled bank of the creek, facing the encirclement of the two-root umbu, his tone as calm as if he were commenting on today's weather. Lord Orochimaru appreciates your sensing ability. The practitioner's voice had gained a layer of serpentine rasp, since he last heard it in Tamamo Town, the eyes behind the mask tightening in sync with the fresh sealing mark on his right shoulder. But our task today is to bring you back. Alive would be best. Shin Gu-yen stood still. He had already confirmed where Jiraiya would return after hearing Jing Yan's alert, but before that he had to withstand the first round of encirclement alone. Jing Yan's sensing pulse had swept through all possible routes of attack, for the shadow binding technique and fire sealing technique forming simultaneously in his hands. The last time he had been delayed in the multi-seal test due to a collision of dual techniques, and that time Lukai had not punished him merely closing his notebook and saying, "If you collide again next time it won't be a deduction of points but kunai." Now he was indeed facing two kunai. The practitioner's figure blurred at the edge of his vision, and the battle had already begun. The poison sealing technique was triggered as he moved. This was not something he actively released, but a trap he had set in advance on the pebble bank, waiting for the opponent to step into. The puppetry ceiling was severed midair, the impact of the two sealing techniques blasting the pebble bank into a shower of debris. But the second shadow had already cut into his left side faster than the fire sealing technique's formation. The kunai grazed the fabric of his left shoulder, leaving a cut, while Shin Gu-yen sensed another sharp chakra had already sealed off all angles for his retreat. The fire sealing technique went off target the moment his left hand completed the hand signs. His multi-sealing technique was not yet practiced enough to intercept attacks from two sides simultaneously. He knew he wouldn't make it in time. At that moment Jing Yan exploded from his dantian. Not a sensing pulse but a true white flame. It was still not even the size of a grain of rice, but after it left his palm it did not shoot directly toward the target like in the last training, but instead slid along the sensing attachment layer, then split in midair into two paths. One deflected the kunai aimed at his front, while the other accurately burned through the sealing pattern on the left umbu's forehead protector. The practitioner's footsteps halted. It was not a retreat born of fear. But all the sealing patterns on his mask were simultaneously burned apart by Jing Yan, in that instant producing a series of delicate cracking sounds on the surface of the mask. Then a tall figure descended from the sky, creating a deep pit upon landing. Jiraiya turned around and glanced at the two umbu, who disappeared into the shadows faster than they had arrived. He turned back to check on Shin Gu-yen, only to find the boy already squatting on the pebble bank, examining a piece of fabric that had been charred by Jing Yan with a twig. The sealing patterns remaining on the fabric were already blackened, but he still scrutinized it carefully. That practitioner, his chakra waveform is completely consistent with the residual frequency of the puppetry sealing on the child from the Oil Woman clan. The bento poisoning incident was his doing. No kidding. Just now you were slow to initiate the first move of the multi-sealing technique. The collision of parallel circuits in the multi-seal technique hasn't been resolved yet, right? You need to practice more. Shin Gu-yen set the fabric down, waiting for Jiraiya to finish before speaking. You didn't actually go far. Who said I didn't go far? If you had truly gone far, you wouldn't have marked their chakra with celestial techniques before they infiltrated the forest. You were waiting for me to activate the multi-seal technique. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then reached out and pulled him up from the pebble bank. When we get back, let's add an extra afternoon class for practical combat with the multi-seal technique. Lukai alone isn't enough, he'll alternate with the Third Hokage. Your multidirectional flow scheme that covers multiple sealing patterns with the sensing attachment layer has been noted in Lucke's report, and the old man approved it in person. Your sealing technique's formation can now exceed the usual limits for Chunin and above in parallel circuits. Shin Gu-yen dusted off the pebbles from his hands. All right. That evening at the main gate of Konoha. The golden sunlight slanted over the tiles of the gate, and Shin Gu-yen followed Jiraiya through the village gate. When his foot stepped onto the stone-paved road of Konoha, Jing Yen gave a gentle pulse in his dantian. It was not a warning nor a sensing pulse, but rather the same subtle pulse he had felt a week ago when he left. Like a sigh of relief, as if he had finally returned to a familiar place. Yen! The golden-haired boy's figure darted out from around the corner, moving so fast, it was like a golden arc of electricity, nearly knocking over a small cart selling dango by the roadside. Minato skidded to a halt 3 steps in front of him, his blue eyes shining brightly. You're back. How was Miaomu Mountain? Were the frogs big? Did you learn any new celestial techniques? Did Jiraiya-sensei sneak a peek in the women's bathhouse? Ow. Jiraiya's fist had come down from above Minato's head. First, I did not sneak a peek. Second, why are you running so fast? He hasn't been gone for a whole year. Minato covered his head, but his smile didn't diminish at all, still brimming with the eagerness to pounce on his teammates. Shin Guyen looked at him, the expression he had been holding back all the way finally softened a bit. Before he could respond, another voice came splashing in from behind Minato. You're late. We agreed on a 3-day training camp, and today is already the 4th day. The red-haired girl walked out from behind Minato, crossing her arms, her brows knitted together, as she scanned him from head to toe. Then her gaze landed on the cut on his left sleeve made by the kunai. Her expression was not as excited as Minato's, but something in her tightly wound little face relaxed subtly when she saw that Shin Guyen had no apparent injuries. I encountered a situation on the way. Shin Guyen said, his tone as flat as if he were commenting on traffic delays today. By the way, I caught the person who poisoned the bento. What? You caught him? Was it just you? Or was it Jiraiya Sensei? The details I'll explain tomorrow. Let's go eat first. Shin Guyen interrupted him, walking toward the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. It's on me. Kushina grabbed Minato's sleeve and hurried after him, a genuine smile finally blooming on her face. Minato shouted from behind, Wait, you haven't said whether the frogs of Nyamu Mountain taste different from the frogs of Konoha," and was promptly smacked on the shoulder by Kushina. Jiraiya stood at the spot watching the 3 children walk along the golden path paved by the sunset. The white-haired man did not follow, merely adjusted the bundle on his shoulder and turned toward the direction of the Hokage tower. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, the blue smoke from his pipe swirling into unpredictable patterns in the sunset. Spread out on the desk was a report from Jiraiya detailing the peak waveforms of the Dragon Vein resonance response. One group of peak values was exactly equivalent to the maximum suppression threshold measured in the Black Iron Chain test field. The conclusion section contained only one line: the ink still wet. Jing Yen has the potential to completely break through the suppression threshold of the Black Iron sealing chains in a high-intensity celestial technique environment. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the report down, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. Those who wish to eliminate him will find the chains increasingly inadequate. Those who wish to utilize him will discover the key is more complex than imagined. Meanwhile, Orochimaru will not cease his development of stronger sealing devices, and Danzo will not stop recording every step of his growth in the root archives. Jiraiya leaned against the window, folding his arms as he gazed at the stone statues of his teachers, the first and second Hokage, on the Hokage rock in the distance. What's the conclusion? The conclusion is, what path this child will take in the future is not for us to decide. Sarutobi Hiruzen set the pipe down at the edge of the ashtray, standing up and walking to the window, sliding a file from the corner of the desk toward Jiraiya. But Minato and Kushina can decide a significant portion. Jiraiya looked down. The cover of the file bore a new codename: Team Reorganization Plan Silent Fate. Giving him the companions he trusts most is far more effective than giving him any weapon. As these words fell, the curtain of the Ichiraku Ramen shop was being dyed the same warm orange as the Hokage rock by the setting sun. The 3 of them sat side by side on the high stools in front of the counter, the bowls of ramen before them steaming with hot white vapor. The ramen shop owner was busy behind the counter, occasionally glancing at the 3 kids with a smile and shaking his head. While shoving noodles into his mouth, Minato asked about Nyamu Mountain in a muffled voice. Shin Guyen selectively ignored his most outrageous questions, such as whether he had turned into a giant frog. He earnestly answered a few questions regarding celestial techniques. Kushina, unusually silent, slowly drank her soup from the side, but the layer of oil floating on the surface of the broth reflected her focused eyes. When the topic turned to being ambushed by the root umbu, Minato's chopsticks froze midair, while Kushina fell silent for a moment, then began transferring her char siu pieces one by one into Shin Guyen's bowl. Kushina, your char siu has basically ended up in my bowl. Red-haired people don't need char siu, she said defiantly. Shin Guyen looked at the small mountain of char siu piled in his bowl, ultimately not pushing it back. He lowered his head, picked up a piece of char siu, and after chewing a few times, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Minato leaned over, scrutinizing his expression before suddenly bursting into laughter. Such carefree, unreserved laughter that even the ramen shop owner behind the counter couldn't help but chuckle a couple of times. The laughter echoed in the warm yellow light of the ramen shop, accompanied by the boiling pots of noodles as they left Ichiraku Ramen. It was already late at night, the Hokage rock standing quietly in the darkness, the faces of the first, second, and third Hokage glinting with a gray sheen in the moonlight. The myriad lights of Konoha flickered below each one, a beacon of a ninja family's vigil, each representing the future that this generation of children must shoulder. Shin Guyen looked up at the blank cliff face at the far end of Hokage rock that had yet to be carved. The stone there was as smooth as paper, just like the blank file that Sarutobi Hiruzen had pushed in front of him when he first walked into the Hokage's office. Whose face will be carved there in the end? Kushina followed his gaze. Minato did not hesitate. Me. Then you better practice the body flicker technique well. Shin Guyen withdrew his gaze from the cliff, hands tucked into his pockets as he walked deeper into the street. The 4th Hokage's physique needs to be stronger than it is now. You need to eat at least 1 more bowl than you do now. Hey! If I eat 2 bowls, can Kushina watch out for me? No! The curtain of the ramen shop swayed again, the footsteps of the three children wrapped in the night wind merging into the depths of Konoha's streets. That blank cliff face would remain dormant for a long time. But when the sun rises again, the first light to illuminate it will surely be the highest peak. Chapter 16 End. Shingayan stood before the door at the end of the corridor in Konoha Hospital for quite a while. The corridor was filled with the scent of disinfectant mingled with the bitter herbal aroma, unique to the medical unit. The walls were pale green, the floor a light gray. Everything was so clean it felt almost desolate. Occasionally a nurse pushing a medicine cart passed behind him, the sound of wheels rolling across the floor echoing through the corridor like a slow countdown. In the ward behind that door resided Tsunadeheim, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, granddaughter of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the most powerful medical ninja in the entire shinobi world. She was also, in the original timeline after losing her younger brother Nawaki, and her lover Dan Kato, she developed severe hemophobia, left Konoha, and became the gambling-addicted legendary sucker. But now she was still in Konoha. Dan was not dead yet. Nawaki was not dead yet. None of the tragedies had yet occurred. Shingayan did not know Tsunade's exact state at this point in time. He had not memorized the chronicles from reading the manga in his past life. He only knew that the Second Shinobi World War was already underway, and the sacrifices of Nawaki and Dan would occur at some point during this war. He did not know the specific day the battle or who would kill them. He only knew one thing: if Tsunade could stay in Konoha, the casualty rate of the Third Shinobi World War would be completely different. The value of a medical ninja on the battlefield was measured in lives. A medical squad trained by Tsunade could reduce a team's death rate by more than half. And if her hemophobia were never triggered, if the people she cherished most did not die before her eyes, then this woman would be one of Konoha's most vital strategic assets in the coming war. But today he had come to the hospital not for Tsunade. He was here to find Yakushi Nono. The name Yakushi Nono was mentioned only a few times in the original work, but each time it carried a heavy tragic hue. The director of the Konoha orphanage, an unofficial advisor to the medical unit, a former member of Root codenamed Walking Shrine Maiden. She had adopted countless orphans during the war using her own salary to support the children whose families had been shattered by conflict. And among the children she adopted was one named Yakushi Kabuto. That child was later brainwashed by Danzo, trained as a spy for Root, and after his self-identity was completely destroyed, he turned back to stab his foster mother. Nono could not recognize Kabuto, and Kabuto could not recognize himself. He was one of the countless tragedies manufactured by war and conspiracy, and the first blow of that tragedy was wielded by Shimura Danzo. Shingayan did not want Kabuto to become the person from the original story. Not for some grand ideal of changing the future, but because Kabuto should now be an infant held in Nono's arms. He would not let an infant be taken away before even knowing what his mother looked like and be trained as a tool. Then, a hand waved before his eyes. Minato had appeared from around the corner of the corridor, carrying 2 lunch boxes in his hands, his blue eyes filled with confusion. "What are you spacing out in front of Tsunadesima's room? Didn't you say today we were coming to see Yakashizuma?" "Nothing." Shingayan withdrew his thoughts and took one of the lunch boxes from Minato. "Is Yakashizuma on day shift or night shift today?" "Day shift," Minato said. "I asked at the nurse station just now. She's doing rounds in the pediatric ward on the 3rd floor. She'll be off duty in about 15 minutes. You asked all that, of course." The golden-haired boy puffed out his chest, then suddenly lowered his voice and leaned in. "Oh, by the way, when I came up just now I saw Tsunadesima's door was ajar. She seemed to be arguing with someone." "Arguing?" "Yeah. Couldn't hear clearly through the door, but it was loud, like she was scolding someone named Jiraiya." Shingayan paused for a beat. Jiraiya had returned to the village, but hadn't been to the hospital yet. Last week in the Hokage's office, Shingayan had casually mentioned Tsunade's been in pretty good shape lately. So this pretty good shape assessment came from eavesdropping on someone being scolded through a door. "Let's go." He tugged Minato's sleeve. "First to the 3rd floor." Yakushi Nono was a woman with a gentle face. She wore the white uniform of the Konoha medical unit, her light golden hair tied in a low ponytail, and behind her glasses her eyes always carried a quiet weariness. It was the weariness of someone who had long cared for the sick and the orphaned. Not a physical fatigue, but a weariness of the heart. When she saw Shingayan, she was slightly startled. "You are Shingu Ayano's son?" "Yes." Shingayan bowed. "Yakashizuma, I am Shingayan. My mother asked me to send her regards to you." Nono smiled. It was a faint but sincere smile. "No need to call me Sama. Your mother and I work together in the medical unit. You can call me Aunt Nono." She took the box of sweets he handed her, and through the transparent lid, she saw the rice crackers inside, her eyes crinkling. "Did your mother bake these herself?" "Yes. She said you often forget to eat when you're on night shift. She still worries too much." Nono chuckled softly and put the box of sweets into the nurse station drawer. "I heard you've been training under Jiraiya lately. It must be tough." "It's okay. You're training with Minato and Kushina, right?" She signed her name on the ward round record. Your mother mentioned it several times. Said you've been training so late that the calluses on your feet are thicker than those of a chunin and asked if I could do a physical assessment for you when I have the chance. Shingayan glanced at Minato. Minato was standing on tiptoe, unconsciously peering through the observation window of the pediatric ward. Inside, several infants wrapped in swaddling were sleeping peacefully on the cribs. He was acting unconsciously, just looking for which child was wrapped the tightest. Aunt Nono. Shingayan withdrew his gaze. The oldest child in the orphanage back then. What was her name? Nono's smile paused slightly, then the layer of gentle weariness settled back over her face, though a shade lighter. You still remember that orphanage? I remember. Mother said that after you adopted him you sent rice crackers to the orphanage every year. Adding one more box this year shouldn't be a problem. He stood with his hands behind his back, very upright, as if reporting a completely ordinary observation. Nono was stunned for several seconds. The medicine cabinet at the other end of the nurse station beeped. She turned to turn off the timer, then turned back, placed the medical chart holder she was holding on the counter, and gently reached out to ruffle his hair. Thank you. Her voice was very soft. Minato tugged at his sleeve from behind and asked who was Kabuto. When he got no answer, he swallowed the question himself. He had grown accustomed to it. His teammate sometimes became an adult who wasn't a child, and though he didn't know the reason, he chose not to ask. After leaving the third floor, Shingayan told Minato to head back to the training ground first while he went down the stairs to the first floor and turned into the side wing of Konoha Hospital, the special care unit for shinobi severely wounded on missions. Tsunade's ward was at the end of that corridor. He stood outside the door for a moment, then finally raised his hand and knocked softly. Come in. Pushing the door open, the light inside the ward was dimmer than the corridor. The curtain was half-drawn, and the afternoon sunlight sliced into strips of light that fell across the hospital bed. Tsunadheim leaned against the headboard, her golden hair flowing over her shoulders, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead, emitting a faint purple glow in the shadows. Her complexion wasn't bad, but her eyes were irritable, the kind of irritability unique to a combatant forced into recuperation. Who are you? Tsunade looked him up and down. I don't recall scheduling a primary school student for a sick visit. Shingayan. Jiraiya Sensei, a student. He said, then took a scroll from his backpack and handed it to her with both hands. This is the draft of the new medical unit reorganization plan that the third Hokage asked me to bring you. He said you should have seen the first draft here in the hospital. This is the revised version. Tsunade took the scroll and unrolled it, scanning it. Her reading speed was extremely fast. In less than a few breaths, she had digested a page of content, then snorted. The old man really won't give up. I told him half a year ago I'm not leading the medical unit. I'm a frontline combatant now, not a rear-line medic. Shingayan responded. The third Hokage said you can just be an advisor and not personally lead the team. Advisor won't work either. The front lines are so short-staffed you want me to sit in an office grading intern case reports. Tsunadesima. Shingayan's voice suddenly became very quiet. Not the quiet of a child pretending to be an adult, but a deeper stillness that did not belong to his age. You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. If you stand on the front line, all enemies will see you as a symbol of Konoha to attack. Even if you lie in the hospital, you are still the target they would sacrifice everything to take down. He paused. But if you can save one more Jonin on the front line, that is one more blade of Konoha's death-defying power. If you train 3 medical ninjas in the rear, they can save 10 more blades for you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening. Did the old man teach you to say that? No, I thought of it myself. What standing does a 6-year-old kid have to advise me on teaching medical ninjutsu? Because my 2 teammates will get hurt sooner or later. I hope that when they are sent to the hospital, the medical ninja treating them will have been trained under your guidance. Tsunade stared at him expressionlessly for a long time, then slapped the scroll onto the bedside table and flopped back onto the pillow. This damn kid is just like Dan. What's the name of that fire of yours? Jingyan. I heard it burns without stopping. Show me a little. She pointed to the iron infusion stand at the foot of the bed. Shingayan did not refuse. The Jingyan within his dantian gave a gentle leap, and a wisp of white flame, thinner than a chopstick, sprang from his fingertip, lightly licked the metal rod of the infusion stand, and then retracted into his finger. The surface of the iron rod was not scorched or discolored, but the spot touched by the flame suddenly brightened. Not the bright red of high heat, but a deeper luster, as if emanating from within the metal itself. Tsunade leaned in for a look, then reached out, and gently touched the metal surface that had been touched by Jingyan. When she withdrew her hand, her fingertips were slightly red. This is not fire release. Fire release burns iron, the surface blackens first. Yours modifies from the inside. The essence of Jingyan is not combustion but restoration, Shingai, and said, retracting the white flame from his fingertip. It returns all chakra to its original state before birth. The denser the chakra, the cleaner Jingyan burns it. But ordinary metal contains no chakra, so it can only polish away a bit of rust. Tsunade picked up the scroll again, her fingertips tapping unconsciously on its cover, and finally let out a breath. I can lead the medical unit, but only on 2 conditions. First, don't call me teacher, just call me Tsunadesima. Second, all medical ninjutsu lesson plans that require deployment to the front lines must be personally approved by me. Yes. After leaving the special care unit, Shingai, and sat down on a bench at the corner of the corridor, and fished a soldier pill out of his pocket, popping it into his mouth. Today's chakra consumption was not high, but negotiating with Tsunade consumed a different kind of energy. Every word he had said had been turned over at least 10 times in his head. Tsunade was a person wrapped in layers of grief and fear. To break through her defenses, logic alone was not enough. Using Dan Kato as a comparison worked, but not because he was eloquent. It was because Tsunade, without realizing it, had grown accustomed to Dan is always right. She was willing to listen to Dan persuade her to learn medical ninjutsu, so she would also listen to a child who said much the same thing as Dan. He also recalled the faint needle marks on Nono's fingers when she was looking through the ward-round records. Those were traces of intensive medical ninjutsu practice. A former elite medical ninja of Root assigned to the pediatric ward of Konoha Hospital. That was not a demotion, but the third Hokage protecting her. He swallowed the soldier pill. That evening in the maternity ward of Konoha Hospital, a newborn with golden hair and blue eyes let out a piercing cry from its crib. The sound pierced through the corridor and straight into the ears of Minato Namikaze, who had just stepped through the hospital entrance. He had come to find Shingai, but involuntarily paused in the maternity corridor for several seconds. The baby was still crying, each cry more powerful than the last. Minato leaned against the glass window of the nursery and watched inside for a long while. The nameplate Sarutobi on the wall beside him glowed faintly under the light. At that moment, from the opposite corridor of the maternity ward, Dan Kato emerged from the break room, holding a bouquet of freshly changed wildflowers. He saw Tsunade leaning against the ward door, still clutching the scroll, a mix of surprise and amusement on her face. I heard you agreed to lead the medical unit for the third. I was convinced by a 6-year-old kid. How embarrassing. Dan laughed out loud. His laugh was light, but in the quiet hospital corridor it carried far. Shingai heard Dawn laughter on the stairs leading to the main hall. He did not turn back, nor did he change his pace. But he clenched his fist. Not in anger, not in excitement, but with a quiet and heavy resolve. Dan was still alive. Nawaki was still on the front lines. Tsunade had not yet experienced the tragedy that took everything from her. This time he would personally wrench away the death knell that had extinguished the Senju clan. That night he reopened the notes on sealing techniques that had been flipped through countless times. Below the line written by Lugu on the title page, he added his own answer in ink. The essence of sealing techniques is not the jutsu formula but the timing. The best time to protect your comrades is before tragedy strikes. The sky over the rain country had never truly been clear. The first sensation Shingai felt upon stepping onto this land was dampness. It was not the refreshing moisture of Konoha after a rain, but a clammy, bone-chilling dampness that clung to the skin, seeped into clothes, and could never be shaken off. The sky was leaden gray, the clouds pressing low, as if they would squeeze out water at any moment. The ground was muddy, each step sinking into ankle-deep mire. This is the rain country, Zilai said, walking at the front of the group, his white hair plastered to his forehead by the rain mist. His voice was unusually devoid of its usual frivolity. It rains all year round, never a clear day. The 3 great powers have been waging a seesaw war here for nearly a decade, turning the ground over several times. The mud beneath your feet may contain kunai left over from the last great battle. Shueimen and Jukusenai followed at Shingai's side. The blonde boy's expression was far more serious than usual. He had been repeatedly warned by Zilai before leaving that the rain country was not the land of fire, and any stranger encountered here could be an enemy. Jukusenai, on the other hand, kept her head down, focusing on walking. Her red hair was plastered to her cheeks by the rain, making her look somewhat disheveled, but her eyes remained alert, scanning the surroundings. This was the first time the 3 of them had set foot on a battlefield. It was not a drill, not training, not a crank escort mission. It was a real Brank battlefield support mission. The Konoha frontline unit led by Jotting Duan had been ambushed by Iwagakure in the heart of the rain country. Communications were severed and casualties were unknown. Upon receiving the battle report in Konoha Hospital, Gangsho immediately tore up the medical rotation schedule. If the third Hokage had not personally ordered her to stay behind, she would have already rushed to the border of the rain country. And Shangshu, Gang's younger brother, the last male of the Chensho clan, was in Duan's. Before departure, Shingai stuffed double the amount of military rations pills into Shuiman's training backpack, added an extra roll of hemostatic bandage, and wrote the newly learned seal of poison sealing on a sticky note pasted under Jukusene's water flask. Kid, Zilai said without turning back, his voice somewhat blurred by the curtain of rain. Remember what I told you before we set out. The most dangerous thing on the battlefield is not the enemy's ninjutsu but your emotions. Jingyan has too high a synchronization rate with your emotions. Once you lose control, it will lose control too. I won't lose control. Everyone says that. Zilai turned and looked at him, the eye not covered by the forehead protector devoid of mirth. Say that again when you really see someone you know fall. Jiating Duan's unit was besieged in an abandoned minefield in the central part of the Rain country. The terrain of the mine was easy to defend but difficult to attack, which also meant that the supply line was completely cut off. By the time Shingayan and his group reached the periphery of the mine, it was already deep night. The rain had briefly stopped for a dozen minutes and moonlight leaked through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating several puppet remains half buried in rubble at the mine entrance. Sunagakure's puppet unit, Zilai said, squatting down to examine the technique marks on the remains, his expression darkening. Iwagakure's ambush unit has Sunagakure's puppet masters mixed in. This ambush is not a chance encounter but a joint operation. Iwagakure and Sunagakure in alliance. Shuamen frowned deeply. Aren't they sworn enemies? Even sworn enemies can share common interests. Konoha's front line in the Rain country is currently too extended. If they can wipe out Duan's unit, both Iwagakure and Sunagakure will gain more bargaining chips at the negotiation table. Zilai stood up and tossed the puppet remains deeper into the mine. Lugu, take Shuamen and Juxinai around from the back of the mine, find Duan's casualty collection point, and prioritize escorting the wounded out. Yen, you come with me from the front. Front. Shingayan looked at him. Your Jingyan can sense ceiling traps and puppet chakra threads. I want you to sweep all the traps in the mine without being detected by anyone. Zilai pointed at the pitch-black mine shaft at the entrance. Duan's unit has been besieged for 2 full days. That they haven't broken out in 2 days means the number of wounded is too large to move. Once you clear the traps, the transport unit can follow up and Lugu's team can evacuate the critically wounded at top speed. Shuamen had already taken a few steps with Lugu, but he turned back and punched his fist forcefully toward Shingai, and his blue eyes astonishingly bright in the night. We will definitely bring all the wounded out. Definitely. Shingayan nodded slightly, watching their figures disappear into the shadows behind the mine. Then he took a deep breath, allowing Jingyan's perception pulse to slowly cover the entire mine. The mine shaft lit up layer by layer in Jingyan's perception grid. The wooden supports propping up the tunnels, the water-soaked rock walls, the abandoned mining carts scattered in the tunnels, every detail vividly clear. Then he saw the traps. All 3 main tunnels were rigged with tripwire explosive tags. Half of the support beams on the rock walls had been cut in advance. If anyone touched the wrong one, the entire tunnel would collapse. And the deepest main tunnel, Duan's casualty collection point, was surrounded by a faint layer of chakra threads, a perception barrier set by Sunagakure's puppet masters. 3 main tunnels all rigged with explosive tags. The support beams in the mine walls have been tampered with the trigger point at the entrance of the 3rd tunnel on the north side. The main tunnel is surrounded by a puppet master's perception barrier with high thread density. They probably already know we're here. Zilai grinned. It was a smile before battle devoid of warmth. Then let them know a little more. Zilai's method of breaking in from the front was to tear off the entire roof of the main tunnel. Sage Art Earth release Great Earth Split. The tens of meters thick rock layer directly above the mine split open under Zilai's palm strike, and rain and moonlight poured into the dark tunnel simultaneously. The explosive tags of the Iwagakure ambush unit were detonated en masse by the collapsing rock, but they only produced a dozen muffled bangs amidst rain and rubble. At the same moment Zilai tore open the mine roof, Shingayan had already entered along the edge of the crack. Jingyan detached from his palm and burned backward along the puppet master's perception threads. Previously he had used offensive genjutsu counter in Lugus genjutsu formation to reverse track fluctuations carried by chakra. Now the puppet threads were also chakra, only denser and more precisely controlled. Jingyan did not care. It burned all the way along the threads to the puppet master's fingertips, and a few short screams came from deep within the mine. Puppet master's eliminated perception barrier dispelled. All trap groups exposed. At the end of the main tunnel, there are 3 hidden explosive tags with detonation circuits buried under the accumulated water area. Zilai withdrew his palm and landed, splashing large amounts of mud and water. Signal Lugu, the mine shaft is completely opened. The transport and medical squads can enter the main tunnel. Shingayan had already, while speaking, extended his perception layer to Lugu's squad's position and sent a short. Not far away, a golden flash lit up behind the mine. Shuamen's body flicker technique was in no way diminished within the tunnel. The narrowness of the tunnel actually amplified his speed advantage. The blonde boy's figure cut in from the side of the tunnel. Shuriken flew from between his fingers, precisely striking the detonation circuits of the last 3 hidden explosive tags, piercing them simultaneously. The transport squad and medical stretchers brought in by Lugu poured into the tunnel right behind the sound of stretcher wheels rolling over accumulated water, forming a continuous rumble. Juxinai guarded the junction of the main tunnel, spreading 3 sealing techniques in succession. 1 to block pursuers, 1 to seal the collapse area, and 1 covering the entrance of the casualty collection point to form a final defense layer. Her multiple sealing technique could maintain at most 3 formation patterns simultaneously, any more would collapse. But in a narrow space like the mine tunnel 3 were enough. Shingayan brushed past her, only managing to exchange a very brief glance. Her red hair was a mess of rain and mud, and there were several hastily carved sealing node marks on the back of her hand made with a kunai. Her fingers were trembling, a sign of excessive chakra consumption. Can you hold on? 3 is the limit. A 4th will collapse. She bit her lip and wiped the sealing marks on the back of her hand with her sleeve. There are too many wounded. People are filling in with their lives. No need to open a 4th. After I clear the remaining traps in the main tunnel, you'll take the right branch from your side. That tunnel should have 3 more critically wounded who cannot move and need stretcher evacuation. He did not linger. He turned and advanced deeper along the main tunnel. Jingyan swept through the last section of the tunnel ahead, marking out the remaining sealing traps one by one. Time was too tight. Luga's transport squad was already shuttling through the passage. He had to eliminate all hidden detonation points before the stretchers carried away the wounded. He couldn't remember how many explosive tags he had disarmed, nor how many trips he had made back and forth in the tunnel. He only remembered Shuemen pulling a dusty medic from the collapsed rubble, only remembered Juxinai, sitting down in front of the last defense layer, gasping for breath several times before standing up to shout, "Transport squad go left." Only remembered himself running through the tunnel carrying a box of medical supplies, while Zillai was outside using sage arts to hold off the third wave of Awagakure reinforcements, the shock waves of the sage art, causing the entire tunnel to rain down fragments of rock. Then, at the end of the tunnel, the green glow of medical ninjutsu lit up. As Duan's wounded were being carried out of the tunnel on stretchers, a young ninja with light blonde hair stumbled to his feet, from the line of wounded pushing away the medic, who was supporting him, his voice hoarse and urgent. "Shangshu is still inside." He was lured by Iwagakure into the deepest part of the mine. It was a trap. Their target from the very beginning was Shangshu. Shingayan spun around, staring into the depths of the tunnel. That area had not yet been scanned by Jingyan because his mission was to clear traps in the main tunnel and the evacuation route, not to search for scattered troops deep in the mine. He immediately pushed Jingyan's perception pulse in that direction. The perception grid touched a familiar chakra waveform at the deepest part of the tunnel. Not an enemy, but the signature of Chensho Shangshu from the Konoha ninja records he had repeatedly confirmed before departure. It was very faint but still moving. "Master Zillai." His voice suddenly tensed. "Shangshu is still alive. But Iwagakure's demolition squad has already planted large bundles of explosive tags deep in the mine. The detonation circuits are converging toward his direction. He is retreating toward the vertical shaft deeper in the mine. Retreat. At the end of the vertical shaft is a fault of the underground river. Yen-in might not know of the river's existence, but if Shangtai were to be crushed into the water by the collapsed mine wall, his chakra signal would be completely blocked by the water layer. Jiraiya did not waste a single word, forming a hand seal with one hand. The sage chakra exploded beneath his feet, creating a circle of white air waves. "Give me the coordinates. Minato, follow Yan's signal." No need to call. Shingu Yen had already attached his sensory layer along the mine tunnel, creating continuous relay nodes as Minato's Shunshin technique flashed past. Jing Yen himself could not directly tell Minato how to run, but he activated each of these nodes one by one into relay stations for the sensory network, with each node sending a short resonance back towards Minato's sensory direction. This was not the waveform tracking used during training with the Deer Valley, but a simplified adaptation he devised in the very short interval of this mining operation, using Jing Yan's sensory layer as the base station to provide navigation via relay resonance for high-mobility teammates. Minato did not waste even half a second asking, "What technique is this?" His blonde figure rushed forward along the mine tunnel, the afterimage of the Shunshin technique bouncing between the sensory nodes marked by Jing Yen, each landing spot, stepping on the safe coordinates marked for him by Shingu Yen. The detonation circuit deeper in the mine was being triggered one by one by Yen-in's demolition squad, the shock of the explosion cutting through from above, and the collapsing ceiling stones scraped against Minato's back as they fell. He dashed into the deepest part of the mine in the gap, before the last support pillar collapsed, grabbing Shangtai's arm in a unidirectional Shunshin. Both of them crashed into the surface of the underground river below. Shingu Yen knelt on one knee at the mine entrance, his right hand's sensory layer still burning. The resonance frequency of Jing Yen finally swept over 2 chakra waveforms rising from under the water. He gasped several times to steady his breath. Found them. Downstream of the underground river, both are conscious. Minato and Shangtai are still alive. Jiraiya pulled him up from the ground. The white-haired man did not praise him, merely pushing him forward one step. "Can you still walk?" "Yes." "Then follow along. After the injured team is safely evacuated, Deer Valley will take over your responsibility for the rear sensory barrier. Minato needs someone to assist him." Deep in the mine, the underground river's water was icy cold. When Minato poked his head out of the water, Shingu Yen had already run over along the bank of the underground river, extending his hand. The blond boy grabbed him, pulling him ashore drenched and looking disheveled with his hair plastered to his forehead. But as soon as he reached land he grinned widely, pulling another person from behind. Shangtai. Senju Shangtai, Tsunade's younger brother, the last young bloodline of the Senju clan. He was several years older than Minato, already nearing adolescence, his brown hair wet and clinging to his face. His left arm had a knife wound still oozing blood, but his pair of brown eyes identical to Tsunade's remained bright. You are Minato. Your Shunshin is too fast. I barely reacted and you were already in the water. Shangtai collapsed on the riverbank, spitting out water, his voice slightly weak, but still smiling. Who did you learn from? Never mind, just help me up. My leg got hit by a rock and I can't run fast. Shingu Yen squatted down to hold his leg, the seal of poison spreading from his palm. Not to seal poison, but to determine whether the injury involved bone damage and the extent of blood loss. After a few seconds, he retracted his hand. Muscle contusion, no poison, no fractures. But you cannot perform high-intensity Shunshin for a short time. It's fine as long as I can walk. Shangtai supported himself against the rock wall, standing up and hopping on one leg a few steps, looking back at Shingu Yen. Are you also Minato's teammate? You two are just kids from the ninja academy who haven't graduated yet. Shingu Yen did not answer. Jingyan's sensory pulse was still tracking the movements of the demolition squad. Those Yeni ninjas were moving, not towards the underground river but gathering towards the mine exit, and the distance between them was increasing. His movements suddenly paused. Jing Yen captured another chakra fluctuation at the edge of the sensory grid. It was neither Yen-in nor Suna nor Konoha. The frequency of that chakra was exactly the same as the sealing patterns on the black iron chains he sensed during the mission in Yuzumo town. The enemy is retreating, but they are not from Yen-in. The chakra waveform of the black iron chain. Orochimaru's people are here. They are not coming for Shangtai. Shingu Yen withdrew the sensory pulse and turned to look at Minato, and Shangtai, his voice lowered to the extreme. They are testing Jing Yan's response in the battlefield environment. Shangtai being lured away alone was not a tactical decision by Yen-in. Someone provided Yen-in with precise intelligence about the mine structure, including the existence of the underground river. They knew Shangtai would escape to the water's edge, and also knew that Jing Yan's sensory range would be affected in the water layer. Minato's smile froze on his face, and Shangtai leaned against the rock wall, the arc of his mouth slowly fading. Someone used me as bait. Shangtai said, his voice rough as if he swallowed sand. Yeah, Shingu Yen said, then stood up, retracting the poison seal back into his palm. This person does not wish for you to die, because if you die Tsunade will completely collapse and Konoha will lose the combat power of one of the 3 legendary ninjas. He is merely using you to trigger Jing Yan's response. His target from the very beginning was me. The underground river flowed silently in the darkness. In the distance, faint sounds of explosions from Jiraiya and Deer Valley, battling the remnants of Yen-in, echoed from the mine exit. The 3 of them stood on the dark, damp riverbank, the pooled water reflecting the distant flames, until Deer Valley's shadow binding technique stretched down from above the mine, lifting Shangtai onto a transport stretcher. Minato twisted the water out of his sleeves, suddenly cursing softly under his breath. That was the first time he spoke in such a tone on the battlefield. He was not angry. It was something he had suppressed beneath his brightness and optimism surfacing for the first time at that moment. His teammate was used as bait, and the person he rescued nearly became a testing tool. And he hardly had time to distinguish the difference between the two. Shingu Yen heard him. He offered no comfort nor explanations. He simply walked to Minato's side and handed him a wrung-out towel. Wipe your face first. Your Shunshin saved his life. If it weren't for your speed, the demolition squad would not have needed to wait until he fell into the underground river to stop. They could have crushed him in the deepest corner of the mine with the collapsed tunnel directly. The underground river cut off the chakra fluctuations of the black iron chain, also temporarily depriving the Yen-in demolition squad of the last tracking signal. Without the water layer obstruction, they would have dealt a fatal blow right after Shangtai was severely injured. His leg was just hit by a rock. It was nothing. Minato took the towel, wiped his face once, and glanced at his still dripping hands. Those hands had just pulled a boy half a head taller than him from the collapsed mine tunnel. He nodded, draping the towel around his neck, falling silent, but his gaze was resolute once more. The next morning at the Konoha frontline camp, Kata's troops had been successfully relocated to a safe area. The camp was set up under the rare sunny patch in the rain country, with the injured being settled in batches in the marching tents, the green glow of the medical team flowing back and forth between the tents. Shangtai's leg injury had been treated, and the vitality of the Senju clan allowed him to banter with Minato, who came to visit him leaning against the tent the next day. Perhaps Shangtai was trying to dispel his gloomy feelings of being used as bait, unwilling to admit defeat, insisting that he had taken out at least a squad of Yen-in in the collapsed mine tunnel. On the other side of the camp, Dan stood in the main tent speaking quietly with Jiraiya. His face still looked somewhat pale, but he had already been crossed off the serious injury list by Tsunade. Yen-in used Shangtai as bait but ended up falling for your disciple's counter-ambush. Yen suffered significant losses in this battle. But they were only the front line. Behind the scenes, the one truly orchestrating is Orochimaru. Dan flipped through the report of the captured black iron ceiling fragments, his voice light yet firm. He wants to use this ambush to test Jing Yan's limit reactions in the battlefield environment. But I am alive and Shangtai is alive. These two facts alone will compel him to reevaluate the combat power weight of everyone around Jing Yan. He has already missed the best timing. Originally intending to eliminate Shangtai, but now he has instead lost an entire unit of cooperation with Yen. Jiraiya presented all the reaction data triggered by Jing Yan in the mine in the report's appendix, and after reviewing it, he leaned heavily on the table, grunting heavily. That sound was hoarse and weary, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. He invented a set of relay resonance navigation techniques based on Jing Yan's sensory layer in the mine yesterday on his own. Deer Valley did not teach it, the ancient scrolls of Myaboku Mountain do not have it, and I did not teach it either. He deduced it himself during the brief interval of battle to guide Minato. Dan raised his head to look outside the tent. Sunlight spilled down from the clouds, landing on the three children in the center of the camp. Minato was carving a new walking stick for Shangtai, but the blonde boy's stick carving skills were horrendous with no less than 5 notches on the stick. Kushina could no longer watch and snatched the kunai to carve it herself, while Shangtai sat nearby, letting his injured leg air out, laughing uncontrollably. Shingu sat a few steps away on an ammunition box, flipping through a battlefield medical notebook that Dan had given him. That was handed to Dan by Tsunade before departure in the hospital, and then handed over to him by Dan in person, the handwriting neat and sharp, the signature on the cover still carrying the scent of ink from last evening. When Minato leaned over to look, he was bewildered by the complex terminology and laughed as he fell back. Dan withdrew his gaze to look at Jiraiya. His smile was faint, but the eyes that had been roughened by the flames of war held a deeper certainty. It was this child's teammate who pulled Shangtai out of the mine. It was he himself who pushed Jing Yan's reactions to the limit without losing control. The first batch of medical ninjas trained by Tsunade in peacetime will also be composed by him to form the first line of trial defense. This disciple you have taken on is no longer just your responsibility. In the distance, faint thunder rolled from the edge of the rain country sky, signaling that the next rain was on its way. Chapter 18, The End. On the third day after returning to Muyi from the front line, Shingu received an unsigned letter. The letter had been placed on the windowsill of his room in the dead of night. No seal, no chakra residue, and even the paper was the most ordinary straw paper. Only 4 words were written on the envelope to Shingu. The handwriting was meticulously upright, almost rigid, as if measured with a ruler. He tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter inside. Only a single line was written on the paper: tomorrow at noon, the old bookstore on Mauer Lane. Come alone. No threats, no inducements, no superfluous embellishments. But it was precisely this stark simplicity that made Shingu stare at that line for a full 10 seconds. Jing Yan gave a gentle leap within his dantian. No warning, no sense of danger. This meant the messenger either harbored no malice or concealed it so deeply that even Jing Yan could not penetrate it. He folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and tucked it under his pillow. Then he lay back on the bed staring at the ceiling. Moonlight streamed through the window, carving a pale rectangle on the floor. Mauer Lane. Yuzua's shop was on that lane. The last time he went to ask about the black iron, or Yuzua nearly threw him out. Now someone wanted to meet him at an old bookstore in the same area. This was no coincidence. Many people knew his whereabouts. Zilai Yilu Gu Shui Men, and Zhou Xi and I were all well aware of when and where he would appear. But only one faction could have arranged a private meeting in this manner. Root. The next day at noon, Mauer Lane. Shingu told no one. It wasn't a matter of distrust. It was precisely because he knew exactly how Zilai Yi and Shui Men would react that he chose to come alone. Zilai Yi would surely send a shadow clone to tail him covertly, and Shui Men would probably hide 2 body flicker distances behind him. But the terms of this meeting were clear alone. He pushed open the old wooden door of the bookstore. The hinges let out a dry creak, and the interior was dimmer than he had imagined. Bookshelves stretched from floor to ceiling, each shelf crammed with yellowed old books and scrolls. The air was thick with the sour smell of decaying paper and a faint fragrance of ink. A stooped old man dozed behind the counter, utterly oblivious to his arrival. Then he saw him. At the end of the bookshelf near the window, a man wearing a root mask stood flipping through an old book. The mask was pure white, devoid of any pattern, clean as a blank sheet of paper. But Shingu recognized his figure, the root observer who had crouched on the Tori beam the night of the Yuzhou town mission. Not the executor of the poison bento, but the one whose heart had stopped for 3 full seconds when Shingu exposed the array network blind spot. You're earlier than agreed. The masked man closed the book, returned it to the shelf, and turned around. His voice was still hoarse and neutral, but with less of the deliberate coldness from before. Didn't tell your 2 teammates? No. A wise choice. My code name is Jia. The masked man paused. Of course that's not my real name. But in Root a code name is your real name. Shin Gu-yen did not respond. He stood on the other side of the bookshelf waiting for the other to continue. Jingyan's sensing pulse had already swept silently through the entire old bookstore. No traps, no ambushes, and even the drowsy old man behind the counter was a genuine ordinary person. This time the other had indeed come alone. Last time in Yuzhou Town you exposed the array network blind. You said it was the observation channel Lu Gu had left in the defensive ceiling array, and then you didn't investigate who had told me about that blind spot. Jia's voice was calm. Why? Because you're not an enemy, said Shin Gu-yen. On what basis? The corpse grass in the bento wasn't planted by you. The puppet ceiling chakra frequency on you Envision C doesn't match the ceiling reconnaissance marks you left in Yuzhou Town. I compared the residual waveforms from both of your traces. The reconnaissance marks you left near the Tori and the ceiling frequency of the corpse grasscaster belong to two different jutsu systems. You are an observer, not an executor. The silence beneath the mask stretched on for a long time. Then Jia raised his hand and removed the mask. Beneath the mask was a young face with pale skin, a high nose bridge, and slightly drooping eyes. It bore no distinctive features. A face that would be forgotten 10 seconds after being seen in a crowd. The pallor of someone who moved only at night. My name is Zhuijing. At least that was the name I used before entering Root. Zhuijing looked into his eyes. I asked to meet you today not for a mission, not for Lord Tuanzong, but for myself. He paused as if organizing his thoughts, then continued. His voice lacked much fluctuation, like reciting an intelligence report unrelated to himself, but the knuckles holding the mask were faintly white. Zhuijing's story was not complicated. As a child he was selected by Tuanzong into Root and underwent Root's special training. Root did not need names, so it took his name. Root did not need emotions, so it took his emotions. He was one of the first batch of emotionless umbu cultivated by Root, tasked with monitoring anything that could pose a threat to Muyi, including ninjas within the village. I have no family, no friends, no name. Root said it was to make me stronger. But after the Yuzhou Town mission I had the same dream for 7 consecutive nights. I dreamed I was under the torii watching you and the blonde boy walking back together. There was also a red-haired girl between you scolding the blonde boy as an idiot, and you were all laughing. I wanted to speak but nothing came out. He placed the mask on the bookshelf and lowered his hand. Root took my name and my emotions. But it couldn't take the memories of these 7 years. I remember that once I also had someone who would scold me as an idiot, but I've forgotten who that was. He raised his pale face, something trembling faintly beneath the drooping skin at the corners of his eyes. In Yuzhou Town, you could have exposed the information source behind my identity on the spot, but you didn't. I know you held back. That blind spot wasn't a defensive gap designed by Lu Gu. It was an observation window you deliberately created after temporarily adjusting the array network. You set the trap not to catch me but to absolve me of responsibility. Shin Gu-yen did not deny it. Before the encirclement in Yuzhou Town last time, he had indeed fine-tuned the angle of one array line on the defensive ceiling array Lu Gu had set up, deliberately creating a single-person observation gap in the originally tightly closed defense surface. Root members were unaware, but the caster himself knew. Zhuijing, he looked at the man who had lost his emotions. Do you still want your name back? Zhuijing's expression changed. He hesitated for a long time, then reached into his ninja tool pouch and took out a stack of medicine pouches, placing them on the bookshelf between them. The medicine pouches were stamped with the Root Cultivation Lab's number and the label corpse grass. This is the inventory record of all existing corpse grass samples in the Root Cultivation Lab, along with the access logs of the poison extractor from the lab, including extraction times quantities and corresponding sealing jutsu numbers. The executor of the bento poisoning last time codenamed Chen. He is a direct member of the Root Cultivation Lab, specializing in sealing-style poison assassination. Before he targeted you, he had already eliminated at least 7 targets within the village deemed potential threats for. In this archive, I've given you the puppet sealing jutsu batch number implanted in you Envision C before his incident matches perfectly with his previous application records. Shin Gu-yen took the archive and flipped through it page by page. Each sheet of paper felt like a piece of ice, chilling his fingertips all the way to his arms. 7 names. 7 targets. 7 Muyi ninjas executed by Root under the pretext of potential threats. Any one of those names, if exposed, would have shaken the higher-ups. Yet Tuanzong had buried all their lives in an assassination list never submitted to the Fire Shadow's desk. He put away the archive and raised his head. Zhuijing's expression remained that calmness honed by long training. A faint tremor in the muscles around his eyes, but no curve at the corners of his mouth, as if he were trying to mimic a smile learned long ago. What you're doing now is completely different in nature from the task of crouching on the Torii beam in Yuzhou Town. If I take this archive to the Third Hokage, it's only a matter of time before Root traces the leak back to its source. Have you thought about the consequences for yourself? I have said, Zhuijing, his voice still steady. My name was taken by Root long ago. If even my code name is taken now. He paused, picked up the mask, turned it over, and lightly tapped his finger on its blank surface. He stopped mimicking a smile, but the tension at the corners of his eyes was even lighter than before, like a thin layer of paraffin softening at the edge of a candle flame. Then so be it. I don't need it anyway. Shin Gu-yen remained silent. He rolled up the archive and tucked it into the deepest pocket inside his ninja tool pouch. As he turned toward the shop entrance, he paused for a step at the counter. The dozing old man was still fast asleep, drool seeping along the edge of the counter, soaking the cover of an old book. He gazed at that profile for a moment, then pushed open the wooden door. Outside, Mauer Lane was split into half shadow and half light by the noon sun. He stopped at the boundary of light and darkness without looking back. You said you have no friends earlier. Don't say that anymore. The door closed slowly behind him. Leaving Mauer Lane, the sunlight was so harsh it made him want to squint. Shin Gu-yen stood at the entrance of the lane for a moment, looking toward the fire shadow building. That archive in his ninja tool pouch was as light as a few sheets of paper, yet as heavy as a mountain. He hadn't decided whether to hand it directly to the Third Hokage. When he walked into Yao Ramen, Shui Men and Jo Xi Nai were already seated on high stools at the counter. The blonde boy saw him lift the curtain and waved his arm vigorously. Yen. Over here. We're almost done eating. Sorry I'm late. You? Shui Men stared at his face as he sat down, then leaned in closer. Where did you go? Don't think I can't tell. You always have that expression every time you come back from Mauer Lane. When did you learn to follow me? He didn't follow you. Yesterday he accidentally saw you flipping through that old bookstore map. Jo Xi Nai undercut him cleanly. Exposed Shui Men scratched his head but didn't rush to refute as usual. He put down his chopsticks, turned to Shin Gu-yen and lowered his voice. What happened? Is it related to that person from Yuzhou Town last time? Shin Gu-yen didn't answer. He simply took out the archive from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the table. Shui Men and Jo Xi Nai looked down. For about 10 breaths, the clamor of the ramen shop seemed isolated behind a transparent water curtain. This is a classified internal root archive. Someone staked the last shred of their personal identity to get it to me. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping between the blonde boy and the red-haired girl. It's the person you mentioned just now. Shui Men was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the last piece of char siu from his own bowl and placed it into Shin Gu-yen's bowl. The blonde boy didn't say, this isn't only your problem. He simply gave a gentle pat on Shin Gu-yen's shoulder with his other hand while handing over the char siu, then withdrew his gaze and continued eating his now cold ramen. He was still chewing the noodles, but he swallowed the words "we'll talk later" along with the food. Jo Xi Nai followed Shui Men's example and placed her own char siu into Shin Gu-yen's bowl. She said nothing. The chopsticks clicked against the edge of the bowl like a period marking an unspoken sentence. Shin Gu-yen looked at the small mountain of char siu in his bowl and didn't refuse. He lowered his head, picked up a piece and chewed slowly for a long time. You two, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat blurred by the steam rising from the ramen soup. Must not get hurt. That night in the Fire Shadow's office, Shin Gu-yen placed the archive before Yuan Fei Rijan. Every page of the archive had been renumbered in chronological order with residual chakra frequency comparison data attached at the edges using a sealing pen. From the corpse grass in the bento, the puppet seal on Yuan Vision, see the black iron chain fragments in the mine tunnel and the root cultivation lab's intake records. All data pointed to the same jutsu source. Yuan Fei Rijan opened the archive and read page by page. His movements were slow, his pipe lay on the ashtray long extinguished. When he reached the last page, he raised his head and looked at the child who was only a head taller than his desk. He was silent for a long time. The source of this archive will pose a serious risk to itself. He will be fine, said Shin Gu-yen. On the archive's intake records, Chun noted himself as the sole handler when extracting the toxin. Root's internal audit chain is a closed loop, no third-party cross-checking. All extraction records pass only through the executor and the Root logistics team for review. As long as the logistics team doesn't proactively compare, these archives won't trace back to the source. The logistics team's database is the same batch as the master copy in my possession. I thickened the handwriting of a few dates by half a level of grayscale. Imperceptible to the naked eye, but enough to create a trace deviation in ink aging time that can be identified as a template clerical error. As long as the Third Hokage orders the transfer of these archives to the Umbu archives under the pretext of an accident investigation, and sealing Chen's intake records will be attributed to a logistics clerical error, not an external leak. Yuan Fei Rijan stopped for a long moment after hearing the last sentence. He gently rubbed the edge of his pipe with his thumb, then closed the archive page by page. I can indeed cover for this child's safety. But how will you cover for yourself? Once Chun realizes he has gone from executor to the sole suspect, the first person he will think of is not Lu Gu, not Zilayi. It's you. Shin Gu-yen did not answer. He lowered his head and stared at the fire shadow building floor for a moment, then looked up, his voice as steady as ever. Water from the bamboo tube filled a celadone cup, steam wavering between them. Then let him come. Yuan Fei Rijan stroked his robe and walked to the window, his back to the boy. His voice was pared down by the night breeze to a steady core. Tomorrow is a rest day. You and Shui Men Joexai and I go soak in a hot spring together. The Umbu have already cleared all surveillance points around the hot spring facility, and Zilai Yi will personally guard the perimeter. It's not a mission, just rest. Shen Guyen was startled. He hadn't expected the Third Hokage to suddenly switch to this topic after such a serious conversation. But he asked nothing, just nodded. Thank you, Third Hokage. He turned and left the office. After the door closed softly, Yuan Fei Rijan slowly turned around and said to the now closed door a sentence only he could hear. Don't thank me. The time you can stand freely in the sunlight may not be long. Outside the door, Lu Gu leaned against the corridor wall, still holding a set of sealing squad training records that hadn't been filed. It was clear he had rushed straight to the Fire Shadow building from the frontline camp. Seeing him come out, he only lifted his eyelids and asked, hand it over the archive. Hand it over. There's a follow-up on Zhuijing's side. Chun left an independent handler signature on the archive intake records, but none of his extraction records noted the corresponding elimination mission number. As long as Lu Gu can arrange another blank in the logistics team's mission number sequence, the gap in between is your window to swap the suspect's identity. Tomorrow on your rest day, soak in the hot spring properly. Then come back in the afternoon for double the sealing training. Practice all the sealing solutions for those poisons from the archive until you master them. Shin Guyen looked at him silently, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Understood. The next evening at the Mu Yi hot spring, Shui Men folded his towel and placed it on his head, sinking into the steaming hot spring with a satisfied sigh. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Training every day lately, missions after training and then training again after missions, right Yen? Shin Guyen leaned against the stone wall beside him, unusually not holding a book or scroll. The hot spring water rose above his chest, the steam blurring his expression, but Shui Men could sense that his teammate was much more relaxed than usual today. Jingyan was quietly dormant in his dantian, the warmth of the water soothing the white flame like a comforting. Where's Zhou Xianai? Asked Shui Men. Women's bath is next door. How then, why did she blush when we called her to come together? There's a wall in between. Shui Men, I think Shell eventually hit you for that remark. Why? I just asked a very ordinary question. From the other side of the wall came a thunderous splash and Zhou Xianai's roar. Bo Fong, Shui Men, I can hear you. Wait till you get out. Intermixed with the laughter of a young woman, likely a young female relative of Shi Rizhen Hong, who had also come to soak after a mission. Shui Men shrank his neck, sliding half his body underwater, leaving only the upper half of his face above the surface. He turned to seek help only to find Shin Guyen already closing his eyes, a tiny curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Neither of you are good people. I've never claimed to be a good person. Shin Guyen's eyes closed simultaneously, ran two entirely different trains of thought in his mind. One line was the simplification direction of the fire sealing seals array terminal. The other was storing this very moment, along with the twilight street of Mu Yi and the steam of the hot spring, into Jingyan's residual heat records. The twilight of Mu Yi slid slowly from the eaves of the hot spring. When the moon rose, three children wrapped in bathrobes walked along the road home. Zhou Xianai's hair was still wet, red strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. Shui Men walked alongside, apologizing, his blonde hair still dripping. Shin Guyen walked 2 steps behind them, clutching a roll of sealing technique notes, as usual but uncharacteristically matching their pace. Night closed in behind them. The evening breeze swept through the ridge of the Fire Shadow Mountain, flowing over the street, mingling moisture and moonlight, spilling onto the still narrow shoulders of the 3 children. As if someone gently draped this moment over them and tucked in the corners. Kamiya Yen was interrupted mid-training in sealing techniques by Shikaya. That's enough for today. Shikaya withdrew the sealing brush into his sleeve, his usual lazy expression replaced by a deeper shadow. The Third Hokage has called an emergency meeting. Strategic Meeting Room, Hokage Building. 5 minutes. What happened? Last night an unknown attack struck the eastern border outpost. 3 Umbu were killed. This was found at the scene. Shikaya pulled a fragment of a kunai, wrapped in sealing paper, from his sleeve. On the fragment was carved a crossed-out Umbu codename Chen. Kamiya Yen took the fragment and turned it over. On the metal ring of the kunai's handle was an extremely fine scorch mark. Not from high-temperature burning, nor from lightning chakra. He brought the kunai close to his nose. The pure flame in his dantian gave a sudden surge. The scent of corpse grass. The corpse grass in the bento had been diluted, the puppet seal on Aburame Shinji had been implanted remotely. But this time the corpse grass was smeared directly on the kunai's blade, concentrated enough to volatilize at room temperature. A tiny piece of corroded skin tissue still adhered to the kunai fragment. Not poisoning, torture. He returned the kunai to Shikaya. Let's go. Strategic Meeting Room, Hokage Building. 4 people were already seated at the round table. Sarutobi Hiruzen Jiraiya, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokado Homura. Danzo was not present, but Kamiya Yen noticed a note stamped with the root seal, on the end of the advisor's seat signed by Danzo himself stating his absence. Lord Danzo requested absence on the grounds that Root's internal investigation requires avoidance, Shikaya whispered in his ear. The Third Hokage approved. The Third Hokage approved. The meaning of these words was far more complex than the surface. Danzo's voluntary absence meant he was either distancing himself or leaving a backdoor for a deeper move. Either way, Chen's actions had likely exceeded Danzo's authorization, or Danzo had deliberately allowed him to exceed it. Everyone is here. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his pipe on the ashtray, his voice steady. Last night, the 3rd Eastern Border Outpost was attacked. 3 Umbu were killed, 1 defected. The defector's codename is Chen, a direct member of Root's training division, specializing in corpse grass poisoning. He was also the main executor behind the bento poisoning incident and the puppet seal on Aburame Shinji. He paused for a beat. According to intelligence intercepted last night before defecting, Chun had confirmed Kamiya Yan's daily training route and solitary periods, and carried 4 black iron sealing chains that had completed field testing. Jiraiya stood up, taking a scroll stained with fresh blood from his robe and placing it on the table. This is Chen's defection route map intercepted at the border this morning. After breaking through the eastern outpost of Konoha, he cut through the northern forest of the Land of Grass. This route leads neither to Orochimaru's experimental base, nor to any other hidden village's defection path. He drew the pursuers to the outskirts of the grass village, then vanished into the depths of the rainforest in the direction of the Land of Rivers. And the grass village's Umbu just reported. Their border patrols detected large amounts of snake-shedding secretions at every pass Chun passed through. Butane Koharu frowned slightly. Has Orochimaru openly accepted Root's defectors? Not accepted. Sarutobi Hiruzen relit his pipe, his voice sinking. It's a retrieval. Chun was Orochimaru's spy, planted in Root from the very beginning. He spent 3 years in Root, and every poison mission he handled left 2 files. 1 for Danzo, 1 for Orochimaru. Mitokado Homura pushed up his glasses. Does Danzo know about this? He knows. But he didn't know Chun would defect. Orochimaru didn't keep Chun as a double agent in Root as agreed. He directly withdrew him. This means Orochimaru no longer needs the eyes hidden in Root. He's about to start testing the pure flame Hedon. Kamiya Yen finally spoke. Because the chains are complete. For black iron chains, only partial reactions were tested in the mine, and the water layer interfered, so the tests weren't finished. What he needs now is not the chain's performance data but the pure flame's unstimulated stress potential under full sealing suppression. He needs to come out and fight himself. Jiraiya didn't laugh, just turned to look at him. You're right. Among the 3 Umbu who died at the border outpost last night, 1 was a Class A Umbu sent by Root to secretly protect you. Chun scraped off all marks identifying Root from the corpse, left a clean list of sealing equipment at the scene, and wrote your name on the outpost wall with the dead Umbu's blood. The meeting room was silent for a long time. Outside the window, patrol Umbu passed over the rooftop, their footsteps like a string of distant thunder. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed a signed mission scroll to the center of the table. From now on, all of Kamiya Yan's external training is suspended. Daily guard duty will be shared by Jiraiya and Shikaya. At the same time, the Umbu will conduct a full investigation of Root's training division under the pretext of hunting down the defector Chun. Danzo has agreed to cooperate, on the condition that the investigation does not include other confidential departments of Root. Jiraiya snorted. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored him, looking directly into Kamiya Yan's eyes. From today, your rest days are cancelled. Instead, Jiraiya and I will personally oversee high-intensity training, until you can resist the complete suppression of the black iron sealing chains in any situation. 30 meters underground Root base. Danzo seldom stood. His leg had been severely injured in a mission years ago. The cane was no decoration. But now he stood in the center of the chamber, the cane set aside on the armrest of a chair, his left hand pressed against the surface of a completely charred sealing talisman on the wall. Chun defected. Umbu 3 died. An Umbu knelt behind him, reporting. Orochimaru has not contacted us through any channel. He no longer needs to. Danzo's voice echoed in the chamber, hoarse and weary. He pulled Chun out of Root not to test the pure flame, but to prove to me that Root has no hold over him anymore. He turned slowly. We've collected enough data on Kamiya Yen. With Jiraiya, Shikaya, and the Third Hokage personally training him, the boy's training intensity has already surpassed all records of Root's peers of the same period. His growth rate is faster than even our most optimistic projections. Lord Danzo, do you think he can defeat Orochimaru? Danzo did not answer. He sat back down in the chair, the cane thumping against the stone floor. After a long silence, a low, almost emotionless voice emerged from the chamber. He doesn't need to defeat Orochimaru. He just needs to survive. As long as the pure flame remains in Konoha, Orochimaru's chessboard will always be missing a corner. Konoha training ground. Jiraiya laid out 4 training devices simulating the black iron chains in a row. Not the real thing. He had retrieved replicas of the ceiling array patterns from the weapon development archive. The effect was close to the real chains, but the suppression intensity was reduced by 1 level. From today your training has only one objective. Using perception sealing techniques genjutsu counters and taijutsu to simultaneously handle the suppression of 4 chains without directly burning the chain bodies with the pure flame. Kamiya Yen didn't reply. He took off his shirt, folded it, and placed it aside. Barefoot he walked into the center of the training ground. The soles of his feet felt cold and hard. The pure flame lay dormant in his dantian, but its temperature was slightly lower than usual. This white fire was adjusting its state using energy on itself rather than radiating outward. When the first simulated chain flew toward him, he sidestepped, simultaneously activating the shadow binding technique to pin it to the ground 5 steps to his left. A fire-sealing seal formed in his right hand, but the second chain swept from behind, forcing him to interrupt the. In the gap of his midair twist, he recaptured the chain's waveform. That chakra flow with a faint sealing residue was impossible to hide in the pure flame's perception grid. The third chain was short-circuited by his genjutsu counter for a moment, but the fourth precisely struck his shinbone. The reverse sealing pattern on the chain created a strong chakra suction upon contact, forcing him to one knee. Continue. Jiraiya's voice came from the sidelines without comfort. He stood up. The pure flame in his dantian surged abruptly. Not out of control but an active response. White light particles emerged from his palm, no longer erupting as flames but spreading a thin layer of perception-attached film over his skin. This film reverse-analyzed the chain's ripples before he even touched them. In the subsequent training he was not hit once. An hour later Jiraiya clapped 3 times, signaling a break. Kamiya Yen gasped for breath, taking the towel handed by Minato, his voice low. Earlier in the mine I had the pure flame instantly distinguish between the black iron chain and the detonator tag circuit. Today with the added load it completes about 1 reverse prediction per 3 dodges. Still inconsistent. But Orochimaru won't give me the time to fill all my gaps. He draped the towel over his neck and didn't continue, but Minato understood the unspoken half. Then don't fill them alone. How long has he been targeting you? You've been afraid of dragging us down, so you've carried it alone. Kamiya Yan's hand, wiping his face, stopped at his forehead. Minato's eyes under the training ground's floodlights were a clear blue without a trace of hesitation. Yes, I've always been afraid. The golden-haired boy didn't answer immediately. He turned his gaze to Kushina, who was twisting open a water bottle at the edge of the training ground, then looked. You've carried it so long. You brought the man named Sai and his files before the Hokage. You carried Nawaki out of the collapsed mine. But have you ever thought? He draped the other end of the towel over his own shoulder. We've been right here all along. When will you decide to count afraid as part of our share? Kamiya Yan's towel remained motionless. Kushina's footsteps pressed across the grass, light and heavy, and she stopped beside them, arms crossed. Easy to say. That day when you couldn't perform the multi-layered seal, the way you dragged me to ask for extra training wasn't that impressive. She shoved the water bottle into Kamiya Yan's chest, then turned to glare at the golden-haired boy. From now on, if you two want to carry something alone, ask me first. Kamiya Yen looked down at the 2 water bottles shoved into his chest, took a deep breath and folded the towel on the. He extended his wrist into the space between Minato and Kushina, saying nothing, just waiting. Minato was the first to clasp it. Kushina used her free hand to grip his wrist tightly, her knuckles digging in hard. No oath was spoken. The strength of the 3 converged at a single point, forming an extremely tight chain link lasting only a few seconds before releasing. But after release that force still lingered on the skin like a branding iron lightly pressed, leaving no burn. Outside Konoha, deep in the land of rivers rainforest, Orochimaru stood at the edge of a swamp shaded by giant trees. Before him crouched a ninja wrapped in a black cloak. Chen's build was leaner than the average root umbu, his jawline sharp beneath the mask. Kamiya Yen is undergoing extra training. Jiraiya and the Third Hokage are personally overseeing it. His voice was hoarse and urgent, trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. The chains caused brief suppression on his shinbone in the simulation, but he was only pinned once. The second time he avoided them completely. He wasn't lucky in the mine. His pure flame can really reverse capture the lead from the sealing wave fluctuations of the chains. Avoided them completely the second time. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted slightly in the dim rainforest. Yes, right now he can only handle 4 at once and can't fully break free from all chains' terminal restraints. But judging from his training curve, he's only a few high-intensity real battles away from full adaptation to sealing suppression. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then slowly curled his lips. That smile had no warmth, only scrutiny. 4 is not enough. Make it 8. Once I have enough real combat data, the chains will no longer be shackles to him but keys. He turned and walked toward the swamp's depths, the hem of his cloak dragging through the muddy water. Tell Danzo. Thank him for his generous support of the Pure Flame Cultivation Project. If he wants a sample of the completed chain ID, be happy to provide one. The condition is to trade the person who crouched on the Torii Gate all night. Under Konoha's starry sky, the backyard of Kamiya's residence. Kamiya Yen lay beside the crack in the floor, cut by the pure flame, his feet propped high on the edge of the bed. The pure flame burned quietly in his dantian. Today's training had taken a heavy toll. It too was fatigued. The white fire seed was dimmer than usual, but its pulse remained steady. Someone tapped on the window frame. He turned to see Minato hanging upside down from the eaves, his golden hair hanging like a cluster of upside-down wheat spikes. Kushina stood on the roof behind him, her red hair lightly stirred by the night breeze. The two had just circled around the village's outskirts to climb up grass blades, and night dew still clung to their hems. "Come in quickly if you have something to say." He opened the door, letting them climb through the window into the room. Minato sat down on the floor immediately upon landing. Kushina didn't sit. She leaned against the doorframe. "I was in a good mood after the hot spring today." The golden-haired boy placed his hands on his knees and looked at him sideways. "But then you got called to the Hokage building by Shikaya. We've been waiting for you to tell us what happened." The red-haired girl brushed her wet hair from her shoulders and tucked it behind her ear. "Spill." Kamiya Yen no longer concealed anything. He told them everything. Chen's defection, the Umbu's death, the name written in blood on the wall. After he finished, the room was silent for a long time. Minato's golden hair was stirred by the night breeze. He reached out and gently pressed the spot on Kamiya Yen's ankle bruised by the chain's suppression. "Does it hurt?" "No. You two go back. Training tomorrow." "All right." Minato stood up and tugged at Kushina's sleeve. When they reached the window, the golden-haired boy stopped again, facing the dark night sky outside, and said in a very soft, steady voice, "The moon is very bright tonight. Kushina and I will stay until dawn before leaving." They didn't actually stay the whole night. But when Kamiya Yen woke in the middle of the night, the pure flame told him that two people outside were still there. On the windowsill sat two water bottles. One blue, one red. The dawn arrived earlier at the 7th training ground than in any other corner of Mai. Not because of its location, but because Zillai's training schedule never deferred to the sun. Shingayan stood at the center of the training ground, morning dew glistening on his trousers. Before him lay 8 training ceiling chains. Twice the number from the last session. Zillai stood at the edge holding a test report that had just arrived from the Weapons Development Division that morning. The suppression threshold of the black iron chains had been recalibrated through reverse analysis, and the suppression force of each simulated chain was tuned to near-real levels. Last time with 4 you got grazed once. Today 8. Zillai rolled up the test report and tucked it into his chest. Same rules. No directly burning the chains with pure flame. Shingayan did not reply. He closed his eyes and the pure flame pulsed once in his dantian. Not a sensing pulse, not a defensive reaction. It was a deeper adjustment. This white flame was actively lowering its frequency, compressing its outward chakra fluctuations to almost imperceptible levels. The first chain shot through the air. He sidestepped, simultaneously activating the shadow binding technique to pin the chain's end. But the second and third chains cut in from his left and right, forcing him to break his hand seals. As he flipped in midair, he unfurled the sensory adhesion layer of pure flame, and the sealing fluctuations of the chains were dissected into clear waveforms within his sensory grid. The 4th chain grazed his back, the 5th coiled up from under his feet. In the instant before landing, he used an illusion counterattack to short-circuit the 6th chain's pursuit circuit, but the 7th and 8th had already sealed his front and rear. 8 chains in sync. No escape route. Then pure flame moved. Not erupting from his palm, but just like when it faced Sage Art suppression in Maiboku, it actively expanded the sensory adhesion layer into a complete spherical perception domain covering every space within a 10-meter radius. The sealing fluctuations of all 8 chains were simultaneously analyzed within this spherical perception domain. Every chain's trajectory, sealing intensity, and terminal velocity were decomposed into independent vector nodes in a single instant. He executed 4 commands almost simultaneously. Shadow binding technique locked 2 chains, fire seal, intercepted 2 illusion counterattack, disrupted 2, and body art, dodged the last 2. All missed. Zillai's voice came from the edge of the training ground. "That spherical perception domain just now. Is it something you newly developed?" "Not developed." Shingayan landed, breathing heavily as the fluctuations of pure flame slowly steadied within his meridians. "It expanded on its own by pure flame. It judged that my sensory adhesion layer's coverage was insufficient to handle the synchronized suppression of 8 chains, so it autonomously expanded the perception domain in all directions." Autonomous expansion. Zillai repeated his pen, pausing over the notebook for a beat. Last time in Maiboku, facing Sage Art suppression, it also autonomously sought the Dragon Vein passage. This time, facing multiple sealing weapons, it autonomously expanded the perception domain again. Your white flame's learning ability has already surpassed the realm of tactical self-adaptation. It has been on standby ever since returning from Mayaboku. When it guided the route for Shuemen in the mine last time, it also actively reallocated the relay nodes of the sensory adhesion layer. I hadn't pre-planned that route. Its stress response mode doesn't require command triggers. Once I have successfully executed a certain tactical maneuver, it stores the entire sequence in its stress memory. Shingayan looked down at his palm. The white flame burned quietly, as if the full force burst had consumed not its energy but its excess inertia. It's not learning combat, it's learning me. After the training, Lugu appeared at the edge of the training ground with the latest Umbu report. His expression was slightly more relaxed than usual, within the Nara clan's micro-expression system that was equivalent to joy. Chen's body was discovered by Umbu this morning at the edge of the marsh in River Country. All surface sealing patterns were forcibly stripped. The venom sac ruptured, confirmed death by autotoxin backlash. Lugu paused. Dashuin did not execute him directly. He forced him to implant the sealing core of the black iron chains into himself using his own toxin system for a human trial. The trial failed. The sealing core overloaded, and all the corpse bone grass toxin coated on his ganglia simultaneously infiltrated in reverse. Time of death estimated around midnight last night. Shingayan was silent for a moment. He wasn't taken in as a defector. He was recycled for use. Correct. From the very beginning, Dashuin had no intention of keeping him. He extracted him from root only to force Chun to expose more stress data of pure flame during his The chain test data from the mine was incomplete, so he used Chen's final value to complete the sealing feedback of the chains on the human body. Now that the data is obtained, Chun has no reason to exist. Lugu opened the report and pointed to a small line at the end. We also found this at the scene. A fragment of an unfinished explosive tag with a single stroke drawn in blood on the back. He handed over the rubbing of the fragment brought back from Umbu. It was the initial stroke of an unfinished sealing formula. A single vertical line and two short diagonal lines spreading to the lower left, the ink strokes hasty, the lines visibly trembling. Shingayan recognized it, the first stroke of the basic formation of the poison seal. When Zhuojing had given him that file, the title page also bore the same remnant pattern of the poison seal used as an anti-counterfeit mark on the document seam. This is the last message he left for me. Chun was a specialist in corpse bone grass poison assassination, an expert in dealing with internal threats. Before Dashuin recycled him, he must have extracted all of Root's surveillance records on pure flame from Chun, including your training route, Luga sealing formation deployment habits, and the movement range of Shuemen and Jixinai. Lugu placed the fragment back into his ninja tool pouch, his voice returning to its usual lazy tone. No need to feel guilt. Dashuin chose to discard him like a broken gear precisely to make you think that way. Meanwhile, deep in the marsh of River Country in the underground laboratory, Dashuin stood before a row of culture dishes where 8 fully activated black iron sealing chains floated in pale green nutrient solution. The sealing formations on the surface of the chains emitted a faint cold light, completely different from the dark red glow during the mine test. This was the final version with suppression intensity, an entire order of magnitude, higher than the prototype. Shingayan's pure flame can already withstand the suppression of 8 chains simultaneously. Dashuin's voice was very soft, as if talking to himself or to the chains in the culture dishes. From 4 to 8 it took him only 2 weeks. If he is given another 2 weeks, even 16 chains won't stop him. He took a sealing scroll from his sleeve and unrolled it. Inside was a device completely different from the chains. An artificial human body structure model more complete than the one that appeared in the laboratory last time. The skeletal framework had taken shape, muscle tissue coverage reached 70%, and faint dragon vein energy could be seen flowing through the chakra pathway network. The black iron chains were never meant to seal pure flame. They were meant to record the complete waveform of the suppression threshold breakthrough at the moment pure flame is pushed to its limit, so that this artificial body can withstand the same density. Every time he breaks through a layer of suppression, you provide me with an additional set of data on overcoming suppression. He resealed the scroll, his vertical pupils contracting slightly in the dim green light of the nutrient solution. Now the data is sufficient. That waste Chun at least bought the last batch of sealing feedback with his life. The rate of toxin backlash on the ganglia was 0. 3 seconds faster than estimated. Those 0.3 seconds are the time window you must seize in the next real battle. The rest depends on whether this body can complete its final activation before he touches you. In the special intensive care unit of my hospital Gang's house ward, Gang's Ho had already removed the bandages on her left hand. Her recovery speed was much faster than an ordinary person's, but her face was still somewhat pale. Beside the hospital bed sat Jiating Duan, looking much better than the last time they met, peeling an orange in his hand. I heard you've been in special training lately, getting beaten up every day by that old man and the lecherous one. Gang's Ho took the orange slices Duan handed her, broke off a segment, and put it in her mouth. Have you mastered the parallel circuits of the multi-sealing technique? I can evade all 8 chains, but I still can't counterattack simultaneously. Pure Flame is still one step away, integrating the perception domain and the sealing formula into a single composite technique. Otherwise, it will still be slow when facing more than 8 targets. Integrating the perception domain and sealing formula into a composite technique was that Luga's suggestion. No. It was Pure Flame that actively expanded the sensory adhesion layer into a spherical perception domain during training, and then I discovered that the residual chakra along its linear attack path, if rearranged as sealing nodes, could simultaneously function in both perception and counterattack modes. Lugu evaluated it as feasible, but it needs at least a week of stabilization period for verification. Gang's-ho snorted and turned to look at Duan. What was I doing when I was 6? You were stealing Chensho Zujian's sake, Duan said calmly. Gang's house mouth twitched. Shingayan was silent for a beat. Chensho Zujian was the first Hokage. Gang's house grandfather, the god of shinobi. Being able to steal the first Hokage sake meant that at 6 years old Gang's-ho already possessed the body art foundation to infiltrate under the noses of the Sannin. You were already able to infiltrate the first Hokage study alone at 6. Not infiltrate. Gang's-ho threw the orange peel into the trash bin. Walked in openly. Grandfather's study was never locked. She leaned back on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. The memories of the first Hokage were something she never mentioned, but at this moment a layer of callous that shouldn't have appeared at her age was worn thin by her own words. He said there was no such thing as locking doors in my, if you could walk in you were his guest. Duan said nothing, silently placing the other half of the peeled orange in her hand. Evening at Yale Ramen, when Shingai pushed aside the cloth curtain, Shuei-men and Juxinai were already sitting on the stools at the counter. The golden-haired boy had been waiting for him after training, his blue eyes carrying a different kind of focus. Not the usual excitement, but a more steady concern. I heard from Teacher Lugu that today's training was synchronized suppression with 8 chains. How did it go? Shuei-men pulled out the stool beside him and patted it. I evaded all of them. The golden-haired boy exhaled in relief, then took out a scroll from his chest and placed it on the counter. This is officially issued by the Third Hokage this afternoon. The 3 of us are now a regular mission team. Juxinai and I have already signed. I don't have a pen. I brought one for you. Shuei-men shoved a used brush pen into his hand. The pen holder was engraved with Shuei-men's name, and beside it a smaller line carved crookedly, for the 4th Hokage. The strokes of those 4 characters looked like a few drunken chicks treading on snow, obviously added by Juxinai when she snatched it from him because she couldn't stand his slow carving. Shingai stared at the line for a moment, then unrolled the scroll, and wrote his name in the blank space of the handwriting was steady and composed, standing side by side with Shuei-men's and Juxinai's signatures like 3 saplings that hadn't yet grown tall huddled together in a row. Oh, by the way. Shuei-men leaned closer to the counter, lowering his voice in the steam of the noodle soup. Today I heard Teacher Zillai and the 3rd Hokage talking by the training ground, mentioning your next training plan. It seems they want to apply for access to the 1st Hokage's illusion trial ground. Shingai put down his chopsticks. The 1st Hokage's illusion trial ground, the highest difficulty illusion training facility in my village. It was personally set up by Chensho Zujian specifically for training illusion resistance at the Jonin level and above. Ordinary ninja academy students didn't even have the authority to apply, and even Chunin needed special permission to enter. Being allowed into that trial ground means the 3rd Hokage's evaluation of you has gone beyond training target. You're being treated as a strategic reserve that must face extremely high-level illusion-type enemies in the future. Juxinai also put down her chopsticks, her red hair swaying gently past her shoulder. The cloth curtain of the ramen shop was stirred by the evening breeze, and the stone statues on the distant Huaying Rock glowed orange in the twilight. Shingai said nothing more, only lowered his head and finished the noodles in his bowl. As he left the ramen shop, Shuei-men chased after him and called out from behind. Dashuin has never personally attacked you. You are the most dangerous among us, but he also calculates all variables most precisely. The 3rd Hokage letting you enter the 1st Hokage's trial ground next must mean he judges that Dashuin won't send anyone else next time. When that time comes, the golden-haired boy's voice carried far down the quiet street. When that time comes, stay behind me. Shingai turned to look at him. Shuei-men's blue eyes shone brilliantly under the streetlight without a trace of hesitation. At that moment he was not a 6-year-old child nor a future Hokage. Just someone who didn't want his teammate to die. Stay behind you. Your flying thunder god speed would leave me in the dust long before any fight. Then don't let me shake you off. Shuei-men smiled and extended his hand. Shingai looked at that hand, paused for about 2 seconds, then reached out and clenched his fist, tapping it against Shuei-men's. The warm light of the street lamps stretched their shadows long. Walking back along the stone path, the blank cliff face of Huaying Rock, where no one had yet been carved, stood silent. In the northwestern corner of Kanahagakur, there lay a forest designated as a forbidden zone. At its perimeter stood 4 stone pillars engraved with sealing array patterns. The runes on their surfaces had faded and grayed, yet the seal's efficacy remained undiminished. No umbu patrolled here, no sentry posts existed, and even the beasts instinctively gave it a wide berth. For within this forest slumbered Konoha's oldest and most perilous training facility, the illusionary trial ground personally laid out by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance gripping his ever-present pipe but not lighting it. Behind him Jiraiya remained uncharacteristically silent, while Lugu leaned against a stone pillar with arms crossed. Minato and Kushina stood a little further away. Shingayan stood before the long-sealed gate inscribed with sealing marks. The purifying flame flickered gently within his dantian as if sensing something. Not danger but an exceedingly ancient energy steeped in time and bitter seeping through the gaps of the seal. When the first Hokage built this trial ground, Konoha had been founded for less than 3 years. Hiruzen's voice was blurred by the forest wind. The shinobi world war hadn't fully subsided and Konoha was besieged on all sides. The first Hokage hoped to leave a test that could measure true potential for future ninja. Not to eliminate anyone but to make everyone who stepped into the trial ground understand one thing: in the face of absolute despair, what do you rely on the most? He looked down at Shingayan. The trial has no fixed pattern. The moment you step inside, the first Hokage's would release will automatically generate an illusion based on the deepest recesses of the tester's heart. Some see fallen comrades, some see their most dreaded enemy, some see themselves. What happens in the illusion depends on the kind of person you are. Jiraiya interjected, his voice unusually serious. The trial has no mechanism for early withdrawal. The longer you stay in the illusion, the more would release drains your chakra. If you exceed your limit, the illusion will automatically dispel, but you'll likely be unconscious for days. However, Lord Jiraiya here also entered once at your age. I lasted less than a quarter of an hour back then. Conclusion. The conclusion is I saw myself tap dancing on a cliff edge. Jiraiya grinned. Then a toad kicked me off. Sage Fukasaku said it was because my mind was filled with nothing but frivolous thoughts, and the first Hokage's illusion despised me. Shingayan did not laugh. From Jiraiya's deliberately light tone, he gleaned another piece of information: this master of the fourth Hokage, one of the Sannin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, had only lasted less than a quarter of an hour in this trial ground when he was young. And the third Hokage had just mentioned that Minato had also entered, but Minato never voluntarily brought it up. An experience that could make the future fourth Hokage reticent was far more than merely seeing an enemy. He turned to look at Minato. The golden-haired boy stood beside the stone pillar, his blue eyes holding an emotion Shingai rarely saw. Not excitement but something deeper, as if he were watching someone about to step into the same river, wanting to speak yet holding back. The illusion inside isn't deceptive. It's another kind of reality. It doesn't show you what you fear most. It shows you what you most want to know. Shingayan withdrew his gaze, removed his outer garment, folded it neatly beside the stone pillar, leaving only his close-fitting black training suit. The purifying flame burned quietly within his dantian. No warning, no sensory pulse. The state of this white flame was neither the excitement before battle nor the vigilance before crisis. It was waiting, like a hawk perched on a hunter's shoulder, about to be released into an unfamiliar, unknown forest. He stepped through the sealed gate. The world inside was not a forest. He stood on the streets of Konoha. The sunlight was warm, ginkgo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, and in the distance the fourth Hokage's statue on the Hokage rock overlooked the village. Everything was identical to the Konoha in his memory. Then he saw Minato, taller than the golden-haired boy, who last handed him a canteen by the training ground. The Hokage robe draped over him, his white haori fluttering noisily in the wind. The adult Namikaze Minato turned around, his blue eyes still clear as water, but with fine lines at the corners, and a hint of weariness in the curve of his lips that Shingayan had never seen before. That was the weariness of an adult. You did it, the adult Minato said, looking at him. On the night of the Nine Tails I didn't die. You changed history. The ones who should have lived all lived. Shingayan did not answer. He had already noticed that the chakra fluctuation of this Minato had a minuscule deviation from a real person. Chakra volume increases with age, but the biological frequency of the chakra magnetic field's pulse would not shift backward. He had repeatedly calibrated this trait in Luga's Genjutsu identification class. A person's chakra magnetic field becomes denser with age, but its biological frequency, the fundamental frequency derived from the resonance of heartbeat nerve impulses and chakra, is a spiritual signature that never changes from birth. The biological frequency of the adult Minato completely overlapped with that of 6-year-old Minato. The illusion could mimic age but not this spiritual signature. The first Hokage's illusion had ultimately been seen through by him. Yet the design intent of this illusion was also fully understood by him. The first Hokage wasn't using a false perfect ending to tempt the tester. He was using this ending to examine the tester's driving force. If the tester sought the satisfaction of rewriting the past, then, when that ending was exposed, the illusion would restructure itself into the next layer of mirror, the thing the tester found hardest to let go of. Sure enough, the surrounding scene began to collapse. The Hokage rock shattered into countless fragments, the ginkgo leaves turned to ash in the wind, and the figure of the adult Minato gradually faded. The warm hues of Konoha were stripped away, replaced by a scene he had never personally witnessed, but had rehearsed countless times in the depths of his heart. The weeping of the hidden rain, the parchness of the hidden sand, Niji Hyuga pierced by the gentle fist, Jiraiya, sinking into deep water, never to resurface, Kushina torn from her womb, and tailed beast on the night of the Nine Tails, and the golden-haired man holding the newborn Naruto, using his last breath to seal the Nine Tails into the infant's body before slowly collapsing. That was the original timeline, the world he had not transmigrated into. The final outcome of the shinobi world was peace, but every corpse laid on that path to peace, he remembered their names. He knelt on the ground, the purifying flame churning violently within his dantian. "This is what hurts me the most," he said, his voice hoarse, looking at the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. "But I didn't come here with regrets. I came here with fire." The purifying flame burst from his palm. Not a pea-sized spark, not a thread-thin line of fire. A complete blazing white pillar of flame erupted from his palm and crashed straight into the core of that illusion. The scene of corpses and blood was torn apart from within by the white flame. The fire burned through the image of Jiraiya, sinking into the water, burned through the last smile on Niji's face, as he fell, burned through Naruto's swaddling placed in the center of the ceiling array. All burned away, but the illusion did not disappear. The third layer of illusion quietly unfolded after the first layer was seen through and the second layer was burned away. Not an enemy, not an apocalypse, not a succession of tragic sacrifices. It was his own palm, empty. The purifying flame had gone out. There was no longer any warmth in his meridians. He waited for 3 full seconds, then called out to it again with the same intensity as when he first lit it in his palm. No response at all. His knees hit the ground. In the illusion, he was no longer a 6-year-old child. He was a person with an adult body who had possessed the purifying flame and then had it taken away. His hands were stained with remnants of white flame from burning the illusion. He clenched his fists, then released, clenched again, released again. Then he laid his palms open on his knees, as if waiting for a hawk that would never return. "If you are truly extinguished." His shoulders heaved, his voice did not tremble, but every syllable was crushed and reassembled. "Then I will do what you haven't finished. The shackles you couldn't burn, I will burn for you. The comrades you couldn't protect in time, I will protect for you. The voices you couldn't hear, I will hear for you." Just as he finished speaking, something jumped lightly, not in his dantian but deep within his heart. More precisely, in a certain bodily sensation that his reason could not fully strip away. A military ration pill he had put into his mouth without chewing, pressed under the base of his tongue, slowly dissolving with his body heat. He had casually stuffed it into his mouth before stepping into the trial ground, telling no one. At that moment its bitterness seeped from under his tongue into his perception, firmly anchoring him on the boundary between reality and illusion. He clenched his teeth and crushed the remaining half of the pill. The instant the bitterness exploded, the purifying flame also exploded. Not from the dantian, not from the palm. From the deepest layer of his soul, where the residual warmth of his bodily perception lay closest, a white flame more blazing than any before burst forth, enveloping his entire body. The flame did not attack any target. It simply burned quietly like a garment woven from pure white radiance, flowing slowly from his shoulders to the hem. The illusion fell silent. Then it began to reweave, not weaving more illusions but retracting its own technique structure. The dark green light bands receded like a tide from all directions into the ground, and the edges of the illusion began to dissolve and collapse. Shingai walked out of that collapsing illusion barefoot onto the stone pavement at the entrance of the trial ground. The white flame garment still draped over his shoulders, fluttering gently in the morning breeze, with a few strands of nodiate extinguished white sparks dripping from its edges. Minato's body flicker technique brought him right in front of Shingai, and within the second after he stepped out of the sealed gate, the golden-haired boy reached out to touch the white flame on his shoulder. As his fingers neared the tips, first touched a pure but not scorching heat. Not the temperature of fire but the warmth of sunlight on a down comforter. He recognized it. This was the same hand that had bumped fists with Shingai on the day the team was formed. "Where are your clothes?" "Burned." Shingai looked down at his own trouser legs, which were only half left. The white light receded from his shoulders back into the depths of his dantian, completely sweeping away the residual illusionary waves on the field. "In the third layer." "Third layer." Jiraiya's voice came from beside the signature stone pillar. The white-haired man had already straightened up, all traces of mirth gone. "You've only taken 2 basic genjutsu resistance courses. Fewer than 5 people have reached the third layer since the first Hokage's time. Every one of them was a jonin." Shingai took the spare coat Lugu handed him and put it on, pausing for a moment. Jiraiya's words had omitted one person. Minato had been here but never said what he experienced inside. And Minato had just said that the illusion doesn't show you what you fear most. It shows you what you most want to know. So what did Minato most want to know? Was it the Knight of the Nine Tails? Or something earlier, something that had already been shielded for him before he could use his own hands to change it? Minato reached the third layer, didn't he? Who said that? I didn't. The first layer shows you an ending you most want to achieve. The second layer is all the deaths you fear most to repeat carried on your shoulders. The third layer cuts away what you rely on most, reducing you to a useless person who can't do anything, can't save anyone. Shingayan looked straight into Minato's eyes, each word deliberate. What did Minato rely on most? The golden-haired boy was silent for a long time, then withdrew the hand that had not touched the white flame, clenching it by his side. When he entered the trial ground, he had just learned the Rasengan. At that time he thought a ninja's strength was simply being faster, stronger, more precise. In the illusion, when the purifying flame was taken away, he heard Jiraiya asking him, "Who can you still protect?" His first reaction was exactly the same as Shingayan's, first disbelief, then doubt, then clenching his fists and saying, "Then I'll find another way." But he didn't have a third power like Shingayan's to tear through the illusion. He stopped at the second layer. The reason he never wanted to mention it wasn't because the trial itself was so terrifying. It was because he was afraid that the path he hadn't walked through last time, he might not be able to walk through in reality either. And now he watched this person whom he regarded as both a rival and a close friend walk out of the third layer barefoot, draped in white flame. From now on, I'll never say something stupid like "don't always go alone" again. The golden-haired boy grabbed Shingayan's hand from his side and actively touched the fingers still bearing the gravel marks of the third layer. Then their two hands overlapped as tightly as when they first bumped fists under the ginkgo tree. This was the same hand that had bumped fists with him on the day the team was formed. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood under the shadow of an old tree, not far away, watching for a long time, then struck a match and lit his pipe. 3 children all entered the trial ground at age 6. Tsunade stopped at the second layer, and was carried out by a wooden golem. Jiraiya fell into the toad pool shouting "unfair." The whole time, Orochimaru saw through the illusion in the first layer, and then demanded to go in and test again. Only Minato submitted a complete trial report to the Nara clan's recorder. He analyzed the first Hokage's illusion creation logic, but at the very end he added a personal note in his own handwriting. He took a yellowed handwritten report from his sleeve and flipped to the last page. The handwriting on it was much more mature than now, already bearing the strokes of a young man, but that single line reflected the persistence of a child back then. "I don't know if this counts as passing, but if I ever really encounter the third layer in reality, I might ask a comrade to wipe the blood from the corner of my mouth before continuing to fight." Lugu was silent for a while beside him, then asked in a voice only they could hear, "Why did you let all 3 6-year-olds enter the first Hokage's trial ground?" Sarutobi Hiruzen folded the report and put it back into his sleeve. The smoke slowly dissipated in the forest wind. "Because their war won't wait until they grow up to begin. The cherry blossoms of the No. 37 training ground in my village had already fallen entirely. The petals sank into the water trough at the edge of the training ground, stirred by the morning breeze into a shallow pink sludge. Today was the day of graduation and squad assignment at the Ninja Academy. Shingayan stood at the very front of the training ground formation. Half a year had carved deeper marks into his bones. His shoulders were half a finger wider than when he first enrolled. He had grown nearly half a head taller, and the forearms exposed beneath his short sleeves now bore the distinctive slender contours of a youth. But the true change was not in his physique. It was in the posture with which he stood. At enrollment, he had only been a transmigrator trying to hide himself in the margins of the crowd. Now he stood there like a blade that had just cooled after being repeatedly tempered. Jingyan gave a soft leap in his dantian, its temperature a fraction higher than usual. This white fire was unusually quiet today, quiet not as if it were about to attend the squad assignment ceremony, but as if it were preparing to memorize every name that would be spoken next. Guofeng Shui Men. The golden-haired boy stepped out from the formation. The half-year had wrought changes upon him more visible than upon anyone else. His height now approached the top of his age group, the outline of his shoulders beginning to shed the roundness of childhood and transition into the angular lines of adolescence. But those blue eyes had not changed. They were still stunningly bright, still curving slightly at the corners when he heard his own name. Every item on Shuiman's graduation report card was marked excellent. Beside the scores for taijutsu and ninjutsu, the evaluation of a jonin was noted, and the completion speed of the body flicker technique had already broken the record in the Ninja Academy's history. Shuiman walked up to the assignment board, but did not look at his own name first. His finger traced downward found Guofeng Shuimen in the column for Squad 3, then moved one more grid down, pausing successively on the second and third lines of the same squad's roster. Then he turned back and grinned at Shingayan. Xuanhua Juxinai. The instant the red-haired girl heard her name, an imperceptible tension loosened in her shoulders. A certain weight she had carried since the first day of enrollment now gently released the moment the squad assignment list was read. She did not rush forward to confirm like Shuimen had. Instead, she walked step by step to the assignment board, her gaze sweeping from her own name to the teammate column beside it. After confirming that both names were there, she folded her arms, turned, and walked back to the formation. Passing between Shuemen and Shingayen, she tossed back a remark without turning her head. From now on, call me your squadmate. Don't you two drag me down. Shingayen. He stepped forward. The assignment board was written in Nilyong Luga's own hand. The brushwork was neat and indifferent, exactly like his teaching style. Squad 3. Buofing Shuemen Xuanhua Juxinai Shingayen. The names of the three-man team occupied 3 lines on the paper, arranged neatly from top to bottom like 3 saplings transplanted into the same plot of soil. He stood before those 3 lines for a moment. Every day and night since he had transmigrated into this world, every training session where he ground his soles bloody without a sound, every trial from which he crawled out of the illusion array soaked in cold sweat. All of it condensed into those 3 lines of ink. Squad 3 Jonin Instructor Zilai. Luga's voice came from the front of the formation. Also from today onward, Squad 3 has been officially incorporated into MUI's regular mission rotation. Your 3 individual files will also be consolidated into a squad file today, personally signed by the Third Hokage. Shuemen's eyes lit up like fire. Juxinai's mouth finally lost its composure, curling into a smile identical to the one she had worn half a year ago. Lugu glanced at him and for once did not continue reading. Instead he closed the file and walked up to the 3 children. Shuemen, your graduation evaluation's body flicker technique completion speed broke the school's fastest record. But the faster the speed, the easier it is to overlook the positions of your teammates. Juxinai, your multiple ceiling technique has expanded from 3 array lines to 4, but after the formation spreads, the protection on the flanks is still weaker than the front. Shingayen, your illusion resistance evaluation report now reads strength trial completer, but Jingyan's synchronization of information capture with your squad members during single missions is still insufficient. Lugu rolled the file and tucked it into his tool pouch, his expression reverting to its usual lazy demeanor. From now on, make up for these shortcomings yourselves. I'm only here to check. After the squad assignment ceremony, the 3 were called separately to the 3rd training ground by Zilai. The grass of the training ground had been trampled to a pulp. For the past half-year this place had been their exclusive training area. Almost every day the grass littered with shallow pits from body flicker steps and patches of turf flipped by ceiling techniques. Zilai was unusually dressed in a full Jonin vest today, with the massive ceiling scroll slung across his back, and not a trace of frivolity in his expression. Lugu already told you about the squad assignment. From today you 3 are an officially formed team with me as your Jonin instructor. Zilai crossed his arms and looked down at the 3 children who barely reached his knees. But before the first mission, there's something I need to make clear to you. He took out 3 files from his chest. Unlike the one in Luga's hand, these were sealed directly with the Hokage's personal seal, the cover stamped with Yuanfei Risen's insignia. Half a year ago I called you 3 to this training ground and told you Jingyan is the primordial flame, the endpoint of all chakra in the world. Back then you couldn't even climb a tree steadily. Half a year later you can now cooperate in real combat to complete trial missions on the strength training ground. He paused, all frivolity draining from his voice, leaving only the weight of one of the 3 ninja and a guiding teacher. The Third Hokage asked me to hand this file to you in person on the day you graduated. The contents here are the highest level of MUI's classified intelligence, involving not only the origin of Jingyan but also the greatest threat the ninja world may face in the future. Zilai opened the first file and pushed a page in front of the 3. On the paper was drawn a tree, its roots piercing through the entire planet, its branches and leaves covering the sky. But the tree on the image was not green. It was black. The divine tree. He turned to the next page where the image became Daetongmu Hui, the mother of the 6 paths sage, the incarnation of the divine tree, a being sealed within the moon. Shuemen, you've read about the divine tree in the ancient scrolls of Miamu Mountain, but you haven't seen this material. This is a secret journal written by the first Hokage himself after the Battle of Zhongjie Valley. The first Hokage believed that the reason Uziboban could be corrupted by the Daetongmu will was that the chakra left behind by the divine tree was not merely energy, but an embedded source of thought infection. Every person who received chakra from the divine tree is theoretically possible to be remotely awakened by the Daetongmu will. Uziboban was just the first, but he will not be the last. The golden-haired boy did not interrupt again. With a calm expression he read through the materials page by page. Zilai turned to the red-haired girl. Juxinai, your relationship with the Ninetales is far more complex than an ordinary seal. From now on, no matter when, the Ninetales chakra must never be exposed on the weak side of your sealing pattern. I know. Her voice did not tremble, but she raised her eyes to meet his. So you're not just teaching us ninjutsu. Zilai did not answer, but pushed Shingayen's file in front of him. The last few pages of the file recorded complete reaction data of Jingyan from the Miamu Mountain retreat to the 3rd layer of the first Hokage's trial ground. At the end, a handwritten annotation by Yuanfei Risen read. When the white fire draped over his shoulders, he was no longer a single ember. He is the only celestial omen Mai has preserved to this day, and the only primordial flame in the history of the ninja world that has never been captured by the Daetongmu will. Today he stepped out of my trial ground. Tomorrow where this flame will burn is a decision to be made by him, and those who stand behind him. Zillai's voice pulled his attention back. The old man will continue to handle your sage art advancement. He'll be in charge of squad tactics and long-distance mission command. Lugu will still oversee your sealing techniques and illusion countermeasures. On the training ground there was only the rustle of wind through the grass. Then Shuemen stood up, walked to Shingayan, and extended his hand. It was not a fist bump. He extended his whole hand palm up as if waiting for something that needed both hands to hold. We'll talk about the title of 4th Hokage later. Today we are Squad 3. Even the 4th Hokage is fine, Shingai, and said, placing his hand on top. After all, no matter how fast your body flicker is, you can't shake off Juxinai and me. You too. The red-haired girl swallowed the unfinished harsh words, then covered both of their hands with her own, pressing down firmly. Her fingers still bore the ink stains from the sealing pen, but her grip was steadier than in any training session. In the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen straightened up and walked to the window. His pipe had finally gone out. He tapped the ash into the ashtray, then took 3 newly signed squad files from his sleeve. The code names on the covers matched the assignment board exactly. He placed the files one by one into the filing cabinet, the door closing with a dull thud. When Zillai finished packing the training equipment, dusk had nearly fallen, the setting sun, dyeing the withered branches at the edge of the training ground a dark orange. The 3 children were still standing on the grass in an equilateral triangle, none willing to let go first. You 3, before you report to Yao Ramen, does anyone still care about your guiding teacher? He strode toward them. Tonight Shuemen treats. He got the highest scores on the graduation results. Zilla Yezensai, this is an abuse of your guiding authority. Exactly right. He bent down, wrapping all 3 hands together in his own large hand, scarred from Yamu Mountain, then released them. Let's go. Lesson 1 of joining the team: treat your teacher to ramen. The setting sun stained the entire training ground the color of gold leaf. The shadows of the 3 children and the white-haired man overlapped, stretching along the trampled grass toward the direction of Yao Ramen. The stone statues on the Hokage rock silently watched them in the twilight. The unfinished stone at the end of the cliff, still waiting without a face, remained silent. The first mission after team assignment came early the next morning. When Kamiya Yen pushed open his door, the sky was not yet fully bright. The streets of Konoha were shrouded in thin morning mist. The streetlights had not yet been extinguished, their orange-yellow halos diffusing through the fog like lanterns suspended in midair. He carried the newly issued Team Standard Ninja tool pouch, twice as large as the one from his student days. At his waist hung a sealing scroll bag, specially approved by Lu Gu, containing 4 spare scrolls already inscribed with sealing array patterns. Jing Yen gave a gentle pulse in his dantian, dispelling the last trace of drowsiness. The assembly point was at the main gate of Konoha. When Kamiya Yen arrived, Shui Men was already standing beneath the gate tower. The blonde-haired boy wore a brand new Jonin vest, issued just yesterday, with creases from folding still visible at the cuffs, yet he had already worn it with his own crisp efficiency. His headband was tied across his forehead, and his blue eyes shone brilliantly in the morning mist. Morning, Yen. Shui Men waved vigorously at him. You know, I was so nervous last night I couldn't sleep. Not because I was afraid something would go wrong, but just excited. Our first mission as an official team. Before Kamiya Yen could answer, another voice poured over from behind. Excited enough to leave your tool pouch at home and then run back 3 times. Jo Xian Nai emerged from the mist, her red hair like a moving flame in the fog. She also wore a new ninja vest with a tool pouch and a sealing brush holder at her waist, looking far more capable than half a year ago. Uncle Shoda said someone ate 4 bowls of ramen at his shop last night, and the last bowl was all spilled over the mission scroll. Why didn't you put that in your report too? That was an accident. An accident. I was reviewing the mission route, and I only spilled half a bowl. Half a bowl is not allowed either. Lu Gu and Zilai Yi walked side by side from the other side of the gate tower. Lu Gu held a mission scroll under his arm, while Zilai Yi carried his huge sealing scroll on his back, his face wearing the exhausted expression of, early mornings really aren't for me. Everyone's here. Lu Gu unfolded the mission scroll and glanced over it, his voice returning to its usual lazy tone. Today we formally issue the first crank mission. Escort the medicinal herb caravan from Konoha to the outer perimeter of Kusagakure on the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Complete the cargo transfer at the 3-colored banana grove. Then hand over to the escorting Kusagakure ANBU. The round trip is expected to take 4 days. Team composition. Lead Jonin Instructor Zilai Yi, Deputy Leader Lu Gu. Team members Buofing Shuamin Xuanhua, Jo Xian Nai, and Xin Gu Yen. He closed the scroll and raised his hand to point at the dense forest shrouded in morning mist outside the village gate. Mission rank C, but the escort route passes through areas with sporadic remnants of combat. Shui Men, you'll take the vanguard sentry, maintaining a sensory distance of at least 100 meters from the main group. Joexai Yu and Lu Gu will guard the middle of the caravan. The caravan center is most vulnerable to flank attacks. Your multiple sealing techniques must be prelayed at the nodes where the convoy has not yet stopped. Shun Gu Yen. Rear guard sensory barrier. Shun Gu Yen took over. Maintain a radius of 150 meters, and notify the vanguard directly if any abnormal chakra fluctuations are detected. Good. Zilai Yi clapped his hands and grinned. Let's go. Deliver the caravan to the destination within 4 days. When we get back he'll treat you all to Yao ramen. Of course Shui Men pays. Why is it always me? Because you spilled half a bowl of ramen on the mission scroll last night. The caravan finished loading in the warehouse area outside Konoha's main gate. 5 ox carts were fully loaded with concentrated medicinal herbs for refining soldier pills and raw materials for the dyes unique to the 3-colored banana grove. The lead merchant Shi Tianzong Bingwei was no stranger to entrusting escort missions to Konoha. Seeing Zilai Yi leading the team, his expression relaxed considerably. With Lord Zilai Yi here, this shipment is secure. The team advanced along the official road, heading northeast in the Land of Fire. The first half of the day was so peaceful it was almost monotonous. Except for Shui Men jumping down from the treetops 3 times to report, wild boar ahead. There was nothing unusual. But Shin Gu Yen did not let his guard down. Jing Yan's sensory pulse radiated outward continuously from him, covering the entire space within a radius of 150 meters. Half a year ago this sensory range was only a mere 20 to 30 meters. Now he could maintain a full area scan of a 150-meter radius for extended periods with chakra consumption autonomously minimized by Jing Yan. As the convoy entered the edge of the 3-colored banana grove, the terrain began to grow more complex. The 3-colored banana grove was a peculiar forest where red plantains, yellow palms, and dark green giant ferns grew intertwined. The canopy was as thick as a quilt spread over the ground, with sunlight only seeping through the gaps in the uppermost leaves in scattered golden threads. Humidity spiked abruptly, and the air was thick with the mixed scent of decaying leaves and tropical flowers. Jing Yan gave a gentle pulse in his dantian. Not a warning but a passive response to some residual chakra trace. He walked to Lu Gu's side and said in a low voice, "Someone set traps in the forest, but the triggering signs were cleared within the last 2 hours. Someone entered this forest ahead of us." Lu Gu nodded slightly, without interrupting the marching formation, merely raising his hand to make a scout ahead gesture toward Shui Men. Shui Men's figure silently shot out through the canopy. His movements were more composed than during the mine tunnel days. The afterimage of his body flicker technique was no longer a golden streak as before but darker, shorter, and more concealed. Half an hour later Shui Men returned with not only vanguard reconnaissance information but also a sample of residual chakra. A small fragment of a sealing array peeled off a cleared explosive tag trap. Most of the pattern had been burned away, but the remaining ink was still identifiable as a root standard seal. Shin Gu Yen took the fragment. Jing Yan analyzed the residual sealing wave on the piece layer by layer within his sensory domain, and then his eyes widened. It's the Shi Wan's people. The residual frequency of the sealing technique is homologous to the black iron chains. They set traps here and then removed all of them not long ago. Not a single trap left. His purpose in removing the traps is not to give up, but to let us in without violating the border agreement, so that we can be drawn deeper into his strike zone. As the words fell, a sharp bird call came from deep within the 3-colored banana grove. Not a bird but a... Jing Yan abruptly burst its sensory pulse, expanding the spherical sensory domain to its maximum range in an instant. Then he caught it. An extremely faint chakra fluctuation was rapidly approaching from the northeast of the forest, its frequency pattern identical to the sealing array he had sensed in Yuzhou town. 3 points in the canopy ahead left. To Shi Wan. Before anyone else could speak, Zilai Yi's Sage Chakra had already deployed a defensive barrier at the front of the team. Shui Men don't go up to block. The flank gaps are too wide at this distance. His 2 companions will bypass your body flicker first. Joexai and Nai lay your sealing formulas under the chassis crossbeams of the caravan. Don't seal the front. Seal the chassis crossbeam positions. Yen. Shin Gu Yen had already completed the full activation of his sensory domain. The spherical sensory domain locked onto the 3 approaching chakra waveforms simultaneously. Jing Yan swelled sharply in his dantian. White light particles surged from his palms, no longer in the form of fire threads, but like a thin layer of light film covering his hands. De Shi Wan's people had not yet entered his range, but one thing he had confirmed: the approaching enemies were living ninja, not puppets. They had independent chakra fluctuations and heartbeat rhythms with clear biological frequencies. 2 people, the 3rd signal is not in the encirclement. That's a decoy. Shui Men doubled back through the canopy, luring the foremost enemy toward Joexai and Nai's prelayed chassis sealing array. The sealing formula exploded beneath the oxcart, unleashing 4 fire seal array patterns, mercilessly cutting off the first thrust line chasing Shui Men. Zilai Yi's Sage Technique Shockwave followed closely, deflecting the second pincer trajectory. Shun Guyen did not pursue the third signal. He headed straight for the forest clearing behind the caravan, hidden from view by giant ferns. Jing Yan's sensory domain had already locked onto that direction. Someone was standing there, not attacking, not defending, just waiting. He burst through the wall of plantain leaves into the clearing, skidding to a halt in the mud. Dashiwan was leaning against a fallen dead tree trunk in the center of the clearing, his vertical pupils reflecting a pale golden light in the dim forest glow. From his appearance, he was still some time away from defection, but his eyes already held an ambition colder than anything belonging to Konoha. A little slower than expected. Dashiwan tilted his head slightly to look at him. That waste Zilai Yi delayed the fusion training of sensory domain and sealing techniques for 3 weeks before giving Lu Gu the annotation. If I had taught you, you would have discovered the flaw in the positional shift on your own last week. Shin Guyen did not answer. Jing Yan simultaneously amplified every chakra waveform currently in combat behind the cedar tree in his sensory domain. Shui Men was still pursuing the first scout. Zhou Xi and Nai's chassis sealing patterns were still being reinforced and the caravan's direction had not deviated. His palms were fully open and the white light film rapidly heated, condensed, and took shape. Not an attack but a defense. It was a miniature Jing Yan light mirror reflecting his own image in Dashiwan's vertical pupils. The mirror surface was cold white without heat, only reflection. Dashiwan's gaze lingered on the light mirror for a moment, then slowly curled the corners of his mouth. You are different from the trash in my laboratory. He straightened up from the dead tree trunk and slid a slender black iron chain from his sleeve. At the end of the chain was an unactivated sealing core. Not a lock but a key. It was twisted onto the container connection end of an artificial torso with a chakra pathway, as fine as a hair etched on the core's surface. Next time we meet, you may have already learned how to directly burn through the sealing nodes in the chakra pathway. By then perhaps you'd be willing to see what the dragon vein looks like when awakened. As his words fell, Dashiwan's figure along with the chain and core in his hand vanished from the spot. It was not a body flicker technique, but some kind of reverse summoning array prearranged at the base of the dead tree trunk. The array pattern was scorched the instant it activated, leaving only a piece of deep black snake scale. At the same time, the 3 chakra signals ahead of the caravan also withdrew simultaneously, twice as fast as when they arrived. Shin Guyen picked up the black scale and put it into his tool pouch, then turned and walked back toward the caravan. Shui Men dropped from the canopy and landed beside him, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, his breathing not yet fully steady. What did he say? Just a few words of nonsense. Shin Guyen took the scale from his pouch and placed it in Shui Men's palm. What he wants is not today's life. It's the complete celestial motion waveform generated when I am forced to burn through all the chains one day. He needs a truly awakened dragon vein. The caravan reached the transfer point at the 3-colored banana grove outside Kusagakure before sunset. The Kusagakure ANBU had been waiting for some time. The leader was a tall, thin ninja wearing a woven straw hat. After exchanging mission scrolls with Lu Gu, he said nothing, merely bowed slightly toward Zilai Yi, then led the caravan into the forest path leading toward Kusagakure. The campsite was chosen on a slightly elevated slope north of the transfer point, backed by a cliff face and facing an open expanse of plantain groves with good visibility. Lu Gu set up a sensory barrier around the camp, and Zilai Yi used sage techniques to light a smokeless campfire in the center. Once the fire was lit, the atmosphere in the camp finally relaxed. Shui Men took off his boots and stretched his toes toward the fire to warm them, only to be pushed away by Zhou Xi and Nai in disgust. Lu Gu had set up a sensory barrier around the camp, and Zilai Yi used a sealing scroll as a pillow, lying back with his legs crossed, his face regaining some of its usual casualness. But he was not asleep. Shun Guyen could sense that Zilai Yi's sage chakra still covered the entire camp, its density only reduced by 20% from daytime. Then Shui Men suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the day's battles. Yen, what Dashiwan said. He said if I had taught you, you would have discovered the flaw in the positional shift on your own last week. That shift is at the flank passage I failed to seal in time when I used a shadow clone to lure the enemy scout in Yuzhou town last time. Yes. When you switched your shadow clone in the canopy that time, you left a 2-second sensory dead angle behind your right flank. Exactly the position Lu Gu had Zhou Xi and Nai seal today. The blonde-haired boy leaned against the cliff wall and was silent for a while, not asking further. He was not frustrated by having his mistake pointed out. On the contrary, he spent a long time repeatedly reviewing every detail of that battle and finally nodded slightly. I'll fix it next time. The night watch schedule was posted outside Lu Gu's tent. By the late night, the campfire had burned down to dark red embers. Zilai Yi leaned against the outermost stone wall of the camp, keeping the first watch. Lu Gu sat inside the tent, flipping through sealing technique archives, the tent canvas gently flapping in the night breeze. The 3 children slept separately on bedrolls on either side of the fire. Shui Men's newly issued team log was spread open beside his knee, with one page containing only half a line of unfinished writing. On the second day after returning from the grass-hidden village to my village, Shingayan received a letter delivered from The envelope was a standard white one from the medical team with to Shingayan written on the front, and the seal on the back bore the crest of the Chensho clan, an emblem he had only seen in textbooks. The medical team assistant who delivered the letter was a young girl with braided pigtails. She shoved the envelope into his hands and stammered nervously, "Lady Tsunade asked me to hand this to you personally. She said it's not urgent, but if you're free after reading it." "I'm free." Shingayan tore open the letter and scanned its contents. "I'll go now." The letter was brief, only 2 lines written in the same sharp scribbled handwriting Tsunade used when revising medical lecture notes. "Nawaki is being discharged today. He says he wants to meet the person who saved his life. Not to thank him, he has something to say." The signature was just a single character gang. Shingayan folded the letter, tucked it into his ninja tool pouch, waved to Shuimin, and turned onto the road leading to the Mai Hospital. On the 3rd floor of the Mai Hospital, the Eastern Wing's rehabilitation ward was bathed in sunlight at the end of the corridor. A row of small cactus pots sat on the windowsill left behind by some discharged patient. When Shingayan pushed the door open, Nawaki was sitting on the edge of his bed whittling a crutch with a kunai while muttering, "If I cut it half an inch shorter, I won't need this thing anymore." Tsunade sat cross-legged on the adjacent empty bed, a stack of freshly revised medical lecture notes beside her. She looked up, caught Shingayan's eye, and jerked her chin toward Nawaki. "Handle it yourself." Nawaki raised his head, his brown eyes gleaming in the noon sunlight, eerily reminiscent of Tsunade's. His leg injury had healed well, a thin bandage still wrapped around his left leg below the knee, but he could walk without a limp. Seeing Shingayan enter, he first set the kunai on the bedside table, then pushed himself up from the bed and bowed deeply. "At the mine, if it hadn't been for you and Shuimen, I probably wouldn't have made it out. Thanks." "Don't thank me. When Shuimen threw himself in to pull you out, I was still dismantling the explosive tag circuits on the mine shaft wall. He's the one you should thank." "I already thanked him. He blushed for 3 days." Nawaki let out a laugh, then his smile slowly faded, replaced by a more solemn expression. "Tsunada's sister passed me a copy of the underground rescue report. When you sensed my chakra surfacing from the water inside the mine shaft, you cut into the water layer without a moment's hesitation. I was injured, the water was murky, and you locked my position in such a short time that even my squad leader admitted he couldn't have done it. Do Monsignor also read that report?" He picked up a folded piece of draft paper from the bedside table and handed it to Shingayan. On the paper was a hand-drawn Chensho clan crest. The lines were still somewhat crude, clearly the result of several drafts, but every stroke was precise and earnest. "The number of Chensho clan members left who can still sign their names on the front lines isn't many anymore. The ones who can draw this crest are getting fewer each year. I'm not asking you to take it over. I just wanted you to see it before I pass it on from my generation." Shingayan took the paper and unfolded it. Below the crest, 2 lines of small characters were written. The first line read Chensho Shungshu, and the second was blank. Nawaki picked up the kunai again, spun it in his palm, then presented it to Shingayan with the blade pointing toward himself and the handle toward the other. "Monsignor said there are 2 ways to repay a life-saving debt: repay it once or prove it with a lifetime. This blank line isn't for you to sign anything. It's for you to think of my name written there every time you use medical ninjutsu or save someone who, like me back then, was almost used as bait." The metal handle of the kunai was engraved with the Chensho clan crest, polished, smooth, and gleaming. Nawaki's voice was not heavy but carried the calm of someone tempered by war. "My grandfather was the first Hokage. His village isn't meant to be protected by just one generation. You and Shuimen saved the last fool of the Chensho clan, who was dumb enough to be lured out as bait. From now on, I won't fall short of anything the Chensho clan can do." Tsunade never interrupted. She only stacked the revised medical lecture notes neatly. On the cover, she had crossed out the word advisory from the original title, medical team advisory consultant. The scent of medicinal herbs and fresh bandages drifted from the corridor, mingling with the scratch of her pencil. Shingayan took the kunai, drew an underline next to the blank line, pressing the stroke into the paper fibers. He didn't sign his name but instead turned the shiny surface toward Nawaki, then took out a small packet of sealed roasted rice crackers from his own ninja tool pouch and placed it on the hospital room coffee table next to the row of colorful recovery snacks that Inayu had delivered this morning. "Your sister said to handle it yourself, but she didn't say you couldn't find help. If someone uses you as bait again, you won't be the last one they target. Whether Chensho or anyone else, it's the same." Nawaki broke into a grin again, took the kunai, compared it with the crutch handle, and began carving earnestly. Tsunade picked up the stack of lecture notes, gave them a final scan, and slapped them on the bed. "All right, you 2 kids are done talking. Get out. I have a medical team class to teach." Outside the hospital, the sun bleached the streets white. Instead of heading straight back to the training ground, Shingayan walked along the narrow alley beside the hospital wall to the window of Yakushi Nono's office. 3 small potted medicinal seedlings sat on the windowsill, freshly watered with droplets still clinging to the leaves. He divided half of the herb samples he had brought back from the grass-hidden village into a new craft paper bag, and attached a sticky note to the outside. "Cabby will need this for the pharmacology identification class." The bag was still open. He had just turned to leave when a hand reached out from inside the window and gently slipped a fruit candy into his pocket before he could fully turn around. Inayu stood inside the window, her eyes behind her glasses, still carrying their usual weariness, but a smile floated above the fatigue. Like someone who had just finished cooking for the orphanage children and left a bowl for this child who wasn't an orphan. At the third training ground in the evening, Lu Gu laid out a freshly decrypted mission scroll on the stone steps. It was the Kanabi Bridge Battle Review and Future Mission Trend Analysis Report, sent by the Third Hokage this afternoon, with an attached page, listing the supply lines destroyed in the war zone over the past quarter. Using Shadow Thread, he circled a repeatedly severed node on the third supply line. The name of that bridge had been traced over 3 times, twice by frontline outposts, and once by Shingayen's own mission report. The scroll was issued last week, and the Third Hokage added his approval today. The annotation states, "This area suits Squad 3. So the next mission, escort the engineering corps to Kanabi Bridge to repair the supply line. Mission rank B, estimated departure in 3 days." Shuemen held the mission scroll and read it twice, his gaze gradually settling. Joshinai tightened and loosened her sealing pen pouch repeatedly. Kanabi Bridge, for future readers, this was the battlefield where Namikaze Minato became famous, and where Uchiha Obito died. But in this era, Obito hadn't been born yet, and Kanabi Bridge was merely a supply node that had been repeatedly cut and needed urgent repair. Shuemen saw a bridge that needed his protection. Shingayen saw the first battle mark on the site of the future Fourth Hokage's famed battle, and more. The intercept of the black iron chains, the still unsealed container interface of Orochimaru, and the dragon veins still slumbering. Physical conditioning tomorrow, tactical drills the day after, and we set off early the day after that. Shingayen rose from the stone steps and handed the mission scroll back to Shuemen. The 3 of them walked out of the training ground together, the sunset blazing along the ridge of the Hokage Rock. Shuemen, who was walking last, suddenly called out, "Yen, what do you think I need most to become a good Fourth Hokage?" Shingayen stopped. He didn't answer immediately, only the sound of ginkgo leaves being swept by the evening breeze into the training ground's drainage, ditch a series of dry, crisp collisions. The golden-haired boy's fingertips gripping the scroll whitened slightly, but he didn't rush, nor did he retract the question. Finally Shingayen spoke, his voice as steady as when he had been asked the same question under the old locust tree. "You already have it. Let others walk ahead. But once you become the Fourth Hokage, you have to give that to everyone." Shuemen stood still, gazing at his back. "Walk ahead," he repeated, tucking the scroll under his arm and striding forward to catch up. At the entrance to the training ground, Joshinai waved at them, her red hair half covering her face in the evening wind. Her voice carried impatience, but couldn't suppress the familiarity of someone used to urging these 2 along. That night, in the backyard of the Shingayen residence, the moonlight was as cool as the night half a year ago when the pure flame had awakened. The vines on the courtyard wall had grown taller than a man. A tiny ball of white flame burned quietly in the palm of his hand, now compressible into any shape controllable at will, capable of illuminating high-density chakra from within the bones without leaving a trace of burn. He withdrew the pure flame and turned to go back inside. On the table lay the mission scroll set for departure 3 days later, the piece of draft paper with the Chensho clan crest from Nawaki pressed beside it, and the kunai placed in the center of the paper. The storm hadn't arrived yet, but he heard the distant thunder. The Shenwupi Bridge spans the Great Rift Valley at the border between the Hua country and the Chowin village, stretching nearly 300 meters in length, with its deck suspended over 60 meters above the ground. At the bottom of the Rift Valley, a turbulent underground river rushed, its sound echoing repeatedly between the canyon walls. Standing at the bridgehead for too long, one might feel as if it were not the sound of water but the earth itself growling in a low voice. This bridge was the most critical supply line node in the northeastern theater of the Hua country. There was no alternative. At least half of the kunai explosive tags, military rations, and medical supplies for the front lines had to be transported across this bridge. And in the past 3 months, this bridge had been destroyed twice by the Yen Hidden Village's raiding teams. The first time was a deck explosion. The engineering squad took 2 days to repair it. The second time, the load-bearing pillars were blown up by explosive tags, and 6 engineers sacrificed their lives to patch the break. Now it was the third time. The Yen Hidden Village's surprise teams had used earth release 2 weeks ago to hollow out the foundation rock layer of the bridge piers from the canyon floor, causing structural cracks in the deck. Lu Gu spread the engineering blueprints on the folding table in the temporary command tent, using shadow thread to circle several red lines on the map. "Your mission is not to repair the bridge. The engineering squad will be responsible for repairing the piers and reinforcing the deck. What you need to do is ensure that no enemy unit approaches this bridge during the engineering squad's operations. Shuemen and Shingu Yen are responsible for long-range sentry on the bridge deck and the opposite ridge line. Juxinai and I will guard the bridgehead to ensure the repair work is not disturbed. Lord Zilai set up a sage technique barrier below the canyon to prevent the Yen hidden village from drilling through the bottom again. Shui Men stood at the edge of the bridgehead and glanced down. With a height difference of 60 meters, the sound of water from the valley floor came through the mist as a dull roar. He didn't speak, but his shoulder blades tensed slightly. Not from tension. Having trained together for so long, Xingu Yen could tell that he was silently memorizing the terrain and blind spots. The golden-haired young man, while looking at the opposite ridgeline, had already begun to calculate his body flicker landing points in advance. Xingu Yen stood not far behind him. Jingyan's perception domain had naturally spread along the bridge deck, and the opposite cliff incorporating the chakra density of every crack and support node into its sensing range. Half a year ago this ability required him to close his eyes and concentrate. Now even while communicating normally with his teammates he could maintain it naturally. He detected a residual chakra trace from an earth release excavation which extended from the valley floor along the cliff all the way to the edge of the crack at the bottom of the bridge pier, and then returned along the same path. It was a reconnaissance mark left by the group that destroyed the bridge 2 weeks ago. They came to scout you, Shui Men said in a low voice, his gaze still fixed on the opposite ridge line, but his tone was no longer as tense as before. It was more like confirming an answer he had already mentally prepared for. It was only a matter of time. Xingu Yen withdrew his perception domain and turned to look at the bridgehead. The engineering squad had already begun unloading bundles of steel bars, and sealed reinforcement timber were stacked in the open space at the bridgehead. Shangshu was also in the engineering squad. His legs were still bandaged, but his movements when jumping off the truck were several orders of magnitude more agile than when he was discharged. He carried a thick reinforcement timber on his shoulder, his brown hair tousled by the canyon wind. "Promise me this time you won't be lured away as bait again," Xingu Yen said as he passed by him. "Don't worry, this time I'll guard you, and Shui Men. If that black iron chain of yours shows up again, I'll hammer it into the bridge pier." Shangshu waved the engineering hammer in his hand. The hammering of the engineering squad echoed across the bridge deck, and sparks from welding steel bars scattered in the canyon wind. Shui Men continued patrolling the opposite ridge line, the afterimage of his body flicker technique largely obscured by the canyon mist. Juxinai was laying an additional defensive sealing array at the bottom of the bridge pier, 4 layers of seal patterns, spreading simultaneously, sealing the structural weaknesses of the entire pier base tightly. Xingu Yen stood at the highest point of the bridge deck, the coverage radius of Jingyan's perception domain, already expanded to 180 degrees on both sides. Every crisp sound of thermal expansion and contraction of the rock walls, every piece of gravel falling into the valley floor after an engineer's hammer strike was precisely marked in his perception grid without any error. Then Jingyan suddenly jumped in his dantian. Not an automatic mark of the perception domain, but an active. Behind the ridge line on the opposite side of the canyon, there was a dense forest. Previously in Jingyan's perception domain, it was only categorized as an area of vegetation background noise. But in that moment all the insect chirping disappeared simultaneously. It wasn't that they were scared away, nor were they scattered by the wind. They all stopped at the same time, as if someone had pressed a switch. He closed his eyes and switched Jingyan's perception domain from background monitoring to active tracking. He had practiced this switch repeatedly in Lugus illusion identification class, from passively receiving full band information to directionally locking onto chakra waveforms. The area where the insect chirping stopped had no chakra reaction at all. But this nothing itself was already a signal. A void area, with no chakra reaction in a natural environment, could only be the result of a forced artificial sealing array. Shuamin, his voice was transmitted directly to the opposite bank through the perception domain without going through air propagation. This was a communication method accidentally refined during the Sage Technique joint training at Training Ground Zero. Jingyan's perception attachment layer could press extremely short pulses directly onto the surface of the receiver's forehead protector or tool pouch, causing resonance unaffected by external wind noise or rock echoes. 1 o'clock direction, the first layer of dense forest behind the ridge line. That forest has an entire blank area. The insect chirping is suppressed by the sealing array. Shui Men did not reply. In Xingu Yan's perception domain only an extremely short golden afterimage was captured, flashing and extinguishing among the canopy layers of the opposite ridge. The golden-haired young man's body flicker had already crossed the first sentry line, landing on the canopy relay points he had marked in advance. There is a residual sealing array on the third layer of the canopy to your left. Don't touch the pine needles. Use the mid-level branches as landing points. He was simultaneously pushing the safe coordinates of each step of Schumann's body flicker route within the perception domain. The golden afterimage swiftly shuttled among the canopy layers. A moment later Schumann's voice was pressed back through the perception attachment layer stuck to his forehead protector. I see clearly. It's someone from Route 1 person crouching in the center of the sealing array. He's staring at the bridge deck. From where I am it seems he's specifically waiting for you to reach the widest part of the bridge. Only him, no one else. You're not planning to go alone again, are you? Juxinai shouted up from the direction of the bridge pier. Not going alone. He'll go first and you cover the rear. Shingu Yen marked all the defensive ceiling array positions on both sides of the bridge deck in red, within the perception domain, and transmitted them to Jukusenai. These array positions won't have time to be readjusted during combat, so fill in the blind spots now. Shui Men found that root Umbu on the ridgeline. He was hiding in the center of the ceiling array, waiting for us to enter his observation blind spot. He'll go to the opposite bank to confirm his intelligence source. You and the main force stay at the bridgehead to reinforce the seals. Wait you alone. Shuiman's voice came back from the opposite bank very low, but one could tell he was restraining the inertia of his body flicker. Shingu Yen didn't let him finish. It's precisely because last time in the three-color banana forest, I was slowed down by his summoning array in front of Deshuin's withered tree trunk, allowing his data recovery team to successfully evacuate. This time if he wants to test Jingyan again, he has to get past me touching the core of the ceiling array directly for the first time. The wind on the side of the ridge was stronger than in the canyon, causing the hem of his training uniform to snap loudly. That root Umbu was still crouching in the center of the ceiling array, motionless. When Zhuijing gave him that file, he had drawn a poison seal anti-counterfeit mark on the title page. The last message, Chen's body left him at the edge of the swamp. All these things connected in only one direction. Someone en route was still transmitting intelligence in their own way. And now the one crouching in this dense forest where the insect chirping had been suppressed waiting for him to come was most likely the broken end of that thread. He crouched down at the edge of the ceiling array. Jingyan detached from his palm, not in the form of flames shooting out, but in the manner of reverse infiltration of the perception domain, threading strands into the outer ring of the ceiling array's patterns. This was not destruction, it was analysis. The white fine lines climbed backward along the ceiling technique circuits that Dashuin had improved for root, like an extremely thin film of water flowing backward along blood vessels over an arm. The array patterns did not collapse and the array core was not triggered. The root Umbu in the center of the ceiling array raised his masked face, his voice hoarse but his tone devoid of hostility. Jia told me to tell you. Dashuin is waiting for you to burn his next substitute on the bridge. Last time in the three-color banana forest, the next container test form he recovered required the heat of Jingyan to complete the final dehydration. The summoning array at the bottom of the withered tree you burned last time was not for escape. It used the residual heat of your Jingyan to activate another culture vessel. Shingu Yen withdrew the residual ceiling array analysis data from his fingertips into Jingyan and stood up. Jia's Wujing. That young man in the old bookstore on Cat Ear Alley who said, "My name was already taken away by root," still chose to transmit critical information in this extremely dangerous way after the defectors were successively recovered and executed. Dashuin didn't want to lock him down. He wanted him to amplify the fire, to raise the temperature of Jingyan to the point of igniting the dragon vein, so that the artificial body waiting for dehydration in the culture vessel would complete its final activation the moment he broke through all suppression thresholds. Jia also told me to tell you. He exchanged a person's location with Dashuan, the one who is to launch an illusion attack on you here tonight. The enemy will lay a layer of composite illusion on the bridge deck, specifically targeting the chakra perception system. Not the eyes, not the hearing, but your perception domain itself. Having said this, that Umbu stood up and shattered the core node of the ceiling array with a palm strike, the array patterns breaking into several irregular fragments of residual light beneath his feet. He turned and disappeared into the darkness of the dense forest, leaving behind a sentence almost swallowed by the wind. After Chan died, Jia said he has no way out. At the same time, the hammering of the engineering squad on the bridge deck was suddenly suppressed by another sound. On the opposite ridgeline, Shingu Yan's Jingyan perception domain captured a second chakra signal. At the same instant, the Umbu in the dense forest retreated. It was rapidly approaching the bridge deck from the canyon direction with extremely weak fluctuations, but extremely high density, completely synchronized with the snake scale of the reverse summoning array he had felt in front of Dashuin's withered tree trunk in the three-color banana forest. Dashuin was not hiding this time. He was just fast. Shuiman's body flicker turned and returned on the ridgeline, almost synchronized with the propagation speed of that snake-scale fluctuation. The golden-haired young man's kunai was already pressed against the tree canopy 20 meters ahead of that chakra signal. The bridge deck is yours and Jukusenai's. The bridgehead has Teacher Lugu, and at the bottom of the canyon Teacher Zilai's sage technique barrier. Shingu Yen in midair fully switched Jingyan from perception domain to combat form. The white flame no longer spread out in the form of fire pillars or light films. Instead it condensed into an extremely thin, almost transparent thread winding between the 5 fingers of his right hand. This was a new form he had repeatedly deduced after Jingyan was briefly stripped away in the third layer of the training ground last time. Compressing Jingyan from a large area incineration weapon into a high-precision deconstruction tool specifically for dismantling chakra circuits entangled with composite illusions and sealing techniques. In midair he saw the full appearance of that test subject. The person charging toward the bridge deck. His build was thinner than that of an ordinary adult ninja, and his skin displayed a pale blue-gray that did not belong to a normal human complexion. His eyes had no pupils, only a uniform green fluorescence filled the sockets exactly the same as the fluorescence of the black iron chain after being activated in the culture vessel. Not a human but a container. Dashuin directly injected that sealing alloy which was traded only by milligrams on the black market into the test subject's ganglia, turning all the chakra pathways in his body into extensions of the black iron chain. Shuiman, don't touch his arms. That's not skin discoloration. It's the exudation of embedded nerve-blocking alloy. As he said this, he flicked the Jingyan thread from his right hand. The thread drew an almost invisible white arc in the air, precisely piercing the sealing interface on the container's left shoulder. The white flame burned layer by layer along the chakra circuit, inside the interface with extreme precision, severing the black iron pathways in the container's left arm segment by segment. The container stalled for half a beat the moment it lost control of the pathways. Shuimen seized that half-beat window using body flicker to circle around from behind, completely sealing off its retreat on the outer side of the bridge deck. Then the illusion unfolded. It did not enter through the eyes nor through the ears. It exploded from within Jingyan's perception domain itself. Xingu Yen realized at the first moment that the illusion container Dashuin sent this time was not targeting his five senses at all, but the combat tool he had relied on most in the past half-year, the perception domain. What he saw before him was no longer the bridge deck but an absolute silent space drained of all chakra fluctuations. No teammates' chakra, no Jingyan's perception feedback, nothing at all. Then the illusion began to generate fake chakra waveforms within his deceived perception domain. Shuimen Jixinai Zilai Lugu appearing one by one in false positions, moving in wrong directions. If he judged the battle situation based on these fake waveforms, he would direct Jingyan at empty space with no enemy, or worse, accidentally harm his teammates who were guarding the engineering squad on the real bridge deck. In the same instant the illusion descended, he accomplished two things. First, he urgently switched Jingyan from combat form back to perception domain mode using the white flame itself as the last signal reference, not interfered by the illusion. Jingyan was not chakra, and Dashuin's illusion could fake chakra waveforms, but it could not fake Jingyan's resonance frequency. Second, he used the half-eaten military ration pill in his right hand to remind himself to distinguish truth from falsehood. The familiar bitter taste that had accompanied the entire training cycle exploded in his mouth, anchoring his bodily perception. At the same time, his left hand formed the fire seal, identifying and locking the fake chakra waveforms generated by the illusion one by one, eliminating them one by one like using a codebook to check friend or foe identification codes in a signal interference environment. Then he opened his eyes. Jingyan surged again from the 5 fingers of his right hand, no longer in the form of threads, but as the white flame cloak from the third layer of the original training ground, draping over his shoulders anew. He did not use that cloak to burn the container at the source of the illusion. Instead, he pushed it forward, letting the white flame leave him, enveloping the entire container within Jingyan. The container's black iron neural pathways short-circuited simultaneously within the white flame's embrace, and all the sealing alloy embedded in the ganglia shattered at once, creating a dense sound of metal shattering across the bridge deck. After the battle, he crouched at the edge of the bridge, withdrawing Jingyan from the container's scorched sealing core, and picked up a shard of black iron that had not yet completely shattered between his fingertips. From the arrangement of the sealing nodes on the shard, he quickly identified an extra circuit that did not belong to the illusion attack. This circuit began to emit a final signal toward the canyon direction only after the container had been completely stripped away. He put the shard into his tool pouch. When he returned to the bridge deck, Shuimen was tying up the last enemy scout who had tried to infiltrate the canyon floor and handing him over to the Umbu squad. The golden-haired young man sat beside the engineering ladder, unfastening his forehead protector and wiping off sweat. Juxinai jumped down from the bridge pier and stuffed the record of the last layer of reinforced sealing patterns into Luga's hand. Shangshu walked over from the material stacking area at the bridgehead, hoisted the engineering hammer onto his shoulder, and turned to look at the skyline, gradually revealing a pale gold hue in the west of the canyon. Lugu reopened the engineering blueprints and wrote in the bridge deck repair progress column, "Bridge deck defensive sealing array fully completed." Zilai climbed up from the bottom of the canyon along the rock wall, recovering the residual energy of the Sage Technique barrier into a scroll, humming the opening of that tune he had been writing for 20 years without finishing. Xingu Yen rose from the center of the bridge deck, reincorporating his teammates' chakra waveforms into the perception. At this moment there was no illusion interference, every chakra waveform was in its correct position. He held the shard and used Jingyan to thoroughly burn away the last traces of residual signals. Shuimen put his forehead protector back on and tightened it, then turned back and raised his left fist toward him. He did not bump fists, only nodded gently. The golden afterimage leaped back onto the bridgehead. The formation of Squad 3 naturally closed in the final round of hammering from the bridge deck repair operation. Distant thunder rumbled faintly at the end of the canyon. The bridge was repaired. On the third day after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, a heavy rain began to fall in Kanahagakure. Rain started from dawn and showed no signs of stopping by dusk. The rain washed the stone slabs of the streets, polished the Hokage rock statues into a gleam, and gradually cleansed the village of the weariness left by the battlefield. But some things could not be washed away. Kamiya Yen sat in the classified archives on the basement level of the Hokage building, surrounded by all the ceiling fragments brought back from Canopy Bridge. The pure flame burned quietly in his dantian, its temperature slightly lower than usual. This white flame, after pushing both its perception domain and combat form to their limits during the bridge fight, finally needed to catch its breath. The fragments spread on the table were of 4 types: black iron neural node fragments stripped from the vessel, samples of sealing alloy seeping from Orochimaru's enhanced genjutsu vessel, reverse analysis records of the chakra waveform fabricated by the bridge illusion, and remains of the extra circuit used by the vessel to emit a signal after being stripped. Each had been preliminarily analyzed by the ANBU technical division, but Kamiya Yen insisted on reviewing them personally. The pure flame's perception domain could capture the subtlest impurities in the chakra frequency band, something even the ANBU's most precise sealing analyzers could not achieve. He found what he was looking for on the third fragment. That fragment bore a half-burnt miniature sealing formula, its formation pattern strikingly similar to the black iron chain sealing array he had seen before, but the core technique's operation direction was completely reversed. The black iron chain sealing array compressed inward, suppressing chakra. This sealing formula emitted outward tracking signals. When he enveloped the vessel with the pure flame on the bridge, the vessel had already been stripped of all combat functions. This extra circuit had no condition to be triggered by genjutsu or chains. But after the vessel's core shattered, it still completed a one-way signal transmission. It was not emitted by the vessel, but by something else inside the vessel. Orochimaru made the signal transmitter and the vessel itself into 2 independent sealing systems. The genjutsu vessel was just a shell. After the mission failed, and the shell cracked, the signal transmitter would be triggered. Why did the signal after the transmitter was activated not pass through the sage art barrier at the bottom of the canyon? Rokugawa pushed open the door of the archives behind him, holding a freshly declassified frontline reconnaissance report, rainwater dripping from his sleeves onto the floor. Because the signal was not emitted outside the canyon. The ANBU found the remnants of the receiving end sealing array at the bottom of the bridge pier. The signal was emitted vertically downward, exactly through the only angle that Jiraiya's sage art barrier could not cover. The signal reception coordinates were not in Kusugakure nor in the Land of Rivers. They were locked in a location that even the ANBU analysis team could not decipher. The earth vein layer at the end of the Dragon Pulse. Rokugawa placed another internal report labeled Dragon Pulse Monitoring Brief beside the fragments on the desk, his fingers slowly tracing down one of the waveform records. The brief recorded the time period of the Canopy Bridge battle. The coordinate horizontal axis captured the emission signal that penetrated the bridge pier, which simultaneously triggered an extremely faint earth vein echo deep in the mountain. The echo's origin was not near the battlefield, but crossed the main trunk of the underground Dragon Pulse in the Land of Fire, reflected back from the direction of the Land of Rivers. Orochimaru was not outside Konoha's surveillance network at all. He was right in his laboratory beneath the swamp ruins of the Land of Rivers, using that not yet fully dehydrated artificial body to receive the full frequency waveform of the pure flame emitted by the vessel with its last remaining energy. He already has the complete bridge illusion stress waveform. Next time his genjutsu will not just block the perception domain. It will also try to reverse invade the pure flame itself using forged waveforms. Because the pure flame cannot be sensed remotely by the Otsutsuki will, but the waveform he emitted into my body through the vessel has already mixed in with his sealing frequency. Technically, he can now communicate with me directly. Rokugawa was silent for a few seconds. This interception record was not reported to the frontline command. The location of the echo was discovered by the ANBU. The interception record was marked with the technical analysis team, but the notes were from the Root Intelligence Group. The Hokage's office. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi lay 2 documents. On the left was the complete battle report of the bridge, submitted by Rokugawa, attached with the full frequency waveform data of the pure flame. On the right was the latest intelligence intercepted by the border outpost last night. The intelligence consisted of only 3 lines in hasty and urgent handwriting. Orochimaru has recovered the full frequency waveform of the pure flame from the bridge. The echo at the end of the Dragon Pulse confirms the artificial body activation progress is 73. He also has at least 3 experimental subjects of the same level as the bridge vessel awaiting activation. The next batch of genjutsu vessels will simultaneously possess perception domain interference and waveform reverse invasion capabilities. Hiruzen Sarutobi set his pipe beside the ashtray. He did not light it. In the 3 days since the bridge battle, this was the intelligence he had to read at least twice daily, but today when he read it a 3rd time, he noticed that in the last line of the attached intelligence report the same number appeared twice in the interception data submitted by the Root Intelligence Group at different times. Once marked as interception record, and once as supplemental edition. The timestamps of the 2 differed by nearly 4 hours. The battlefield data from the latter half of the bridge battle was not discovered synchronously by Rokugawa, but was recorded into the system by Root nearly 4 hours after the battle ended. This meant that during the most critical 4 hours of the battle, Orochimaru's artificial body receiving end had a full 4-hour window to complete the preliminary analysis of the pure flame waveform. He looked up at the person standing before his desk. Not Rokugawa, not Jiraiya. It was Danzo Shimura who had come in person, the sound of his cane, tapping the floor particularly harsh in the quiet office. Root's data sharing on the bridge battle faced delays. If these data had been integrated into capture analysis 4 hours earlier, the blockade interception point could have been established sooner. Hiruzen's voice was steady, but Danzo could hear the deeply suppressed fatigue in it. Root has its own intelligence processing procedures. Danzo's voice was calm. Your deputy minister submitted a reassessment plan for the danger level of the Pure Flame to Rokugawa 3 days ago, applying to include the Pure Flame's battlefield stress data within Root's sharing scope. The reason was approved by you personally. In order to counter Orochimaru's next phase of attack, Root requires all Pure Flame reaction records. Yes, but today you tell me that Root's intelligence processing was delayed by 4 hours. You did 2 things simultaneously. Sent the deputy minister to proactively apply for sharing the Pure Flame data using one application to secure Root's highest access to the records, then used your intelligence group to delay the entry of intercepted Pure Flame waveform, giving your group enough time to analyze the waveform's origin so that you could present a more complete threat assessment than the ANBU at the next advisor meeting. What you wanted was not the Pure Flame stress data. You wanted to be the first to obtain the full frequency waveform of the entire bridge battle. Danzo did not deny it. Turning his cane, he spoke slowly. Everything I do is for Konoha to have enough bargaining chips before Orochimaru launches his full-scale experiment. Hiruzen stood up, walked around the desk, and approached Danzo. So you assigned the newly adult Root ANBU to my secret reconnaissance sequence, sending him to the outskirts of Kusagakure to single-handedly track Orochimaru's experimental subject exchange chain, knowing full well that he excels at infiltration and what the mortality rate of such a mission is. Danzo stopped turning his cane at that moment. The fact that Sai was not on the list of those returning from the mission had not been disclosed to anyone. Hiruzen's words could only have come from Kamiya Yen. The child you placed among my trusted aides, I have never tried to take him away from you. Every time he entered the archives to borrow dusty tactical records from 20 years ago, I had the staff leave the night light on for him. It's not that I trust you. It's that I trust that he is still willing to risk opposing his direct superior to continue transmitting intelligence to the outside world. That child's code name was Ko, but I did not use it because he asked me to call him Sai. Kamiya residence backyard. The rain had stopped. Moonlight leaked through the clouds, turning the puddles in the courtyard into broken mirrors. Kamiya Yen sat on the veranda, the Pure Flame floating half an inch above his palm, burning quietly. He knew where Sai had gone. The moment that Root ANBU in the bridge ceiling array told him Ko said he has no way back, he knew that this was an infiltration line with almost no retreat. Sai was the most adept at infiltration among this batch of Root ANBU, and also the most likely to be sent on solo missions. Orochimaru's vessel deployment and exchange chain were mostly around Kusagakure, and the location of Seiya's disappearance was exactly in that area. He did not tell Minato. He had to judge for himself whether Seiya's coordinates were reliable. If Sai had been reverse-controlled by Orochimaru, then anyone who went to rescue him would become the signal source for the next experimental subject. But he could not let that young man who had said in the old bookstore on Cat Ear Alley, "My name was taken away by Root long ago," die alone in the swamps outside Kusagakure. He stood up from the veranda and spoke into the deep shadows of the courtyard wall. "No mission tonight. You can come in." The shadows were silent for 2 beats, then the rain-soaked bushes at the base of the wall rustled very lightly. Minato stepped out from the blind spot of the moonlight barefoot. He had left his shoes outside the wall. The grass after the rain was soft and squishy underfoot. The golden-haired boy walked over, sat down beside Kamiya Yen on the edge of the veranda, and dipped his mud-stained feet into the ankle-deep puddle below. "You're thinking about that person again." 6 words, no question, no pressing, like placing a stone that had been weighed many times flatly on the steps. Kamiya Yen did not answer, drawing the Pure Flame into his palm. He had just returned from the archives after checking Seiya's last mission record, and the pouch still held the rubbing of that encrypted fragment. He had originally planned to verify the coordinates alone tonight, and take the results to Rokugawa in the morning to apply for a solo mission permit. Minato's sudden appearance here was not part of the plan. "You plan to go alone?" Minato gazed at the fragmented moon in the puddle. "To a coordinate that even Jiraiya Sensei doesn't know. Seiya's final distress signal was not a flare. It was half of an encrypted rubbing that you identified. I want to ask why you haven't said it yet, but if you plan to bypass Sensei and sneak over the village wall tonight, I've placed a shadow clone under the wall." Kamiya Yen reached out and pushed him back down. "I don't plan to get myself killed. But as for rescuing people, I don't intend to explain everything to you every time. If I explain too much, by the time he knows he's been saved, his hair will have grown out. Before dawn tomorrow, Jiraiya Sensei will receive it." Kusagakure outskirts swamp underground, 2nd level of Orochimaru's old experimental facility. Sai was tied to a stone pillar that had been repeatedly coated with ceiling array patterns. The mask on his face had been shattered in the struggle, one side of his face reflecting the eerie green light of the culture fluid. Orochimaru stood before him, holding a black iron chain, the sealing core embedded at the end of the chain not yet activated. When Shimura Danzo sent you to infiltrate, he deliberately did not give you the full analysis of the sealing array in the abandoned laboratory. He let you come in with only half of the key map. Not because he feared you would be discovered by me, but because he feared you would discover too much. He knew there was no need to hide this from me. He only wanted to use my laboratory to push your coordinates to that child with the pure flame. You were already removed from his list the moment you were sent in co. Sai slowly raised his eyelids. The corners of his eyes, once trained by Danzo to produce a semblance of a smile, now showed no expression, only twitching extremely faintly. You're mistaken. My name is not Ko. On the third hour of Sai being bound to the stone pillar, he heard the hum of the Jingyan. It was not coming from the ventilation ducts nor seeping through the walls. It was resonating from the very center of his chest, from the perception tendrils that Root's years of training had honed to near numbness, extremely faint and subtle. When he had taken the remnant seal of the poison seal from Kamiya in the Cat Ear Alley secondhand bookstore, the edge of the remnant seal was attached with a layer of perception adhesion left by the white flame. So thin it could pass through any chakra barrier without triggering alarms so faint that even he himself had forgotten about it. The Jingyan awakened it through 3 layers of sealing walls. That adhesion layer flickered slightly in the gaps of the stone pillar sealing array, as if gently knocking on the door of his heart. You are still here. Sai lowered his head without making a sound. The emotions taken by Root would not return, but his pale lips moved slightly, as if he had finally spoken the name left unfinished in the old bookstore. In the early morning hours of Konoha, Kamiya exited the Hokage's office and walked down the stone steps along the outer corridor of the Hokage building. Lugu had already sent him the analysis report of the third batch of seal fragments. The data interpretation of the extra circuits in the bridge container was completed. The spiritual induction link implanted by Orochimaru in the artificial body was reverse analyzed by the Jingyan, and a preliminary outline for the next tactical direction was formed. The third Hokage personally approved the next round of rescue mission for Sai, requiring the full cooperation of Team 3, and coordinating with Jiraiya to deploy the Senjutsu blocking barrier. Now only one final problem remained: how to bypass the resonance effect of the dragon vein conduit, so that the artificial body would not produce a self-destructive backlash during the blocking process. As he walked towards the training ground, he repeatedly simulated the intensity limit of the Jingyan in this battle in his mind. The white flame circulated slowly through his meridians. Not in preparation for battle, but for his own physical recovery. The bridge battle had pushed the Jingyan to an unprecedented height, and he had learned to cooperate with it for self-regulation during rest. When he reached the entrance of the training ground, he stopped. Under the moonlight, 2 figures sat on the stone steps. Minato's golden hair swayed gently in the night breeze. Kushina's red hair fell over one shoulder, and the 2 sat side by side with an unfolded team file on their knees. You should have been sleeping tonight. Kamiya walked over and saw the file cover marked with an urgent classification. Lugu had sent them the content of the next rescue mission in advance. This is against regulations. Regulations don't say you can't keep teammates awake at night. Sai is still alive. You spent longer looking at that file tonight than anyone else. But why don't you ask why we can't sleep? Minato turned the file to the last page where Lugu had handwritten a sentence in the task remarks column. Team 3 has never executed an offensive incursion into the Dragon Vein terminal resonance area in its organized formation. The risk of this mission is unknown. The golden-haired boy's finger rested on this line of text. I remember when I stopped at the second layer of the training ground, because I didn't have time to call out to you. This time I won't stop again. Kushina took out a scroll from her bosom and unrolled it. It was the quadruple sealing array she had laid at the bottom of the bridge pier last time on the bridge. The array pattern had been modified by her. The number of branch nodes had increased from 4 to 6. I can only maintain 4 layers of the multiple sealing technique now. But if 2 more people join, I can sustain 6 layers. None of you are allowed to refuse. Kamiya looked down at the modified array. Without informing anyone, she had embedded the entire tactical formation of Team 3 into the branch nodes of the sealing array, Minato's teleportation landing points, the perception domain coverage radius of the Jingyan, the stress trigger lines of Luga's shadow binding technique, and the outer contour of Jiraiya's Senjutsu barrier, all clearly marked. He reached out and added a node beside the 6 branch nodes with a sealing brush, writing the resonance frequency of Seiya's perception adhesion layer into the 7th node. Minato's blue eyes lit up in the moonlight, but this time he didn't ask more. He just turned the file back to the first page where the 3 lines of ink on the team list were pressed firmly. He reached out his hand and Kushina placed hers on top. Kamiya looked at them, paused for half a second, then also reached out. The 3 hands overlapped on the file. The wind blew from the direction of the Hokage monument, rustling the leaves of the old ginkgo tree beside the training ground. A few fan-shaped golden leaves fell on the stone steps. The moon hung directly above the cliff wall that had not yet been carved with any faces. In the swamp of the land of rivers, Orochimaru's underground laboratory. Orochimaru stood in the center of the cultivation area. That artificial body floated in the largest cultivation tank. The terminal energy from the dragon vein conduit, had been connected to the spinal axis of the body, with the fusion progress exceeding 80%. The full-frequency waveforms of the Jingyan returned from the bridge container were still playing in a loop on the ceiling scroll in his left hand. Each composite waveform caused a layer of faint white patterns to appear on the surface of the body in the cultivation tank like seeds awakened from afar starting to sprout. In his right hand he held the half of Seiya's shattered mask. On the inner lining of the mask faint traces of 2 sealing marks remained. The root umbu tracking seal personally branded by Danzo. It had shattered on its own an hour before being captured by the snake. It was not shattered by Orochimaru. The first character of the umbu code name disappeared first and then the entire seal automatically dissolved. What Danzo had given him was not a tracking seal at all. It was a timed self-destruct mission insurance whose time limit just expired the moment before he penetrated the outer laboratory defense network. Danzo had sent Sai into the swamp as a reconnaissance tool, never expecting him to return alive from the very beginning. But Orochimaru still did not kill Sai. Not out of mercy but because his Dragon Vein analysis report contained a line of comparison results that made him pause for half a second, injecting Sai with mental exploration toxin, the extracted brain nerve chakra residual spectrum, and the record of the last toxin backlash before the death of a rogue ninja codenamed Chun. From the root archives collected in the laboratory there appeared the same immune marker that did not belong to Otsutsuki cells. In the toxin tolerance test chart it manifested as a set of slight adsorption curves that should not appear in ordinary root ninjas' bodies, not resembling human self-healing reactions nor fluctuations caused by sealing technique stimulation. That was a common waveform residue that appeared in both individuals after contact with the Jingyan. It could not be forged nor replicated genetically, and could only be left by being actively covered by the Jingyan. He slowly curled the corners of his mouth, put the half of Seiya's mask into the inner side of his experimental suit, and then turned to walk towards the deepest Dragon Vein terminal passage of the laboratory. Training Ground No. 37 of Konoha. It was not yet dawn. Jiraiya placed 4 specially customized lightweight vests side by side on the grass in the center of the training ground. Dark blue base color with sealing dark patterns on the shoulders and the team emblem of Team 3 stamped on the left chest. He drew it himself. Minato thought it was ugly, and revised it 3 times, and finally Kushina angrily snatched the brush and modified it herself. The current team emblem was 3 minimalist arcs in gold, red, and white arranged side by side, spiraling from the center to the edge. The Third Hokage specially approved team standard equipment. Tool resistance reaches the Chunin level, and the sealing dark pattern comes with a one-time stress defense technique. After use it needs to be recharged. Don't expect it to save your lives. It can only block a few shuriken for you and let you run a bit farther. He threw the vests to the 3 children respectively. Minato caught his. The gold arc was near the center of the 3 arcs, clean and direct like the shortest trajectory of the teleportation technique drawn in the air. He looked down at the sealing dark pattern on his shoulder, then at the red arc parallel to him on the team emblem, then put on the vest and adjusted his headband. Kushina caught the red one and tied her sealing brush holder to her waist. Kamiya and caught the last one with a white arc com as a sharp point. He gently traced the edge of the team emblem with the Jingyan. The temperature of the Jingyan, while confirming the safety of the team emblem, also ironed the stitches inside the arc smooth. That white arc flickered on his chest for a very brief moment. The white arc completely matched the rhythm of the Jingyan's pulse deep in his dantian. Let's go. Have breakfast before departure. Minato is treating. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Why is it always me? The golden-haired boy cried out, and the red-haired girl passed by behind him, naturally leading him towards the ramen shop. Kamiya folded the vest and tucked it under his arm, following behind. The shadows of the 4 people were slowly stretched by the morning sun on the training grounds grass. The team emblem glowed faintly in the morning light. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, on Hiruzen Sarutobi's desk lay a newly signed direct order from the Hokage. The content of the order was concise and clear: fully support Team 3 in executing the assault mission on the Dragon Vein terminal resonance area, and authorized Jiraiya to use all senjutsu blocking resources during the mission. Danzo stood opposite the desk, his cane tapping the ground. 48 hours ago he had reported an intelligence delay from the same position. Today he personally came to submit Root's internal review conclusion. The column for bridge data interception contained the name of a Root intelligence unit specialist, and he had officially transferred that specialist from their original post. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not ask about the whereabouts of that specialist. He just picked up that Root internal review report and flipped through it page by page in front of Danzo. Then he took off his glasses and raised his head. Danzo, what Root needs to reflect on is never one person. Danzo gripped his cane tightly. There was no emotion in his single eye, but he did not retort. After a long time he turned and walked towards the door, his footsteps nearly swallowed by the wooden floor. Monkey, one day you will understand. Some things can only be guarded by the darkness. The door slowly closed and Hiruzen Sarutobi relit his pipe. The smoke rose into ever-changing shapes in the morning light. He changed the wording, some Root personnel, in the original conditional framing to any behavior that poses a direct threat to Team 3. In the annotation column he wrote, "Next time there will be no adjustments." He put down his pen and looked out the window. The morning light spilled over the Hokage monument into Konoha. From the direction of the training ground, the faint sounds of Minato and Kushina bickering could be heard. The figures of the three children had already walked far away, but the glint of the team emblem in the morning sun could still be seen from this window. The dawn of the swamp country was a gray-white expanse soaked in water mist. Sunlight emerged timidly from behind the bare mountain on the eastern edge of the swamp, only to be immediately swallowed by thick cumulonimbus clouds. The mist mingled with the decaying miasma of the swamp, reducing visibility to a mere distance of a few with. The camp of Squad 3 was set up on the only dry high ground at the edge of the swamp. Four military tents nestled closely together, tightly wrapped by Lu Gus perception barrier on the perimeter. After setting up the final celestial art blocking barrier at the swamp's edge, Jiraiya returned to the camp. His soaked red vest was covered in vine debris and unknown fern spores. He shouted toward the tent opening as he took off his raincoat that Snake has moved everything to the second underground level. By everything he meant Jing's artificial body and Orochimaru's creation. Shin Guyen crouched before a temporary ceiling analysis table set up in the center of the camp, with the last fragment of black iron peeled from the bridge container spread before him. The purifying flame had already traveled back and forth 3 times between his fingertips, and the fragments surface each pass extracting several lines of analyzed sealing circuit data. During the supplementary inspection of the fragment's extra circuits before departure, he confirmed one thing: the signal emitted by the container was not the ordinary chakra tracking technique, but a different kind of terrestrial vein resonance signal amplified by the terminal echo of the dragon vein. When the high-frequency waveform of the purifying flame collided with the dragon vein conduit, that signal flowed back like a fish swimming upstream through an underground river, utterly impossible to intercept with ordinary sealing techniques. He withdrew the purifying flame and recorded the analyzed data on Lu Gus' shared sealing diagram. The structural map of the second underground level is incomplete. The laboratory buried a diversion sealing array above the dragon vein conduit. It's not a defensive type, but a diversion type. Lu Gu remained silent, turned the shared sealing diagram over to the back, and used shadow threads to circle an irregular blank area on it. This blank area was not in the second underground level of the swamp, but in a region that could only be torn open by the shockwave after the diversion sealing array failed. It was essentially a pressure relief channel that Orochimaru had reserved at the very bottom of the entire laboratory, designed solely for the reverse burst of the dragon vein conduit's energy. If Squad 3 was forced to disable the diversion sealing array during the breach, the shockwave would blast open a section of the third layer on the north side of the laboratory that appeared to be a load-bearing wall. Behind it lay the true location of the artificial body. He put down the shadow threads and looked at Shin Guyen. When the diversion sealing array fails, the shockwave will slam you into the third layer on the north side. That layer is not covered by Jiraiya's celestial art blocking barrier. I do not recommend any single-person infiltration. But if you must go, take this structural blank area map with you. Shin Guyen stored the supplemented shared structural diagram into his ninja tool pouch. Minato had already finished checking all the blade and tool fasteners on 4 lightweight vests, and was crouching beside the equipment box, refilling the ninja tool pouch with military ration pills. The golden-haired youth did not look up when he heard the word single-person infiltration, but his hand paused for a beat. Half a year ago he might have stood up and said, "I'll go with you." Now he simply folded the packaging of the ration pills 2 extra times, then handed one pouch to Shin Guyen, speaking in a voice only the two could hear. "Last time on the bridge I said I wouldn't stop again. This time give me the coordinates of the third layer on the north side. No matter how far the shockwave pushes you, I'll have a landing point." Kushina walked in from outside the tent and unrolled the modified 6-layered sealing technique scroll, spreading it flat on the equipment box. The tips of her fingers still bore traces of ink stains from the sealing pen that had not been washed clean, but every stroke of the 6 sealing branch nodes was pressed deeply. 6-layer formation, 3 landing points for Minato, 2 perception field relays for Yen, 1 main formation eye for me. The 7th node is reserved for Jing. Exactly the same as the one you added during the last training session. She pushed the scroll between the two of them. Shin Guyen saw that the resonance frequency on the 7th node had perfectly matched the residual waveform that Jing had left in the perception attachment layer. She must have adjusted it repeatedly for several nights. Jiraiya poked his head in from the tent opening, shedding his usual joking demeanor. His celestial art chakra had just completed the final pressure test on the blocking barrier set at the swamp's edge, and his face was still stained with mud not yet wiped dry. The shockwave triggered by the failure of the diversion sealing array will rip a gap in the sealing barrier of the second underground level. The window is only a few seconds between Minato's breach and Kushina's resealing. They'll cover the entire laboratory with a celestial art barrier from above, but I can't absorb the shockwave for you. The celestial art blocking barrier will neutralize itself when it touches the terrestrial vein resonance. He drew an arc on the ground with his hand. Once inside, confirm Jing's position on every level. Orochimaru has split Jing and that artificial body into 2 decoys. We only have one chance to determine which direction holds the real person. The breach time was set for the afternoon, when the swamp's miasma concentration was at its lowest. Squad 3 dispersed around the laboratory's perimeter outpost. Minato's body flicker technique severed the central node of the outermost alert sealing array, without triggering any warning. Shin Guyen expanded the purifying flame into an extremely thin perception field, using Minato's body flicker landing point as a relay station to calibrate all remaining sealing array patterns on the second underground level layer by layer. Of the 12 array nodes, 9 were extensions of the diversion sealing array and 3 were decoy trigger arrays. Zhuijing's chakra waveform appeared simultaneously in 2 of those decoy positions. After repeatedly cross-checking the waveform frequencies in the perception field, he confirmed that only one waveform's biological features perfectly matched the perception attachment layer he had left on Zhuijing's heart. The other waveform's chakra periodic fluctuation was too uniform, lacking respiratory irregularities and the slight contraction of subcutaneous capillaries. It was a simulated chakra signal replicated by Orochimaru using a container designed to lure the infiltrators toward the artificial Boda storage direction. Kushina laid down the main formation eye of the multilayered sealing array at the corner of the corridor between the 4th and 5th levels, anchoring all 6 branch nodes simultaneously. Within the 8th breath, Minato had passed through 2 layers of decoy positions, and his body flicker technique directly kicked apart the channel gate where the simulated chakra signal was located. Behind the gate was not Zhuijing, but a row of spare container shells already filled with nutrient solution. Every shell's spinal axis had pre-installed interfaces for black iron neural pathways. Orochimaru used the spare container shells to reverse-induce the true primary target, the direction of the purifying flame's approach, away from Zhuijing as far as possible. Shin Guyen did not go toward the row of container shells. At the very moment the gate was kicked apart, he switched the purifying flame entirely from perception field to combat form, and the white flame advanced precisely along the perception attachment layer toward the only heartbeat that matched. Zhuijing was tied to a stone pillar, deep in the second underground level, repeatedly painted with sealing array patterns. Hearing the hum of the purifying flame emanating from his own heart, he suddenly lifted his head. His body bore traces of Orochimaru's mental probing, toxin injections, and multiple sites, where chakra samples had been extracted, but his vital signs were far more stable than anyone had anticipated. The half-shattered mask on his face had completely fallen off, revealing a pale complexion and hair that had not been trimmed for too long. "You're here. Be careful." He connected the dragon vein conduit to the artificial Boda spine, not to its heart, the spine, not the heart. The instant Shin Guyen heard those words, the purifying flame's perception field captured a sudden pressure change in the dragon vein conduit on the north side of the laboratory. Orochimaru had triggered the reverse activation of the diversion sealing array. He had never intended to successfully deceive Shin Guyen with the decoy array. He was simply waiting for the moment when Shin Guyen switched the purifying flame from perception field to combat form. The burned container remnants immediately pressurized in reverse from within, releasing all the stored black iron. The shockwave blasted vertically upward from the water tank at the center of the second underground level, hurling him straight into the deepest part of the laboratory. The north side third layer marked as blank on the shared structural diagram where the artificial body was stored. In midair, caught by the shockwave, he urgently converted the purifying flame into defensive form. The white flame condensed into an extremely thin perception attachment layer around his body, blocking all the black iron fragments carried by the shockwave at a distance of 3 inches. Before the shockwave exploded, Minato had already received the final coordinates automatically emitted from the perception field. It was Shin Guyen himself who, before being knocked off his original position, had used the purifying flame to reverse push a set of coordinates for the north side third layer onto the shockwave's peak. At the same moment the entrance to the north side third layer collapsed, Minato rushed to Shin Guyen's side with his body flicker technique. His golden hair was pulled straight back by the shockwave's blast as he grabbed Shin Guyen's left arm. "Stand up. Zhuijing is alive. He's the one we came to rescue. Orochimaru wants you to burn his substitute here. Don't burn it. We'll carry this together." Shin Guyen grasped Minato's outstretched hand and stood up. The two stood back to back at the entrance to the north side third layer. The entrance to the north side's third floor was a stone gate that had been repeatedly scoured by the energy of the dragon vein conduit. The sealing array patterns on the doorframe had completely shattered, and the stone surface was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. From the depths of each crack seeped a faint blue fluorescence, the characteristic cold light of high-concentration natural energy forcibly compressed in a non-sage art environment. Shin Guyen and Shui Men stood back-to-back in front of the stone gate, the aftershocks of the shockwave still rumbling beneath their feet. The Jingyan burned on his shoulder, the edges of the white flame cloak trembling slightly under the pressure of dragon vein energy like a sail flapping loudly in a storm. Behind this door is the storage area for the artificial body. Orochimaru is waiting for me to raise the temperature of Jingyan to a level sufficient to ignite the dragon vein. Shui Men did not turn back. His starting stance for the body flicker technique was already lowered to the minimum. "You say don't burn, then we want burn. But the gate must be opened. How to open it you decide. Shin Gaian switched Jingyan from defensive form to analysis mode. The white flame seeped along the cracks on the stone gate surface, tracing the energy flow of the dragon vein conduit backwards, along the shattered ceiling array patterns. Then Jingyan touched two targets in the energy grid of the area behind the door. One was a chakra core pulsating at an extremely slow frequency, the artificial body directly connected to the dragon vein conduit, through the spinal axis with fusion progress exceeding 90%. The other was an energy recovery pod, standing beside the body, filled with nutrient fluid, its inner walls engraved with guide circuits of black iron sealing alloy. Orochimaru added a recovery device next to this body. The device is embedded with a signal transmitter circuit identical to the one on the bridge container. If I use Jingyan to burn the body, the recovery device will transmit the complete combustion waveform into the dragon vein conduit. What he wants is not the body itself, but the complete data of the heavenly movement produced by Jingyan burning within the dragon vein. Heavenly movement. When you first verified that term with Master Jiraiya in the training ground, I thought it was just... Later, when I let you enter the first Hokage's trial ground alone, and heard about the third floor, I knew the legend would not wait until we came of age to awaken. If the recovery device must first receive the wavelength of Jingyan burning the body before it triggers transmission, can we burn the recovery device's transmitter circuit directly instead of burning the body? Yes. Shin Gaian withdrew Jingyan, the white flame, condensing into an extremely fine thread between his right fingers, thinner and tougher than when dismantling the illusion container on the bridge. But the recovery device is right next to the dragon vein interface on the Boda spine. Once Jingyan touches the dragon vein conduit, even if just grazing it might activate the conduit's own resonance. Orochimaru installed a resonance trigger valve at the end of the conduit. Shuemen was silent for a short time. Then he took off his forehead protector, turned it to the inside, and with his finger tapped the three golden red and white arc-shaped team emblem on the lining of the protector. The three arcs he had drawn, modified by Kushina and called ugly by Jiraiya. If something must be dismantled cleanly at the same time, then it shouldn't be you alone who dismantles it. Shin Gaian looked at the team emblem, then split the Jingyan thread on his fingertip into two strands. One strand remained on his own right hand, the other he gently wrapped around Shuemen's left index finger, using a perception attachment layer. The white thread wrapped around Shuemen's knuckle once with no burning sensation. Only an extremely light touch, like being brushed by the tip of a feather. This is Jingyan's perception relay thread. When you touch the recovery device, it will automatically parse the trigger sequence of the circuit. But the thread can only sustain one dismantling. After that, it will dissipate. You only have one chance. One chance is enough. Shuemen put his forehead protector back on, and tightened it, then reached out and pressed against the stone gate, pushing alongside Shin Gaian's palm. The stone gate slowly opened under their combined force, and the cold blue fluorescence of the dragon vein conduit poured out from the crack, illuminating their faces in half-light, half-shadow. Shuemen's blue eyes were reflected into a pale gray resembling winter, while Shin Gaian's black pupils mirrored the body suspended in nutrient fluid behind the gate. The artificial body storage area was larger than the blank space they had seen on the shared ceiling map, fully half the size of the third training ground. In the center of the space floated a dragon vein conduit hanging directly from the ceiling. No longer a tributary at the end of the conduit, but a trunk branch that had been intercepted and forcibly fixed in place with a sealing array. The surface of the conduit wall was covered with black iron sealing circuits that were still writhing. Directly below the conduit, the artificial body floated in the largest culture dish. 7 black iron neural pathways connected the Boda spinal axis to the dragon vein conduit, with fusion progress exceeding 90%. The Boda's face was still blank. No features, only a layer of translucent muscle tissue covering the facial bones. However, its body proportions and skeletal structure had already approached a clone-level similarity to Shin Gaian. The recovery device stood beside the culture dish, its casing cylindrical. Inside, the transparent outer wall was filled with diluted nutrient fluid, and on the liquid surface floated a layer of black iron sealing alloy guide circuits. At the center of the circuits was a signal transmitter core that had not yet been activated, completely identical to the wreckage stripped from the bridge container. Is this his only artificial body? Shuemen's voice was lowered to a whisper, his gaze sweeping over the row of spare container shells at the edge of the cultivation area. No! Shin Gaian's Jingyan perception domain swept across the entire area, a step ahead of him. The wall behind is a full set of cultivation data recorders with storage capacity sufficient for him to recreate a replica of the same specifications as this body. Burning anything will be recovered and transmitted into the dragon vein conduit. We need to dismantle both the recovery device's transmitter circuit and the resonance trigger valve on the dragon vein conduit at the same time. He synchronized and pushed the Boda spinal interface location activation method and transmission direction to the Jingyan thread on Shuemen's knuckle, then reconfirmed in his own perception domain that Zhu Jing's vital signs were still stable, and that he had been escorted by Jiraiya and Lu Gu to the underground second-floor casualty area. But Jingyan also captured another new signal, a shinobi, not belonging to the underground second-floor combat zone, was intercepted by a sage art blocking barrier directly above the laboratory. There was no residual frequency of Orochimaru's snake scales on him, but rather the low-frequency lurking chakra exclusive to the root umbu. He had no energy left to distinguish whether that signal was reinforcement or surveillance. The stone gate had been completely shattered by the resonance of the dragon vein, conduit the entrance sealed off, and the shockwave had turned the entire north side's third floor into a sealed space. Shuemen, the resonance trigger valve is activated by resonance, not by signal. The dragon vein conduit itself is also a resonance medium. He is using the dragon vein itself as a switch. The moment you touch the recovery device, the conduit will directly absorb the Jingyan waveform from the pipe wall into the dragon vein through the resonance trigger valve. No transmitter, no circuit needed. What if we don't touch the recovery device? First, use Jingyan to lay a layer of reverse resonance isolation on the conduit wall, cutting off the resonance path of the trigger valve. But laying the isolation layer requires completely switching Jingyan from attack form to Sage Art mode. During this process, I cannot perform any attack actions. The recovery device and the trigger valve must be dismantled simultaneously at the instant after I finish laying the isolation layer. This is the last thing I had already started preparing on the bridge. Shuemen looked down at the increasingly faint Jingyan thread on his knuckle, then raised his eyes again, those blue eyes refocusing in the cold blue fluorescence. Good. The isolation layer is yours, the dismantling is mine. I said I wouldn't stop again. Shingayan withdrew Jingyan from his right fingertip into his dantian, the temperature of the white flame slowly decreasing in his meridians. He closed his eyes and Jingyan burned quietly in his dantian, no longer blazing or sharp, but expanding outward with a gentle pulse similar to the day of the dragon vein resonance test. White light silently radiated from his chest, not in the form of flames, but as an extremely thin and light perception attachment layer slowly spreading along the wall of the dragon vein conduit. The blue light on the conduit wall trembled violently the moment Jingyan covered it, as if a long-suppressed energy wanted to break free and rush upward. But the white flame spread wider than the blue light. Jingyan, using the autonomous pathfinding ability mastered since the Mount Myaboku training camp, actively sought out all connection nodes forcibly fixed by black iron sealing circuits on the conduit wall, sealing them one by one with the reverse resonance layer. The resonance trigger valve emitted an extremely sharp whine at the end of the guide circuit, like the final hiss of a snake being choked. All resonance paths were neutralized before Jingyan's reverse resonance isolation layer. Shingayan opened his eyes and raised his right hand high. The white flame cloak lit up on his shoulders for the last time, illuminating the entire north side's third floor as bright as day. In that instant, the white flame split the entire north side's third floor into two perfectly synchronized scenes. Shuemen closed in on the recovery device, the Jingyan thread on his knuckle bypassing the trigger safety, and precisely piercing the transmitter core circuit. Shingayan himself stood before the dragon vein conduit, not far away, his right hand's Jingyan directly stripping the resonance trigger valve from the conduit wall, burning through the black iron sealing guide layer Orochimaru had engraved on the wall. After the guide layer shattered, the conduit wall itself no longer absorbed any external chakra waveforms, and the recovery window was completely sealed by Jingyan's reverse resonance layer. After the white flame completely extinguished the nutrient fluid in the culture dish, was shaken by the residual shockwave into countless fine ripples mixing with shattered sealing alloy powder, slowly settling in the suspension. The artificial body still floated in the culture dish. The 7 black iron neural pathways between its spinal axis and the dragon vein conduit had all been torn by Jingyan's impact, the cross-sections as clean as if cut by a scalpel. The internal skeleton of the body was not damaged at all. The trunk branch, forcibly intercepted on the dragon vein conduit, began to slowly restore to its original terminal state after the resonance trigger valve fell off. The blue light on the conduit wall was no longer a cold, hard fluorescent binding layer, but slowly turned into a warm, dark orange. Not a severed energy pipe, but an automatic dormancy. From the direction of the north side's third floor entrance came continuous hammering sounds. The shattered stones of the ceiling array were being chiseled open from the outside blow by blow, and Shengshi's engineering hammer smashed through the last ceiling stone. The stretcher team of the engineer squad followed behind him. Lu Gu led the medical team rushing into the north side's third floor. Jiraiya, after piecing together the complete data recovery record from the ceiling core fragments in his hand, let out a long breath of white air. Shuemen leaned against the base of the recovery device, his golden hair completely soaked with sweat, but the lingering sensation of the Jingyan thread circle still remained on his index finger. He looked down for a moment, then smiled at his own knuckle. Long after Zhuijing was carried out of the north side's third floor, Jiraiya was the last to leave. He crouched in front of the base where the recovery device had been dismantled, looking at the artificial body in the culture dish that had lost all its black iron neural pathways and turned a sealing record fragment over to its back. On the back was engraved Orochimaru's handwritten annotation, the ink somewhat blurred by the nutrient fluid, but the handwriting still legible. When the primal fire binds its wings, it cannot tear the earth at the same time. He didn't, but the next time you burn the dragon vein, you might have to tear the earth. Shingayan stood alone beside the floor crack cut by Jingyan on the training ground. He inserted the stem of that bouquet into the crack, the slender stem just filling the burn mark cut 6 years ago, when Jingyan first awakened. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the piece of Senju clan crest paper on the table. The one Shangshu had given him. A kunai was pressed in the center of the paper, the Senju clan crest on the handle worn shiny. He picked up the pen and neatly wrote Zwijing in the blank space of the second line on the paper using a sealing brush. Far outside the window someone was using a kunai to whittle a walking stick, the tapping sound carrying across several streets. On the journey back from the swamp of the land of rivers to the village no one spoke. The formation of Squad 3 stretched long in the morning mist. Jiraiya walked at the front carrying on his back the sealing scroll that had one corner cracked by the aftershock of the dragon vein in the laboratory. Shikadani brought up the rear his shadow threads, still entangled with a few sealing fragments retrieved from the third layer of the northern side which he planned to hand over to the Umbu Technical Division for final identification upon returning to the village. Minato and Kushina walked on either side of Shenjian, the lightweight vests of all three stained with swamp mud, and the cold blue dust that had splattered when the dragon vein conduit shattered. Sai lay on a stretcher in the center of the formation carried by 2 medical ninja. His vital signs had stabilized. The residual psychic inspection toxin had been urgently sealed off from spreading by Shinjian using the seal of venom when they broke into the second basement level, but what truly saved him was the perception attachment layer left by the purifying flame on his heart. During the hours when Orochimaru repeatedly extracted chakra samples from him, that attachment layer firmly anchored his core biological frequency, within the normal range like a miniature sealing array, hidden inside his body deceiving all toxin monitoring. He was still unconscious. The half of his mask that had been shattered was removed by the medical team, replaced with clean gauze and fixation straps. Shenjian walked behind the stretcher, the purifying flame continuously tracking Seiya's chakra waveform in his perception domain. It was much more stable than in the second basement, but there were still several spots where the black iron neural nodes had pierced him, requiring further examination back in the village. Minato, take the rear guard. Kushina, stay in the middle to maintain the sealing barrier. After saying this, Shinjian rose and walked toward the back of the stretcher. The blonde-haired youth and the red-haired girl both turned to look at him simultaneously. He only called us two, Kushina whispered. He called everyone except himself. Minato tightened the supply rope again, then shouldered his ninja tool pouch and followed without another word. In the rehabilitation ward on the 3rd floor of my hospital, the smell of disinfectant in the corridor was slightly diluted by the potted cactus on the windowsill. The day after Nawaki was discharged, Tsunade had placed 3 new medicinal seedlings in this ward. Today a new hospital bed had appeared beside the seedlings, and on the bedside table lay an unopened packet of grilled rice crackers, left there by Nono Yakushi when she came to change the dressing this morning. When Shinjian pushed open the door, Sai was already awake. He leaned against the headboard, his pale face wrapped in gauze, eyelashes lowered, looking as quiet as that time in the old bookstore on Cat Ear Alley. But this time his eyes moved. The moment Shinjian pushed the door, his eyelashes trembled slightly, then he slowly lifted his eyelids, revealing those black eyes that always seemed a little drowsy. I received the residual pattern of Chen's seal of venom. Sai said, his voice still weak but each word clear, as if he had rehearsed these sentences many times in his mind. Thank you for teaching me, though I haven't learned it yet. He extended his bandaged right hand from under the blanket. In his palm lay a shattered fragment of a black iron sealing core, the remains of the dragon vein resonance trigger valve that had been destroyed by the purifying flame in the second basement. The edges of the fragment bore fine, densely etched scratches made by a silver needle. Not a sealing formula, but a small flower just sketched in outline without leaves, only the simplest petals spreading outward. Chun drew this on his last unactivated core fragment before he died at the edge of the swamp. His body bore no name, but the scratches on this fragment matched the brushstroke trajectory of the seal of venom's residual pattern perfectly. This was what he wanted to hand over in the end, but never had the chance. I retrieved it from the second basement. Shinjian took the fragment. The purifying flame within his dantian leaped once, its temperature extremely light and steady. Not a battle alert, but a resonance. That Umbu who had written his name in blood at the border outpost, that rogue ninja whose code name had been erased from the root files, that poison user who had been discarded like a scrap gear by Orochimaru in the depths of the swamp. The last thing he drew when he gripped his kunai was not a counterattack formation but a flower. Shinjian said nothing. He simply placed the fragment on the bedside table, beside the unopened packet of grilled rice crackers, then took a blank file cover from his ninja tool pouch and wrote Sai next to the name column. This is your new file after returning to the village. From now on you are no longer a root code name. You are the temporary liaison officer for the rehabilitation ward of my hospital. Nono Yakushi will be responsible for your follow-up treatment and daily arrangements. She is the director of the orphanage and an external advisor to Mui's medical team. Seiya's eyelashes trembled several times. He pulled the quilt up to his chest, did not cry but simply nodded. The door of the ward was lightly tapped. Minato pushed the door open and placed a blue water bottle on the bedside table. It was identical to the one on Shinjian's windowsill half a year ago, except that on the side of the bottle 3 arcs were engraved. Gold, red and white. Scratched with his own kunai, the strokes crooked like a few drunken ants. This is the squad water bottle for Team 3. Everyone has one. From now on you do too. At the same time Tsunade was at the other end of the corridor tucking a freshly approved rehabilitation training plan into a medical file. She crossed out the original Rehabilitation Zone B, on the cover replaced it with My Medical Team and Rehabilitation Ward Joint Training Sequence, then shoved the entire plan into Dawn hands and strode toward the Hokage's building. In the ceiling analysis room on the second basement level of the Hokage's building, Shinjian sat at a table. Before him lay a fragment of the dragon vein conduit recovered from the third layer of the northern side. The surface of the pipe wall had been completely stripped clean by the reverse resonance layer of the purifying flame, revealing the original mineral texture inside. All the diversion circuits that Orochimaru had forcibly welded onto the conduit wall with black iron sealing alloy had vanished, yet there was no trace of scorching on the bottom layer of the pipe wall. The Umbu Technical Division's sealing analyzer was replaying the dragon vein resonance trigger valve debris extracted from the recovery device frame by frame on the other side. Each replay confirmed the same conclusion. All the sealing alloy stripped by the purifying flame had precisely decomposed only the foreign implanted nodes without damaging any part of the dragon vein's original structure. So what the purifying flame did just now wasn't burning off the foreign objects on the dragon vein conduit. It decomposed them back to their original state. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed his pipe on the ashtray without lighting it. The appendix to the report showed that he had come to report this matter to the Third Hokage himself immediately upon returning to the village, and the end of the appendix contained an updated identification of him, revising the description of dragon vein reverse suppression to reverse analysis type extinguishing. Orochimaru's artificial body retained its complete biological structure, even after losing all its black iron neural pathways, and the main branches of the dragon vein conduit automatically reverted from forced extraction to terminal states. This battle proved one thing. The purifying flame can not only eliminate all external erosion without triggering dragon vein resonance, but can also restore forcibly connected dragon vein conduits to their original pre-modification state. After listening, Hiruzen Sarutobi reached out and picked up the dragon vein conduit fragment from the table, looking at it for a long time under the cold light of the ceiling analyzer. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the thick stone walls of the Umbu building, landing on his shoulders, dust floating slowly in the light. Jiraiya stood with his arms crossed against the wall, reading the report from beginning to end, then reached out and ruffled Shinjian's hair. The boy shifted awkwardly to the side, but did not dodge. He simply combed the ruffled strands back into place with his fingers. You still don't realize what you just did. That trigger valve of Orochimaru's was the interface he spent nearly 10 years extracting the dragon vein conduit from the earth vein layer. Not only did you dismantle the interface, but you also repaired the twisted dragon vein path back to its original flow from the foundation. Before you, there wasn't a single person in this world who could repair the dragon vein. If the twisted dragon vein path can be restored to its original state, then theoretically all the other places where Orochimaru's experimental facilities forcibly opened conduit nodes can be treated the same way. But all his conduit nodes were located based on intelligence shared by Root back then. Unless we obtain all his conduit extraction coordinates, the repairs can only be done one by one. He turned back to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Lord Third Hokage, does the Umbu have all the intelligence files on Orochimaru's early experimental facilities? Hiruzen Sarutobi took a yellowed scroll from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The cover bore the old confidential seal from 20 years ago, its edges frayed from repeated flipping. I have kept this scroll for many years. It records the coordinates of all laboratories listed as forbidden research projects before Orochimaru's defection. Because his experimental facilities were too widespread, I never had enough manpower to seal them all one by one. Now we do. Jiraiya straightened up and slapped Shinjian's shoulder with a grin. From now on you'll have to carry an extra map. In the evening at Training Ground 3, Shinjian spread out the residual energy data from repairing the dragon vein conduit under the old ginkgo tree. Minato sat across from him, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He had just come from the other side of the training ground. The afterimages of his body flicker technique not yet fully dissipated his landing point, nearly 2 inches more precise than half a month ago. Kushina sat leaning against the ginkgo trunk, sealing brush still tucked between her fingers, the 9th draft of the sealing array spread open on her knees. This time she did not rush to put it away. Instead she reannotated the entire sketch, Minato's body flicker landing coordinates, Shinjian's perception relay nodes, and the required diffusion range of the purifying flame for repairing the conduit. After finishing, she slapped the sketch onto the ginkgo trunk. 9 arrays. If Orochimaru sets up another conduit next time, 9 arrays will simultaneously seal and repair all interfaces of the entire dragon vein. Not a single conduit will escape. 9, that's one more self-healing lock for the dragon vein conduit than before we set out. Your brush strokes are deeper this time. Shin Jian looked down at the sealing marks on the sketch, which had been deepened several times. Kushina put the sealing brush back into its case, her tone flat. Because last time you said repairing the dragon vein requires the sealing array to seal all interfaces simultaneously. Right now I can only maintain 4 on my own. With 2 people helping me, that's 9. You two. Minato suddenly peeled the sketch off the trunk and spread it between them. One turned the purifying flame from a weapon into a scalpel in the swamp. The other transformed the sealing array from a defensive fortification into vascular sutures. The next time Orochimaru shows up, he probably still doesn't know. Our squad has honed the cannot burn the original body weakness into a new trump card. Outside the training ground, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed leaning against the fence. Dan stood beside her holding a bag of grilled rice crackers, just bought from the hospital cafeteria. Repairing the dragon vein, when he was 6 years old, he demonstrated the purifying flame to me at my hospital and said its essence was not combustion but reduction. I thought at the time that this kid must have reincarnated with his brain burnt out by the first Hokage's fire release. But he only took a few months to repair the dragon vein conduit nodes faster than any sealing squad in the ninja world. The speed at which I'm revising medical team lesson plans can barely keep up with the speed at which he's dismantling Orochimaru's experimental facilities. Are you planning to bring up the new batch of medical team arrangements with the third Hokage? Dan asked, turning his head to look at her. Tsunade released her arms and turned to walk out of the training ground, the setting sun, dyeing her long golden hair a deep orange. I did. He said the training grounds would be arranged by Shikadani and I'd have to compile the teaching materials myself. My first lesson plan will be end-phase energy care after dragon vein repair, and the target audience is not just the medical team. All members of Squad 3 must attend. Inside the training ground, Shin Jian, who had just finished correcting the last purifying flame diffusion range on the sketch, looked up. Ginkgo leaves drifted down from above, landing on 3 vests laid out side by side on the squad files. The 3 arcs, gold, red, and white, stood motionless in the sunset's afterglow like 3 strokes of a quiet promise carved into the wood fibers. The sky of the land of rain never clears. Shin Jian stood atop an abandoned watchtower on the outskirts of Amigakure, gazing through the rain-rotted wooden window frame at the distant land oppressed by leaden gray clouds. This was the last rainy season before the official outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, and the air was thick with the dampness of an impending storm. Raindrops struck the tiles in a dense, relentless rhythm like an unceasing countdown. The third mission, Jiraiya's voice, came from behind him, his white hair plastered to his forehead by the rain. And it's the farthest one Team 3 has ever taken on. The old man set the mission rank directly to a level. Border reconnaissance deep into the heart of the land of rain to confirm the source of the recent abnormal troop movements in Amigakure. What's the intelligence source? Shin Jian didn't turn around. Boo. 3 days ago, a border patrol encountered an unidentified shinobi unit at the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. During the engagement, the enemy used a forbidden jutsu that Konoha had sealed away for years. Jiraiya handed him an encrypted scroll. More importantly, the patrol captain's report described a white chakra residue, unlike any known bloodline limit. Shin Jian's hand paused for a moment as he unrolled the scroll. White chakra residue. That meant Orochimaru's container technology had already moved from the experimental stage to practical deployment. The enemy wasn't waiting in a lab to be found. They had taken the initiative to appear on Konoha's border. Team 3. How long until equipment checks are complete? Minato is restocking soldier pills and Kushina is reinforcing the sealing scrolls. We can leave anytime. The battlefield of the land of rain was completely different from the land of fire. The soil here, soaked by years of rain, was soft and muddy. Every step sank ankle-deep into the mire, severely limiting taijutsu and speed-type shinobi. Minato led the way, his body flickered jutsu landings more cautious than usual. The rain curtain would expose the residual golden chakra trail of his technique, forcing him to shorten each teleportation distance to reduce the visual afterglow that could be tracked. Half a kilometer ahead, there's an abandoned village that can serve as a temporary camp. Shin Jian maintained the perception range of his purifying flame at just 80 meters around the team's path, not because he couldn't extend it further, but because he dared not. Jiraiya had warned them before departure that Amigakure had recently shown signs of sensory-type shinobi activity, and a wide-range perception field could be reverse-traced. Minato silently teleported to the forward outpost within the perception field, and after a few breaths transmitted a brief resonant cipher. No enemies detected, no explosive tag traps, but there were fresh signs of water collection in the well at the village center. Not from Amigakure patrols. The wood fibers from the water-drawing tool were too coarse, more like bandits or rogue shinobi. Not regular forces, but not ordinary refugees either. Jiraiya crouched by the well, examining the water collection traces, and lowered his voice. Refugees in the land of rain wouldn't leave such neatly arranged supply packaging in an abandoned village. Shin Jian's purifying flame gave a slight pulse within his dantian. The white flame maintained a temperature half a degree higher than usual in this rain-soaked land. Not because of danger, but because this place too closely resembled a scene from its memory. The weeping of Amigakure, the desiccation of Sunagakure, the land repeatedly ravaged by war. Then the purifying flames perception field touched a faint chakra fluctuation deep within the rain curtain. One that should not have appeared near an abandoned village. It wasn't an Amigakure patrol nor bandits or rogue shinobi. The frequency of that fluctuation carried a deliberately suppressed sealing jutsu residue perfectly matching the scale pattern of Orochimaru's lab-specific summoning array that Shingayan had dismantled in the laboratory's underground third-level north wing. 80 meters left front in the cellar beneath the barn. Shingayan's voice transmitted precisely to the entire team through the perception field. The moment his words landed, Minato teleported into position, his kunai already pressed against the sealing lock of the cellar hatch. There was no fight in the cellar. Only a shinobi in ANBU attire leaning against the wall, his mask, mostly shattered, his left arm burned by a corrosive liquid. His abdomen was wrapped in blood-stained bandages, his chakra reaction extremely faint, but he was still breathing. Identity confirmed. Shikaku's shadow thread silently probed into the cellar, and after confirming no traps, he pushed open the door, crouched down, and examined the injuries. A member of Konoha ANBU 3rd Reconnaissance Unit, reported missing 5 days ago, at the Land of Rain border. The wound is snake venom but not fatal. Orochimaru's people didn't kill him. They left him here for us to find. He knew we would pass through this village. Shingayan walked over to the injured ANBU and crouched down. The purifying flame surged from his palm layer, by layers separating the corrosive venom from the burned surface of the man's left arm. The wound cleansed by the purifying flame showed no charring, no burn marks. Only the diluted toxin residue dripped from his fingertips. He asked me to tell you, the NBU said hoarsely after the bandaging was complete, his voice as crushed as dried leaves. Those 3 children from the Land of Rain back then, they've grown up now. One of them no longer uses the name he taught them. Jiraiya's movements froze. The 3 children of the Land of Rain. During the Second Shinobi World War, Jiraiya had taken in 3 war orphans from the Land of Rain, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin. He taught them ninjutsu, gave them the will to survive, but was eventually forced to leave due to the war. Later he heard those 3 children had died. He thought they were dead. And now the words Orochimaru had delivered through this ANBU like a kunai that had arrived many years too late stabbed deep into his heart. Shingayan watched Jiraiya's clenched fists but said nothing. As a time traveler he knew better than anyone present what these 3 names meant. Nagato had been implanted with the Rinnegan by Obito Uchiha. Yahiko had committed suicide in the original story to save Konin, and Konin had followed Nagato to found the Akatsuki after Yahiko's death. If Orochimaru had already contacted Nagato, the existence of the Rinnegan might already be known to him. And the Rinnegan was the key to summoning the Geto statue, reviving the Ten Tails, and activating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Kagaya Otsutsuki's seal was directly linked to the Rinnegan. The purifying flame shared the same origin as the divine tree's energy, and the divine tree itself was part of Kagaya Otsutsuki. If Nagato's Rinnegan were exploited by Orochimaru, then the purifying flame's existence would not just be a possible trigger for celestial upheaval. It could directly become a medium to awaken Kagaya Otsutsuki. Teacher Jiraiya. Shingai finished treating the ANBU's wounds, wiped the rain from his hands, and stood up. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konin are still alive. Orochimaru didn't tell you this to make you feel guilty. He needs the power of the Rinnegan to complete his artificial body, and he must use our hands to find Nagato. He briefly explained the connection between the Rinnegan and Kagaya Otsutsuki. When Jiraiya heard the word Rinnegan, his shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. He was one of the Sannin, the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, one of the most knowledgeable people in the shinobi world about senjutsu and prophecies. The Rinnegan existed only in ancient myths. The eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, a symbol of both the world's creation and destruction. And back then in the Land of Rain, he had casually given a piece of dried food to a red-haired orphan, and that child was the inheritor of these eyes. Orochimaru wants to use the power of the purifying flame and the Rinnegan, representing primeval fire and the Eye of Creation respectively, to achieve the final fusion that the Dragon Pulse conduit could not accomplish. Jiraiya said, straightening up and handing the urgent report to Shingayan. So that you can not only repair the Dragon Pulse, but also rewrite the oldest underlying protocol he buried in all his unfinished experiments. Shikaku returned from the direction of the abandoned watchtower to the camp, placing the encrypted scroll on the field table. His voice carried the characteristic calm of the Nara clan. The Third Hokage just sent back his approval. Full support for Jiraiya to find Nagato. Team 3 will serve as the forward reconnaissance squad. Mission rank upgraded from a rank to SRank. All actions are under Jiraiya's direct command, not bound by regular border mission regulations. Jiraiya took the encrypted scroll bearing the Hokage's direct seal from Shikaku but did not open it. He simply stood up, closed his eyes tightly against the leaden gray rain curtain outside the tent, and then reopened them. You 3. From now on, all actions are under my direct command. In the dense forest on the outskirts of Amigakure, the rain curtain was partially blocked by the canopy, but the ground remained a muddy mess. Shingayan switched the Purifying Flame's perception field from standard reconnaissance mode to a targeted active tracking mode, while simultaneously synchronizing the perception relay nodes with the golden-haired youth's landing points using the afterimage of Minato's body flicker through the canopy. Minato silently teleported through the canopy ahead, while Kushina maintained the array pattern synchronization of the defensive ceiling formation at the rear of the team. Then, at the edge of his perception field, Shingayan caught an extremely faint chakra fluctuation. It was not Orochimaru's snake-scale seal, nor the low-frequency stealth of Root ANBU. The essence of that fluctuation was not chakra. It was a mixture of natural energy and chakra, in an extremely subtle resonant ratio structurally similar to the frequency when Shingayan resonated with the Dragon Pulse using the Purifying Flame but older and more profound. Canopy Layer 11 o'clock. Someone is watching us. His voice was almost drowned by the rain. Not an enemy. His chakra waveform has zero match with the snake-scale seal. He's a Senjutsu affinity body, capable of bidirectional resonance with both natural energy and chakra. No more than 3 people in the known shinobi world have this constitution. Jiraiya looked up in that direction. Through the rain curtain, a figure was crouching on a tree branch hidden between raincoat and shadow, revealing only a pair of purple eyes wet with rain. Those eyes had concentric rings like ripples spreading across a pond. The moment the white-haired man clearly saw those eyes, his entire body seemed to be struck by something heavy. Even the voice that squeezed out of his throat carried a tremor he hadn't felt in years. Nagato. The boy on the tree branch did not answer. He simply looked at Jiraiya and Shingai and then spoke in a voice so light it felt like it had been a lifetime. Teacher Jiraiya. End of chapter 32. In the dense forest on the outskirts of the hidden rain village, the sound of rain suddenly became very faint. It wasn't that the rain had lessened, it was that Shin Guyan's attention was utterly captivated by those eyes in that instant. Those purple eyes with rippling rings. The Rinnegan foremost among the 3 great dojutsu, the eyes of the Six-Path Sage. He had seen them countless times in manga, but witnessing them in person, the reaction of the pure flame within his dantian was far more intense than any written description could convey. This white flame was resonating. Not an expansion of perception domain, not a battle alert, but a resonance mode he had never experienced before. The temperature of the white flame did not rise, but its pulsation frequency was actively approaching the chakra fluctuations of those eyes. The Rinnegan and the pure flame both originated from the same source, the God Tree. Kagaya Otsutsuki consumed the fruit of the God Tree, gaining the Rinnegan and the power of infinite Tsukuyami, while the pure flame was the only primordial fire stripped away from the God Tree's energy before it dispersed. They were 2 extremes of the same power unfolding from different dimensions. One governing the cycle of creation and destruction, the other governing the end that reduces all things to a pure state. Nagato descended from the treetop, the hem of his raincoat dragging a shallow trail through the mud. He was much taller than Jiraiya, remembered his red hair plastered to his pale cheeks by the rain, his figure emaciated to the point of illness, but those eyes had not changed. They were still the eyes of the red-haired orphan who had once accepted dry rations in the rain, only now the depths held a layer of gloom repeatedly polished by war and loss. Master Jiraiya. Nagato's voice was much deeper than it had been years ago, but there was no hostility in his tone. Orochimaru's people came to me. They told me that Konoha would send you to kill me. He raised his hand, revealing a shattered snake-scale seal on his palm. Identical to the one Shin Guyan had found on a dead tree trunk outside the grass village, except this one had been shattered from within by some force. I didn't believe them. Jiraiya strode forward, stepped up to Nagato, and reached out his hand, gently pressing it on top of Nagato's head, just like the first time he had touched this child's head in the ruins on that rainy day years ago. I'm sorry. I thought you were dead. I thought all 3 of you were dead. His voice trembled slightly in the rain, but he did not pull his hand back. Nagato lowered his eyes, raindrops dripping from his red hair, tips silently merging into the puddles on the ground. Shen Guyen withdrew his perception domain from the canopy, and fixed his gaze on the 2 figures behind Nagato, both also wearing raincoats. Konan and Yahiko stood side by side at the edge of the forest shadow, a paper flower wet with rain folded in Konan's short light blue hair. Yahiko's smile was still as bright as legend said, but his eyes held a deeper calm, honed by the undercurrents that the Rinnegan had drawn toward them over the years. He stepped forward from behind Konan, patted Nagato on the shoulder, then grinned at Jiraiya, his voice clear and firm through the rain. The 3 of us have never blamed you. In a camp temporarily converted from an abandoned watchtower, Jiraiya and Nagato sat, facing each other. Yahiko sat beside Nagato while Konan leaned against the wall behind him, folding a new paper shuriken between her fingers. Its shape identical to those from years ago, but the folding was much quieter now. Nagato briefly recounted how Orochimaru had found him. The snake's envoy had brought a snake-scale seal and a scroll filled with Akatsuki's intelligence, telling him that Konoha already knew of the Rinnegan's existence, that Jiraiya himself would come to kill him, and that his only choice was to cooperate with Orochimaru using the power of the Rinnegan to ensure the safety of everyone in Akatsuki. But I remember what you taught me. The essence of chakra is not power but connection. I shattered the snake-scale seal, then led Yahiko and Konan out of their surveillance network. I knew you would come. Orochimaru told me you were coming to kill me, but there's one thing he didn't know. Nagato raised his purple eyes with their concentric rings and looked at Jiraiya. He didn't know what kind of person you are. Jiraiya lowered his head and stared at the campfire in silence for a long time. Then he took a package wrapped in oil paper from his ninja tool pouch, unwrapped it revealing 3 dry ration balls that had been stored for many years hard as stones. He said he had carried them in his chest pocket when he left the rain country intending to bring them back when he had the chance, but years had passed in the blink of an eye. Nagato took one of them, let out a low laugh and said that they were still as terrible as they were back then. Shen Guyen sat on the outer edge of the campfire circle, withdrawing the pure flame's perception domain from Nagato. He confirmed one thing. Nagato could be trusted. Not because of words, not because of memories, but because the pure flame had not detected any residual fluctuations from Orochimaru's sealing techniques permeating him during the entire monitoring. This meant that after Orochimaru's failed attempt to recruit Nagato, his greatest leverage was gone. If he wanted to forcibly activate the power of the Rinnegan again, he would have to use something else far more difficult to obtain to replace Nagato. In the Root Branch Laboratory archives that Sai had brought back there remained an unfinished capture coordinate. Orochimaru had intercepted a sample of Uchiha Madara's with style cells that had dissipated after his death at the Valley of the End, a path second only to the Rinnegan that could forcibly resonate with the dragon vein through non-Zage methods. At the same moment, Konan, who was leaning against the wall behind Shingu Yen, also raised her head. The paper shuriken in her fingers stopped at the tip, the edge of the paper blade reflecting the firelight as she gently pressed it back with her chakra. It was not wariness but a habit formed from long-term care for her companions, instinctively quieting down when someone was calculating something. Shingu Yen did not avoid her gaze. After withdrawing the pure flame's perception domain from Nagato, he directly turned to Lu Gu using an extremely short resonance code within the perception domain to synchronize the full text of the additional intelligence to the Nara Jonin, who was just returning from the forward outpost. Lu Gu did not stop his pace, only slightly tilted his head. Then he handed the newly intercepted intelligence scroll to Jiraiya, speaking in a low voice, meant only for the white-haired man. The coordinates of Orochimaru's next target have been locked by the Umbu, the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End, the site of the final battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Their 2 colossal statues are still carved into the cliffs. The underground water veins lead directly to the main trunk of the dragon vein, and the soil is saturated with residual natural energy from the collision of wood style and Susanoo. Orochimaru chose that place because only the natural energy concentration of the Valley of the End could fully activate the sample of Uchiha Madara's wood style cells he had obtained years ago without the Rinnegan. Once activated, it would no longer be mere wood style remnants but a miniature pseudo-Tentails shell possessing the combined power of Senju and Uchiha. Though not a true Tentails, it would be enough for him to forcibly open a gap at the end of the dragon vein leading to the moon. After listening to Jiraiya's brief explanation of what was about to happen at the Valley of the End, and the shared origin of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the God Tree's energy, Nagato stood up from the campfire and walked to the broken window of the watchtower outside the tent. The rain had stopped at some unknown time, and the moon leaked through the cloud gaps, casting a pale purple cold light. He recalled those nights when Orochimaru's envoy had repeatedly interrogated him. The snake scales pressed against Konan's neck, Yahiko pinned under rubble, the snake saying that if he just handed over the Rinnegan, all 3 of them could leave alive. He did not hand it over, but his hands kept trembling. Those eyes were not his choice, but he knew that the snake was not afraid of him, but of the more ancient presence dwelling within those eyes. And now at last these eyes could be used to protect rather than be fought over. The Valley of the End. Nagato's voice was hoarse, but his tone was steady as he turned to look at Yahiko and Konan beside him. When Master Jiraiya taught us ninjutsu back then, he said that chakra is meant for connection, not for conflict. He might not remember that line anymore, but I always have. These eyes, I am willing to use them together with the child who possesses the pure flame. Not copying, not incinerating, but resonance. The resonance of the 6 paths power and the primordial flame may be able to completely destroy the pseudo-god tree connection that Orochimaru is trying to rebuild at the Valley of the End. Shun Guyen did not speak. After running through the tactical structure of synchronizing the Rinnegan and the pure flame in his mind, he gave an extremely brief answer: it can be done. Yahiko stood below the watchtower, took down the broad-bladed short sword that had been repaired many times, wiped the mist off the blade, and smiled at his own reflection in the sword's edge. The Rinnegan is Nagato's eyes, and Akatsuki belongs to the rain country, not to the Otsutsuki. The 3 of us swore in the rain that we would make this land stop crying. Konan tucked the paper shuriken from her fingers into the sword sheath ring on his shoulder, then looked up and softly called out to Nagato inside the window, saying it was time to depart. Jiraiya stood outside the watchtower watching these 3 children who had grown into adults. Back when he had shared dry rations with them in the rain, they could not even hold a proper kunai. Now they stood side by side, their heights all surpassing his shoulders. Lu Gu signaled the 3rd squad with a hand gesture toward Minato and Kushina. The red-haired girl tightened the last seal lock on the ceiling scroll case, and the golden-haired boy's Shunshin landing point had already cut into the vanguard of the formation. Shin Guyen withdrew all the final tactics concerning the Valley of the End deep into the pure flame. The sage's eyes and the primordial flame would truly converge at the place where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had their final falling out. Starting from the point where the six-path sage and the god tree parted ways spanning a millennium, the wind at the Valley of the End surged upward from the depths of the canyon. It was not a natural wind but the residual chakra ripples left behind by the decisive battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama 1,000 years ago, still crashing back and forth within the rock crevices of this valley. When the wind passed through the fissures between the two colossal statues, it emitted a low resonant roar, as if the ninjutsu that had long sunk into the earth's veins were silently replaying the battle that ended everything. Shin Gaian stood on the protruding rock platform of the southern cliff, his pure flame leaping violently in his dantian. This white flame had maintained an unprecedented state of activity ever since entering the Valley of the End. Not a combat alert but rather an exhilaration that had been suppressed for too long and finally found its moment of release. The natural energy concentration in the Valley of the End was more than 5 times that of the Konoha training grounds. Every inch of soil and every rock was saturated with the residual energy left from the collision of wood release and Susanoo, and the pure flame's reaction to this energy was stronger than anywhere else. Orochimaru is already at the bottom of the valley. He withdrew his perception domain and opened his eyes, his voice slightly blurred by the canyon wind. The Dragon Vein entrance is directly beneath the waterfall. He brought 3 vessels. One of them is currently interfacing with the Dragon Vein conduit, progressing much faster than in the swamp. The natural energy concentration here is several times that of the swamp laboratory. His fusion speed will double here. 3 vessels. One is a bridge-level illusion type, one is a residual clone from the swamp laboratory, and what is the last one? Minato crouched beside him, his forehead protector tilted slightly by the canyon wind, his blue eyes gleaming astonishingly bright in the dim light of the valley. The last one is not a vessel. It is a reincarnation test subject, an incomplete clone generated by Orochimaru using early samples of the first Hokage cells forcibly activated in the Dragon Vein. It has no independent consciousness but its chakra pathways inherently possess dual affinity, with both wood release and the Dragon Vein. Orochimaru does not need to subject the final receptor to the pure flame's burning. He only needs to insert this reincarnation body, draw the pure flame into a dual circuit, and use the Dragon Vein as an alternative conduction medium to complete the final activation of the pseudo-Rinnegan. Minato was silent for a moment, then adjusted his forehead protector. Then he chose the wrong battlefield. The Valley of the End is where the first Hokage reshaped the terrain with wood release. You have used the pure flame to repair the Dragon Vein conduit. Before, the residual wood release energy in this valley will not reject the pure flame. As you said, the denser the chakra, the cleaner the pure flame burns it. Shin Gaian did not speak but the corner of his mouth curled slightly. Half a year ago in the 3-colored banana grove, Orochimaru had said to him, "If I were teaching you, you could have discovered the flaw in the position shift yourself last week." Half a year later, this very statement was thrown back in Orochimaru's face through battlefield deduction. In these 6 months, the pure flame had accomplished more than just temperature suppression and self-regulation. It had learned to dismantle layer by layer the foreign seals forcibly grafted onto the natural energy channels without touching the Dragon Vein itself or triggering celestial disturbances. Orochimaru intended to use the artificial body to absorb the combustion waveform of the pure flame, but he had not calculated that the pure flame would instead send the decomposition wave back into the incomplete artificial body. At the bottom of the valley, Orochimaru stood at the Dragon Vein entrance directly beneath the waterfall. The Dragon Vein conduit had been forcibly expanded, its walls covered with black iron, sealing alloy conduction circuits. Unlike the intercepted main branch in the underground swamp laboratory this time, he directly utilized the residual natural energy of the Valley of the End itself, injecting the wood release cell samples into the incomplete reincarnation test body through the Dragon Vein conduit. The reincarnation body floated in the culture medium directly above the Dragon Vein conduit, its surface marked with the distinctive wood release patterns of Senju Hashirama. But the shell had no soul, no consciousness. Only chakra circuits forcibly driven by the Dragon Vein conduit cycling endlessly. Half a quarter hour ahead of schedule. Orochimaru turned to look at Shin Gaian and Minato descending from the cliff, his vertical pupils contracting into fine slits in the cold blue fluorescence of the Dragon Vein conduit. "It seems Nagato has already told you why the Rinnegan and the pure flame share the same origin." "He told me nothing." Shin Gaian landed steadily amidst the resonant noise of the Dragon Vein conduit, the pure flame coalescing into a white fire Haori on his shoulders, its edges silently fluttering in the strong natural energy wind. "I saw it myself. The Sage of Six Paths and the Divine Tree split from the same origin. The Rinnegan governs the cycle of creation and destruction. The pure flame governs the end that reduces everything to a pure state. You don't need the Rinnegan itself. You only need the Rinnegan and the pure flame to simultaneously trigger resonance within the Dragon Vein, bypassing the six-path seal to directly awaken the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki left on the moon." Orochimaru's smile deepened slowly. He did not deny it. Instead, he withdrew the last repaired black iron chain from his sleeve. The sealing core at its end no longer emitted a dark red fluorescence, but now displayed a pale purple hue close to the color of a mature Rinnegan. This was originally intended for Nagato, but he refused me, so I had to use this substitute. He tilted his chin toward the reincarnation body, floating above the dragon vein conduit. In the hollow eye sockets of that body, a faint outline of pale purple patterns had appeared. The first Hokages would release cells plus the dragon vein energy are enough to forge a degraded imitation with less than 1/10 the power of a true Rinnegan. But to deceive the dragon vein conduit into believing the Rinnegan is in use, that is sufficient. Sufficient. Shingayan took a step forward, the white fire Haori rustling in the canyon wind. How many years did it take you to intercept the conduit that was dismantled in the swamp laboratory? And the cell samples for the fake Rinnegan patterns in that reincarnation Bodis eye sockets? Where did you get them? Danzo or Uchiha Madara? You replaced Nagato with a pseudo-Rinnegan simply because you fear him. Fear that he would use these eyes to see through what hides in your snake den. Orochimaru did not smile. His vertical pupils contracted an almost imperceptible fraction in that instant. Then, he inserted the chain into the sealing slot at the dragon vein entrance. The cold blue fluorescence in the dragon vein conduit rapidly converged in the hollow eye sockets of the reincarnation body. The pseudo-Rinnegan patterns blazed to life. The entire natural energy of the Valley of the End collapsed toward the dragon vein entrance. Even the waterfall's flow was reversed upward, shattering into countless silver droplets flying in reverse. The signal for the battle to begin was not shouted by anyone. It was Minato's body flicker technique that intercepted the first snake clone 5 feet in front of Shingayan at the very same instant the dragon vein conduit activated. The golden-haired boy's kunai no longer relied solely on speed to overwhelm opponents. Every time he flickered, his landing point synchronized with the sealing nodes marked by Shingayan in his perception domain. The snake clone substitution jutsu was delayed by less than a breath under the interference of residual would-release energy. Minato seized that breath and his kunai pierced the left-hand sealing interface of the snake clone. The sound of snake scales shattering was swallowed by the resonance of the dragon vein conduit, but Orochimaru's reaction had already been completed before Minato struck. He had never expected the snake clone to stop Minato. The clone was merely meant to delay him, forcing Shingai and to face the dragon vein conduit alone. Shingayan did face it alone. The white fire Haori spread wide on his shoulders, and in the same instant the pure flame's perception domain contracted from the entire valley to cover only the 5-meter radius around the dragon vein conduit entrance. The natural energy concentration in this area had already exceeded the peak of the Sage Mode test in the Zero training ground, but the pure flame did not directly incinerate upon contact with the conduit wall. It was using the same pattern repeatedly verified during the swamp laboratory conduit repair, separating the natural energy flow within the dragon vein conduit layer by layer from the conduction circuits of the black iron sealing alloy. The sweat on Shingayan's forehead was vaporized into mist by the high-frequency pressure caused by the conduit's resonance, but his fingers did not tremble in the slightest. The pure flame precisely traced the edges of every artificial chakra circuit in the reincarnation body that had been rewritten by would-release cells, separating the natural energy flow from the conduction circuits of the black iron sealing alloy layer by layer. The pseudo-Rinnegan patterns in the hollow eye sockets of the reincarnation body began to flicker like an oil lamp whose wick was being pinched, the flame being stripped of its oil layer by the white fire. Orochimaru drove the black iron chain to forcibly inject a third pseudo-Rinnegan pattern into the dragon vein conduit. At the same moment Shingayan fully synchronized the pure flame's attack form with its analysis mode. The white fire no longer followed the bridge pattern of defense before counterattack, nor the swamp pattern of laying an isolation layer before dismantling the resonance valve. Instead, it transformed directly into dozens of extremely fine threads that simultaneously inserted into every rewritten artificial chakra circuit of the reincarnation body, pushing each fluctuation of Orochimaru's chain driving back from the circuit ends to the sealing slot. Then another light appeared atop Madara's statue. Not blue fluorescence, not white pure flame. It was the purple power of the Rinnegan. Nagato stood at the top of the cliff, his hands forming seals, his Rinnegan blazing like 2 navigation lamps piercing through rain and fog in the dim canyon light. He did not use a large-scale almighty push or summon the demonic statue of the outer path. Instead, he used the most basic ability of the Rinnegan, the one hardest for a pseudo-Rinnegan to replicate, chakra absorption. He drew all the energy of the black iron sealing alloy forcibly injected by Orochimaru into the dragon vein conduit toward himself. The pale purple patterns of the pseudo-Rinnegan, deprived of energy supply, while being stripped of their base circuits by the pure flame, began to crack from the edges of the reincarnation Bodis hollow eye sockets. The cracks did not leak nutrient fluid. Instead, the sockets directly disintegrated into powdery sealing alloy residue. Orochimaru's vertical pupils contracted violently. The last fully repaired chain in his hand snapped in two at the sealing slot of the dragon vein entrance, its terminal core under the dual assault of the pure flame, and the Rinnegan shifted from pale purple to dark gray, and from dark gray to lightless. A mere degraded imitation. Nagato's voice came down from atop the statue, very soft, very steady, as calm as when he had said, I am willing to Jiraiya at the outpost tower in the Rain Village. These eyes cannot be replicated by cells and conduits. They were truly lit only when I accepted the dry provisions from teacher Jiraiya in the rain. The power of the six paths never belonged to the Otsutsuki. It belongs to those who wish to use connection to replace conflict. The reincarnation body shattered completely in the culture medium. The culture fluid mixed with sealing alloy residue backflowed from the sealing slot of the dragon vein conduit. After losing all external energy input, the dragon vein conduit began to automatically repair itself. The forcibly expanded walls contracted back to their original shape, and the black iron sealing alloy conduction circuits on the walls peeled off in large patches, revealing the original mineral texture beneath. The natural energy flow of the dragon vein was no longer chaotic and frantic like a snake with its throat constricted. Instead it returned to the depths of the earth's vein with an extremely steady, extremely ancient pulse. Orochimaru stood at the edge of the dragon vein entrance. His chains all shattered the fragments of the culture medium, reflecting the last trace of cold blue from the retracting dragon vein conduit at his feet. He raised his vertical pupils looking at Shingai, and then at Nagato who had retracted his Rinnegan atop the cliff. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. Not the bitter smile of a loser but the pleasure of having a hypothesis verified the exact same expression he had worn in the ruins of the laboratory when he said, "Blankness never equals giving up." The owner of the Purification Flame, and the inheritor of the Sage of Six Paths eyes, must cooperate simultaneously to sever my conduction layer before it fully activates. This proves that the Rinnegan and the Pure Flame are indeed of the same origin. And as long as these two people exist in the ninja world after the Valley of the End Node is sealed, I can start anew at other locations where dragon vein conduits exist. His figure gradually faded in the white smoke of the reverse summoning technique. The last thing he left behind was not a threatening remark, but the final shuffling declaration of a gambler unwilling to admit he had lost his chance to turn the tables. I will come again. By then the pure flame within you will be counterattacked by your own dragon vein repair data. Because every time you repair a dragon vein, you mark an unactivated coordinate for my laboratory. The canyon fell silent once more. The last cold blue fluorescence of the dragon vein conduit slowly faded in the depths of the wall, returning to the earth's vein. The waterfall resumed its normal flow, and the sound of water once again filled the Valley of the End. Minato retrieved his kunai and landed beside Shingai, and his golden hair wet with sweat and mist, but his blue eyes no longer held the tension of battle, only a quiet contentment. He retied his forehead protector and looked back toward the top of the cliff. Yahiko sheathed his broad-bladed short sword on his back and reached out to pull Nagato up from the edge of the statue. Konan stood at the edge of the cliff, her paper shuriken still held at the ready angle between her fingers, the edges of the paper blades glinting with residual fluorescence, which she then gently folded back into her sleeve. Kushina leaped up from below the cliff wall, the ceiling formation leaving one final ceiling array pattern on the remnants of the bridge container, the seventh node of the array, still maintaining the resonance frequency reserved for Psi. Shingayan walked over to the fragments of the reincarnation Bodhis culture medium and stood for a moment. This shell, devoid of any independent consciousness, had been forcibly injected with cells of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It was Shimura Danzo who personally placed these two long-dormant genes back into the same culture dish, giving Orochimaru the starting point to bypass the Rinnegan and trigger the pseudo-divine tree connection. He would bring this information back to Sai, not as a battle report but as the final piece of evidence in the chain proving that Danzo had provided would release cells to Orochimaru. Jiraiya stood beneath the waterfall, kicking aside the shattered fragments of the black iron chain, one by one, then walked up to Nagato and extended his hand just as he had done at the outpost tower. This time Nagato grasped it back, his Rinnegan shining clear and resolute in the water mist. Lugu slid down from the cliff along shadow threads, flipped the mission scroll to the last page, and wrote in the status column of the Valley of the End Node, Dragon Vein repaired, pseudo-Rinnegan container destroyed, Orochimaru retreated. Then he handed the scroll to Jiraiya. Jiraiya took the scroll and looked up toward the southern cliff. The statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara still stood silently on both sides of the valley, but on the palm of Hashirama's statue, forever reaching forward, a white bird had just emerged from the waterfall mist and perched there. Return to the village. Jiraiya tucked the scroll under his arm, patted Nagato on the shoulder, and then waved at Yahiko and Konan. Minato and Kushina were already organizing their ninja tool pouches. Shingayan picked up from the culture medium fragments the last cover glass bearing traces of the first Hokage cells, sterilized it with the pure flame, and stored it in a sealing scroll. Then he turned and walked toward his teammates, his steps as silent as when he had arrived, but the pure flame in his dantian had resumed a steady rhythmic beat, like an ancient melody rediscovered amidst the noise of war. The wind still blew in the Valley of the End, but it was no longer the roar of chakra ripples. 1,000 years ago Hashirama and Madara had broken their bond here. 1,000 years later Squad 3 and Nagato had achieved the first true resonance between the primordial flame and the Six Paths Eye at the same spot. History turned an invisible corner at the same coordinate, and the white fire draped over the young man's shoulders was transformed by the midday sun into a faint rainbow as he passed through the valley's exit. The journey from the Valley of the End back to Konoha took 2 days longer than the trip there. It wasn't because the distance had grown but because Nagato's body could not endure the sustained travel. The use of the Rinnegan imposes immense physical strain on its wielder, and at the Valley of the End Nagato had simultaneously employed both chakra absorption and the dojutsu's power. After the battle, he was practically supported by Yahiko and Konan taking turns to help him through the first half of the journey. Upon receiving a message from Jiraiya at the border outpost, Tsunade rushed to the Fire Country border with her medical squad overnight. Malnutrition, chakra depletion, old damage in the left lung, and a torn tendon in the right arm. Tsunade moved the stethoscope from Nagato's chest and shot a glare at Jiraiya. You taught them ninjutsu for 3 years in the Rain Country, but didn't teach them how to eat. Jiraiya's voice was uncharacteristically hesitant. We didn't have enough rations back then. If you didn't have enough rations, why didn't you go hunting? You're one of the Sannin and you fought in the Rain Country for 3 years. Couldn't even catch a few fish. Tsunade slapped the prescription into the hands of her medical assistant, her tone fierce, but her medical ninjutsu never stopped for a moment. The old damage in Nagato's left lung healed at a visible rate under her palm, and a faint trace of color finally returned to his pale face. Leaning back on the stretcher, Nagato watched this unfamiliar blonde woman scold him while using the most advanced medical ninjutsu in the entire ninja world to heal his wounds. He let out a soft laugh. Lady Tsunade, he said, his voice still weak, but his tone earnest. Teacher Jiraiya used to give us his own rations and chewed on tree bark for a whole month. It wasn't that he couldn't hunt. The prey had all been scared away by the war. Tsunade's hand paused, then she lowered her gaze and softened her voice slightly. That idiot. Shingu-yen stood outside the outpost, his Jingyan perception domain, never leaving Nagato's chakra waveform since Tsunade began treatment. After confirming that the Rinnegan's dojutsu fluctuations had stabilized, he handed the cell sample slide brought back from the Valley of the End to Lugu, then turned and walked toward Konoha. Minato jumped down from the outpost roof and landed beside him, his blonde hair tousled by the morning breeze at the border, but his blue eyes no longer held the tension of battle, only a quiet contentment. You haven't eaten anything since leaving the Valley of the End. Not hungry. You have to eat even if you're not hungry. Minato pulled out a rice ball wrapped in oil paper from his tool pouch and pressed it into his hand. The rice ball was still warm, clearly just made in the outpost kitchen. Kushina made it. She said, if you dare not eat it, shall make you train sealing techniques alone. Shingu-yen looked down at the rice ball in his hand. The rice was shaped unevenly with a few finger marks on the edges, and the seaweed was cut crookedly, but the pickled plum inside was his favorite sour taste. He took a bite, chewed for a long while, then swallowed. Too sour. She said, sour opens the appetite. Minato grinned and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. Come on, Nagato is in Lady Tsunade's care. Well, head back to the village to report the mission. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi read the Valley of the End mission scroll from beginning to end. The first time he reviewed the battle report, the second time the casualties, and the third time the appendix, a combat data analysis report written by Shingu-yen with a sealing brush documenting the source of the cell sample from the fake Rinnegan vessel, the comparison of energy flow before and after the Dragon Vein conduit was repaired, and the complete waveform record of the synchronized resonance between the Rinnegan and the Jingyan. At the end of the report, a brief note was attached. The cell sample of the reincarnation vessel contained dual gene fragments from the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha. With the assistance of teacher Lugu in the comparison, the sample matched the source of the wood-release cell leak incident, recorded in Root's archives. Hiruzen Sarutobi set down the scroll and placed his pipe on the ashtray. He did not light it. Sunlight streamed through the window into the office, illuminating the unrolled mission scroll. Danzo. This time his voice held not exhaustion but a deeper calm. The kind of utter stillness that comes after disappointment has been repeatedly confirmed, and one finally ceases to hope for the other's reform. Danzo stood before the desk, his cane tapping the floor at a slightly slower pace than usual. He had already obtained a copy of the Valley of the End battle report from Root's intelligence unit, and he had confirmed the comparison result of the reincarnation vessel cell sample. It was one of the first batches of first Hokage's wood-release cells he had secretly provided to Orochimaru years ago. At that time he had extracted the sample from the sealed vault under the pretext of Root's confidential research, ostensibly to develop a new sealing technique against tailed beasts, but in reality he gave a portion to Orochimaru in exchange for technical support for Root's human experiments. He thought Orochimaru would only use those cells for forbidden research. He did not know that Orochimaru would place wood-release cells and Madara Uchiha cells in the same culture dish. Or, he pretended not to know. The extraction records of the wood-release cells have been fully transferred to the ANBU by Root's archives. Danzo's voice remained steady, but the rhythm of his cane betrayed a subtle disturbance. On the transfer records of that batch of cell samples, Orochimaru's signature was destroyed when he defected. But the extraction order I personally signed is still in the archives. So you admit it. I admit that Root was negligent in the management of wood release cells. Danzo's phrasing remained as precise as a scalpel. He admitted negligence, not crime. But what he said next made Hiruzen Sarutobi fall silent for a long time. But I did not give him the cell sample of Madara Uchiha. The source of the Uchiha cells in that reincarnation vessel was not from Root. Someone had collected them directly from the battlefield at the Valley of the End. Possibly Orochimaru himself or another faction. Root never knew that a sample of Madara Uchiha cells still existed. Hiruzen Sarutobi detected a very subtle change in his tone. Not an excuse, not a deflection. Danzo could unhesitatingly admit to what he had done, but he would not admit to what he had not done. This meant that outside Konoha there might be another faction possessing a sample of Madara Uchiha cells. The weight of this inference was far heavier than whether Danzo admitted his guilt. Root's loss of control over the first Hokages would release cells allowed Orochimaru to obtain the key material for creating the fake Rinnegan vessel. As the head of Root, you must bear full responsibility. Hiruzen Sarutobi relit his pipe, took a deep drag, and exhaled smoke. From now on, all forbidden research records in Root's archives will be transferred to the ANBU. Root will no longer have independent authority for forbidden research. You retain your position as head of Root, but Root's future scope of action will be limited to intelligence gathering and internal security. External operations must be jointly approved by the ANBU. Danzo was silent for a long time. The essence of this punishment was to degrade Root from an independently operating shadow organization to a subordinate of the ANBU, severing half the foundation of the confidential intelligence network and forbidden research system he had spent years building. But he did not argue. Intelligence gathering and internal security, that is enough. Root can complete its protection of Konoha without the need for forbidden research authority. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not look at him again, merely waved toward the door to indicate he could leave. Danzo turned and walked to the door, then paused. Monkey. Regarding the source of Madara Uchiha cell sample, have the ANBU investigate the sealing technique remnants near the Valley of the End battlefield. Besides the chakra of Hashirama and Madara, there should be traces of a third power left there. The door slowly closed and Hiruzen Sarutobi sat alone behind his desk, the glow of his pipe flickering in the dimness. He turned the battle report written by Shingu Yen to the last page, and added a new entry in the top-secret directory of the remarks column. Warning of residual will of Kagaya Otsutsuki and Dragon Vein activation. Due to insufficient case support, temporarily listed as a long-term observation project. He put down his pen and looked up at the window. The sunlight on the street was just right. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Konoha Hospital's rehabilitation ward, Nagato was forcibly arranged by Tsunade to be hospitalized for 3 days of observation, and Yahiko and Konan were also given physical examinations separately. Yahiko laughed all the way through the examination, saying that Nagato had finally met someone fiercer than him. Konan sat quietly on the examination bed the entire time, only nodding slightly when Tsunade said, "A bit anemic." Then she took out a paper flower that had been soaked by rain many times from her sleeve and placed it on the bedside table. Seiya's room was on the same floor down the corridor. He got out of bed, walked along the wall to Nagato's door. The door was half open. Nagato, leaning against the headboard, saw a strange boy with bandages still wrapped around his face standing at the door. A flicker of surprise passed through his Rinnegan. "You are Sai." He entered the room and took out a piece of rough paper torn from the back of an orphanage supply list. On it, drawn with a sealing brush, was a crooked tree with several people standing under it. The strokes were childish, but the positions of each person were clearly drawn. A red-haired one, a blonde, a white-haired one, a bandaged one, and 3 people walking in from the rain. "I heard there are new patients. Auntie Nono asked me to give this to you. She said it's a welcome card." Nagato took the rough paper, his Rinnegan pausing on it for several seconds. From being found in the ruins of Amigakure by Orochimaru's envoy to absorbing the chakra of the fake Rinnegan at the Valley of the End, it had been a long time since he had received anything without ulterior motives. He carefully folded the paper and placed it next to the paper flower Konan had left on the bedside table. "Thank you." Evening at Ichiraku Ramen. When Tsuchi saw Team 3 and Nagato's group lift the curtain together, the ramen ladle in his hand almost fell into the pot. "This is rare. Lord Jiraiya, no extra chashu today. Today add everything." Jiraiya slapped his bulging wallet onto the counter with grand generosity, then turned to Nagato and pointed at Minato and Kushina. "These 2 are my current students. Shingu Yen you've met. Minato, the blonde one, wants to be Hokage someday. Kushina, her sealing techniques are 10,000 times better than her cooking." Minato swallowed the noodles in his mouth and turned to Nagato before the red-haired girl could speak. "Lord Nagato, how does the Rinnegan see the color of chakra? Is it different from the Jingyan's perception domain?" "Just call me Nagato." The red-haired boy warmed his wrist with a cup of hot tea, his voice still light but without hesitation. "It's not color. It's the direction and distance of flow. Everyone's chakra flows outward like streams wanting to merge with other streams. The Jingyan's chakra is different. It doesn't flow outward, it flows inward. Like all water evaporating into clouds and falling back to the source. So it can? Shingu Yen put down his soup bowl and looked over their gazes meeting in the steam of the ramen broth. Resonate. The Rinnegan governs outward connection, the Jingyan governs inward restoration. They are just two ends of the same branch. The warm yellow light of the ramen shop fell on everyone. Yahiko, while complaining that the rain country had no such delicious ramen, picked the chashu from his bowl and gave it to Konan. Konan returned the chashu to Yahiko and added an extra piece from her own bowl to Nagato. Minato followed suit by giving his chashu to Shingu Yen and Kushina, without a word added a spoonful of chili oil to Minato's bowl, leaving the blonde boy with tears streaming from the spiciness. Jiraiya watched these two groups of children, eating around the counter, forgetting to eat his own ramen as it cooled, just resting his chin on his hand and letting out a soft laugh. Nagato responded with a very light nod to Sai, who had just squeezed in beside him, then placed his hands back on his knees without picking up any food, quietly watching everyone. A few days later, on a morning without rain or fog, Jiraiya took Nagato's group to the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi personally slid 3 Konoha resident registration forms in front of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Not ninja registration, not temporary residence permits. They were Konoha residents entitled to the same rights and protection as every Konoha villager. As for Amigakure, I will formally inform them through diplomatic channels. Your status in Konoha is not as hostages, refugees, or rogue ninja from another country. You are free residents protected by Konoha as disciples of Jiraiya. Yahiko looked down at the registration form and wrote, Yahiko, in the signature box, his handwriting sharp and angular just like his personality. Konan signed the registration form, took out the paper flower from her sleeve, and carefully placed it beside the signature. Nagato was the last to sign, setting the brush on the edge of the inkstone, then pushed the 3 forms side by side to the Third Hokage. What do you need us to do? He asked. First, recover your health in the hospital, then go to the Ninja Academy for a Chakra nature test. Your ninja registration numbers will be reinserted into Konoha's sequence by Jiraiya and Lugu. Hiruzen Sarutobi put the registration forms into the file cabinet, then looked up at the window toward the Hokage monument, his voice lowering, as if talking to himself or to someone no longer present. This is Konoha. That afternoon, Nawaki, carrying a newly repaired engineering hammer, led a team of engineers to renovate the dormitory for Nagato's group in the old faculty building, next to Konoha Hospital, which had been vacant for years. After fitting the last window seal, he stepped back to the courtyard entrance, surveyed the freshly painted walls, and nodded with satisfaction. Training Ground 3. Shingu Yen spread out the data from the first Hokage's illusionary training ground under the old ginkgo tree. It contained the complete battle reports of Team 3 from their formation to the present, Tamazuma Town, Mount Mayaboku, the mine tunnel rescue, the canopy bridge, the swamp infiltration, and the valley of the end. Minato and Kushina sat on either side of him while Jiraiya leaned against the tree trunk. These battle reports were all stored in Konoha's mission archives. The task summaries on the appendices were signed by Team 3, with the team emblem of 3 arcs and a line of small text, not in the name of an individual. The original copies of these battle reports have all been filed. He sorted out the ones directly related to the Jingyan and Rinnegan, the residual waveform of the bridge illusionary vessel, the disassembly record of the third-layer resonance trigger valve north of the swamp, and the cell sample comparison result of the fake Rinnegan vessel at the valley of the end, and compiled them all into a new appendix containing Nagato's Rinnegan Dojutsu spectrum chart, and the Senju clan's legacy sealing technique reference. After binding it into a volume, he asked Lugu to submit it to the Third Hokage under the title of Battle Analysis and Technical Summary. Lugu opened the front page, wrote, Confidential Permanent Storage Not Open to Root, in the classification column, then closed the folder and turned toward the Hokage building. Ginkgo leaves drifted down from above. Minato picked up a few leaves at his feet and arranged them on the cover of the battle report collection, just covering the 3 arc indentations pressed into the paper by the sealing brush. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi placed the complete battle report of Team 3 and Shingu Yan's new appendix side by side on the desk next to Minato's submitted draft of the 4th Hokage candidacy application, Jiraiya's recommendation letter, a supervising jonin, and a comprehensive evaluation of mission performance written by Lugu. He reviewed each one, then took out the original document with the Third Hokage's personal annotations from the drawer and added a line below Shingu Yan's file, recommended for inclusion in the core evaluation sequence for the 4th Hokage candidacy. This ninja does not aspire to be Hokage, but the moment you staked Konoha's entire future on Minato Namikaze, you became a candidate unlike any in Konoha's history. Not in the name of an individual. Then he set the brush on the edge of the inkstone and looked out the window. The twilight light fell on the blank cliff face of the Hokage monument where no face had yet been carved, dyeing it the same gold as the ginkgo leaves. In the deep autumn afternoon, the corridor of the Hworying building was always unusually quiet. Sunlight slanted through the windows, carving sharp grids of light and shadow on the floor, where dust motes drifted slowly in the beams like fragments forgotten by time. When Shinguyen followed Yuan Fei risen up the stairs, he noticed that there were more umbu than usual in the building today. Not on patrol but on guard. They had stationed one at the entrance to the third-floor archives room, one at the corner of the fourth-floor strategy meeting room, and one in the stairwell directly below the Hokage's office. Their positions covered the entire route from the entrance to the office with precision. The third Hokage did not look back. He simply pushed open the office door, gestured for him to enter, then closed the door himself. There was no one else inside. Zilai Yi was not there, nor was Lu Gu. Even the assistant who usually served tea had been sent away. Yuan Fei risen, walked around his desk, took an envelope from a drawer, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Shin Guyen. The envelope was made of the encrypted letter paper used exclusively by the umbu, but the sealing tag had already been broken. There was no sender or recipient on the envelope. Only a codename written in black ink: Jia. Zhuojing's codename in the Genbu. This letter was intercepted by the umbu this morning on the encrypted channel of the Genbu intelligence network. Yuan Fei risen, set his pipe on the ashtray, his voice lower than usual. The messenger left it in the channel and departed. No name, no recognition signal, no alarm triggered. When the umbu traced the channel to its end, they found only a shattered snakescale seal. The chakra frequency of the fragments matched perfectly with those recovered from the Valley of the End, confirming it as a remnant of De Shiwan's old seal. But the letter itself bore no trace of having been touched by De Shiwan. It was sent independently by an intelligence source he had left behind in the Genbu. Shin Guyen opened the envelope and pulled out the letter. There were only a few lines on the paper, the handwriting neat and restrained. Identical to the script he had seen on the title page of the file, when he first met Zhuojing at the old bookstore in Cat Ear Alley. De Shiwan left an unmarked dragon vein conduit node beneath the U country. Coordinates attached. This node is different from the main conduit in the Valley of the End. It is not a severed trunk but a manually excavated branch. Before his defection, De Shiwan used it to conduct mixed experiments with dragon vein energy and tailed beast chakra. After the experiment failed, he personally deleted this node from all records, including the backup in Tuansong's possession. But the conduit remains. The sealing array at the terminus is a self-sustaining seal powered by living chakra. As long as someone supplies it with energy, it will never stop. The energy supplier has been identified as a Mu Yi Umbu, who went missing during the Second Ninja War. He is still alive and his chakra waveform matches. When Shingu Yen finished reading the last word, Jingyan pulsed lightly in his dantian. It was not a warning or a battle alert, but a deep stirring resonance touched by something profound. The artificial node of the dragon vein branch, the self-sustaining seal powered by living chakra, a Mu Yi Umbu who had been missing for years. These pieces of information formed a thread that De Shiwan had personally buried before his defection, a thread not even Tuansong knew about. And Zhuojing, using his intelligence source, confirmed the identity of the energy supplier and sent the coordinates to the Hokage's desk. The energy supplier's chakra waveform matches the file. Yuan Fei, risen, pushed another file across the table. The cover bore the old confidential seal from 20 years ago, and the name field contained a single name: Jia Tengduan. Shin Guyan's pupils contracted slightly. Jia Tengduan, Gang Shou's lover. In the original timeline, Duan had died protecting his comrades during the Second Ninja War, his death leading directly to Gang Shou's blood phobia, and becoming one of the triggers for her eventual departure from Mu Yi. But in this world, Duan was still alive, recovering in the rehabilitation ward of the Mu Yi hospital. Shangshu had not died either, and Gang Shou remained in the village. And Zhuojing's letter revealed a fact previously unknown to anyone: Duan had never been missing. De Shiwan did not know he was Jia Tengduan. He only knew that this captive had a massive amount of chakra, and an extremely strong will, making him an ideal core for powering the seal. When Zhuojing cross-referenced the umbu missing list, he found that the chakra waveform perfectly matched Duan's medical records, thus confirming the true identity of this long-imprisoned energy supplier. This matter. Does Duan himself know? Shin Guyen looked up. Not yet. Yuan Fei, risen's voice carried a deep suppressed weariness. Gang Shou doesn't know either. This letter was intercepted only this morning. You are the second person to see it. Shin Guyen folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and tucked it into the deepest pocket inside his pouch. That pocket already contained two files. One was Zhuojing's identity restoration registration form, the other was a fragment of the Fengdu seal residue, left by Chan at the edge of the swamp. I'll go. The umbu have already locked down the location of the underground node in the U country, based on the coordinates. Zilai Yi will lead the mission personally, with the entire third squad participating, and Lu Gu handling logistics and intelligence communication. But there is one thing you must be clear about before departure. Yuan Fei, risen, stood up, walked around the desk, came to Shin Guyen, and placed his hand on the boy's head. This node is different from all the dragon vein nodes you have dealt with before. It is not a conduit forcibly severed by black iron chains, nor a culture vessel infused with the energy of the false Rinnegan. It is a sealing array fueled by a living person's chakra. When you dismantle the sealing array, you must ensure that Jingyan does not accidentally damage the energy supplier's chakra. This requires you to control Jingyan with nanoscale precision, otherwise Duan will be consumed by the array's own energy drain the moment the seal is removed. Shin Guyen looked up at Yuan Fei, risen for a long time. No collateral damage. His voice was steady, each word precisely enunciated. Jingyan can distinguish impurities in the chakra frequency band. Chen's corpse grass Yunuzhen sees puppet seal the illusion circuits of the bridge container. Every dismantling it has performed was an exact separation within a living body. I have already recorded Duansama's chakra frequency from the medical records in the rehabilitation ward of the Muyi Hospital. Yuan Fei, risen, lowered his eyes and smiled faintly. There was no surprise in that smile, only a very faint trace of relief. Then he turned toward the window, his back to Shin Guyen, relit his pipe, and the blue smoke rose in the sunlight, forming shifting and unpredictable patterns. Go. Before you depart, stop by the hospital. Special care ward of the Muyi Hospital. Shin Guyen stood at the end of the corridor for a moment. The smell of disinfectant in the third-floor rehabilitation ward corridor was slightly diluted by the potted medicinal seedlings that Shang Shu had recently placed on the windowsill. Zhuo Jing's room was at the innermost end of the corridor. Compared to the last visit, there was now a small desk lamp, and on the table lay several literacy textbooks borrowed from the orphanage and a few sheets of paper covered with crooked drawings of trees and people. Zhuo Jing was sitting on the bed organizing medical records. The bandages on his face had been removed, leaving only a small dressing patch on his left brow bone. When he saw Shun Guyen enter, Zhuo Jing paused, then picked up the shattered black iron seal core fragment, Chen's last relic, from the bedside table and held it in his palm. You received the letter. Yes. The coordinates have been verified and the Umbu have confirmed them. Duansama's chakra waveform matches without error. The corresponding missing Umbu file was the one you retrieved the day after you gave me the Fengdu seal residue in Cat Ear Alley. You have been searching for those whom the Zhenbu and Deshiwan erased from the list from the very beginning. Zhuo Jing clenched the fragment, then released it. After Chun died, I went through all his mission records in the Deshiwan hid that no deep, but the last archive encryption key Chen handled before his defection shared the same technique batch number as Deshiwan's Dragon Vein Flow circuit device. His Fengdu seal was not his strongest technique, but the final mark he was forced to leave for every person used as experimental material. I verified all the coordinates he marked and only found the last one. From under his pillow, he took out an old Umbu file, covered with messy lines drawn in sealing ink. The file cover bore the number of a missing Umbu from 20 years ago, and the name field had been crossed out and rewritten. The rewritten handwriting was Zhuo Jing's own. Jiateng Duan. He was not on Deshiwan's defection list, but his chakra waveform has been lingering at the end of that conduit for nearly 10 years. Gang Shisama does not know yet. I wanted to tell you first because only Jingyan can dismantle the sealing array without burning his chakra circuits. Shin Guyen took the old file and flipped to the last page. Zhuo Jing had drawn a small flower beside Duan's name with a sealing pen. The petals were simple, only 5 identical to the one Chen had drawn on the core fragment at the swamp edge. He placed the file back on the bed, then opened the several literacy textbooks in front of Zhuo Jing and turned to the title page. On the title page, Yinai, you had written a new line that morning, the ink still fresh. Zhuo Jing, liaison officer of the rehabilitation ward, Muyi Hospital. You finished what Chun started. I will finish what Duan started. He placed the new file on Zhuo Jing's bedside side by side with the core fragment Chen left behind, then turned and walked toward the door. Zhuo Jing gently pressed his fingertips against the fragment, turning the small flower upward. In the corridor, Shin Guyen walked past the window. Gang Shou was standing outside Jiateng Duan's room, holding a medical teaching plan she had just reviewed, speaking through the half-open door with Duan about something. Duan was leaning against the headboard inside, faintly smiling, with orange peels on the bedside table and a medical notebook open in his hand. Sunlight fell on the doorframe between them, dyeing Gang Shou's golden hair and Duan's profile a warm orange. He did not stop, nor did he reveal the secret prematurely. But as he passed the threshold, he used Jingyan's perception domain to lightly touch Duan's chakra waveform. In less than 0.1 seconds, Jingyan confirmed the waveform match, perfectly aligning with the faint waveform that had burned alone at the end of the Dragon Vein branch for years. He continued forward, gathering the smell of disinfectant from the hospital corridor and the scent of medicinal seedlings from the windowsill into the quiet corner of his perception domain. Meanwhile, outside the strategy meeting room of the Horying building, Zilai Yi leaned against a pillar, clutching the mission scroll he had just taken from the Third Hokage's desk. His face lacked its usual frivolity, and his brow was furrowed into a deep knot rarely seen between Duan, the Jiateng Duan whom Gang Shou had once patted on the chest, and said, he is the reason I stay in Muyi, had been trapped in Deshiwan's sealing array beneath the Yu country for nearly 10 years. And as one of the Sannin, as Duan's comrade, as Gang Shou's companion, he had known nothing. That idiot! He rasped, clenching the scroll so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He charged too far ahead on the battlefield, and was surrounded by the IWA ninja. By the time I arrived, I only saw him crushed under a pile of rubble, his forehead protector covered in blood. I thought he was dead. Gang Shou was in the first rescue team to rush into the ruins. The only thing I could do at that moment was knock her unconscious and bring her back. When I returned the next morning, the rubble had been turned over by artillery fire, leaving no trace behind. In the war reports, Duan was recorded as missing, and no one had asked about him for 10 years. It was not that no one wanted to find him, but that De Shiwan had personally deleted this node from all experimental records, and even Tuansong did not know. Yuan Fei Risen set his pipe on the ashtray, looked out the window at the Hokage monument, and was silent for a long time before speaking. It is not your fault. Before his defection, De Shiwan erased more than just Duan's missing record. He used the chaos of the war itself, mixing the missing list with the Dragon Vein experiment nodes, making everyone believe those people had died in battle. Bringing him back this time is not about making amends. It is about correcting the record. Zilai Yi released the scroll, looked up, his eyes red, but without tears. He took a deep breath through his nose, then stuffed the scroll into his chest, and turned toward the training grounds. The third training ground at dusk. The ginkgo leaves were beginning to turn yellow in early autumn, the canopy of the old ginkgo tree burning like a golden umbrella in the sunset. Zilai Yi spread the mission scroll on the grass and explained everything: the coordinates of the underground node in the U country, the structure of the sealing array, the identity of the energy supplier, and the self-destruct arrays De Shiwan might have set near the node. When Shui Men heard the name Jiatang Duan, he was unconsciously drawing coordinate circles for the flying thunder god landing points with the handle of a kunai on the ground. His pen stopped at the second circle node, and he looked up at Zilai Yi, his blue eyes showing no surprise, only a calm that came from a confirmed suspicion. In fact, he had always harbored this doubt. Whenever he encountered Duan in the hospital corridor, Duan's chakra frequency always had a very slight deviation from the normal Muyi Umbu cycle. That deviation was mostly masked by Gang Shou's medical chakra, but every time he passed by he felt that something was pressing down on it. Now he knew. It was the restraint of the sealing array at the end of the Dragon Vein branch. Jo Xianai placed her sealing pen case on her knee and smoothed the red arc on her vest. She remembered Duan coming to deliver orange peels to Gang Shou outside the first training ground, and she remembered him saying to her every time in the hospital corridor, "The third squad sealing array is getting more stable." She lowered her head, not letting anyone see the faint ring of red at the edge of her eyes, and adjusted the sealing array to a fully enclosed protective mode around the target supply core. Shun Gu Yen placed Zhuijing's letter beside the scroll. The letter paper glowed warm orange in the sunset. The neat and restrained handwriting of Zhuijing was slightly blurred by the sunset glow, but the coordinate numbers and the energy supplier's chakra waveform number remained perfectly clear. He is still alive. He is still alive. Zilai Yi committed those words to his heart, then rolled up the scroll, stood up, and brushed the grass clippings off his knees. Depart at sunrise tomorrow. The sky of the rain country remained leaden gray, but it was not the same leaden gray. After returning from the valley of the Enshingayan, had once glimpsed a clear sky in Konoha, a blue so intense it reminded him of Shui Men's eyes. Here, however, was different. The clouds had never parted, and the rain fell like countless fine needles descending silently from the heavens to pierce the muddy earth. This mission squad was the most streamlined yet. Led by Zilai Yi with the full third squad, Shui Men, Joshinai, and Shingayan, plus Lu Gu handling perimeter intelligence. But there was an extra presence. Gang Shou stood in the mud of the rain country, her long blonde hair plastered against her back by the rain. She was not wearing her usual medical corps uniform but a full combat outfit. A dark green jonin vest, a sealing scroll at her waist, and her fists wrapped in chakra that steamed in a thin mist under the rain. She had not spoken a word since departure. She merely followed behind Zilai Yi, her steps heavier than anyone else's. With each step, she sank half an inch deeper into the mud. Shui Men silently used his body flicker technique to kick away a few loose stones in her path, but she did not notice. Shingayan walked at the far right of the formation. Jingyan had already verified the faint waveform of Duan's chakra multiple times through his perception domain. That weak solitary flame burning at the end of a Dragon Vein tributary for years transferred from Zhuijing's file into his perception records, and from there etched into every analysis path he had prelayed along the sealing array at the node entrance. He could not be mistaken. He could not possibly be mistaken. Because Gang Shou walked barely 3 steps ahead of him. She was not crying, not asking, "Is he really alive?" She simply walked in silence at the front, leaving everyone a step behind. That single step was the one she had waited for from the end of the Second Great Ninja War to now for countless years. The entrance to the underground node lay deep within an abandoned mine at the border between the rain country and the grass village, its surroundings covered by the remnants of Orochimaru's sealing array for nearly a decade. The array's energy drew from a Dragon Vein tributary. Its patterns had fused with the mine's rock walls, the surface crawling with residues of snake scale-like black iron sealing alloy. Zilai Yi set up a barrier with sage art at the entrance, while Lu Gus shadow threads scanned the entire terrain around the mine, confirming no ambush. Gang Shou stood before the sealing array, her fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. The chakra on her right hand had condensed to a visible density, a sign that her monstrous strength was about to be unleashed. Gang Shou. Zilayi reached out to block her. This sealing array is a self-sustaining loop fueled by Duan's chakra. You cannot break it with brute force. The moment the array shatters, the chakra circuits of the power source will be devoured by the array's energy drain. Then what do you expect me to do? Her voice was hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper, but each word was pressed out with extreme steadiness. He is in there. This array has been draining his chakra for almost a decade. I am standing before him now. What do you expect me to do? Let me. Shingayan stepped forward from beside her, 3 razor-thin white threads of Jingyan coalescing at the tips of his right fingers, the same form he had used to dismantle the resonance trigger valve at the 3rd layer of the northern swamp. Jingyan can distinguish impurities in chakra frequency bands. Every dismantling it performs is a precise dissection within a living body. Duansama's chakra waveform has been fully recorded in my perception domain. There will be no collateral damage. Gang Shou's fists did not relax, but her gaze met Shingayan's. The moment was brief, only half a beat. You saved Shangshu. Back in the mine he was also lured away as bait, and you used Jingyan to pull him out of the underground river. Yes. He used the cell separation technique from the first Hokage's notes at the Valley of the End to verify the source of the reincarnated body samples for you. Duan's body has been corroded by both the dragon vein tributary and the black iron sealing alloy for a long time. His chakra circuits will be riddled with impurities from non-human tissues. I have written the reverse derivation formula for the cell separation technique into my medical syllabus. After you bring him back, leave the deep residual impurities you cannot strip to me. Gang Shou withdrew her fists, slapped the syllabus into Shingayan's hand, and stepped back to clear the front of the sealing array. Shingayan tucked the syllabus away and approached the array. Embedded in the energy conduits of the sealing array was a composite defense mechanism designed by Orochimaru specifically for the dragon vein tributary conduits. The outer layer of black iron alloy shielded external perception through dragon vein resonance, the middle layer transferred the power source's chakra, and the inner layer held a faint, but highly similar spirit transformation technique trap aligned with Duan's chakra waveform. It was Duan's signature jutsu. Orochimaru would not fail to exploit it. He had dismantled illusion circuits on a bridge, stripped black iron neural nodes in a swamp, and decomposed a false Rinnegan vessel at the Valley of the End. Each time a hyper-precision dissection within a living or semi-living body. But this time was different. This sealing array had been running continuously for nearly a decade. Its energy-draining circuits and the power source's chakra circuits had long been intertwined. Any extraneous vibration could risk paralysis. He inserted the 3 Jingyan threads simultaneously into the 3 black iron sealing alloy nodes on the outer ring of the array. The white flames did not spread, did not burn, did not even emit any light. They simply dissected backward layer by layer along the alloy's conductive paths at an incredibly fine precision within the nodes. Under the decomposition of Jingyan, the black iron sealing alloy began to peel off layer by layer from within the nodes, each exfoliation, accompanied by a brief halt in the array's self-energy circulation. The outer ring defense is being stripped away. There is a non-physiological waveform source in the middle ring. It is not Duansama's own chakra, but a spiritual trap converted from the spirit transformation technique. Orochimaru turned Duansama's spirit transformation technique into the array's energy converter. Shui Men's form materialized silently at the corner of the mine tunnel, a kunai already in hand. I'll dismantle it. Last time in the swamp you said anyone who touches the spirit transformation technique trap would be pulled into a mental link. If someone must be pulled in, the body flicker technique can drag them back before the link fully closes. Shingayan did not argue. He simply wrapped a spare thread around Shui Men's wrist, then pushed the abnormal chakra coordinate in the middle ring to Lu Gu. Lu Gu's shadow threads spread silently along the tunnel walls, laying a perception capture net across the opposite corner of the tunnel. The middle ring sealing circuit was triggered the instant Shui Men's body flicker cut in. The residual energy of Duan's spirit transformation technique exploded into a pale blue mental shockwave within the middle ring. Not an attack but a trap, a spiritual suction seal designed to drag the first foreign chakra that touched it directly into the fragments of Duan's imprisoned consciousness. Shui Men was pulled in within less than a single breath. He heard Duan's voice whispering in the depths of his mind, "Don't worry about me." He saw Duan sitting alone at the core of the sealing array, enduring for years, struggling not to become a corpse that would drain the next successor. He saw the man who had never complained using the last of his will at the edge of the spirit transformation technique to pry open an extremely narrow gap. A gap not meant for himself but for any rescuer who might find this place. Then he felt the Jingyan thread on his wrist tighten sharply. Shingayan did not pull him out of the array. Instead he synchronized Jingyan into the spirit transformation technique trap through Shui Men's mental link, using a reverse analysis technique to peel away the trap suction seal layer by layer, separating Duan's consciousness fragments from the spiritual absorption. In the last moment before being pulled out, Shui Men used the golden light of his body flicker technique to crash into the edge of the mental gap that Duan had maintained with his will for years. Not to destroy it, but to reinforce it. The spirit transformation technique trap resonated briefly with Shui Men's teleportation coordinates, temporarily diverting part of the burden of Duan's consciousness that had been resisting the sealing array into Shui Men's own chakra circuits. He landed back at the tunnel corner on one knee, his headband askew, his blonde hair soaked with sweat. But he looked up at Shin Gaian and grinned. Duansama said not to worry about him, but he has been holding that gap open for whoever might be trapped next. He is indeed alive. The outer ring of black iron sealing alloy fell away completely under the last thread of Jingyan. The middle ring spirit transformation technique trap collapsed as Shui Men's body flicker crashed into it. Orochimaru had nested 3 layers of different defense mechanisms into the sealing array, but Jingyan did not need to dismantle the entire array. It only needed to follow Duan's own chakra waveform and strip away the sealing alloy spirit techniques and self-sustaining conduits that did not belong to him layer by layer from between his flesh and chakra. The inner ring self-sustaining seal completed its final exfoliation deep within Duan's chakra circuits. The moment it lost all its external reinforcement circuits, it silently disintegrated from the core outward. The sealing array shattered. The dragon vein tributary conduit deep in the mine slowly retracted into place under Jingyan's repair pulse. The man who had been imprisoned for nearly a decade lay there. His frame was gaunt, his hair long enough to cover half his face, the ANBU vest on his body eroded beyond recognition by the dragon vein energy. But he was still breathing, still struggling to open his eyes. Those eyes were the same ones Gangsho had last seen when she checked his chakra circuits in the Konoha Hospital recovery ward 10 years ago. He moved his lips, his voice so raspy it was almost inaudible, but Shui Men closest to him caught every word. Gangsho, is she still waiting for me? The golden-haired youth did not answer. He simply helped him up from the ground, gently resting one of Duan's arms over his own shoulder. Gangsho stood at the mine entrance. When she saw Shui Men supporting Duan as he walked out, she did not cry, did not shout, did not rush forward like a medical ninja to check his vital signs. She simply walked up and with those hands that could shatter a Susanoo with a single punch she cupped Duan's face. The face half hidden by prison clothes and dragon vein residue, with extreme gentleness and extreme slowness. Gangsho. Kato Duan's voice was as light as a withered leaf landing on water without a ripple. She took his wrist and pressed her hand, forged by both monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu, into something incredibly powerful, against the chakra frequency he had long recognized as hers. Gangsho lowered her head, her forehead lightly resting against his collarbone. She did not burst into tears. Her shoulders trembled with years of suppressed emotion, stiff and tight, but her hands never wavered, cradling his face. The medical team rushed to lift Duan onto a stretcher, but Gangsho never let go of his hand. Shin Gaian stood at the edge of the sealing arrays, remains sealing the last stripped fragments of black iron, sealing alloy into a scroll. Orochimaru had not appeared on the battlefield this time, but that did not mean he had abandoned the dragon vein node. It signaled that his experiments had shifted from forcibly intercepting dragon vein conduits to achieving indirect control by embedding composite sealing techniques into multiple living chakra sources. He locked the fragments into the scroll, then walked toward Shui Men, waiting at the tunnel corner. Joshinai withdrew all the sealing array patterns into a scroll, the 6 branching nodes gradually honed to withstand high-intensity mental shocks. She noted in the spare coordinate column, next to the 6th node, Spirit Transformation Technique, Reverse Analysis Successful. Shui Men's shared damage load does not exceed 30% of total. Then she grabbed her 2 teammates from the rubble one after the other. The rain stopped. As Duan was carried out of the mine on a stretcher, a narrow slit opened in the thick clouds above the rain country, letting a beam of sunlight fall precisely on the hands of Gangsho and Duan clasped together. Gangsho raised her other hand to shield her eyes from the light, looking down at the man on the stretcher. Imprisoned for 10 years, emaciated almost beyond recognition, yet still gently squeezing her palm in return. You waited for me for so long. Duan said, his voice still soft, but the curve of his lips was exactly as she remembered it. You waited for me for so long, Gangsho said. It was not a question but a statement. She did not let go of his hand, holding it all the way until the medical team lifted the stretcher onto the transport vehicle returning to Konoha, the recovery ward of Konoha Hospital. When Kato Duan was wheeled into the special care unit, the corridor was crowded with people. Shang Shu leaned on his engineering hammer. He had just rushed over from the construction site, his work clothes, still speckled with sawdust, the hammer handle alternately gripping and releasing in his hand. The 3 from Nagato had returned from the Ninja Academy, new Konoha forehead protectors, pinned to their collars, still holding the chakra nature test sheets. They had not yet returned to the dorm. Inayu wheeled with Jing out of the ward, Do lying on his knees, clutching a welcome card, covered in crooked flowers. The third Hokage stood at the end of the corridor, not approaching, just watching the door of that room from afar, resting his pipe on the windowsill, not relighting it for a long time. Shui Men and Joshinai sat on the bench in the hospital corridor, both still wearing vests stained with the mud of the rain country. A faint burn mark from the Jingyan thread lingered on Shui Men's wrist. Joshinai broke off half a ration pill, and handed it to him, then withdrew her hand, lowered her head, and refolded the six-path sealing array pattern on her lap. Shingayan stood at the door of the ward watching Gangsho sitting by Duan's bed, peeling an orange. Her movements were no different from usual. Peeling, segmenting, removing the pith. Each step as crisp and precise as her medical ninjutsu. "You've lost weight," she said. "So have you," Duan replied, looking at the orange in her hand, letting out a faint smile. Outside the window, ginkgo leaves drifted down. The welcome card in Do's hand was caught by a draft before he could grip it tightly. The paper slipped from his fingers. Suijing reached out, caught it, and placed it back at the foot of the bed, next to the shattered fragment of the black iron seal core. Shingayan did not enter. He turned and walked to the end of the corridor, taking out the third list from the ninja tool pouch. It was the last batch of coordinates of the missing, marked by Chun, with the residual venom seal pattern. Beside the last coordinates, Suijing had drawn a tiny flower with a sealing brush. He folded the list and tucked it back into the inner pocket, then leaned against the windowsill, letting out a soft breath. Moonlight fell on the blank cliff face of the Hokage rock that had yet to be carved with any face dyeing it the same gold as the ginkgo leaves. On the third day after Kato dawn return, a light rain fell over Konoha. The raindrops were as fine as late spring willow catkins, landing on the face with almost no weight, leaving only a thin layer of coolness. Shingayan sat on a bench on the rooftop of Konoha Hospital with an encrypted scroll that Lu Gu had delivered that morning spread out before him. The scroll recorded all the medical data from Dawn imprisonment, the degree of damage to his chakra pathways, the depth of dragon vein energy erosion, and the residual fluctuation frequency of the spiritualization technique. Every piece of data had been densely annotated in red by Tsunade, and at the end of the annotations, as usual, was a hasty and sharp conclusion: can recover. Estimated recovery period 6 to 12 months. During that time, the spiritualization technique is forbidden. The purifying flame burned quietly in his dantian. After returning from the land of rain, this white flame had resumed a steady rhythmic pulse, neither too hot nor too cold, as if conserving energy. But Shingayan knew this was not relaxation. It was the purifying flame healing itself. During the dismantling of the Dragon Vein branch node, the purifying flame simultaneously handled 3 different types of jutsu structures: the black iron sealing alloy, the spiritualization technique trap, and the self-sustaining seal, with such precision that even Jiraiya said, "This is no longer a battle, it's surgery." The cost of this precision was that the purifying flame had operated continuously for over 3/4 of an hour without pause. It now needed rest, just as he did. The rooftop door was pushed open and Tsunade walked out, casually closing the door behind her before leaning against. She wasn't wearing a white coat or carrying a medical chart. Just an old jacket draped over her shoulders, holding 2 cans of red bean soup bought from the vending machine. She tossed one to Shingayan. "Thanks." Shingayan caught the can and pulled the tab. The red bean soup was still warm, its sweetness spreading on his tongue, dispelling some of the rainy day's chill. Dan did his first rehabilitation training yesterday. He could stand up and walk 5 steps. Tsunade stared toward the distant Hokage rock. 5 steps took nearly half a quarter of an hour and almost fell twice along the way. But before he almost fell for the 3rd time, he looked up at me and smiled. 10 years. He was imprisoned in that place for 10 years. No one ever found him. Even I thought he was dead. Yet when he was about to fall, he still had the strength to smile at me. That expression clearly meant to say, "See, I can walk to you again." The can in her hand was slightly dented, but the corner of her mouth lifted into the faintest arc. Shingayan did not reply. He looked down at the red bean soup can in his hand, and in his mind flashed the weak, almost inaudible smile Dan had shown when Minato helped him out of the mine tunnel. Those eyes overlapped with the young Umbu in the photo Tsunade had first shown him in Dawn medical file. A decade apart, but the gentleness in them had not changed. In a few months hell start to annoy you. By then you'll probably regret not locking him up for a few more days. Tsunade turned her head and glared at him, glared for a long while, then suddenly burst out laughing. Not a loud laugh, but a light half-suppressed sound from her throat. "You little brat. You really said the exact same thing he did. The day before yesterday, when I was changing his dressing in the ward. He suddenly said, 'Once I can stand Tsunade will probably find me annoying.' I said no, and he said, 'You will. You used to get annoyed because I always put orange peels on your medical chart to block your diagnosis records.' He even remembered where the orange peels were placed 10 years ago." She paused here, placed the empty red bean soup can on the railing, and watched it sway slightly in the wind like a red bean that had been suspended in midair and finally landed. "Thank you. Whether it's you, Minato, Kushina, or Sai, who turned himself into the last contact signal in the swamp. The Senju clan remembers the debt of bringing Dan back from there." Shingayan placed his empty can at his feet. "Lady Tsunade, I've already mentioned to the Third Hokage about your promise to train the new batch of medical squad at the hospital. I've done it. The first item in the teaching plan is battlefield chakra pathway emergency repair. The precision grading you used when dismantling Dawn Seal Array, I've turned it into a medical ninjutsu lesson." Tsunade's tone returned to its usual sharpness, but her hand holding the empty can was gentle. From now on in the advanced textbook of Konoha's medical squad, there will be a chapter dedicated to the medical applications of the Purifying Flame's analytical jutsu. The signature will be yours. On the second basement level of the Hokage building in the ceiling analysis room, Lugu projected the repair data of the Land of Rain's Dragon Vein branch onto the ceiling analyzer. A pale blue light screen slowly rotated in the dim room. The data recorded every precision adjustment of the Purifying Flame when Shingayan dismantled the self-sustaining seal, from the outer layer stripping of the black iron sealing alloy to the mid-layer decomposition of the spiritualization technique trap to the inner ring separation deep within the chakra pathways. Every data curve had been repeatedly verified by the Umbu technical squad, and the conclusion was unanimous. Over the 3/4 of an hour of high-precision dismantling, the Purifying Flame caused no collateral damage to the chakra pathways of the energy provider. This means the Purifying Flame has evolved from dismantling external seals to precisely separating implants within a living body. No existing medical ninjutsu system in the ninja world can achieve such precision. Lugu pushed an encrypted scroll labeled Feasibility Report on Living Implant Separation Technology in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who set his pipe aside on the ashtray and read through it line by line. It's not just medical ninjutsu. What the Purifying Flame can do is not only repair eroded tissue but also remove the erosion of tailed beast seals. He took out another old dust-covered file and placed it on the table. The dark yellow cover bore a top-secret stamp from 20 years ago, and the name column listed two names: Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina. Pathological records of the Ninetales Jinchuriki seal erosion. Uzumaki Mito suffered from Ninetales chakra erosion in her later years, causing meridian degeneration, and all of Konoha's sealing squads were helpless. Although Kushina's current seal is stable as she ages and the Ninetales chakra naturally expands, the same erosion problem will inevitably appear in her. Lady Mito's medical records clearly state that the erosion of the Ninetales chakra on the meridians begins from the deep layer channels that the seal formula cannot reach. All external seal reinforcement methods can only slow the erosion rate, not cure it. But if the Purifying Flame can, just as it dismantled the self-sustaining seal inside Dan, separate the Ninetales erosive chakra, lingering on the periphery of the seal array from her meridian nodes without triggering a tailed beast leak from the seal itself. I started preparing for this half a year ago. Shingayan took the old file and flipped to the insert recording the full picture of the seal formula, his gaze landing on the central array. From the first time I entered the first Hokage's illusion training ground after the Purifying Flame was stripped away on the third layer, I've been thinking. If it can decompose all foreign chakra attached to my meridians, can it decompose foreign chakra attached to someone else's meridians? Dawn's seal array was the key to verifying this step. Now we have enough data. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a long time, then took out the final evaluation file about him from his sleeve, and added a new entry in the remarks column. Recommend inclusion as a core executor of the future Ninetales Jinchuriki medical care plan. Full process technical support from living seal to meridian purification. He had just put down his brush to have Lugu file it, but before the brush tip fully left the paper, he added a note beneath the last line. This plan is not to be assigned as an official mission for now. Its initiation, timing, execution authority, and support personnel allocation shall be decided by Uzumaki Kushina herself after she comes of age. Konoha Training Ground No. 3. Ginkgo leaves covered the grass, and the old ginkgo tree shimmered in pure gold under the afternoon sun. Minato was using the body flicker technique to zip between the treetops at high speed. The afterimage was no longer a simple golden arc but was precisely controlled by him into an extremely brief dark gold flash. After each landing, the afterimage would linger for less than a tenth of a finger snap before annihilating itself. He was repeatedly practicing the zero afterimage thrust needed to penetrate the dragon vein diversion defense layer. Shingayan stood under the tree, the Purifying Flame's perception field, precisely marking each of Minato's landing points, simultaneously testing the precision of the Purifying Flame's analytical formula in presetting seal alloy interference along the body flicker thrust path. They were preparing for the scenario if Orochimaru transforms all branch nodes into a composite seal linkage system, completing the analytical task before the attack action. Kushina sat under the ginkgo tree with the 8th version of the seal array sketch spread on her knees. The 7th node still reserved a position for Sayus resonance frequency, and a margin annotation was pressed into the paper with deep red fine lines. Purification type closed circuit can interface with the Purifying Flame's meridian separation technique. She chewed the end of her sealing brush and revised that line 4 times. When she looked up for the last time, she suddenly asked about that Ninetales chakra erosion matter. I heard everything you said to the third Hokage in the analysis room. It wasn't eavesdropping. Our teacher Lu Gu asked me to deliver the file. Lady Tsunade said if I didn't want to, no one would force me. I didn't say I was willing either. I only said wait until I come of age. Until then, include all synchronized drills of the meridian separation technique in the weekly regular training plan. She placed her sealing brush on her knee and gently pressed down on the new annotation with her finger. Minato dropped down from the canopy, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat. He looked at Kushina's seal array sketch for a long time, then crouched down and used his finger to draw a tiny human figure next to the 7th node. red hair holding a sealing brush grinning. No matter when that plan starts, when you feel ready that's when we begin. Shingayan stood under the tree and did not approach. He merely gently extended the purifying flames perception field over the two people under the ginkgo tree, and after confirming that both chakra waveforms were at normal frequencies, he withdrew the perception field. Jiraiya leaned against the ginkgo trunk, and closed the Mount Myaboku Sage art exchange plan he had just drafted. Nagato and his two companions were about to go to Mount Myaboku for a short training camp. Fukasaku Sanin would personally test the compatibility of the Rinnegan with Sage Art, while Yahiko and Konan would receive basic training in Toad-style Taijutsu and Sage Art perception respectively. He watched Kushina, who was revising the seal array in circles under the tree, and Minato, who was crouching beside her drawing a little figure, and suddenly let out a chuckle. It's really similar. Back then Tsunade also crouched on the floor of the first Hokage study revising medical teaching plans, and Dan was beside her peeling oranges as a paperweight. Don't tell anyone, but she peeled worse than Dan. Outside the Land of Fire in an underground laboratory, hidden by deep forest, Orochimaru stood before a row of new culture dishes. The nutrient solution in the culture dishes was no longer a light green, but a murky purple resulting from the interweaving of the cold blue fluorescence of the dragon vein conduit, and the dark red of the black iron sealing alloy. Each culture dish contained a suspended, semi-finished artificial body. The number of interfaces on the spine had increased from 1 in the swamp laboratory to 3, capable of simultaneously connecting to the dragon vein branch residual-tailed beast chakra, and the black iron sealing alloy, a triple energy source. Kato Dan has been rescued. The false Rinnegan container at the Valley of the End was destroyed, and the branch conduits were repaired and restored by the Purifying Flame. The nodes you spent nearly a decade laying are being dismantled one by that child. Danzo's voice came from the shadow in the corner of the culture room. You gave me the first Hokages would release cells, but you never gave me the true method of using the Rinnegan. You kept making me use inferior products to test the Purifying Flame so you could figure out the principle that the Purifying Flame and the Rinnegan share the same origin. Unfortunately, your last experimental record was betrayed to Shingayan by your own Rudumbu, and now you haven't even managed to open the moon seal. Orochimaru took out a newly made black iron chain from the culture dish. The seal core at the end of the chain displayed a triple concentric seal structure. But you gave me an even better inspiration, extracting tailed beast chakra directly from a sealed Jinchuriki's body. Danzo did not reply. Orochimaru's vertical pupils slowly contracted in the dim light of the You already have a perfect Jinchuriki container in your hands. Though it hasn't grown up yet, that sealing file you inherited from your teacher will eventually come in handy. I know you won't give me that file, but I don't need you to give it to me. I just need to make Konoha believe that you will one day hand it over to me. Konoha's night was as quiet as ever. Shingayan sat at his desk in his room with 3 documents spread out before him. On the left was the third batch of missing persons coordinate verification report, sent by Sai with all coordinates verified as dragon vein branch nodes marked with a sealing brush. In the middle was the last piece of black iron sealing alloy residue taken from Dawn body. On the surface was an extremely fine scorch mark from the spiritualization technique. A trace left by Dan during his imprisonment using his last moments of clarity to repeatedly burn the same alloy residue. On it were only 3 words: she waits. On the right was Tsunade's newly compiled medical teaching plan with the title page reading, Chakra Pathway Precision Separation Technique, derived from the Purifying Flame's analytical jutsu. The signature column already bore Tsunade's own name with a blank space beside it. Waiting for his signature. He picked up his brush and wrote his name beside Tsunade's signature. Then he placed a blank slip of paper under Dawn alloy residue, and wrote a line that only Kato Dan himself could fully understand. She will urge you to do rehab. Peel a few more oranges first. He set the brush back on the edge of the inkstone and looked out the window. In the distance, the blank cliff face on the Hokage rock, not yet carved with any face, stood quietly under the moonlight. The storm had not yet come, but he heard distant thunder. Not the chaotic rumble of dragon vein conduits being pried open, but a deeper, slow awakening tremor from the very depths of the earth's veins. The purifying flame gave a gentle pulse in his dantian, not hot but lasting longer than any time before. Outside, someone tapped on the window frame, and a golden and a red figure crept over from the training ground direction along the grass. Minato's voice was low. The door is open. Kushina brought the final version of the 9-array diagram. She wants to verify the interface precision of the meridian separation technique at the array I with you. Before he could finish clearing the documents on the table, the red-haired girl had already climbed in from the other side of the window and spread out the 9th version of the sketch. The shadows of the 3 people overlapped on the windowsill, while the blank cliff face at the end of the Hokage rock still waited quietly. Spring in Mai always arrived quietly. No thunder, no rainstorm. Just overnight the cherry blossoms covered the mountains, and the old ginkgo at Training Ground 3 had sprouted new leaves. Shingu Yen stood at the edge of the training ground watching Shui Men's figure rapidly bouncing among the treetops, and suddenly realized that he had been in this world for nearly 4 years. 4 years ago this body of his was a waste who couldn't even release a great fireball. 4 years later, he was already a ninja whose name appeared on the Shrank mission record of Mai with frequency second only to the Sanrin. His height was almost catching up to Shang Shu's. His shoulders were half a finger broader than last year, and his arms had the slender elongated muscle lines unique to a young man. Jing Yan pulsed steadily in his dantian. This white flame could now simultaneously maintain 3 modes: perception domain combat form and immortal technique analysis, without the risk of burning to exhaustion as had happened in the swamp laboratory. But what truly made him feel he was growing was not these things. It was yesterday when Zilai Yi slapped a summary of the Miao Mushan training camp in front of him, pointed to the last column and said, "Shuns was Xianren wrote your evaluation. See for yourself." The evaluation had only one sentence: "This kid has already deduced the basic principles of Toad-style taijutsu, using his Jing Yan perception domain on his own. I didn't teach him." Yan. Shui Men descended from the treetops. The residual light of his body flicker was no longer the long golden line it used to be, but an extremely short dark gold flash landing precisely within half an inch of Shin Guyan's toes. Zilai Yi Sensei said, "There's a mission today, we need to gather at the Hokage building early. Stop reading while walking, hurry up." "What mission?" "Don't know, but Sensei said the mission rank is S." Shui Men's blue eyes lit up like fire. "And the whole team is going out, even Tsunadesima will participate." In the strategic meeting room of the Hokage building, Yuan Fei Rijan sat at the center of the long table. Zilai Yi, Gang Shou, Lu Gu, Shui Men, and Zhou Xinai had all arrived. When Shingu Yan pushed open the door and entered, everyone had already read the encrypted scroll before them. Gang Shou's expression was especially serious, her fingers lightly tapping on the edge of the scroll. "Everyone is here." Yuan Fei Rijan placed his pipe on the ashtray and got straight to the point. "The Umbu intercepted a piece of intelligence this morning from the periphery of Dashiwan's old experimental facility. The content of the intelligence had been verified by Zilai Yi and Lu Gu, respectively, confirming that it was sent by Dashiwan himself. Dashiwan actively sent out intelligence." Shui Men frowned. This was not the first time he had fought against Dashiwan, but that snake-like man never did anything without a purpose. "It wasn't sent to us. It was sent to his experimental facilities scattered across various regions." Lu Gu took over, projecting the intelligence onto the wall. On the pale blue light screen, the coordinates of 6 dragon vein tributary nodes were densely marked. 5 of them were marked as activated, and the 6th as standby. After you rescued Duan in the rain country, Dashiwan did not contract his defenses as usual. Instead, he concentrated all remaining dragon vein tributary nodes onto the same ley line fracture zone, centered on the eastern border of the fire country, arranged in a hexagon. If these 6 nodes are activated simultaneously, what effect will it produce? Shingu Yan looked at the hexagonal arrangement on the light screen, and Jing Yan jumped fiercely in his dantian. Hexagon, 6 paths, 6 chakra natures. Dashiwan was not activating dragon vein conduits. He was using 6 conduits to build a miniature version of the 6 paths chakra cycle. And when the 6 paths chakra circulates simultaneously in the dragon vein, it can directly open a gap to the moon seal without needing the Rinnegan or the true Ten Tails. He is not creating a fake Rinnegan. He is creating a fake 6 paths. Shin Guyan's voice was not loud, but everyone in the room heard it clearly. At the Valley of the End, he used a reincarnated body to simulate the dual resonance of the Rinnegan and the first Hokage cells to trigger the reaction of the dragon vein conduits. On Master Duan's tributary node, he used the spirit transformation technique trap and a self-circulating seal. This time the core of his triple seal is to seal the black iron chains would release cells and Nine Tails chakra fragments into the same conduit connection slot. These 3 things respectively simulate Yin release, Yang release, and tailed beast chakra. Coupled with the hexagonal arrangement that simulates the 6 paths cycle structure, he can use the 6 conduits to create a miniature divine tree revival deep within the dragon vein, tearing a gap in the moon seal without relying on the Rinnegan. Gang Shou's fist clenched, her knuckles cracking. Where did Dashiwan get Nine Tails chakra fragments? Yuan Fei Rijan took out another file from his sleeve, its cover stamped with a top-secret seal from 20 years ago. Many years ago, when the Nine Tails invaded the first Hokage's wife Xian, was Shui who sealed the Nine Tails within herself. After the sealing was completed, she cleaned up the residual fragments of Nine Tails chakra from the periphery of the sealing array, and handed them over to the My Sealing Squad for storage. This sample should have been sealed in the deepest part of the Umbu along with Shui Huzama's sealing archives, absolutely forbidden from any unauthorized access. But the sealing squad only recorded the sample quantity in the storage log, without writing the detection frequency. Dashiwan only needed to replace one of the fragments with a sample of his own snake scale chakra, and he could steal the real Nine Tails chakra fragments without triggering the alarm. He tampered with the Umbu storage records before defecting, and Lu Gus' sealing inspection report obtained at the border of the grass village confirmed this. Lu Gus' voice was steady and cold. The Umbu discovered an abandoned Dashiwan experimental facility at the border of the grass village. In the residual culture dishes of the facility, degradation products of Ninetales chakra fragments were detected, and the degradation cycle perfectly matches the historical period of the Ninetales invasion of Mai. He stole the Ninetales fragments not to create a container, but to use them to simulate the last missing chakra nature of the Six Paths cycle. At the Valley of the End, his fake Rinnegan was still lacking would release cells and Ninetales chakra. Tuanzong delivered the wood release cells into his hands. Now the last piece of the hexagonal cycle system in his grasp is the Ninetales fragment he stole from the periphery of Shuei Huzama's sealing array. The meeting room was silent for a long time. Zilai Yi stood up, walked to the strategic map, and circled the exact center of the hexagonal arrangement with his finger. All the data on the 6 nodes have been verified by Lu Gu. The defensive works are a triple seal type of black iron chains. Each node has a bridge-level illusion, a swamp-level resonance valve, and a 6-layer flow array composite trigger. The hexagonal arrangement means that if we attack 3 or more of them simultaneously, the remaining nodes will automatically trigger the 7th-level activation circuit Shiwan set at the center. Therefore, the purge must be advanced synchronously, and the resonance linkage of the 6 nodes must be dismantled before they are activated simultaneously. He turned to look at Xin Gu Yen. This time your Jing Yen must simultaneously dismantle the composite seal linkage system of the 6 conduits. Shui Men, the distance distribution of the 6 nodes landing points has exceeded the farthest body flicker distance you have learned, but the jump length across the opposite sides of the hexagon is just enough to reach the boundary of your limit flicker. You are no longer infiltrating a single conduit alone. You will perform continuous limit flickers between the 6 conduits, laying out perception relay nodes covering the entire network for Jing Yen. Zilai Yi took out a special tool pouch from his chest and tossed it to the golden-haired boy. Inside were 6 sealing shuriken wrapped with shadow threads by Lu Gu. These 6 shuriken are all bound with Jo Xian Nai's array trigger nodes. Make sure the landing points hit the seal openings. The golden-haired boy caught the tool pouch, looking down at the 2 items inside that he had touched countless times. His body flicker's range would suffer a residual light delay after several round-trip limit jumps due to insufficient chakra replenishment nodes. But the standard kunai with shadow thread flow channels in this tool pouch was specially designed by Lu Gu based on the complaints in his every tactical briefing to provide him with chakra replenishment for advanced landing points during continuous non-stop jumps between conduits. He tightened the tool pouch and looked up again. The landing coordinates of the 6 nodes have all been marked. Not a single one will be missed. Jo Xian Nai, this time you need to maintain 6 branch arrays simultaneously, and each one must reserve a Jing Yen access interface. This is not an ordinary defense seal. It is central synchronization. Gang Shisama, Da Shiwan has embedded Ninetales chakra fragments stolen from the periphery of Shuei Huzama's sealing array into the conduit connection slots of all 6 nodes. When the fragment backflow seal is triggered, it will directly erode all living chakra around the conduits. You need to seal the erosion spread zone immediately. Gang Shou withdrew her fist from the table, a few faint red marks left on her knuckles from her own grip. Shuei Huzama's Ninetales fragments, the pieces Da Shiwan used to simulate the 6-path cycle. I will personally clean them off the conduits. Yuan Fei Rijan stood up and walked to the center of the meeting room. His finger pressed on the cover of the long dusty First Hokage's sealing notes which lay closed on the table. 6 dragon vein tributary nodes, simultaneous infiltration, simultaneous purification code. Zilai Yi will have full command. Gang Shou will serve as the medical squad, and seal erosion spread emergency commander Lu Gu will be responsible for the overall perception, communication, and intelligence synchronization of the hexagonal war zone, and Team 3 will be the central execution unit. He lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and slowly exhaled. Go. Let that traitor know. For every debt he stole, someone in Mai will make him pay. The 6 hexagonal nodes were evenly distributed, centered on the mountain fracture zone at the eastern border of the Da Shiwan forcibly intercepted and redirected the 6 conduits from the depths of the earth veins, connecting them with a triple seal of black iron chains. The conduit connection slots all contained Ninetales chakra fragments stolen from the periphery of Shuei Hus sealing array. Zilai Yi spread the tactical deployment map on the field table, marking the 6 nodes with attack formation zones for simultaneous labeling. Shui Men, the limit flicker distance across the opposite sides of the 6 nodes is just enough for your range. You need to complete non-stop continuous jumps on the landing points of these 6 shadow thread shuriken. Each landing point is the seal interface of another conduit. You are no longer infiltrating any single one. You will shuttle back and forth between the 6 conduits, laying out perception relay nodes covering the entire network for Jing Yen. Jo Xian Nai, each of the 6 branch arrays must reserve a Jing Yen access interface. If the central synchronization loses accuracy, recalibrate it. Don't care about what explodes nearby. Gang Shou drew a line directly between the medical squad and the seal erosion spread emergency zone, replacing all regular medics in the combat sequence with sealing squads focused on erosion containment. When the 6 conduits activate erosion impact simultaneously, the medical squad retreats and the containment squad goes first. Leave the erosion spread zone to me. Xingu Yen, she looked up, Your Jing Yen healing meridian separation technique must purify all Ninetales fragments in the 6 conduits to 0 at the same time as the sealing squad seals the erosion source. Not too early, not too late. Too early, the erosion source hasn't been completely sealed. Too late, the seal formula will be corroded by the fragments in reverse. Jing Yen can simultaneously dismantle the composite seal linkage system of the 6 conduits in one go. It can isolate only the Ninetales fragments on each conduit without touching the black iron chains, and would release cells, as long as Gang Shisama first seals and isolates the erosion zone. Shin Gu-yen drew an extremely thin white line crossing the 6 nodes at the top of Z-Lai-Yes tactical deployment map. Wherever Shui Men lays the relay nodes, Jing Yan's perception domain can simultaneously analyze to that point. As soon as the relay nodes are established, the seal alloy circuits on the 6 conduits are all reversely marked. When Zhou Xian's central synchronization arrives, Jing Yen initiates simultaneous purification and dismantling. In the darkest moment before dawn, the 6 nodes simultaneously rose with the cold blue fluorescence of the dragon vein conduits. Almost at the same instant, Shui Men's golden afterimage silently crossed the first conduit connection slot, driving the first shadow thread shuriken into the seal interface. He no longer needed Shin Gu-yen to mark safe coordinates for him in advance like on the bridge. Now the error of each of his flicker landings had shrunk to the range a hand could cover, and the chakra residue at the landing point almost merged with the energy fluctuation of the conduit itself. The golden afterimage shuttled continuously between the 6 nodes. 5 shuriken were driven into the seal interfaces of their respective nodes at almost the same time, with the relay time gap compressed to just half a breath. All 6 nodes have been reached. The relay perception nodes have fully covered the conduit interfaces. Jing Yen analysis can begin. As Shin Gu-yen spoke the last word, he opened both hands simultaneously. Jing Yen turned into 6 extremely fine threads connecting one by one with the 6 shadow thread shuriken Shui Men had placed in advance, pulling the perception domain from the periphery of the hexagon back to directly above the 6 conduit connection slots in an instant. All the Ninetales fragments sealed between the black iron chains and would release cells were simultaneously marked as clearly distinguishable deep red heat sources in his perception domain. At the same moment, Zhou Xian spread out 6 branch sealing arrays, and the central synchronization merged all the Jing Yen threads on the 6 conduits into the same sealing frequency. Shin Gu-yen tightened his grip on the 6 threads. Jing Yen descended synchronously along the perception path of the shadow thread shuriken, bursting into 6 tiny white flame starbursts on the deep red heat sources of the 6 conduit connection slots. Under the meridian separation technique, the Ninetales fragments were stripped layer by layer, turning grayish-white, becoming lusterless. The cold blue fluorescence in the conduit connection slots simultaneously faded back to the warm orange pulsation of the original dragon vein. After all the Jing Yen threads were withdrawn, the 6 branch sealing arrays tightly latched onto the 6 sealed conduit connection slots from the outside, which were still contracting. Zhou Xian gave a low shout and locked the 6 array patterns tight. At that moment, the 7th level activation circuit Da Shiwan had buried on the upper ridge of the hexagonal area was automatically triggered just before all conduit connection slots were locked by Zhou Xian. He did not stay to confront directly on any conduit, nor did he send out containers. Instead, after the purification was complete, he used the 7th level activation circuit to convert all the residual energy accumulated by the dragon vein on the hexagonal ley line fracture zone into an earthquake shockwave, shattering the entire surface rock wall of the mountain fracture zone. Gang Shou stood at the forefront of the medical line. The rubble torn by the earthquake shockwave knocked the sealing squad members behind her from side to side, but her hands did not tremble even once. She smashed a monster strength punch into the Rift Valley fault. That fist had once saved the dying Shang Shu on the battlefield, and had reconnected the meridians of Jiating Duan, which had been eroded by the dragon vein for years in the Mai Hospital. Now it struck the Rift Valley fault, blasting the entire landslide area, along with the last self-destruct array, left by Da Shiwan, into the ground. The shattered white flame starbursts fell from the sky, landing on her shoulders, on her fists, on the remnants of the self-destruct array blasted into the ground beneath her feet like the orange peels Duan had peeled for her on the windowsill of the Mai Hospital back then. Clean quiet, leaving not even a scorch mark. Zilai stood behind the medical line, kicking the last broken black iron chain into the seal recycling box. He looked up at the slowly collapsing remains of the 7th level circuit on the ridgeline, was silent for a long time, then spoke softly. Ember, more than 20 years ago you gave this file code name to your newly taken little apprentice. And today this code name has become the name of a battle. Yuan Fei Rijan stood by the window of the Hokage building, looking at the eastern skyline, faintly white. The smoke from his pipe slowly dissipated in the morning breeze. He was called Ember by me even before he was born. But every dragon vein node he has burned through these years, every person he has rescued who was treated as a disposable resource, are like the wicks that have been silent for decades under the ground of Mai. He was never an ember. He is a spark. The cleanup after the battle lasted an entire day. All 6 dragon vein conduit tributary nodes had been repaired and restored by Jing Yen, and the hexagonal cycle system Da Shiwan had buried on the ley line fracture zone, was completely dismantled. Gang Shou inventoried the well-preserved Nine-Tails fragment degradation samples at the battlefield medical station. Those dark red fragments that had been stolen from the periphery of Shuei Huzama's sealing array for years were all reduced by Jing Yen to pale gray inert powder, no longer able to resonate with any tailed beast chakra. She put the sample bottles into a sealing scroll, stood up, and walked to the entrance of the medical station. Looking at Shang Shu in the distance, who was measuring the repair length of the ley line fracture zone, she suddenly murmured to herself, "Grandma, everything has been recovered." On the periphery of the hexagonal war zone, Changmen and his two companions stood side by side with Zilai Yi at the last conduit repair site. After the Miao Mushan training camp, Shin Xian Ren's evaluation for Changmen was, the compatibility between the Rinnegan and immortal techniques exceeds expectations. At this moment Changmen was using the Rinnegan to confirm the repair depth of the conduits. The ripples in his eyes slowly faded after the dragon vein conduits returned to their original state. His voice was as steady as it was at the Valley of the End. Mi Yen carried a broad-bladed short sword, shoveling piles of cleaned black iron chain fragments into the recycling box. After the last shovel, he wiped the rust off the blade. Xiaonan spread out the map brought back from the Valley of the End again, pinning down the 6 conduit coordinates newly marked as repaired, one by one with paper shuriken. Shui Men and Zhou Xianai sat on the field benches outside the medical station. His golden hair was covered in dust and sweat, and faint scorch marks from the Jing Yen threads were wrapped around his wrist. She had just withdrawn from the central position of the sealing array, spreading the 9th version of the sealing array sketch on her lap, writing, "All 6 nodes sealed. Central synchronization error less than half a breath." Then she circled the synchronization error value and added a line beside the circle with her sealing pen. Shui Men's forward limit flicker obtained additional landing point advance offset. The golden-haired boy looked down at the line and grinned. Shin Guyen sat alone on a pile of rubble at the very edge of the battlefield, holding a black iron alloy fragment inscribed with Duan's handwriting. "She is still waiting." Shui Men walked over from behind without calling him. He just stopped his feet, which had a flicker distance much farther than half a year ago, at an angle behind his back, and gently tapped his shoulder with a shuriken sheath. He put away the fragment and stood up, retracting Jing Yen from the fragment back into his dantian, then walked shoulder to shoulder with Shui Men toward the camp. On the fractured mountain range along the eastern border of the Fire Country, the cold blue fluorescence of the 6 dragon vein conduits had all extinguished. Dawn's light spilled over the ridge line on the eastern side of the Rift Valley, gilding the rubble, the shattered remnants of black iron chains, and the lingering ink traces of the sealing array layer by layer into pale gold. Shin Guyen sat on a block of granite that had been cracked by a monstrous strength fist and barely reassembled, holding in his hand a fragment of black iron alloy engraved with the words, "She is still waiting." The purifying flame pulsed steadily within his dantian. This white flame had operated for a full day and night during the synchronized purification of the 6 conduits, and now finally resumed its normal rhythm. Shui Men approached from the other side of the camp. The dust on his golden hair had been washed away, but the faint burn marks left by the purifying flame threads on his wrist remained. That spot was exactly where the threads had first wrapped around his index finger on the bridge. "The tally is complete. All 6 conduits have been repaired. The degraded remnants of the Nine-Tails have been personally sealed by Lady Tsunade into the Umbu's top-secret archives. The 7th-level activation circuit that Orochimaru left in the Earth Vein Fault Zone was also smashed deep into the ground by Lady Tsunade's fist." Jiraiya Sensei said, "This is the most critical victory Konoha has achieved in strategic resource control before the official outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War." "Before the official outbreak," Shin Guyen repeated, then stood up and stored the fragment into his ninja tool pouch. He looked toward the sky at the end of the Rift Valley, gradually illuminated by the rising sun. The purifying flame gave a gentle leap in his dantian. Not a warning, but the habitual response of this white flame whenever he thought of the same thing. In the Third Shinobi World War, Dai too had not yet been born. Lin had not yet been born, and Kakashi was still a child who had just learned to walk. But he was already standing on the eve of the war's outbreak at the threshold of a fate he had once only seen on a screen, yet now had to change with his own hands. Shui Men also stood up and walked to his side, gazing at the dawn together. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking about the cliff face that has yet to be carved with any face." Shin Guyen withdrew his gaze and turned toward the camp. "Let's go. Your Hokage robe is still hanging on Mount Mayaboku." 4 years later, in the Hidden Leaf village, the cherry blossoms bloomed and fell. The ginkgo trees turned yellow and green again. The blank cliff face on the Hokage rock was finally carved with the face of the 4th Hokage, Wufeng Shui Men. Even in the stone sculpture, his golden hair seemed to be blown by the wind, and the curve of his lips was revised by the stonemason numerous times before it was finally approved. It was said that in the end the stonemason threw down his chisel, claiming he had never seen a person whose stone statue was still smiling. The Hokage inauguration ceremony was held on the plaza outside the main gate of Konoha. The entire village came. Children rode on their father's shoulders, the elderly sat on benches at the edge of the plaza, and shinobi found their viewing spots on rooftops and among the treetops. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the center of the ceremonial platform, and personally placed the white Hokage Haori over Shuemen's shoulders. In his inaugural address, Shuemen said that the will of fire was not about dying for the village but about living for one's comrades. He said that this phrase was told to him by his best friend when he was 6 years old, and it took him many years to fully. In the crowd, Shangshu poked Duan beside him with the handle of an engineering hammer, whispering to ask if that phrase was said by Shingayan. Duan didn't answer, just smiled and stuffed a tangerine peel into his hand. Tsunade stood beside Duan, rolling her eyes sharply, but with the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Shingayan stood at the very back of the crowd, the purifying flame burning quietly in his dantian. The lightweight vest he wore was still the one from Team 3. The white arcs gleamed faintly in the sunlight, and the ceiling patterns on the shoulders had worn away in several places, but the stitching of the team emblem, smoothed by the purifying flame, remained as neat as ever. He didn't push forward, only watched from afar, as the golden-haired man raised the Hokage hat amidst the cheers of the crowd. The windows of the Hokage's office were still always open. Shuemen sat behind the desk, the Hokage hat placed at the corner with a stack of documents several times thicker than half a year ago piled before him. His signature had evolved from a childish handwriting into a smooth adult script, but every time he finished signing a stack of documents, he would still habitually glance out the window as if waiting for someone. Shingayan didn't use the door. He simply climbed in through the window. Shuemen looked up at him, and they stared at each other for a long moment before both burst into laughter. There was no tension of the battlefield in that laughter, no pressure of missions. Only two friends who had been together since they were 6. Lord Fourth Hokage, your body flicker technique has been slipping lately. I stood outside the window for quite a while before you noticed. It's because you spread your purifying flame perception field too thin. Even my chakra was filtered out as background noise. Shuemen leaned back in his chair, his blue eyes carrying a cheerfulness that was partly concealed by the Hokage hat, but still unmistakable. What do you need from me? He took a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and placed it on the desk. The scroll contained the coordinates of all the Dragon Vein conduit nodes repaired over the past 4 years, along with an encrypted map marked speculated coordinates of Orochimaru's final experimental facility. Orochimaru is still alive. These 4 years he hasn't launched any more Dragon Vein conduit attacks, hasn't cultivated new vessels, and even erased all traces of the Black Iron Chain's manufacture. But early this year, the Umbu discovered a new experimental facility remnant near the border of the Grass Village. There was only one thing left in the residue. A complete cultivation record of an artificial body. The Dragon Vein interface on the body had been upgraded to 5 layers, and the fusion ratio of the black iron sealing alloy with style cells had been refined to the point of achieving mimetic resonance with tailed beast chakra. This body didn't need the Rinnegan nor the main body of the tailed beast. It only required a complete purifying flame combustion waveform to complete the final dehydration and activation. Shuemen's smile slowly faded. He unrolled the scroll, scrutinized every coordinate line by line, then looked up at Shingayan. This time you plan to go alone. Not alone. One person is responsible for luring him into activating the final vessel. Once activated, he must simultaneously face Jiraiya's Sage Art Interception, Tsunade's Monstrous Strength Blockade, Nagato's Rinnegan Interception, and your Flying Thunder God. My name alone isn't on the formation list, but the Purifying Flame can force him into a corner with no escape. The golden-haired young man was silent for a few breaths, then put the Hokage hat back on his head, came around the desk, pulled open a drawer, and took out a blank mission scroll. The action was identical to when he signed the team assignment form under the old locust tree years ago. He wrote the full team name and the 3 members' names in the formation column of the mission scroll, then circled his own name and carved a fine golden arc beside it with a kunai. After this mission is over, come back and write the last coordinate you can restore with the purifying flame into Konoha's mission archives. Orochimaru's final laboratory was hidden deep in the most desolate underground mountain range at the border between the river country and the fire country. Jiraiya led Team 3, Tsunade, Nagato, and others in a multi-pronged assault, destroying the outer defensive barriers. The giant snake summon was suppressed by the combined efforts of Gamabunta, and the slug, and the reincarnation vessel was locked by the Rinnegan, unable to escape. Orochimaru retreated to the deepest part of the cultivation chamber, where behind him floated his final and most perfect artificial body. The spine of the body was connected to a 5-layer conduit interface with a fusion precision that had reached a level where it could resonate with any tailed beast-level chakra without needing the Rinnegan. Shingayan stood opposite him, completely shifting the purifying flame from perception mode to combat form. A white flame Haori unfurled over his shoulders, its edges silently wavering in the cold blue fluorescence of the cultivation fluid. For years had passed. From the first solo confrontation before the withered trunk of the 3-colored banana forest to the synchronized resonance of the purifying flame and the Rinnegan at the Valley of the End that shattered the fake Rinnegan vessel to the overnight purification of 6 Dragon Vein conduits on the hexagonal mountain fault zone. This white flame through countless battles had long fused his will with its own judgment to the point where neither needed internal monologue. Orochimaru tried every attack angle, but each time it was precisely intercepted by the combined blockade of the Purifying Flame and the Flying Thunder God. He finally abandoned all frontal and flanking attacks, taking out the last black iron chain from his sleeve. Not for attack but for activation. He inserted the chain into the 5-layer conduit interface of the artificial body behind him. The sealing core at the end of the chain lit up with a desperate last-ditch attempt, a pale white light simulated from all his experimental data to mimic the Purifying Flame. Shingayan looked at that pallid cold light, a counterfeit of the Purifying Flame, and recalled the words he had said when he first demonstrated the Purifying Flame to Tsunade in Konoha Hospital years ago. The essence of the Purifying Flame was not combustion but restoration. To return all chakra to its primordial state before birth. Orochimaru thought he was using the Purifying Flame to incinerate the vessel, but in truth he was restoring the chakra fragments that Kaguya Otsutsuki had scattered in the gaps of the moon's seal through the resonance interface of the dragon vein conduit, and the artificial body were reduced piece by piece into inert dust with no attributes, no will, and unrecoverable even by Kaguya herself. After losing all connection to the Otsutsuki will, the artificial body began to disintegrate from within. The 5-layer conduit interface snapped simultaneously and the cultivation fluid was reduced to the most ordinary pale clear salt water. Orochimaru stood amidst the wreckage fragments of the collapsing vessel, his vertical pupils slowly contracting in the reflection of the cold light from the disintegration. He realized that the Purifying Flame also led to the Otsutsuki, but in the opposite direction. The Rinnegan governed creation and destruction, while the essence of the Purifying Flame was the terminal point of restoration, returning all chakra to its primordial state before birth. If he had chosen to truly understand this power instead of stealing it, he might have touched a different path closer to the essence of life, far beyond immortality. Pity. You never learned this. Shingayan withdrew the Purifying Flame. He did not burn Orochimaru to death. Not out of mercy, but because the ultimate mode of the Purifying Flame was not incineration. It was to restore one by one every foreign will forbidden technique, circuit, and fragment that had been forcibly grafted onto the origin of chakra. At this moment the snake no longer possessed any forbidden technique enhancement. All his black iron chains were shattered, all his vessel interfaces were restored to zero, and all the dragon vein conduits were repaired to their original state. He was bound by Tsunade's chakra chains, personally escorted by Jiraiya into the Umbu sealing convoy, to be taken back to Konoha for the final judgment of the Third Hokage and the daimyo of the Fire Country. Outside Konoha village there was a cliff facing the sea. The wind blew from the sea carrying a salty freshness. Shingayan stood at the top of the cliff, and the Purifying Flame burned quietly on his fingertip one last time. What it burned was the cell sample replication bottle of Orochimaru's final artificial body. The wood-style cells that Danzo had stolen from the battlefield of Uchiha Madara 2 decades ago, the Nine-Tails chakra fragments that the snake had stolen from the Umbu, and the last unclosed trace of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will in the ninja world. All the samples fragmented into the purest mineral powder at his fingertips, scattered by the sea breeze into the waves, leaving not even a hint of chakra residue. You can rest now. He withdrew the Purifying Flame into his dantian, saying it very softly. Footsteps came from behind him. Shuaman Juxinai Jiraiya Tsunade Duan Shengshu Changmen Mayan Xiaonan's Wujing, and Do held in Yenya's arms. All of them had come. Shuaimen walked to his side and stood with him on the cliff top, gazing at the boundless sea. The shimmering waves on the surface were gilded gold by the setting sun. In the distance the statue of the 4th Hokage on the Hokage rock now stood alongside the statues of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Hokages. The 3rd Hokage had officially retired after Shuaimen's inauguration ceremony, and was now a strategic advisor to Konoha. Jiraiya still guarded the village. The medical unit led by Tsunade had become a top-tier medical ninja training base in the ninja world. Duan's rehabilitation training was fully completed, and he could now use the spirit transformation technique normally. Shangshu became the core person in charge of Konoha's reconstruction project. The Akatsuki trio led by Changmen undertook a large number of border patrol and intelligence-gathering missions during the reconstruction. Zhuajing served as the deputy director of the Konoha orphanage and a member of the Root Intelligence Archives reform group. All missing person lists he had verified received official death confirmations or prisoner for repatriations. As for Shingayan himself, he had not accepted any new title at the inauguration ceremony. Do you know what day it is today? Shuaimen turned his head to him. The last trace of sunset on the sea was sinking into the water. The day we were assigned to a team, Shingai, and said, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Do you remember what you said before the team assignment? Shuaimen smiled and extended his hand. I said that after you became Hokage your body flicker technique would never shake me off. You didn't lie. Shuaimen clasped his hand. Behind them the chakra fluctuations of everyone were dyed into a warm gold by the sunset within his perception field. The Purifying Flame gave a gentle leap in his dantian. It was not a warning nor a switch to combat form, but the residual warmth that had quietly remained in the 3 curved indentations of gold, red, and white, since the first day of team assignment slowly stored into the archive log of all comrades assembled deep within the perception field. The tide below the cliff swept over the rock face, shattering the waves into countless white bubbles gently scattered by the evening breeze in the twilight. Each droplet of foam was like a tiny white flame flickering one last time before sinking into the sea, then returning in a deeper and quieter way to the water, to the wind, to this ocean that accepted not only Chakra but everyone. In the third spring after the Fourth Shinobi World War, the mountain of Mai was ablaze with cherry blossoms. Kamiya Yen sat on the Hokage, rock his legs dangling over the cliff edge with the entire Mai village beneath his feet. Jingyan burned quietly within his dantian as this white flame had regained a steady rhythm after the war. Neither fast nor slow, as if it had finally found its own tempo. Post-war Mai transformed daily. Shang Shu's engineering team repaired one by one the streets destroyed by the roots of the Shinshu. Chong Men's Shao conducted intelligence gathering and refugee resettlement during border patrols. Sui Jing shuttled between the orphanage and the Gen archives, painstakingly restoring the list of missing persons that Tuanzong had destroyed. Shui Men told him to take a break and stop taking on paperwork. He agreed verbally, but then promptly took over the task of organizing the restoration archives of the remaining Dragon Vein nodes from various war zones. At the end of these archives, he discovered a coordinate that did not belong to any previously repaired conduit node, nor to the main branch of the Zhongma Valley. It was an anomalous area marked as unknown energy residue. The coordinate was not in Hua country, nor in Yu country, nor in any country where he had executed missions. It pointed to the deep desert of Feng country, the Lulan ancient city. Lulan, the source of the Dragon Vein, the starting point of all conduits, and the place where the Dragon Vein's energy was most unstable in the original narrative once used for temporal distortion experiments. Kamiya Yen put away the archives and stood up. Shui Men was climbing the cliff path, the white Haori of the Fourth Hokage, fluttering gently in the spring breeze, holding two scrolls. Mingren starts at the Ninja Academy today. Joshinai says you must come back for dinner tonight. Also, Qin Zilong sent a letter this morning. Anomalous Dragon Vein energy fluctuations have been detected deep in the desert, and the coordinates match yours exactly. Kamiya Yen took the scroll. The fluctuation emanated from the deepest ruins of Lolan, spreading slowly through the main Dragon Vein, like a heartbeat buried deep in the desert. Jingyan pulsed gently in his dantian. Not hot but enduring. He knew this was not a warning but a resonance. The Dragon Vein was waiting for him. More precisely, a power within it dormant for so long and of the same origin as Jingyan was waiting. He rolled up the scroll, patted Shui Men on the shoulder, and walked toward the cliff edge. I'll go discuss the next restoration plan with Lu Gu and make a trip to Shiyin Village. Qin Zilong says the anomalous area is surrounded by a full circle of puppet self-defense systems requiring cooperation from a sensory-type ninja. I'll get back to you on the joint restoration team framework. No, wait. Mingren is waiting for you to give him preschool training. Shui Men shouted from behind. Tell him that the first lesson of the body flicker technique is not how to be faster but how to steal pudding from the fridge without getting caught. Only you can teach him that for now. He walked down the Mai Mountain without looking back, leaving behind Shui Men's frustrated shouts and Zhou Zinai's loud voice from the window of their home. That evening in the backyard of the Kamiya residence, Kamiya Yen sat on the porch flipping through geological samples brought back by Shang Shu from the ancient Lulan Road. Jingyan hovered half an inch above his palm, burning quietly. The sea breeze blew from the cliff, rustling the leaves of the vines under the wall. I didn't promise him, he said to the air, but a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Xuanhua Mingren, who had just learned to count to 10, ran toward him at the opening ceremony, holding his admission letter. His red hair bounced in the morning breeze, and he hadn't even bothered to fix the half-loose ponytail. The boy whispered something in Kamiya Yan's ear. The black-haired youth did not answer but simply placed his hand, covered in calluses from sealing brushes, on the child's golden hair, pressing gently as if pressing on a star that had just lit its first lamp. From the distance beyond the courtyard, the golden-haired man's voice drifted on the wind from the Hokage tower, still rambling to his wife about why tonight's meal had been stood up by that never-in-a-hurry teammate. The moon was slowly rising above the Hokage rock. The blank cliff face at the end yet to be carved with any face shone brightly under the moonlight. The storm was long gone, but the waves still crashed against the shore. Deep in the Feng country, desert, the broken walls of the Lulan ancient city cast long shadows under the moonlight. The pulse of the Dragon Vein seeped slowly from the deepest ruins into the night wind like an ancient lumbering melody gradually reclaiming its lost first note. After the war, even the cicadas in Muyi seemed too lazy to chirp. Shin Guyen sat by the window in the Hokage Tower's archives with a mountain of long node repair files piled before him, most of which were geological samples collected by Shang Shu's engineering squad during road repairs. His lightweight vest hung on the chair back, the white arc logo warmed by the sunlight outside. Jingyan pulsed quietly in his dantian, its rhythm neither fast nor slow, like a cat basking on a windowsill. Unknown energy residue deep in the Fengji, with desert coordinates drifting repeatedly. He traced the waveform diagram on the attached page with his fingertip, his brow slightly furrowing. These post-war anomalous fluctuations were initially thought to be the residual echoes of Dashiwan's facilities, but the waveforms intensified every week, matching neither the known frequency bands of black iron sealing alloy nor any conduit node he had handled before. The archive door slid open and Lu Gu walked in, placing an urgent letter from Sunagakure on top of the pile of files with shadow threads coiled around its edges. Ken Jiulang's message this morning confirmed the coordinates you marked. 3 days ago that ruin began emitting continuously intensifying anomalous pulses. Suna Sensory Squad couldn't pinpoint the source depth, but they obtained a comparative result. The pulse waveform frequency closely matched the long my resonance waveform you left at Zhongmojigu. Shingu Yen opened the letter. The anomalous fluctuation from deep in the desert emanated from the deepest part of the Lulan ruins, slowly spreading through the main Longmai like a heartbeat buried under sand for over 2,000 years. He closed the last few pages of the file, stood up, and took his vest from the chair back. Has Shui Men seen this message? He has. Lu Gu leaned against the doorframe, his tone, still carrying the lazy drawl characteristic of the Nara clan, but his eyes held no trace of drowsiness. The Feng Ying himself extended a joint investigation invitation through Suna's highest diplomatic channel. The fourth Hokage said Team 3 will depart first, and Suna will be led by Ken Jiulang to rendezvous. He also said, he mimicked Shui Men's tone, precisely tossing the exact words back. If you climb out the window alone this time, it'll nail all the archive windows shut. Shen Guyen pulled on his vest, the corner of his mouth slightly lifting. When he stepped out of the archives, the sunlight was just right. The streets of Muyi were filled with the sounds of post-war reconstruction. Shang Shu's engineering squad was renovating the fence of the third training ground. The three of Nagato were passing by on their way back from border patrol. Miyen, carrying a broad-bladed short sword, waved at Shen Guyen. The blade bore several fresh sharpening marks. Xiao Nan's paper shuriken lightly landed on his shoulder, before flying back to her fingertips, a silent greeting. At the Hokage Tower entrance, Shin Guyen ran into Zhuijing. Zhuijing had grown considerably over the past 2 years, no longer resembling the pale ANBU boy from the old bookstore in Cat Ear Alley. He was carrying a stack of old files just sorted from the root archives. His face was no longer bandaged, only a thin band-aid behind his left ear. The list of missing persons you gave me last time. I verified the last coordinate. There was no long my node there, nor any experimental residue of Dashiwan. It was a civilian shelter from the war, collapsed and forgotten ever since. The remains and belongings buried beneath were unrecognizable. Senior Shang Shu's engineering team has included that area in the next reconstruction phase. Shen Gu Yen nodded. Zhuijing opened the file in his arms and placed an old topographic map, marked with the exploration route of the Lulan Ancient Road in Fengjigua, into Shen Gu Yan's hands. This is an old route file. Back then Lord Tuanzong sent people to scout this route, but they turned back halfway. The report only said long my energy unstable, unsuitable for deep exploration. I checked the archives. The date of that exploration report was exactly 2 months before Dashiwan's defection. 2 months. 2 months before Dashiwan's defection was precisely when he began frantically gathering all information on long my conduit interception techniques. If he had sent people to Tail Root's exploration route then, he might have known about the long my energy fluctuations in Lulan earlier than Muyi did. He just didn't have time, or rather he chose to first use the black iron chains to cut into the tributary conduits rather than face the long my source directly. Now the snake was imprisoned, but the blank files he left behind might still hold more clues. Shun Gu Yen tucked the topographic map into his ninja tool pouch. I'll mark the reference points of this old route before we depart. Thank you, Zhuijing. Zhuijing nodded and continued walking toward the Hokage Tower, clutching the files. After a few steps he stopped without turning back. Back then in Cat Ear Alley you said I still wanted my name. Now I don't need to sign to prove it anymore. On the orphanage roster enlisted under Auntie Yinai's assistant column. That was the first name you retrieved for me from the root archives. He paused, pulling the stack of old files closer to his chest. Please be careful this time too. The cloth curtain of Mu Yes hot spring and swayed gently in the evening breeze. Shin Guyen leaned against the stone wall of the hot spring pool, water up to his chest, the steam slowly evaporating the fatigue from days of continuous archive research. Jing Yen floated lazily in his dantian, even its usual alert pulsation slackening. Shui Men sat beside him, his blonde hair wet with steam and plastered to his forehead. His Hokage hat was left on the shelf in the changing room, and he had changed back into his usual old vest. He seemed to be dozing with his eyes closed, but his voice was clear. Ken Jiulang added a postscript in the letter saying that the pulse wave from the deepest part of the ruins showed a regular frequency adjustment when Jing Yen approached. Not a rebound, but like knocking 2 taps each time with the exact same interval, as when you first triggered the long my resonance in Miao Mushan. He recorded even that. Yes. That anomalous area is surrounded by a full circle of puppet defense systems driven by Longmai energy. The puppet patterns do not match any known puppet lineage in Huajigua or Fengjigua. Suna didn't dare to force entry, but the puppets had a very brief self-check pause when Jingyan's frequency band approached. Kinjolang tested it several times, and each time the pause occurred at the same band. Shui Men opened his blue eyes and turned to look at him. That frequency band is the characteristic wave emitted when Jingyan's sensory attachment layer switches from alert to analysis mode. The puppets in Lulan are waiting for you. The water of the hot spring rippled slightly. Shinguyen said nothing, simply resting the back of his head against the stone edge, gazing at the steam-blurred stars above. At Zhongmojigu it was the chaotic dull rumble of the Longmai conduit being pried open artificially. This time was different. A precise knock, 2 taps per group with the exact same interval as when he first triggered the Longmai resonance in Miao Mushan. It was an active summons, not a passive leak. I'll go with you this time. Not as the Hokage, but as the vanguard of Team 3. Shui Men stood up from the water droplets sliding off his shoulders, the old ceiling burn scar on his left shoulder faintly red in the steam. Kenjolang said the puppet defense system requires sensory-type ninja cooperation. Suna has no sensory type capable of stable resonance with Longmai energy. Jingyan is you, but Jingyan's sensory domain relay requires my teleportation landing points. Same as the hexagon case. Last time at the hot spring you said almost the same thing. Back then you weren't Hokage yet, and Joexai and I was still yelling at you from the next room. She yelled at me tonight too. She said if you climb out the window alone again, she'll nail shut both the archive windows and the Hokage Tower windows. She's serious. She's already drawing up a blueprint. Shin Guyen looked at Shui Men's face, at those blue eyes that hadn't changed since they were 6, and after several seconds, he averted his gaze and leaned back against the pool edge. Then he also stood up, grabbed a towel, draped it over his shoulder, and walked toward the changing room. Before we leave, I need to extend Lu Gus perception barrier synchronization range to desert terrain. At Zhongmojigu we laid it too close. Shui Men grinned behind him, his voice echoing softly in the hot spring inn. I'll take that as a yes. It was already late night when they returned to Shin Gus' residence. Shin Guyen changed into clean casual clothes and sat on the porch before him, where Kinjiulang's letter, the old topographic map Zhu Jing had found, and the geological samples Shang Shu had delivered that morning from the Lulan ancient road. The courtyard vines rustled in the night breeze. Jing Yen burned quietly at his fingertips as always. He picked up a kunai and marked the route from Muyi to Lulan on the map. The route would pass through the ruins of Chuanjigua, the site of Dashi Wan's last laboratory before his imprisonment, and also cross the old battlefield at the Fengjigua border. Shang Shu's geological samples also included a newly drawn alluvial fan map by the engineering squad at the periphery of the ancient road. The groundwater veins of Lulan, squeezed by the Longmai pulsation, had clearly shifted in direction. A soft sound came from the wall. He didn't need to look up. Jing Yan had recognized that chakra waveform before the person landed, warm, bright, with a heavy foundation of chakra vast enough to unfurl 4 ceiling arrays with a single hand. Joexai Nai vaulted over the wall, landing as lightly as in her maiden days, her red hair gently swaying in the night breeze, a sealing brush case tied at her waist. She took a scroll of sealing arrays from her ninja tool pouch, unrolled it, and spread it next to Shin Guyan's draft map. The array had been expanded to 12 branch nodes, each capable of synchronized connection with Jingyan's sensory domain and the Flying Thunder God guidance coordinates. At the reservation position of the 7th node, besides the resonance frequency reserved for Zhuijing, there was a newly added annotation. Suitable for Ninetail's chakra sealing array external monitoring. Not for combat use. Shui Men said, "You're going to the Longmai source again." The synchronization interfaces for all 12 arrays are marked. The central node's chakra capacity can stabilize even with the teleportation weight of 2 more people added to the hexagon case. The synchronization precision of the core array I is still controlled by me. Same as last time. She moved the sealing brush case aside, and lightly drew a small 5-petal flower on the edge of the draft. The strokes were completely different from the ones Wu Jing had clumsily copied on the fragment left by Chan back then. The pressed-down lines were crisp and clean, symmetrical, and steady like array patterns. Shin Guyen looked down at it for a long time. Half a year ago, in the Hexagon Mountain Fault Zone, the synchronization error of her first version of the 6-branch array was close to the duration of a breath. During that purification mission, he had to hold her trembling array lines to complete the final convergence. Half a year later, she had the confidence to directly control the core array I's synchronization precision to the preset value. He picked up the sealing brush and added a line next to her note, "Not for combat use. Core array I precision meets standards, scope of applicability, may be reassessed after additional protection protocol passes Ninetail's external monitoring tests." She slapped the draft map next to his plan. "Let's go." Last hot meal of the night. In the early morning hours, the lights of Shin Gus' residence were still on. Shin Guyen packed the topographic map of Lulan, the geological samples, and the sealing array draft into his ninja tool pouch and glanced out the window. A faint silver halo ringed the edge of the moon. Jing Yan gave a gentle pulse in his dantian, not hot but lasting a long time. In the distance toward Fengji, with along my pulsation was slowly seeping into the night wind from the deepest part of the ruins. The vines outside the door rustled in the night breeze. He withdrew his gaze and began packing his gear. Scrolls kunai sealing brushed the Jing Yan sensory attachment layer calibrator, and the soldier pills that Shui Men had forced into his pouch that morning. At sunrise tomorrow Team 3 would set off again. This time it was not to repair conduits, not to dismantle seals, not to rescue imprisoned comrades. This time it was to answer a knock that had been waiting for him for a long time. The morning light at the main gate of Mai had not yet fully brightened, but Team 3's equipment boxes were already neatly stacked beside the stone steps under the gate tower. Shui Men crouched in front of the boxes, making a final inventory of the sealing scrolls. He had changed back into Team 3's old vest, the golden arc emblem faintly reflecting in the morning breeze, but he hadn't left the Hokage hat behind. Juxunai had forcefully stuffed it into his backpack side pocket, insisting, "Since the Kazekage himself is handling the negotiations with Cheyenne, you might as well consider this an official visit." Zilai leaned against the gate pillar and let out a huge yawn. He had come to see them off, not to depart. If there's anything in Lulan that the toads can't handle, remember to call Fukasaku Sanin. Don't tough it out alone. Don't look at me like that. I'm old and need more sleep. Got it. Shingu Yen snapped the last sealing scroll case into the outer slot of his backpack. Don't look at me like that. I'm old and need more sleep. Got it. Shingu Yen snapped the last sealing scroll case into the outer slot of his backpack. Lugu had already extended the synchronization range parameters of the sensing barrier to desert terrain the night before. If the wave tracking sensitivity was too high, Jing Yan would misjudge the surface heat waves under the scorching sun. If too low, it would fail to capture the periodic drift of the dragon vein pulsations. He spent half the night calibrating threshold segment by segment on the desert thermal radiation interference curve provided by Lugu. By now Jing Yan's sensing attachment layer had been fully calibrated to these parameters. Shui Men packed up his gear and stood up, pressing down the Hokage hat in his backpack side pocket. Let's go. Kanjilang said the rendezvous point is at the third outpost on the border of Feng Country. The road from Mai to Feng Country Team 3 had traveled more than once. But this time was different. The closer they got to the Feng Country border, the drier the air became, the forest gradually receding, replaced by low shrubs and vast expanses of bare yellow earth. The sky shifted from Mui's deep blue to a pale, almost whitish gray blue, and the sunlight directly on the skin could be felt as a distinct burning sensation. By noon the next day, the sandstone tower of the third outpost appeared on the horizon. Kanjilang stood at the outpost's entrance, the purple markings on his face, deepened by the wind and sand, carrying his iconic puppet, Crow, on his back. But Crow's shell bore several new seal patterns, not traditional Sha'in sealing techniques, but sensing arrays specially designed for detecting dragon vein energy. Behind him stood a young man, Woluo. He wasn't carrying his gourd, but those light-colored eyes were already calmer than a few years ago. The wave frequency band I mentioned in the letter. Kanjilang dispensed with pleasantries, directly taking out a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unrolling it. The scroll contained all the dragon vein energy fluctuation records, measured over the past 3 days around the outskirts of the Lulan ruins, each waveform, annotated with his handwritten time intervals and frequency offsets. Shingu Yen took the scroll. The waveform records perfectly matched the drift trend he had marked in the archives, but Kanjilang had detected another detail. When the Jingyan band approached, the puppet's self-defense system experienced an extremely brief full system shutdown, the duration fixed at 3 seconds, exactly the standard time it took him to dismantle the first layer of seal circuits when he first used Jingyan to analyze the illusion container on the bridge. He took out from his own tool pouch a fragment of the record of the seal circuit analysis time for the bridge container, and placed the time code on the fragment side by side with the shutdown duration on Kanjilang's waveform chart. Jingyan gave a gentle leap in his dantian. Not a warning but confirmation. The millisecond precision of the two matched perfectly. A shutdown duration this precise doesn't resemble an ordinary defensive countermeasure program. Shui Men crouched down to look at the 2 rows of time codes, the focus in his blue eyes deeper than when he was reviewing documents at the Hokage's desk. It's more like it's specifically testing your analysis speed. It wants to confirm whether it's Jingyan. Shingu Yen spread out both records. The duration of the puppet's shutdown completely matched the time it took to analyze the first layer of Jingyan's circuits. A precision like this couldn't be a threshold set by a patrol-type defense program. It's recognizing people. Kanjilang paused for a beat, then rolled the scroll back up. No wonder Lord Kazekage insisted on. There are residual defenses around the ruins that even the older generation of Sha'in puppet masters couldn't handle. They actively avoided my puppets. From the third outpost to the ancient city of Lolan, they needed to cross nearly 100 miles of deep desert. Kanjilang led the way at the front, Crow gliding silently beside him. The puppet's joints had been relubricated, but the desert's fine dust was so pervasive that they had to stop every half hour to clean the joint gaps. Woluo walked behind Kanjilang. He didn't carry his gourd, but the sand under his feet occasionally writhed slightly. That was his magnet release maintaining the stability of the desert's subsurface. Xingu Yan walked on the left side of Team 3's formation. Jingyan's sensing field expanded over the desert, but its range couldn't spread freely to a radius of 1 or 200 meters as in the forest. The surface heat waves under the scorching sun created dense phantom images in the sensing field. He had to adjust Jingyan to a more cautious scanning mode than Luga's preset parameters, processing one direction at a time, clearing thermal radiation interference zone by zone every half li before advancing. Shuimen walked on the right flank. The desert was equally unfriendly to the body flicker technique. No tree canopies, no rock faces, no reflections on water surfaces. The only natural reference points for flying Thunder God's Landing were the fixed ridges on the dune crests maintained by stable wind direction. After his third body flicker test, he gave Xingu Yan a pause gesture. The dune ridges can be used as landing points, but before each teleportation onto the sand surface, I need to confirm there are no quicksand hollows underneath. Juxinai walked in the middle of the formation. The dry desert didn't bother her much, but the ceiling scrolls were more prone to ink evaporation under high temperatures, so she had to apply an extra layer of insulation seals on each ceiling scroll case. She folded the draft of the 12-branch formation diagram and kept it close to her body, opening it at intervals to check if the ink had faded. The sun gradually climbed overhead, and the desert temperature began to rise at an unbearable rate. Kenjialang stopped under a large boulder pitted by wind erosion, handed his water flask to the panting Woluo, then turned to look in Team 3's direction. "Aren't you tired?" Shuimen gave a wry smile, sweat dripping from the edge of his forehead protector. The desert was not the forest, his flying thunder god. Landing intervals were limited by the dune terrain and quicksand zones, preventing him from darting freely between tree canopies as in his homeland. Every half li of movement required repredicting landing points on the sand ridges. In the afternoon, the ruins of the ancient city of Lulan finally appeared on the horizon. From a distance, it was the outline of a vast stone building complex, half buried by wind and sand. The tips of remaining towers jutted obliquely from the dunes, and stone pillars riddled with countless wind-eroded holes trembled in the heat waves like charred bones. Xingu Yan stopped at the outskirts of the ruins. Jingyan gave a sudden violent leap in his dantian. Not the usual gentle pulse, but a heavy impact, as if someone had forcefully pushed open a long dusty door inside him with both hands. Deep within the ruins, the dragon vein's pulsation was beating with an extremely steady rhythm, each pulse precisely landing on the interval points of Jingyan's own beating frequency. Not resonance, but harmony. "You feel it too." Shuimen landed beside him. The residual light of the body flicker dissipated quickly in the desert heat waves, leaving no trace that could be tracked. This is not residual energy fluctuation. It's an active, regular transmission of information. It's counting. 2 sets of pulses per cycle with intervals exactly the same as when I first triggered the dragon vein resonance at Miamu Mountain. Xingu Yan focused his sensing field on the pulsation deep in the ruins, and confirmed something he had only been able to infer in the archives, not verify. Those puppets were inscribed with a recognition protocol that has persisted for over 2,000 years, still waiting for Jingyan to respond. Kenjialang crouched at the edge of the ruins, his fingers slowly tracing the ceiling array patterns on the sandstone ground, mostly buried by wind and sand. The material of the array patterns was the same source as the dragon vein sensing arrays newly added to his puppet. He withdrew his hand, summoned Crow to his front, and was the first to enter the ruins. After entering the ruins, the wind suddenly stopped. It wasn't the brief pause between desert gusts. All air movement ceased simultaneously the moment they stepped into the ruins. Even the sand grains stopped rolling. The puppet remains scattered among the broken walls were more numerous than Xingu Yan had expected. Along the main street, one every few steps on both sides. They were not of Shain style nor of Xie's human puppet style, and entirely different from the artificial containers driven by black iron seal alloys that Dashuan later used. The shells of these puppets were carved from a gray-white stone material he had never seen before, their surfaces densely covered with meticulously arranged dragon vein energy conduits. Deep within the conduits, a warm orange glow faintly permeated, pulsing in sync with the dragon vein's rhythm. This is not an ordinary automatic defense system. Xingu Yan crouched before a relatively well-preserved puppet remnant. Jingyan extended extremely fine threads from his fingertips, tracing backward along the residual dragon vein energy conduits on the puppet's core. It's the supporting guard of the dragon vein resonance tower, the tower-controlled defense network. The core array pattern is arranged in groups of 2 eighth-note rests, exactly corresponding to Jingyan's 2 analysis steps. Shuimen returned the kunai to his tool pouch and stood at the spot where the puppet had fallen, looking into the depths of the ruins. Under the barrier of the stone pillar array in the ruins, his flying thunder god landing points couldn't traverse the entire distance in one go, but the pillars themselves formed a natural sequence of landing points. As long as the dragon vein energy in the ruins didn't suddenly change the stratum structure, he could turn each pillar into a springboard. From here to the main tower of the resonance tower, there are about 12 stone pillars, each within your flying thunder god's range. The calculation speed of Xingu Yan's sensing field was faster than words. "That's enough." Shuemen wiped the sweat from his face with his forehead protector, and nodded to Kanjialang to continue. The team advanced along the main street toward the resonance tower. After continuously analyzing all activation points along the way, Shinguyen discovered something even more intriguing. The timestamp of the last instruction received by these puppet recognition protocols corresponded exactly to the day Lulan fell. From that day on, no control tower had sent any new commands to them, yet every remnant's dragon vein energy conduits still retained a primordial instruction that had never been overwritten. After checking all the instruction timestamps on several remnants along the main road, he deduced a conclusion: these recognition instructions were not programs or circuits, but rather a phrase that had been repeatedly broadcast for thousands of years using dragon vein energy itself as the medium. When Jingyan returns, the tower gate shall open by itself. He was about to warn everyone about the abnormal energy convergence at the base of the tower ahead, when Jingyan's sensing field suddenly detected a chakra waveform on the far right that it had never touched before. It didn't belong to Cheyenne nor to anyone in Kanjialang and Weiluo's accompanying formation. The frequency of that chakra waveform was extremely high, approaching the team's right flank at great speed from behind the broken walls on the north side of the ruins. It was a living ninja, not a puppet. But the next second, several remnants activated simultaneously, without warning, lunging at the team from different directions. The sand at their joints burst open, simultaneously forcibly interrupting the flying thunder god startup that Shuemen was about to initiate. Kanjialang shielded Woluo behind him, and Crow deployed a defensive stance in front of the two. All remnants' commands are synchronized. There's a puppet master. Kanjialang's voice was remarkably calm amid the roar of the activated puppet swarm. I know. Shinguyan's Jingyan sensing field had already locked onto the controller hiding behind the broken walls on the north side of the ruins. It wasn't simple puppetry. That person was using dragon vein energy itself as a transmission medium, bypassing the physical limitations of short-range radio or chakra threads to send collective commands directly to all remnants. Jingyan's sensing array traced back the opponent's control path as it locked onto the target. In his sensing field, he saw the controller's chakra frequency band overlaid with an extremely faint compressed coating of dragon vein energy. This was not along Deshuan's technical path, nor did it belong to any existing sealing technique system of Sha'in, or this was using the dragon vein's own energy backflow to remotely control the dragon vein guards. A privilege of the tower control network's communication hierarchy that had been lost in Lulan for many years. Shuemen, the controller, is retreating toward the resonance tower. The attenuation waveform of the remnant command signals has turned toward the north corridor of the tower base. Maximum body flicker. Shuemen's form shot out from his position. The instant the last word fell, the golden afterimage ricocheting along the stone pillar array and cutting into the space behind the north side broken walls. The controller was clearly surprised to see him appear. He had calculated that flying thunder god's landing points couldn't cover such a long distance in the desert's coordinateless terrain. But he hadn't anticipated that the ruins themselves would become Shuemen's natural springboard. The golden-haired man landed at the entrance of the north corridor of the resonance tower, the residual light on his fingertips vanishing on its own after a mere instant, and then he saw the controller's face. A tall, thin young man stepped out from the shadow of the broken wall, half of his face obscured by the broken eaves above the corridor entrance, revealing only an old burn scar extending from his right cheekbone to his jaw. His skin was a faint ashen gray from prolonged exposure to dragon vein energy, and his deep brown eyes, when they looked over, held neither killing intent nor panic, only the calm that appears when mechanically assessing a battlefield. On his back, he carried a puppet mostly wrapped in black cloth with several dragon vein energy conduits still dangling from the ends of its four arms. The waveform residue at the broken ends of the conduits was exactly the source of the control signal that had just issued commands to all the guards in the field. You're not a puppet master from Sha'in. Shuemen's voice was not loud, but every word was steady. You're not either. The puppet master retracted all the conduits, covered the four-armed puppet behind him again with black cloth, then raised those brown eyes to look at the fourth Hokage standing at the corridor entrance. Baiji, the last puppet master of Lulan. You've come for the dragon vein core. So have I. Your attack just now. It wasn't an attack. It was a test. All the attack commands on those remnants only targeted puppets and the ground, never hitting people. Baiji interrupted him, jerking his chin toward the ruins behind him. Your puppet master should have already confirmed the instruction timestamps on all the remnants. On the main road of the ruins behind Shuemen, Kanjialang was crouching beside an activated remnant he had dismantled with his black ant technique, his fingers quickly sweeping along the newly exposed command array inside the puppet. On the core of the dismantled remnant, the instruction timestamps once again all pointed to the same time point, and all command execution statuses read, aborted. All attack commands were automatically aborted before contact. He didn't issue a single lethal instruction. Shinguyen emerged from the other side of the corridor, the edges of the white flame mantle, condensed by Jingyan on his shoulders, still faintly glowing. The waveform characteristics of the compressed dragon vein energy coating in Baiji's body were not of the same origin as Lulan's dragon vein resonance technique. The former was forcibly embedded into the chakra circuit through some kind of grafting, while the latter was natural resonance. The craft this man inherited was not intact. You're not here to seize the Dragon Vein Core. You're here to test Jingyan's analysis speed to see if it can unlock the seal of Lulan's Resonance Tower. The descendant of the last guardian of the Resonance Tower. He dismissed the white flame and stood 3 steps away from Baiji, staring directly into those deep brown eyes. Baiji didn't reply. He simply secured the 4-armed puppet on his back again, turned, and walked toward the Resonance Tower, his voice repeatedly refracted by the broken walls in the still ruins. I'm here to open the door. You can follow if you want. The silhouette of the Resonance Tower rose abruptly from the center of the Lulan ruins. It was neither as solemn and dignified as Konoha's Hokage building, nor as cold and sharp as the high towers of the Hidden Rain village. It seemed more like something that had grown out of the earth itself. The tower was not constructed from bricks or stones, but from a single monolithic gray-white rock core that had been saturated by Dragon Vein energy for millennia. Its surface bore no seams, only countless spiral guiding grooves winding from the base to the top, from whose depths emanated a warm orange glow in resonance with the pure flame. Kamiya Yen stood 30 paces before the tower. The pure flame within his dantian pulsed with unprecedented intensity. Not chaos, not loss of control, but resonance. The concentration of Dragon Vein energy in this tower was more than 5 times that of the Valley of the End, yet the pure flame did not instinctively seek a Dragon Vein channel for a more stable energy supply as it had when facing the suppression of Senjutsu in Mount Myaboku. It simply adjusted its pulsation frequency to synchronize perfectly with the rhythm of the tower's guiding grooves, and waited quietly. It's waiting for you to open the door. Baiji emerged from the other side of the corridor, placing the 4-armed puppet he carried on his back before the 4 arms of the puppet opened fully at the ends, revealing guiding interfaces in the palms, identical to those on the tower's base. My ancestors were the last guardians of this tower before it was sealed. The tower door was locked by my ancestor himself before the Dragon Vein core went out of control. He left only 2 things for his descendants, all the Dragon Vein techniques stored in the puppet's core, and his dying. He pressed the puppet's 4 hands one by one into the base interfaces. The stone door lit up in response, opening inward with a slow and solemn motion. Dragon Vein energy surged from within the tower, sweeping across the ruins like a dry, warm wind. He retrieved the puppet, straightened up, and gazed into the deep darkness beyond the threshold. When the pure flame returns, the tower door shall open itself. I passed down these words through 3 generations and waited nearly 200 years. Today you have come. He stepped inside first. Minato used Flying Thunder God to leave a kunai with a technique formula on each side of the tower door as emergency escape points. Squad 3 along with Kankuro and Gaara of the Hidden Sand entered in succession. The interior of the tower was not as cold and damp as imagined. A dry, warm breeze rose slowly from the depths along the guiding grooves, casting the ancient Lulan script on the walls in a flickering warm orange glow. A spiral staircase wound up along the walls, each step engraved with dense Dragon Vein energy conduction formulas. Not sealing techniques, not chakra circuits, but a more ancient, more fundamental energy conversion language, one that echoed across millennia with the cellular texture of the first Hokages would release, which he had seen when dismantling the pseudo-Rinnegan container at the Valley of the End. These inscriptions. Kamiya Yen paused on the second step. The pure flame automatically condensed into extremely fine analytical threads at his fingertips, scanning the ancient characters line by line along the step. They are not sealing techniques. They are the energy language of the Dragon Vein itself. Its grammatical structure is bidirectional. It allows energy to flow into the Dragon Vein, and also allows the Dragon Vein's energy to feed back to the user. The chakra conduction system of the Divine Tree is a one-way drain, but the people of Lulan chose a more fundamental mutual reciprocity. Minato crouched beside him, tracing the grooves of the ancient characters lightly with his fingertip. He was not a sensor-type shinobi, yet the direction of the characters felt unmistakably clear under his touch. The inflow strokes were slightly indented, the feedback strokes slightly raised, one cool and one warm to the touch, like feeling the 2 sides of the same coin. This is why Orochimaru used black iron chains to forcibly intercept the Dragon Vein conduit. He had no idea there was a gentler way. The ancient Dragon Vein characters also overlap with the energy circuits of the current sand puppet technique. Kankuro called down from a higher step. His crow was perched on the 7th step, scanning nearby conduction formulas with a newly installed Dragon Vein sensing array. Crow's sensing array shows positive resonance with these characters, not impedance. If energy thresholds are disregarded, theoretically sand puppet technique could be reverse compatible with Dragon Vein conduction. But it would require the precision of the pure flame level to regulate the switching. Kamiya Yen opened his eyes. The pure flame directly transcribed the basic grammar of the Dragon Vein energy language. He had just analyzed into a concise cross-reference table, with Konoha's sealing techniques sharing it with all teammates present through the sensory domain. Baiji took the cross-reference table. His dark brown eyes lingered on the characters for a long time. Then he retrieved the original Dragon Vein technique data, inherited from his ancestors, stored in his puppet's core memory. He compared the previously uninterpretable parts with the table one by one. The fragmented formulas that had been sealed in the family manuscripts for generations were all completed within the grammatical framework transcribed by the pure flame. He did not say thank you. He simply shared the complete process technique data with Kankuro through the tower's guiding grooves, then continued climbing toward. At the end of the spiral staircase stood a stone door identical to the one at the base. Kamiya Yen withdrew the pure flame from his fingertips back into his dantian, walked to the door, and pressed his right hand against the convergence point of the guiding grooves at the center of the door panel. The door opened as steady and quiet as the entrance at the base. The tower top was a circular space about 20 paces in diameter. The dome was translucent sunlight filtering through rock layers, saturated with dragon vein energy for millennia, casting a mesh of warm orange and pale gold light patterns on the floor. At the center of the space stood a dragon vein conduit trunk that ran straight from the base to the top. Not a forcibly diverted tributary, but the most primitive and complete natural outlet of the dragon vein itself on the planet's surface. The conduit wall exhibited a warm golden hue reminiscent of late autumn ginkgo leaves, with no traces of black iron sealing alloy welding, no signs of conduction circuit modification. Only the dragon vein's own pulse thrumming within the wall with a profoundly steady, profoundly ancient rhythm. Kamiya Yen stood before the conduit. The pure flame in his dantian ceased its pulsation. It transformed into a constant low-frequency hum, gently covering all his sensory bands. The dragon vein core is directly beneath the conduit. The source of all residual activation signals is at the exact center of the tower's base. The energy is not sealed within the core but radiates outward from it, converted by the tower itself into a driving source for the defensive network. He extended his sensory domain from the top down along the conduit trunk. The core's pulse was slower than that of the conduit wall, but each beat precisely landed on the interval points of the pure flame's low hum. The white flame hummed in his dantian in perfect synchronization with the core's pulse. It's listening. It has identified my pure flame frequency as identity recognition. He opened his eyes. The core is waiting for the pure flame. The team descended the spiral staircase to the base. The conduit trunk converged at the exact center of the base into a stone tablet half the height of a man. The tablet was made of the same rock core as the tower, bearing no inscriptions, only an extremely fine crack running from the top to the bottom. Deep within the crack, the white light of the pure flame and the warm orange light of the dragon vein alternated in a very slow rhythm. Kamiya Yen stopped 3 steps before the tablet. Don't touch it. This is not a seal. It's a dormant nexus. When the lights on both sides of the crack alternate, the entire tower's guiding grooves contract and expand in sync with it. It is not locked. It has shut itself down within this dormant nexus. His voice was soft, but everyone at the base heard him. How long has it been dormant? Minato asked. Baiji stared at the alternating bicolor light spots on the tablet. White light, warm orange light. White light, warm orange light. Each alternation interval was about 1 breath, perfectly matching the pure flame's pulsation frequency and the core's pulse interval. 2,000 years. Shingayan kept watch before the stone tablet for an entire night. The slumber core of the dragon pulse was more complex than he had estimated. The light spots on both sides of the crack flickered alternately with an extremely steady rhythm. White light, warm orange light, white light, warm orange light, each interval about 1 breath with no deviation. Jingyan hummed in his dantian at the same frequency, as if responding to a duet that had been sung for thousands of years. It is not refusing to awaken. He finally opened his eyes at dawn. It is waiting for the other half to resonate. The white light was Jingyan's response, the warm orange light was the dragon pulse's call, but the 2 light spots had never lit up simultaneously. Before Jingyan returned, the stone tablet lacked a voice. Then what is that half? Shuemen sat beside him, leaning against the base of the stone tablet, his voice very soft. I don't know. Shingayan stood up, switching Jingyan from sensing mode to standby. The dragon pulse core itself is a complete energy circulation system. Jingyan can trigger its response signal, but without the cooperation of the other half of power, the core cannot truly awaken. When Lulan fell, the other half of power had not yet been delivered here, so it remained in standby for 2,000 years. Baiji slid down against the tower wall and sat on the ground, the 4-armed puppet on his back, emitting a slight sound of joint loosening. He did not speak, but his fingers unconsciously traced a very short ancient dragon pulse character on the puppet's forehead. The first ancestral mantra he had found in the tower's comparison table, meaning the other half. Daylight spilled down from the dome, falling on the stone tablet. Shingayan turned to look toward the tower gate, when Jingyan suddenly jumped violently in his dantian. He sensed a strange chakra rapidly approaching the resonance tower from the outskirts of the ruins. Not Baiji, not Kanjuro, not anyone present. The frequency of that chakra waveform did not match any battle archive he had ever recorded. It carried a unique dry sensation characteristic of long-term suppression by sealing techniques, yet it was also wrapped in a deep black noise that even Jingyan could not penetrate, belonging to the same lineage as the Susanoo chakra fragments of Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. He looked up and met Shuemen's gaze in the morning light. The golden-haired man's hand had already fallen on the kunai handle. Main gate direction. Very fast. By the time Shingai finished saying this, he was already standing on the stone steps outside the tower gate with Jingyan condensing into a white flame Haori on his shoulder, its edges gently fluttering in the windless air of the ruins. She stood at the end of the main path of the ruins. Among the scattered puppet remains amidst the ruins, long and short shadows were cast in the morning light. She stood beside the largest stone pillar, black hair reaching her shoulders with stray hairs slightly frizzed on her forehead, wearing an old kimono whose edges had been worn white by wind and sand. There were several traces of tears and rest itching on the sleeves and hem. Her expression was faint. Not the calm restraint that Baiji had from family heritage and responsibility, but a deeper blankness polished repeatedly until there was no expression left. Her eyes were not black. Those eyes were the Mangekyo Sharingan. The hexagram pattern was exactly the same as Uchiha Sasuke's, slowly rotating in the morning light. The residual pressure of the dojutsu power made Kanjuro standing behind Shingai instinctively shield Gaara behind him. Her gaze passed over everyone, landing directly on the white flame Haori on Shingai's shoulder, and lingered for. Under her gaze that white flame hummed once. Not a warning, not a resonance, but a low-frequency oscillation that even Shingai himself could not fully categorize, like a probe spanning a time difference of over 2,000 years. "Your name," she said. "Shingai. That fire." "Jingyan." She was silent for a moment, then slowly closed her Mangekyo Sharingan and opened them again. At that moment the eye pattern switched from a hexagram to 8-petal hanging threads. Bachinmao, a unique dojutsu imprint. She was revealing her identity to Jingyan. "I am Uchiha Guang. You are the child who was raised as a weapon by your clan." Shingai took a step forward. Jingyan's white light spread from his shoulder to his palm, but the temperature did not rise. "A weapon's name is not Uchiha Guang. They took away my true name long ago. They called me—" She paused as if crushing a bitter sugar that had not yet fully dissolved between her teeth. "Nameless." The morning in the ruins was windless. Shingai and Uchiha Guang sat facing each other under a relatively flat broken wall beside the resonance tower base. Shueimen was organizing his ninja tool pouch near a stone pillar, not far away, not intentionally eavesdropping, but his flying thunder god kunai slid out from his sleeve and retracted more frequently than usual. Guang explained her origin in a very concise way. She was sealed by the combined forces of the Senju and Sarutobi clans. The seal, built on top of a heavenly prison, had several layers of special restrictions targeting Uchiha Dojutsu, imprisoning her in an underground seal space deep in the desert of the Wind Country for 1,000 years. Until a few days ago, the pulse of the Lulan Dragon Pulse suddenly intensified and the shockwave propagated along the main vein of the Dragon Pulse, cracking the outermost barrier of her seal. Only then did she break through the cracks in the damaged seal and escape. The Dragon Pulse shockwave shattered the outer layer of the Lietua automatic heavenly prison, which effectively removed the first lock from the outside, but the core of the Lietua heavenly prison remains inside my body. When I refine chakra, my entire meridian network feels like being burned by raging fire. The remaining seals Jingyan can remove. Lietua heavenly prison is a type of chakra seal. With your cooperation, Jingyan doesn't need to burn the entire seal structure. It only needs to peel it off from your meridian circuit section by section. Shingai retracted Jingyan and lowered his hand. Guang did not answer. Her fingertips curled slightly inside her sleeve, then slowly relaxed as if restraining a bird that had just been released from a cage and had not yet adapted to the open space. Too long. Having been alone in the darkness for too long, when someone suddenly approached, she was afraid to confirm whether it was an illusion. "Why?" She finally spoke, her voice even softer than before, but each word seemed like a resolve repeatedly engraved on a blade with dojutsu power. "I am just a discarded weapon. You have never seen me before, you don't know how many people I have killed, nor do you know whether there are remnants of the techniques forcibly implanted into my mind. You haven't even finished checking how many layers of seals are still on my body." Shueimen looked up at her back, and a very slight discomfort suddenly rose in his heart. Every description of hers matched the coordinates of the early root experiment records he had browsed in the Umbu archives. Not the coordinates of a sealing technique, but the coordinates of those children who had their names taken, were repeatedly modified, and were raised as weapons. He fished out a spare standard-issue headband of Team 3 from the bottom of his ninja tool pouch. He did not hand it over, but simply placed it in his palm, and gently rubbed the golden arc on its edge with his thumb. Shingai did not answer. Jingyan gave a gentle jump in his dantian. The white flame could not speak, but its humming frequency was exactly the same as when he first held the alloy fragment of Kato Dan in the Konoha hospital. The little flower painted on the core fragment of Chan, the remnant of the seal poison mark left by Sai on the flyleaf of an old bookstore in Kadir Alley, the phrase "the other half," repeatedly traced by Baiji on the forehead of the four-armed puppet. This white flame since its birth had been doing the same thing, returning one by one all the names that had been stripped away, forgotten, and rewritten into code names. "Because you spoke your true name." He simply stated this fact. Guang suddenly looked up. The Mangekyo Sharingan lit up uncontrollably in that instant, the hexagram rotating half a turn before she forcibly suppressed it back into the depths of her black pupils. Her lips were tightly pressed together and her shoulders were stiff with tension. Her tear ducts, unused for too long, betrayed all her physiological defenses at that moment. Not anger, not fear, but something that had been buried alive for countless years, dug up from the soil without warning. When Jingyan returns, the tower gate opens by itself. The person you were waiting for is Jingyan. She clenched that piece of sleeve until the fabric gave a slight tearing sound before forcing her voice back to steadiness. My ancestors were the last guards of the resonance tower before Lulan fell. I don't care what the other half of the resonance of the Dragon Pulse core is. My only task is to confirm that Jingyan is still alive. Now I have confirmed it. Shungayan did not continue this topic. He switched Jingyan from standby mode back to low-power analysis mode, and then began to examine her remaining seal layers one by one. The people around gathered, maintaining a distance that allowed them to hear the conversation clearly, without making her feel. The core of the Lietua heavenly prison was embedded deep in her meridian system. The seal structure was more ancient than the self-circulating seal in Dawn Body, but the core logic was completely consistent. Fueled by living chakra with sealing formulas constructing a self-circulating constraint. For Jingyan, the steps to dismantle this type of seal had been repeatedly verified over the past few years, but the precision required was higher. While analyzing the process, he handed her the frequency list that Kenjiro had compiled from the tower's diversion formulas for one-way reference. Kushina also spread out her sketch of the 12-branch sealing array on the base of the stone tablet. The small line of text next to the 7th node, suitable for Ninetail's chakra sealing array external monitoring, not for combat, was facing Guang's direction. Guang stared at that note, which was obviously added later, for a long time before returning the sketch to Kushina. The words, Baruto, suddenly emerged from her narrative at this moment. She said that during that long sealing she once briefly opened her eyes, and saw a boy with golden hair, blue eyes, and several cat whisker-like marks on his face coming before her. That boy helped remove all the foreign dojutsu remnants that had been forcibly transplanted into her left eye. Before he could ask her name, the seal closed again, and she fell into slumber. The only thing she remembered was a warning he shouted as he left. "Don't touch my imprint, or you'll be devoured by You said that boy has cat whisker marks, golden hair, and blue eyes. Can he also form a sphere of light called Rasengan? And is he accompanied by a pink-haired girl who scolds him and a black-haired boy who always says troublesome?" Shingayan slowly turned around. The subtle change in his expression when he asked this question was such that even Shuei-men involuntarily retracted the flying thunder god kunai he had prepared at his fingertips. "Do you know him?" "I do," Shingayan said silently, adding in his mind, "I just know him for a lifetime longer than you. From when he was a dead last stealing the forbidden scroll to becoming the 7th Hokage of Konoha, I know it all." The sunlight grew brighter, pouring through the dome onto the stone tablet. Guang looked at the black-haired boy before her, who was not many years older than her but could dismantle the seals all over her body like flipping through a medical record, at the white flame called Jingyan on his shoulder, at the golden-haired man, whose thumb lightly pressed against the inside of his headband where 3 faint arcs could be seen, at the red-haired woman on whose knees lay the sealing array sketch with a supplementary agreement printed stroke by stroke and repeatedly revised. She turned her gaze to the ruins outside the tower gate. The warm orange pulse of the Dragon Pulse was still beating steadily deep beneath the tower. Over 2,000 years ago, her ancestors guarded the resonance tower here. Today she stood in the same tower, still carrying that blank period of time when her name was taken away. But the frequency at which Jingyan's light spots and the Dragon Pulse's pulsation alternated in her eyes was exactly the same as when she first pushed open the crack in the seal and sensed a white flame responding from afar. When Lulan fell, the last command my ancestors entrusted to the resonance tower was when Jingyan returns, the tower gate opens by itself. I grew up hearing that phrase. I never knew what Jingyan was, but I thought it must be some enormous power, great enough to shatter all seals and burn down all the heavenly prisons jointly laid by the Senju and Sarutobi. Now I stand before it, and it is only a flame the size of a fist, its burning temperature, just enough not to burn the seal layers you have been dismantling one by one inside my body. She extended her hand, stopping it in the halo of light at the edge of the white flame Haori, which Shingayan had deliberately lowered to the minimum temperature. The sensation of her fingertips passing through the white light was like a thin layer of gauze warmed by sunlight. 2,000 years ago my ancestors were not wrong. You are indeed the other half. Night fell, and everyone gathered around a temporary campfire beside the base of the tower. Shuei-men broke the soldier pills into small pieces and distributed them to everyone. Gaara and Kenjiro were discussing a frequency list of Dragon Pulse energy that still needed to be completed. Baiji, leaning in the embrace of the four-armed puppet, was flipping through the Dragon Pulse craft manuscript. He had just completely transcribed from the ancient characters on the tower wall by the firelight. Guang sat opposite Shingai, and the sleeves of her old kimono gently fluttering in the heat of the campfire. She looked down at her open palm. the hand that had been transplanted by her clan eroded by seals, and burned countless times by countless kunai and explosive tags on the battlefield. In the very center of her palm was a faint red diamond-shaped imprint, the exclusive mark of Bachin Mao, and also an indelible trace left behind every time she was forced to activate her dojutsu. "The golden-haired boy who helped me, what happened to him later?" she suddenly asked. The soldier pill in Shingayen's hand hovered in midair, pausing for a very brief moment, then he continued to break it open and gave her half of his own portion. "He became the Hokage of a village. He could read, write, and carve those 3 characters on his office doorplate, but he never truly understood. Who was he protecting Konoha for?" He broke the soldier pill in half, putting one half in his own mouth, and placing the other half beside the faded talisman fragment on her knee. Guang took the soldier pill and did not ask further. Under the light of the campfire, her Mangekyo Sharingan had lost its battle-time cold glow, leaving only 2 extremely faint hexagrams quietly rotating in her eyes. Shui Men sat on a broken wall opposite, holding the unsent headband metal plate in his hand. He turned his gaze to Kushina beside him. She was using a sealing brush to transcribe the entire seal structure of the Lietuwa heavenly prison inside Guang, one by one into a backup file of a brand new sketch. On the reserved position of the 7th node, she had already densely written a row of names Saiden Nawaki Nagato, and now she was starting a new line from the narrowest part of the transcription section, annotating special sealing spectrum with the same priority as the Ninetails Chakra sealing array external monitoring tentative codename Lietuwa. After circling the last annotation line, she put down the brush and met Shuimin's gaze. "You've been secretly touching that headband several times and then putting it back. If you want to give it, just give it. Headbands are not exclusive to Konoha. It's not that I'm reluctant to give it. I'm afraid she won't accept it." The golden-haired man tightened his grip on the headband in his palm, and put it back into the opening of his tool pouch, where it was gently pressed by the fingertips of the red-haired woman through the bag's fabric. Opposite, Shingayen turned his attention back to Guang. "Did Boruto ever tell you? He didn't come back to fight another war for you, but to see if you had truly smiled since then." Guang's pupils contracted slightly. The Bachin Mao imprint under her left shoulder blade flickered, rapidly faded, then lit up again like a fish being pulled up from the deep-sea floor, uncertain whether to surface. "He didn't say that. What he said was, 'I will come back.' Then the door of the seal slammed me back. Since then I have kept my eyes open, waiting for that door to open again until the Dragon Pulse shockwave shattered it. But how many years have passed in between? You figure it out yourself. I haven't even asked him where he went, why he disappeared in the middle of a fight." Her fists clenched on her knees, knuckles turning white, then loosened, then clenched again. Shingayen did not speak, only adjusted the temperature of Jinyan to a distance she could reach out and touch. "Boruto went back to the past to give you a name. He has already achieved it. You are no longer— you can be Uchiha Guang, or an extra member of Team 3, or just a wounded person teaching children to fold paper shuriken in an orphanage." Guang was silent for a long time, then took out a neatly folded talisman fragment from the inner flap of her old. 1,000 years of wind and frost had eroded the edges of the talisman, but several waveform engravings made with in-release secret techniques were still clearly discernible on the paper, vibrating at the same frequency as the resonance spectral lines of the Dragon Pulse energy language in the tower. That was the half-resonance key she had copied from the Lulan Dragon Pulse diversion formula, with her last clear consciousness before being sealed. The last few seal layers of the Lietuwa heavenly prison in her body had nearly completely blocked her self-healing ability. Baiji quickly retrieved the complete spectral line he had found in the Dragon Pulse diversion formula on the shoulder of the four-armed puppet, and handed it to Shingayen, but Guang gently stopped him with her hand. "This half-key I have waited a long time, waiting to give it to the holder of Jingyan. I know that without it the Dragon Pulse core would only have half a resonance. The other voice is you. The person you were waiting for used this diversion formula over 2,000 years ago to re-anchor the Dragon Pulse origin, half of which had been devoured by the God Tree deep into the earth vein. If the Dragon Pulse core is not fully awakened, first the seal of Lulan and my seal are no different. Both are just shelved, not repaired." She handed the talisman over. "Then take it. Lulan fell because someone used the Dragon Pulse to do something. My seal was also reinforced by the Senju and Sarutobi after that incident. I don't know what that loss of control was exactly, but when I woke up at the bottom of the tower, the Dragon Pulse diversion formulas on the tower walls all recorded a third energy residue that did not belong to humans, not to tailed beasts, not to any known chakra spectrum. It is called the foreign seed in the Dragon Pulse records. After I escaped from the underground seal space, I traced its aftertaste all the way here. That signal did not seep in from outside the stone tablet. It was embedded from the other side of the core, the direction of the moon." Shingayen held up the talisman she had handed him against the light. The resonance spectral line of the half-key refracted 2 parallel warm orange trajectories in the white light of Jingyan. One went straight down, pointing to the deepest part of the Dragon Pulse core directly beneath the stone tablet. The other, however, slightly deviated near the end, bending through the crack in the stone tablet toward the most inconspicuous support pillar on the northeast side of the resonance tower. The moonlight was blocked by the thin clouds outside the dome. The warm orange light of the campfire at the base of the tower flickered at exactly the same frequency as the dual-color light spots in the crack of the stone tablet. Shingayan raised the talisman paper against the light. The resonance spectrum of the half-key refracted two parallel warm orange trajectories in the white radiance of the pure flame. One plunged straight downward, pointing to the deepest core of the dragon vein directly beneath the stone tablet. The other bent slightly near its end, threading through the tablet's fissure toward the most inconspicuous support pillar on the northeast side of the resonance tower. He had inspected that pillar during the day. Its surface bore no guiding grooves, no residual sealing sigils, and the concentration of dragon vein energy was so faint as to be nearly undetectable. But now, under the illumination of the key spectrum, something inside the pillar pulsed in an extraordinarily slow rhythm. Not the warm orange pulsation of the dragon vein, but a cold dark red luminescence he had never seen before, its frequency exactly in a 3-ton counterpoint with the low-frequency hum of the pure flame. This is not Kagaya Otsutsuki's chakra residue. He withdrew the pure flame thread from the pillar, his brow furrowing slightly. Kagaya's chakra fluctuations on the reincarnated body at the Valley of the End had already been decomposed by the pure flame. The frequency band was violet blue, not dark red. This frequency is lower, colder. More like a set of trigger signals that were precisely injected into the terminal of a dragon vein conduit after being remotely compressed from elsewhere. The emission source is not on this planet. Guang walked to his side, her Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating in the dark red cold light. I sensed the same frequency before I was sealed. It was that foreign seed. It didn't appear after the fall of Lulan. It had already been implanted into the dragon vein before the collapse. My ancestors thought it was part of the divine tree's remains, but it wasn't. It was alive, waiting for a signal. Waiting for what signal? Minato had already moved to the other side of the tablet, a flying thunder god kunai resting between his fingers. The moment when the pure flame completes a full resonance with the dragon vein core. Shingayan straightened up, the pure flame condensing on his shoulders into a white feather haori, its edges trembling faintly under the pressure of the dark red cold light. This is not a seed. It's a wedge. A mark implanted into the dragon vein by a member of the Otsutsuki main family before the divine tree descended. Once the dragon vein is fully awakened, the wedge will activate synchronously and send the coordinates of this planet to the Otsutsuki main family. The air before the stone tablet froze for a long moment. Baiji set down the dragon vein craft manuscripts, his dark brown eyes turning toward the support pillar. His ancestors had repeatedly annotated the formula of the tower's conduits with the other half, yet never mentioned this pillar. The other half referred not to the pure flame but to the wedge. The ancient people of Lulan believed that the original source of the dragon vein had been devoured by the divine tree, so they used the resonance tower to anchor the remaining half deep within the earth's veins, awaiting the return of the pure flame to reawaken the complete dragon vein cycle. But they did not know that the devoured half had never left this planet. It had been compressed into a wedge by an Otsutsuki member older than Kagaya, hidden in the same tower, separated from the dragon vein core by only a single wall. For 2,000 years, the dragon vein core had been slowly repairing itself, and the wedge had been equally slowly absorbing the energy dissipated during the repair, waiting for the moment the dragon vein was fully awakened to send a signal to its master. So if we awaken the dragon vein core now, we'd be pressing the send button for the Otsutsuki. Guang's voice was soft, the six-pointed star pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating in the dark red cold light. Shingayan said nothing. He re-injected the pure flame thread into the stone tablet, diving layer by layer along the energy flow of the dragon vein conduit. Deep in the core, the white radiance of the pure flame and the warm orange light of the dragon vein still flickered alternately. The dark red cold light of the wedge penetrated from the deepest part of the tablet's fissure, like an extremely fine needle piercing between two patches of light. Whenever the white light and the warm orange light were about to flare simultaneously, the dark red needle tip would stab in advance, forcing one of the light patches to retreat by a fraction of a breath. In that forced retreat, the pure flame acutely captured an extremely brief pause. Just before each dark red needle thrust, the pulse frequency of the white fire and the warm orange pulsation of the dragon vein spontaneously emitted a minuscule synchronous residue at the edges, where both slid down from their peaks, as if they had recognized each other long before the wedge, only to be repeatedly interrupted. Not a send button. A blocker. Shingayan reopened his eyes, the white flame contracting into a razor-thin needle point in the depths of his pupils. He took the half-key talisman from his sleeve and placed it directly in front of the tablet's fissure. The two warm orange trajectories refracted clearly in the white light of the pure flame. The straight line precisely bypassed the landing point of the dark red needle tip, pointing to the deepest core where the warm orange pulsation still beat stubbornly. The deflected line struck the weakest shell of the wedge, perfectly aligning with the self-healing break of the dragon vein that had been interrupted by the wedge 1,000 years ago. The wedge's function is not to wait for the dragon vein to awaken and then send a signal. It constantly blocks the resonance between the dragon vein and the pure flame, keeping the dragon vein core perpetually in a standby state. As long as the resonance is not completed, the wedge cannot send anything to the Otsutsuki. The ancient Lulan people locked the dragon vein core into a dormant nexus and trapped the wedge in the same pause. They sealed the most dangerous thing closest to themselves so that when the pure flame returned it could solve two problems at once. Complete the resonance and dismantle the wedge. Can the wedge be dismantled with the pure flame? Minato asked. Yes, but dismantling the wedge will take longer than repairing all the tributary nodes of the dragon vein combined. The core compression layers of the wedge are 12 times that of the previous hexagonal seal array. During this time, the pure flame cannot maintain its defenses simultaneously. Once I start dismantling the wedge, the dragon vein core will temporarily lose the synchronous protection of the pure flame and the wedge will release a final countermeasure wave. That wave will pull everyone within several kilometers who possesses chakra perception into the wedge's defensive illusion. Based on the current analysis speed of the pure flame, dismantling the wedge will take at least a quarter of an hour. Shingayan turned to Guang. Just now at the edge where the pure flame and the dragon vein were simultaneously forced back by the needle tip, I captured an extremely brief spontaneous synchronization. It's not just the pure flame protecting the dragon vein itself has remembered the frequency of the pure flame. While I am dismantling the wedge, can you use the 8,000 spears to guard the resonance channel between the pure flame and the dragon vein core? Guang spread the hand with the diamond-shaped 8,000 spears imprint engraved on its palm and pressed it against the surface of the stone tablet. The imprint and the warm orange light in the tablet's fissure both brightened for half a beat at the moment of contact. The pulsation of the dragon vein passed through her fingers and produced an extremely brief repulsion reaction with the residual heavenly prison seal that had not been completely melted by the pure flame within her body, but she did not withdraw her hand. The 8,000 spears imprint slowly seeped into the tablet's fissure after the repulsion subsided like an old watercourse reconnected to a dried-up riverbed. Once the channel is connected, my ocular power can directly see the trigger sequence of the wedge's defensive mechanisms inside the dragon vein core. Leave the wedge's illusion to me. You keep that puppeteer named Baiji as my physical interface. His four-armed puppet's conduit interface matches the tower base perfectly. Baiji walked over from the tower wall and placed the four-armed puppet on the base of the stone tablet, all four palms opening. In the ancient script on the tower wall, the only place where both the pure flame spectrum and the dragon vein resonance amplitude were marked together is exactly what you just heard. They rang together at a certain frequency. I'll lock onto that frequency and correct any deviation of the wedge's wave immediately. Gaara stepped forward from behind Kankuro. He said nothing but gently pressed his right hand against the floor of the tower base. Sand spread silently around the stone tablet, forming a fine ring of sand about 10 paces in diameter. Each grain of sand vibrated slowly with a faint magnetic release chakra, perfectly synchronized with the frequency of the warm orange light pulsating from the tablet's fissure. He established a physical resonance feedback layer between himself and the dragon vein, so that if the wedge's countermeasure wave passed through the ground, his sand ring would sense it first. Kankuro positioned Crow behind Gaara, opening all the sealing compartments on the puppet's chest, and preheating all the sensing formations simultaneously. Minato placed 6 flying Thunder God Kanai one by one into safe evacuation nodes around the sand ring, leaving guiding coordinates at each landing point that could enable an instantaneous evacuation of the entire team. By the time he placed the last Kanai, Kushina had already spread 12 branch seal formations around the sand ring, with the central array, directly facing the tablet's fissure. She reserved the 7th node for Sai and personally annotated the amplitude boundary of the newly opened 9th node beside it. The extreme residual fluctuation of the raging heavenly prison after it was stripped away. The 9th node is specifically designed for the protected target. The synchronization interface is open. As long as the frequency spread does not exceed her ocular power limit, it qualifies. She put away her pen and looked at Guang, who nodded slightly in her direction, pressing the diamond-shaped imprint on the tablet, an extra half-inch deeper into the fissure. Shingayan walked to the front of the stone tablet, the pure flame humming in his dantian at an unprecedented low frequency. When he first triggered the dragon vein resonance at Mount Miyaboku, Jiraiya had cornered him against the wall with a simulated chain. On the 3rd layer north of the swamp, he had pressed against the heartbeat of Dan Kato to dismantle the resonance trigger valve along with the black iron seal alloy. At the Valley of the End, he and Nagato had stood between the statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, letting the pure flame and the Rinnegan complete their first round of convergence at the same resonant frequency. Now all those repaired conduit nodes connected into a complete network in the deepest part of his perception domain. One end of the net was pressed slightly downward by the dark red cold light of the wedge, while the other end was firmly supported by the diamond-shaped imprint glowing in Guang's palm. From now on, do not let anyone enter the sand ring. White flames spread from his shoulders, not in the form of a Haori, but as dozens of extremely fine threads plunging simultaneously into the tablet's fissure. The dark red cold light flared instantly upon the insertion of the threads, turning the entire base of the tower into a deep crimson. At the same time, the extremely faint spontaneous synchronous residue within the dragon vein core was also amplified. The white light and the warm orange light collided first before the next interruption by the wedge, producing a low resonance so distinct that even the joints of Baiji's puppet could detect it. In that moment, the tablet's fissure widened by a gap finer than a needle tip. All the analysis threads of the pure flame plunged straight into the core of the wedge through this gap, beginning to peel away layer by layer. In the same instant, the countermeasure wave of the wedge exploded from the core's depths, a dark red spiritual shockwave, racing along the dragon vein conduit through the sand ring at the tower's base. The moment the shockwave touched her Mangekyo Sharingan Guang, activated the 8,000 Spears imprint. All of the wedge's defensive illusions were dismantled within 3 seconds into 2 interwoven layers of ocular feedback loops. The outermost layer was a binding illusion in the form of divine tree roots. The innermost layer was her own memory fragments that had been copied by the wedge. The image of being repeatedly indoctrinated with you are a weapon in the sealed confinement, like an old mirror shattered and forcibly reassembled. The 8-petal drooping threads in her eye pattern showed no hesitation as they swept through these images, directly grinding them to dust along with the remote gaze of the Otsutsuki left inside the wedge. At the same time, the resonance returned from the tower walls. Baiji simultaneously deployed all of his puppets. The 4-armed puppet pressed its 4 palms tightly against the tower base interfaces, connecting the residual guiding patterns on the stone pillars, the tablet, the corridors, and the dome into the temporary synchronous conduit circuit he and Kankuro had constructed. For the first time, the suppressed self-healing pulsation of the dragon vein core was fully output to the tower's defensive network. Kankuro's 2 puppets, Black Ant and Crow, deployed in parallel at the weakest structural points of the dome, completing the final frequency calibration of all dragon vein sensing formations before the fragments of light fell. Outside the sand ring, Minato's flying thunder god afterimages ricocheted continuously between every stone pillar at the tower's base. Every landing point precisely caught the synchronization trigger gaps of Kushina's 12 branch formations, intercepting the remote manipulation waves that the wedge attempted to infiltrate from outside the tower walls, one ring after another at the perimeter of the seal formations. Kushina's central array, eye glowed hot from continuous overload, and cracks like spider webs began to appear at the edges of the formation pattern. She did not retreat. She directly applied the buffer coefficient derived from the interference frequency band of Dankato's spiritualization technique into the frequency spread limit of the 9th node, keeping the ocular power fluctuations within Guang's body safely below the acceptable residual amplitude of the raging heavenly prison. Shingayan stood before the stone tablet, the pure flame threads advancing layer by layer inside the wedges. The first layer was a variant of black iron seal alloy, compressed by the Otsutsuki using dragon vein energy into its original alloy form homologous to the illusion circuits he had dismantled on the bridge, but several times harder. The pure flame did not clash Hedon. It reduced the molecular structure of the alloy layer to the initial state when dragon vein energy and metal elements separated, causing the alloy layer to collapse entirely after the 11th layer was stripped. The second layer was a mixed erosion layer of wood release cells and tailed beast chakra consistent with the reincarnated body sample from the Valley of the End. He reversed the growth direction of the wood release cells into undifferentiated first-generation cell fluid, then separated the tailed beast chakra into inert powder. The third layer, the innermost, was a memory compressed to the extreme. It was not an image, not a sound, but an emotional pulse carved into the wedge core using the dragon vein energy itself as a medium. Extremely ancient, predating the time when Kaguya Otsutsuki descended upon this planet. When the pure flame touched this pulse, his consciousness was briefly pulled into a perspective not his own. A pitch-black void with only a tiny dark red light point in the far distance slowly expanding. That was the first gaze cast toward this planet by the wedge's master at the end of deep space, and also the first time he was repelled by the original will of the dragon vein outside the planet's surface. In this brief replay, he saw the ancient land before it was covered by the divine tree, and the final set of activation instructions left inside the wedge by the Otsutsuki main family member before being bounced back by the dragon vein. The instructions had 2 parts. The first was to block the resonance between the pure flame and the dragon vein core. The second was that if the first part was dismantled, the wedge itself would transform into a short-range summoning array directly connecting to the Otsutsuki's deep space coordinates. The first part had already failed when he dismantled the alloy and mixed layers. The second part, having lost all external energy donors, began to contract at an extremely fast pace deep within the wedge core. Not disintegrating but transmitting a same frequency signal into deep space. Once fully contracted, the coordinates of an entire planet would be launched directly from the dragon vein core. The wedge is contracting. Its instruction structure has a preset coordinate launch. Shingayan fully synchronized the attack form and analysis mode of the pure flame. The white flame abruptly converged from dozens of threads into a single extremely thin, nearly transparent beam, stabbing in reverse along the last gap of the wedge's contraction. Before the summoning array could fully close, it overloaded the still contracting coordinate launch circuit through resonance. After he dismantled the last contracting tip, the wedge core shattered completely. The dark red cold light burst outward from the tablet's fissure. Not an explosion, not a disintegration. It was the barrier of the 8,000 spears ocular power spread by Guang in front of her body that intercepted all the bursting dark red fragments within the sand ring, then ground them down layer by layer, until even the last trace of dark red was dissolved into gray lusterless dust, gently swept away by the warm orange pulsation of the dragon vein. The self-healing pulsation of the dragon vein core, interrupted by the wedge for over 2,000 years, completed its full cycle for the first time without any obstruction. The warm orange light and the white flame flared simultaneously deep within the tablet's fissure. No longer alternating, no longer forced back. They burned side by side in the same pulsation. Shingayan withdrew the pure flame from the stone tablet. The white flame descended slowly on his shoulders, recondensing into the white feather Haori, now marked with a few faint scorch lines from the residual heat of the wedge's launch. He turned to look behind him. Inside the sand ring, Guang still maintained a one-knee posture, the 8,000 spears imprint slowly fading back to a pale red on the surface of the talisman fragments. Baiji released the joints of the four-armed puppet that had gone numb from his pressing. Kankuro descended from the dome back to the ground. Gaara withdrew the sand ring, or the mental energy consumption left his light-colored eyes slightly weary, but he stood before the stone tablet, and announced in a still steady voice after the wedge disappeared, all residual noise on the main dragon vein line also reset to 0 simultaneously. Minato landed back in front of the stone tablet amid the pulsation of the tower base's conduit system, restarting the Flying Thunder God after images self-annihilating. He placed a spare Flying Thunder God kunai on the base of the stone tablet, looked up at the daylight filtering through the dome. All external chakra signals outside the sand ring retreated toward the desert after the wedge shattered. It was the member of the shell organization who had been hiding behind the northern broken wall. He never made a move until the wedge was completely dismantled, then he withdrew. I wondered why he didn't attack. It turns out the wedge's final layer housed the coordinate launch circuit. He wasn't here to watch you dismantle the wedge. He was here to wait for the coordinates to be launched. The coordinates weren't sent, so he retreated. He knows the coordinates were not sent. Shingayan slowly lowered the temperature of the pure flame back to standby mode. But he also knows that the dismantling of the wedge means there is a pure flame user on this planet capable of dismantling Otsutsuki remote contracts. What he's going back to report is not the coordinates of the Dragon Vein core, but the precise combat parameters of the pure flame. Will the Otsutsuki main family descend early because of this? Baiji's question struck the ground, and no one answered immediately. Guang withdrew the imprint from the surface of the stone tablet, and slowly stood up. The 8-petal drooping threads of her Mangekyo Sharingan rotated quietly in her eyes. She looked down at her left hand, which had been transplanted with over a dozen foreign ocular techniques, then retracted all Sharingan features into black pupils. Even if we hadn't dismantled the wedge today, they would come eventually. At least now the Dragon Vein core is complete and the pure flame is complete. My ocular power clearly saw all 7 wedge positions left on this planet by the Otsutsuki main family deep inside the core. The 8,000 spears has already memorized their characteristic frequencies. As long as any wedge activates again, I can pinpoint it in advance. How many of the 7 wedge positions are currently active? Shingayan asked. Only the one you just dismantled. The other 6 are in a state of complete dormancy, not yet activated. But their positions, none of them are on conventional Dragon Vein nodes. They are embedded deep in the crustal fault zones with the lowest chakra density. The nearest one after Lulan is in the Wind Country, also within the detection range of Sunegakure's sensory network. The direction that Shell member withdrew to is likely that location. Kankuro finished reading the sensing formation data retrieved from the puppet compartment and met Guang's gaze. The wedge position in the Wind Country, the coordinate precision of your mark is enough for Sunegakure's sealing squad to lock onto it. I will report this coordinate as top-secret intelligence directly to the Kazekage. Guang retrieved the half-key talisman from in front of the stone tablet and tucked it back into her chest. She lifted her head and saw that everyone had already finished packing their ninja tool pouches. Kushina affixed the last layer of protective seal, its ink already dry, onto the scroll case, then looked up and exchanged a glance with Guang. She pushed a sticky note affixed to the top of the protective seal to the edge of the stone step. On the note was written a single line: 9th node. Raging Heavenly Prison Residual Amplitude Tolerance Limit updated to latest corrected value. Even the female ninja of Konoha write parameters on sticky notes with sealing pens, Guang said. Because when you need to change the parameters next time, you don't have to rewrite the whole thing. Just flip the page. Kushina inserted the sealing pen back into the pen holder on her waist, and shouldered her ninja tool pouch. Guang did not reply, but the corner of her mouth curled into a tiny arc. It was not the smile of someone saved, nor the relieved expression of a war orphan taken in. She slipped the sticky note with the 9th node parameter update under the talisman fragment in her chest, turned and walked out of the tower. On the 3rd day after returning to Konoha from Lolan, Shinguyen realized that the calluses on the soles of his feet had thickened once more. The march through the desert had worn away the outermost layer of dead skin from his old calluses, and the newly grown skin still showed a light red hue. Walking on the gray floor of the Konoha hospital's corridor, he could feel a more pronounced chill than usual. The Jingyan was steadily pulsating within his dantian. This white flame had slept for an entire day and night after the wedge was removed, and upon waking its temperature was even more stable than before. Not stronger but steadier. Previously it would always experience brief frequency disruptions after high-intensity analysis, but this time there was none. After the resonance with the dragon vein core was completed, the pulsing rhythm of Jingyan was completely synchronized with the dragon vein, perfectly in harmony. Uchiha Hikari's hospital room was located at the innermost part of the special monitoring area, separated from the room where Katu had been by just a wall. When Shingu Yen pushed open the door, Hikari was sitting on the hospital bed, flipping through the copy of the Dragon Vein Craft manuscript that Baiji had brought back from Lulan yesterday. Her old kimono had been replaced with the standard hospital gown of Konoha, the sleeves a bit long, which she had rolled up twice. Her black hair was no longer frizzed out like it had been in the ruins, but rather fell quietly at her sides, accentuating her already pale complexion. Lady Tsunade said, "You need at least another week of observation." Shingu Yen closed the door behind him, took out a sealed scroll from his ninja tool pouch, and placed it on her bedside table. "Baiji asked me to deliver this complete copy of the Dragon Vein Diversion Formula to you before leaving this morning. He mentioned that there is a part of it concerning the compatibility of the 8,000 spears ocular power with the Dragon Vein's energy, which he found on a remnant wall in the east corridor of the Resonance Tower. It had been obscured by the dark red cold light of the wedge, and was only revealed after the wedge was removed." Hikari took the scroll and unfolded it. The ink of the ancient text had become somewhat blurred, but beside each diversion formula, Baiji had marked the corresponding terms in modern common language with a very fine charcoal pencil. As she followed down the section regarding ocular power and dragon vein compatibility, the 8-petaled swirling pattern of her kaleidoscope Sharingan briefly shimmered before she quickly suppressed it. The final layer of the Tower Control Defense Network Protocol. This states that the design intent of the Resonance Tower is not only to stabilize the dragon vein core, but also to serve as a fusion amplifier for the dragon vein and Sharingan ocular power. My ancestors used Sharingan to drive part of the Resonance Tower's defense layers. No wonder the wedge chose the 8,000 spear as the template to counter illusions. It was not randomly copying my memories, but tracing the historical interface between Sharingan and the dragon vein. Thus the wedge was able to accurately simulate your memory fragments, not because you were near it when sealed, but because your ocular power was inherently part of this resonance network. Shingu Yen sat down on the chair beside her bed. "What does Lady Tsunade's diagnostic report say about the remaining Lie Tua prison seal?" "The core seal imprint of the Lie Tua prison, below your left scapula, requires your cooperation with Lady Tsunade for final removal. After this last core seal is removed, what remains will be pure chakra meridian rehabilitation." Hikari closed the scroll and placed it on her lap. Lady Tsunade said the removal procedure can be performed this afternoon. Shingu Yen nodded. Jingyan gently pulsed in his dantian, not as a warning but as a confirmation. This white flame had completely analyzed the entire sealing structure of the Lie Tua prison during the wedge removal. The steps for dismantling this last core seal had been thoroughly reviewed during those 7 days in Lolan, ensuring sufficient precision. The afternoon surgery was not scheduled in the operating room. Tsunade designated the location in the newly established seal treatment room of the medical team, right next to the sealing analysis room of the Deer Valley, allowing for easy retrieval of spectral comparison data. Kushina arrived half an hour early, adding another layer of isolation array along the outer edge of the protective sealing array outside the treatment bed. A line marked in red on the sketch had been redrawn several times. The 9th node's frequency expansion limit has been recalibrated based on the ocular fluctuations in Hikari's body yesterday. If any repulsion reaction occurs during the removal of the Lie Tua prison core seal, prioritize protecting the ocular interface from damage. When Tsunade walked in after finishing her hand washing, drying her forearms with a towel, she cast a glance at the red character, said nothing, and simply added a medical team-specific double helix verification symbol after the parameters of the 9th node. She approached the treatment bed, and with precise control of the strange power technique, locally anesthetized the area of skin below Hikari's left scapula. Then she looked down at the dark red diamond-shaped seal imprint. That was the last and most stubborn layer of the core seal, its edges stained with dark pigments left by countless tiny capillaries eroded by sealing energy, resembling the roots of a dead tree clinging tightly to the junction of Hikari's heart and lung meridians. "It will hurt a bit." After saying this, Tsunade began to inject medical chakra. Anesthesia could only block superficial pain, but the sealing structure of the Lie Tua prison had entangled with Hikari's chakra circuit for nearly 1,000 years. The meridian spasms generated during removal could not be completely suppressed by any anesthetic. Hikari did not respond, merely crossed her hands over her abdomen, her kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly closing. Her eyelashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyelids, her breathing steady, as though enduring a dull pain she had endured countless times before. Shingu Yen hovered his right hand above her left shoulder. Jingyan extended 3 extremely fine threads from his fingers, piercing into the core seal imprint, along the already loosened edges of Tsunade's seal, segmenting those sealing roots attached to her heart and lung meridians. The steps were the same as during the wedge removal, but the precision requirements were higher. The wedge was an external invader embedded in the dragon vein conduit, and Jingyan only needed to detach it from the conduit's natural pulsation. However, the Lie Tua prison was directly embedded in the living chakra circuit, and each removal would trigger both Hikari's self-healing instinct and the repulsion reaction of the seal simultaneously. He had to reserve enough buffer space for Tsunade's medical chakra to intervene before every advance of Jingyan's threads. The repulsion reaction was only about 10% higher than estimated. The inner structure of the core seal contained a personality overwrite injected by the Lie Tua's creator, which belongs to the same type of forbidden technique as the emotional sealing technique at the roots. Tsunade's voice was steady, but her medical chakra suddenly accelerated when the sealing roots were half removed. She sensed the presence of that personality overwrite and forcibly intercepted it from the peripheral area of Hikari's heart and lung nerves. At the same moment, Kushina raised the frequency expansion limit of the 9th node by half a level, smoothly keeping the ocular self-protective fluctuation triggered by the intercepted personality overwrite within a safe threshold. The entire process lasted nearly half an hour. When the last sealing root was completely removed from the junction of Hikari's heart and lung meridians, and that dark red diamond-shaped seal finally disappeared from beneath her left scapula, Tsunade slowly retracted the healing chakra, covering it back into her palm, and wiped away the fine beads of sweat that had seeped from Hikari's shoulder. Hikari opened her eyes, the 8-petaled swirling pattern of the 8,000 spear quietly rotating within her gaze. She looked down at the skin on her left shoulder, now finally free from the dark red seal, and fell silent for a long time. The personality overwrite implanted by the Lie Tua's creator repeated a single phrase to me before I was sealed. "You are the last weapon of Uchiha, and weapons do not need names." I have heard this phrase in the darkness for an unknown number of years, long enough that I can no longer distinguish whether it was his voice or my own. She pulled the collar of her hospital gown back into place and looked up at Shingu Yen. Just now, when Lady Tsunade intercepted it, it was still saying those words. But this time it said, "Uchiha Hikari." It called me by name. Not because there was an error in the program before it was intercepted, but because when you dismantled that last overwrite, you had preemptively changed the resonance frequency band of Jingyan's white flame to match the warm orange pulse of the Dragon Vein Core's awakening. Shingu Yen said nothing, only withdrew the 3 threads of Jingyan back into his palm. After the surgery, Tsunade placed the follow-up rehabilitation plan on the bedside table, the characters sharp as usual. Before leaving, Hikari called out to her with a question. The sealing record when the Senju and Sarutobi reinforced the Lie Tua prison the year Lulan fell. Tsunade flipped the medical record folder to the appendices section and pointed to a line of text for her to read. It stated the creator of the prison applied for a forbidden technique authorization for personality overwrite. When reinforcing the seal, and the approval section was stamped with the family crests of the Senju and Sarutobi clans. The approval opinion contained only one sentence. To prevent weapon backlash, permission granted for overwrite. It means that the Senju and Sarutobi were not unaware of her being overwritten back then. Rather, they themselves signed it. Hikari stared at those 2 family crests for a long time, before returning the medical record folder to Tsunade. Back then, I hated everyone from the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Now I should continue to hate them, but what I am thinking about now is not hate. It is to discard the self that was overwritten as a weapon. After discarding it, can I still be considered a normal person? Tsunade took the medical record folder without answering immediately. She raised her other hand and gently pressed her palm on Hikari's head, just like she had done to Shingu Yen in the Konoha hospital corridor years ago. My grandfather, the first Hokage, never signed any personality overwrite applications beside the Senju clan crest. I do not recognize the stamps made by others in those years after his death. Nor do you have to recognize them. Hikari buried her face in the sleeve of her hospital gown, her shoulders not trembling but quietly and slowly curling up into a ball. She did not cry out loud, but Tsunade felt a bit of dampness under her hand resting on Hikari's head. Not tears but sweat, the cold sweat forced out by the meridian spasms endured for an entire afternoon, mixed with the faint blood seeping from the tiny wounds that had not yet fully closed at her scapula. When Shingu Yen stepped out of the treatment room, he had already washed his hands. Seeing Hikari curled up against the head of the bed, he did not approach but adjusted Jingyan's temperature to a very low warm tone, just enough to permeate through a thin layer of air. The overall temperature of the hospital room did not change, but near her cheeks, where sweat and faint blood had soaked the sleeve, a small area of very fine white light gently illuminated her slightly closed eyelashes as if through a frosted lampshade. "Did you cry?" "No," Hikari said, her voice muffled in her sleeve. "Good." He sat down beside her bed. People gradually gathered in the corridor outside the hospital room. Konan and Nagato brought comforting origami cranes. Not ordinary paper cranes, but pure white ones that Konan had folded with ninja paper, and Nagato had used the hungry ghost path to absorb all the chakra attached to the paper surface. As she placed them on the windowsill, Hikari suddenly remembered the colors of the sunlight streaming down from the dome at the base of the tower, refracted into a warm orange and light gold interwoven web of light by the dragon vein diversion patterns, which looked very similar to these cranes. Yahiko and Sai brought fruits. Yahiko placed an apple beside the paper crane's peeled one, and took out a second to start peeling, saying one wasn't enough. Asai drew a small flower on his apple, the strokes more natural than when he had traced on the core fragments back in the day, but the flower's shape remained the simplest 5 petals. He placed the apple directly in the center of the crane's petals facing Hikari's direction. Shinjiro and Dan finally entered. Shinjiro had come directly from the construction site, still covered in wood shavings. He dropped his construction hammer beside the door and sat down in a corner of the hospital room, saying that all construction material archives from the ancient city of Lulan had been jointly retrieved by Konoha and Suna, and the puppet core techniques inherited by the Baiji clan had also been brought back to the Suna research department by Kankuro. The two sides would subsequently organize a complete archive of the compatibility between the dragon vein diversion formula and puppet techniques. Dan placed a small bag of peeled orange segments on the bedside table, simply saying, "Tsunade said you are recovering well," then sat down beside Shinjiro, pulling out an orange from his pocket and continuing to peel it. Minato and Kushina were the last to enter, carrying 2 bento boxes from the Konoha hospital. Kushina placed the bento box on the bedside table, lifting the lid to reveal not a hospital nutrition meal, but a special pork bone ramen made by Uncle's handmade piled high with chashu. Minato took a forehead protector from his ninja tool pouch, the silver metal piece, reflecting a gentle sheen in the afternoon sunlight. The ribbon was new deep blue, matching the color of the 3rd squad vest completely. He placed the forehead protector on the folding table beside Hikari's bed, pushing it towards her hand. "This is not a Konoha forehead protector. I just want to tell you. You can engrave anything you wish on it. It could be the Uchiha clan crest, the outline of the Lulan Resonance Tower, or even the day I heard the warm orange light call my name. Anything at all. If you don't want to engrave anything, just treat it as a new headband to keep your loose hair back. That counts as using it too." Hikari took the forehead protector. She did not engrave any patterns, only put the forehead protector on, gathering the loose hair at her forehead back. Her fingers lightly brushed against the edge of the ribbon that hung from the forehead protector. Then, she raised her head to look at everyone gathered in the hospital room. "From today on, I will be called Uchiha Hikari. The name Hikari was not given to me by the ancestors of Lolan, nor was it the character stamped by the Senju or Sarutobi on the sealing application. It is the warm orange light reflected in the center of my pupil when I gazed at Jinyan with my kaleidoscope Sharingan at the base of the tower. Thank you all." In the evening, the streets of Konoha were dyed with the warm orange and light gold interwoven colors, resembling the dome of the Lulan Resonance Tower. Shingu Yen leaned against the railing of the Konoha hospital rooftop, gazing at the stone statues of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage on the distant Hokage rock. Minato stood beside him, the Hokage hat slightly askew in the evening breeze. When Hikari said she wants to engrave warm orange light on her forehead protector, I remembered something. Minato removed his hat and swept his golden hair back from his forehead. "Back then you told the old man in the Hokage office that you were not dying for the village but living for your comrades. At that time I only felt that this statement was very correct, but I did not fully understand it. Later in the mine tunnel you pushed me in front of Shinjiro, wrapped Jinyan's threads around my fingers on the bridge, had me use Flying Thunder God to spread your analytical coordinates across the entire network, and within the core memory of the wedge you changed the resonance frequency band of Jinyan to match the warm orange pulse of the Dragon Veins awakening. Your second segment of Flying Thunder God was precise enough to traverse 6 dragon vein conduits simultaneously in 0 residual light state." Shingu Yen said, "That was not something my Jinyan could achieve by changing frequency bands. It was your own training." Minato did not refute, only put his hat back on, pressing down his wind-blown hair. "Today is Naruto's first day at the ninja school, you know that. He asked you where you were early in the morning. I told him you were going to the hospital this afternoon for a very important surgery. Then he had Iruka Sensei take him to perform a shadow clone in front of the entire class. Then he dazed out for half a lesson." Speaking, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his ninja tool pouch and slapped it into Shingu Yan's hand. "He forced me to bring this to you before leaving." The paper had a crooked line written on it. "I have learned shadow clone. When can you come to school?" Jinyan gently pulsed in his dantian, not the usual steady rhythm, but an extremely light and short leap that only occurs in the presence of an unguarded, completely trusting heart. Ming Ren's note lay in Shingu Yan's ninja tool pouch all night. The next morning he went to the ninja academy, not as a temporary instructor but under the pretext of a graduate returning to observe, sitting in the last row by the window. When Iruka saw him he was visibly startled for a moment, then quickly straightened the teaching materials on the podium, pretending not to notice the man whose name in the ANBU archives was accompanied by nothing but Srank mission records, peeling an orange at the desk. Net flame burned quietly within his dantian. The fluctuations of chakra in the classroom were messy and immature. Net Flame's perception domain distinguished each beginner's chakra one by one. Some like newly lit candles, some like faucets not fully tightened, and some simply wrapped chakra around themselves like a jacket worn inside out. He recalled the time when he was 6 years old in this very classroom, unable to release even a single great fireball, mocked by the entire class. Now he sat here, the temperature of Net Flame as steady as his own body heat. Irika finished calling the roll and began lecturing on the basics of chakra theory. Halfway through the lesson he announced that today's practical exercise would be the basic application of the transformation technique. Shin Guyan's orange-peeling motion paused for a beat. He saw Uzumaki Mingren standing at the podium, hands forming seals, his expression so focused it seemed like a different person. After a puff of smoke, a strange young man, with almost no resemblance to Mingren, stood on the podium, the transformation completed to an extremely high degree. This was not a technique like Shadow Clone that relied on sheer chakra reserves. It was a delicate transformation requiring precise control to maintain. Irika's grating pen slipped from his fingers, hovering in the air for an entire beat before he caught it again. Suddenly from outside the window came the extremely faint sound of a page turning. Shin Guyan didn't need to turn around. Net Flame had already recognized that chakra waveform when the person was still downstairs. Uchiha Guang entered through the back door of the classroom wearing a hospital gown from Konoha Hospital over a dark blue cardigan, her forehead protector properly on her head, the ribbon, still the same one she had tied when leaving the hospital. She sat down in the empty seat beside him, the Mangekyo Sharingan faintly glowing with the pattern of 8 petals, and hanging threads in the dim light, her voice low, but every word steady. Lady Tsunade signed my discharge permit last night. She said I can't use Yata Mirror for the short term, but I can start low-intensity perception training with the dojutsu. I came to report to Irika Sensei. The Third Hokage arranged for me to audit the theory classes at the Ninja Academy starting today. Lady Tsunade actually let you leave the hospital. She's not at ease. So she arranged for you to watch over me. Guang pulled an orange from her pocket. Not the wrinkled ones from the hospital meal, but a fresh seasonal fruit that Nawaki had just picked from the Konoha orchard this morning. I passed by Nawaka-senpai's engineering station this morning. He said you were still in the archives room looking at case files late last night. Irika cleared his throat on the podium, picked up the grating pen again, and announced the continuation of the practice. The lunch bell rang and the corridor filled with a mix of bento boxes and bread. Shin Guyan stood by the back window of the classroom looking through the glass at the playground. Mingren was eating lunch with a few newly acquainted classmates under the shade of a tree, his blonde hair dazzling in the sunlight. Minato was not wearing the Hokage Haori today, only the same old vest of the third squad, as Shin Guyan squatting in front of Mingren pulling out a rice ball wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. Mingren took it, broke the chopsticks, took a bite, then mumbled something that made Minato burst into laughter. The fourth Hokage didn't go to the Hokage Tower today. Guang leaned by the window still holding half an orange. He said Mingren would be nervous on his first day of school. Actually, he was the one more nervous. This morning when Kushina was adjusting his forehead protector, his body flicker almost knocked over the shoe cabinet in the entrance hall. A slight twitch at the corner of Shin Guyan's mouth. Guang didn't smile. She watched the father and son sitting side by side under the tree eating lunch, their backs to her, for a long time. Finally she spoke. Boruto said his father was also a Hokage. He said his Hokage father was very busy and never at home, but he never blamed his father. When he said these things to me outside the ruins of Lolon, he had a smile on his face. But there was something in his eyes just like Mingren. It wasn't resentment but a kind of loneliness he was trying to hold back, unable to suppress it. She added softly to the window, "At least they still have time now." In the classroom beside Mingren's seat another child was quietly reading. Uchiha Sasuke hadn't gone to the playground. He sat at his desk, a book titled, Detailed Explanation of Basic Fire Style Hand Seals. Open in front of him, the page turned to the Great Fireball Technique. On the inside of the cover was a piece of paper torn from an old notebook with Makoto's handwritten basic hand seal sequence, each step accompanied by a stick figure demonstration. This scene was not unfamiliar to Shin Guyan. In the original story, Sasuke was alone in the classroom reading. He walked over, sat down beside Sasuke, and placed the half-peeled orange next to the book. Sasuke looked up, giving him a scrutinizing gaze. "You're the Konoha ninja who was with that Uchiha Guang at the hospital yesterday." "Yes." "Is she really a member of the Uchiha clan from 1,000 years ago?" "Do you know my brother? He said he saw your file in ANBU. The file said your completed strength missions exceeded double digits before the 4th Hokage succession." The first question about Guang, the second about Itachi, the third about himself, the phrasing getting shorter. Not from rudeness but from nervousness. Shin Guyan didn't answer the third question. His gaze fell on the hand seal steps written by Makoto. Next to the words, Snake Ram Monkey Boar Horse Tiger, Makoto had used red ink to mark the duration for each seal, and at the bottom she wrote, "Your fire nature is naturally strong. When you first breathe fire, don't be afraid. It won't burn you." He gently pushed the orange towards Sasuke. "Your mother's handwriting is very meticulous. Better than our instructors back then." Sasuke's fingers gripping the edge of the page tightened slightly, but he didn't answer. "When you master the Great Fireball, I can help you check the shape of the flame. Not to light the fire for you. Just to confirm you won't burn yourself." Sasuke was silent for a moment, then picked up the orange, broke off a segment, and put it in his mouth. His lips were still tight, but he gave a soft After the afternoon classes ended, Shen Guyen encountered Uchiha Itachi at the entrance of the teaching building. Itachi stood under a cherry blossom tree, wearing the black ANBU uniform, his mask hanging from his side. He was taller than a few years ago, the laugh lines not yet formed, but his eyes already held a calmness beyond his age. He gave Shin Guyen a slight nod in greeting, then turned his gaze to Sasuke walking out of the building. The moment Sasuke saw his brother, his steps paused for a beat, then he quickened his pace, opened the detailed explanation of basic fire-style hand seals to the great fireball page, and pointed at Makoto's red annotation saying something. Itachi lowered his head, listening attentively, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke said, "You saw my file in ANBU, that the number of completed rank missions exceeded double digits before the 4th Hokage succession. He asked me how I did it. Next time you help him with his hand seal notes, you can tell him that net flame almost burned even me when it started. Your younger brother doesn't need to try every temperature like I did." Shin Guyen said, "I'll pass it on. Guangsanpei's hospitalization records have already been received by ANBU with Lady Tsunade's discharge report. The core seal of the Raiten sealing chain inside her body has been completely dismantled by you. The remaining meridian rehabilitation can be completed during her audit of the academy theory classes." Itachi withdrew his gaze and looked directly into Shin Guyen's eyes. "Thank you for not touching the mark of her Yata mirror. She chose to keep it herself, and it's worth more than any dojutsu." Shin Guyen stood on the steps of the teaching building, watching Sasuke pull Itachi's sleeve toward home, watching Mingren being carried on Minato's shoulders, as they ran across the other end of the playground shouting, "Tomorrow I'm going to learn that ball thing too." Net flame in his dantian gave a gentle pulse, not high in temperature, but steady in rhythm. At the same moment, in the Hokage's office, Minato pushed the scroll on joint repair progress sent by Gaara this morning to Shin Guyen. Jiraiya leaned by the window, flipping through the latest intelligence brief from Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade sat in a chair against the wall, ticking off items on the medical squad's next quarter budget. The six-path seal that the first Hokage Hashirama Senju originally used to stabilize the Dragon Vein core was originally perfectly aligned with the core, but after being eroded by the karma for an entire cycle, a vacuum gap appeared in the outer layer that even the seal itself could not heal. From the resonance data of the Dragon Vein core after the karma was removed, Shin Guyen found a preliminary filling solution. The high harmonics generated by net flame and the Dragon Vein core in a state of complete resonance could be directly converted into filling energy for the vacuum area of the seal's outer layer. With the assistance of ninja who have mastered Sage Chakra and possess the Rinnegan, the net flame replenishment plan can not only fill the vacuum layer but also upgrade the six-path seal from a one-time defensive structure to a sustainable cyclic barrier. Once the barrier is complete, the Wind Country's karma points can be directly incorporated into the early warning network under the existing joint monitoring system of Lulan. He slid a preliminary draft he had just finished to Minato. "I'll take the initial draft of the core repair plan. The candidates for joint execution, there are only a few ninja currently registered in Konoha who possess both Sage Chakra and the Rinnegan." Jiraiya pulled the list from his hand, glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. After everyone had left, the twilight outside the window had already sunk to the base of the Hokage rock. Minato took off the Hokage hat, came around from behind the desk, and sat down on the chair next to Shin Guyen. His voice suddenly dropped very low, low enough that only two old friends in an empty office could hear. "A long time ago I asked you what I needed most to be a good 4th Hokage. You said I already had it, letting others walk ahead first. Now I'll add one more thing: you never needed the title of Hokage. You've been letting others walk ahead first long before I became Hokage. It's been your daily routine." Shin Guyen sat beside him, still holding the draft list annotated by Jiraiya. The last rays of sunset outside the window were slowly sinking into the shadow of the Hokage rock's shoulder, and he finally spoke. The first Hokage carved the phrase "walking ahead first" into the foundation of Konoha, but later generations gradually turned it into a slogan with only one meaning. As if only those who charge at the front deserve to be called protectors. "Minato, at your succession ceremony you said another phrase that shouldn't be remembered only by me: the will of fire is not to die for the village but to live for your comrades. You let Mingren transform a visible shadow clone in class today. Tomorrow all the new students will know that the Ninetales Jinchuriki who started school today is not a monster, just a boy who can perform the same technique as his father. These people, you Kushina, Mingren, Sasuke, Itachi, Guang, Nagato, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya Sensei, each of you lets your comrades walk ahead in your own way. I'm just occasionally responsible for clearing the obstacles." Minato chewed on these words for a long time, then stood up, took the initial draft from his hand, and placed it side by side with his own on the neatly arranged task assignment grid on the desk. "There's a new student this year named Haruno Sakura. Her transformation technique hand seals are almost all wrong, but she brought her chakra control precision from 0 to the current Chunin level in just half a semester. There's also a girl named Hyuga Hinata. I can tell she's treated as a useless second daughter at home, but her gentle fist initial stance never strikes an opponent's vital points." He put the Hokage hat back on, pushed the office window open a crack to let the night breeze in. I haven't decided yet whether they can all graduate from the Ninja Academy, but one day they will graduate, and by then the third squad won't be just a squad of a few of us. Shingu Yen didn't answer. He leaned back in the chair. The moonlight outside the window shone on the blank cliff face of the Hokage rock, washing it as clean as the white arc on the third squad vest under the old ginkgo tree long ago. The seal repair in Lulan entered its third week. Shingu Yen discovered a complete mural of ancient Dragon Pulse script on the top floor of the Resonance Tower. The mural's content was not a battle record but a complete process of how the ancient Lulan people converted Dragon Pulse energy into the city's driving power source. From the resonance trigger of the Dragon Pulse core, to the energy distribution of the conduction patterns to the automatic response of the tower defense network, every link was depicted with precision and detail. But what truly captured his attention was the concluding sentence at the very end of the mural carved in ancient Dragon Pulse script. The text was not written on the surface but directly etched into the core rock of the tower, with the depth of each stroke perfectly synchronized with the spiral frequency of the tower's conduction patterns. Translated it meant, all who enter this tower are children of the Dragon Pulse. Not by bloodline, not by surname, but by resonance alone. This sentence was the last line my ancestor wrote on the front page of the Resonance Tower Code. Hikari stood behind him, the 8-petal hanging thread pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan, slowly rotating in the warm orange glow of the mural. I used to always think that children of the Dragon Pulse referred to the Lulan royal bloodline, but now it seems they were never talking about bloodline but resonance aptitude. You triggered the Dragon Pulse resonance for the first time at Mount Myaboku, and Jingyan actively leaped out of the chakra channel to receive the earth energy of the Dragon Pulse. When you dismantled the fake Rinnegan container at the Valley of the End, the Dragon Pulse conduit did not reject your reverse analysis. When you were struck by the third layer of memory impact deep within the Karma core, the Dragon Pulse did not attack you but pulled you into its perspective. Any deviation over 2,000 years could have been fatal, but each time the Dragon Pulse let you reach its deepest core. It's not because you possessed Jingyan, but because Jingyan was originally part of the Dragon Pulse. Shingu Yen did not speak, channeling Jingyan from his dantian to his palm. A white light spot gently swept over the ancient Dragon Pulse script of the last line on the mural, and immediately a faint warm orange response rippled from deep within the carved core rock. Exactly the same as when he first triggered the Dragon Pulse resonance at Mount Myaboku. He confirmed one thing between Jingyan and the Dragon Pulse: it was not a one-way relationship of use and being used, but a mutual recognition of belonging. He was a fragment of the defense mechanism actively split off by the Dragon Pulse at the time of the God Tree's descent. The Dragon Pulse was his origin, and he was an extension of the Dragon Pulse. The two had never truly been separated. The temperature conduction speed of this carved text is more than an order of magnitude faster than the resonance key reaction in your seal. It's not a passive record but an active confirmation. Exactly the same as the puppet stopping when the Jingyan wavelength approaches. The tower defense network identifies all those who carry Dragon Pulse resonance as allies. The recognition protocol bypasses visual prowess and bloodline limits, only checking the resonance frequency. You are not the Uchiha's final weapon, you are a child of the Dragon Pulse, certified by the Lulan Resonance Tower. He turned around from the mural. This level of authority can be used for karma position tracking. Hikari stared at the carved line at the end of the mural for a long time, then reached out and took down the half of the key talisman paper that was stuck inside the inner lining of her headband ribbon. The talisman paper was slightly warm between her fingers. Not the burning pain of chakra, but the subtle temperature transmitted between the resonance spectral lines on her fingertip and the paper's surface from the warm orange pulse of the Dragon Pulse. This was the first time since she had been trapped in that tower, for who knows how long, that she had actively taken out this resonance spectral line from her bosom. Lady Tsunade said, "I can start low-intensity visual prowess perception training. If the inside of the tower defense network is safe enough, I want to start my first lesson here." She turned her head to look at Shingu Yen. "You can calibrate the resonance error between Jingyan and Bachin Mao." Teacher Minato said that when you first used Jingyan to dismantle the Genjutsu circuit on the bridge, you were already able to achieve zero delay. That evening a very short annotation was added to the training record book of Konoha's Team 3, written by Lugu in person. From today onward, Uchiha Hikari will participate in Team 3's daily training and Lulan Garrison mission as an auxiliary member. The ninjutsu registration number is pending. The headband wearing qualification has been specially approved by the Fourth Hokage. On the attached page of the annotation, Kushina used a sealing brush to update the frequency expansion upper limit of the 9th node to the latest calibration value, and as usual added a double helix verification seal beside it. That talisman paper was repeatedly slapped against the edge of the stone tablet crack by the strong wind and bounced off. She casually took out the public sealing sticker of Team 3 from her ninja tool pouch and firmly fixed the entire form to the side of the stone tablet base. When Minato saw this annotation, he was reviewing the joint repair progress report sent by Sunagakure that morning at the window of the Hokage's office. He took the spare headband metal piece out of the drawer, gently ran his thumb along the 3 arcs, then put it back and said to Kato Dan, who was peeling an orange at the opposite side of the desk, "I might be taking it easier as a senior than you did when you led Nawaki back then." Dan placed the orange peel on the corner of the table, without even lifting his eyelids. All members of Team 3 have gone through formal procedures before joining, including the auxiliary member. You take it easy because they are more self-disciplined than you and I combined back then. The next day, the Third Hokage officially issued 2 ninja registration numbers. The ninja IDs were signed by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. As he stamped them, he put his pipe down on the ashtray, looked at the 4 characters, Uchiha Hikari, that Hikari herself had signed in the signature column, and said to Lugu standing before the desk, "The Uchiha clan has been restless lately. Some welcome Hikari's return, some think this ancestor who survived a narrow escape from the ruins of Lulan is a threat that certain people in the clan have been unable to suppress for years. Let them argue. As long as she remains on the Konoha Ninja Registry, her civilian status is directly signed by the Hokage, and is not subject to the Uchiha clan's internal decisions." As his voice fell, the tip of the pen pressed onto the paper. The ninja IDs were divided into 2 lines, one for Hikari, and one for another person whose file had been frozen for years, and was now reopened. Psi Class A Intelligence Assistant, former Root codename Ja, new identity corresponding to Deputy Director of Konoha Orphanage, and member of the Root Intelligence Archive Reform Group. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed the 2 ninja ID certificates side by side to Lugu. When Hikari goes to the Ninja Academy to report, let him also go to the academy and sit in on a basic chakra class by Irika. After speaking, he picked up his pipe again, and took a puff of the blue smoke slowly dissipated in the sunlight. They are all newcomers. A few days later, at the basic chakra class in Konoha Ninja Academy, Irika wrote the words, "Nature and Transformation," on the blackboard in large characters, then turned to look at the students filling the classroom. Today, 2 official ninjas who already have registration numbers are here to audit. If you have any related questions during class, feel free to ask them anytime. Before Irika's words had settled, the back of the classroom erupted in commotion. Sai pushed the door open and entered. The bandages on his face had long been completely removed, leaving only a very thin old scar on the left side of his jaw. In his hand he held neither kunai nor files, but a bag of homemade cookies brought from the orphanage kitchen. He sat down in the seat by the window at the back, took out from his backpack the literacy textbook that Shingu Yen had handed him back in the old bookstore on Cat Ear Alley. The cover had been rewrapped by Nono, and a new line of text was added on the title page. Sai, Liaison Officer of Konoha Hospital Rehabilitation Ward and Substitute Teacher of Orphanage Literacy Class. He opened the textbook and pushed the cookie box toward the empty seat next to him. Hikari sat beside him, her headband neatly worn on her forehead, the ribbon the one Minato had given her on the day she was discharged. The sleeves of her old kimono had been shortened by herself, and she wore a dark blue rehabilitation cardigan issued by Konoha Hospital over it. She stood up when Irika called out her ninja ID, gave a slight bow to the class, then sat back down, opened the basic chakra textbook to the title page, and used a sealing brush to add a small line of text below the last sentence of the Resonance Tower Code. She had transcribed herself, "Children of the Dragon Pulse are not determined by bloodline." After class, the classmates surged out of the classroom. Sasuke was dragged by Naruto to rush at the front with Sakura and Hinata flanking them on the left, and right Shino and Kiba following behind, while Shikamaru and Choji leisurely strolled out of the school building. As Hinata ran past the corner of the corridor, she quietly glanced back at the back of the classroom. Hikari's fingertip was pointing at the ancient character at the end of the concluding sentence on the mural, rubbing. For some reason Hinata felt that the timidity suppressed by the gentle fist-starting stance in her palm was all trivial matters in the posture of that woman's fingertip pressing on the carved mark. At night, the moon shone brightly outside the window of the Hokage's office. Lugu closed the last page of the joint repair progress table. The outer vacuum fracture of the first 6-path sealing formula has been filled and the core resonance data is stable. All branch conduits of the Dragon Pulse in the Wind Country, Rain Country, River Country, and Fire Country have been restored to their original flow directions. The subsequent regular resonance maintenance can be taken over by trained sealing squads at each station, but the core area authority remains with the current joint executors. Not many joint executors. Jiraiya placed the communication toad intelligence scroll, just returned from Mount Myaboku, on the table, his voice unusually serious. "You know how long Nagato has been guarding underground at the Lulan Ruin Tower?" Yahiko urged him many times, but he only said he was nailing the deepest stone pillar, picking off the gravity fluctuations of the karma remnants, one by one, not even calling Konan inside. "And Kankuro. From the time you returned from the Wind Country until now, that puppeteer has been soaking in the Dragon Pulse resonance sand every day, changing the sensing arrays for his puppets. He nearly dehydrated 3 times. The Kazekage was afraid that he would turn all of Sonegakure's future weapons into Dragon Pulse dedicated machines, so he personally sent a letter to Konoha requesting a rotation of defenses. He framed Nagato's name with his hand, and then wrote down in order beside it Shingu Yen Hikari Minato Nagato Kankuro. Moonlight spilled onto the list spread out on the Hokage's office desk, gilding these names with the same golden color as ginkgo leaves. In the final stage of the restoration of the Lulan seal, an encrypted message was sent from Konoha to the top of the resonance tower. The message was penned by Tsunade addressed to Kamigami Yen and Uchiha Hikari. The back of the envelope bore the double helix verification symbol of Konoha's medical team, alongside a hastily scrawled sharp note. There is something in the basement of the Senju clan's old residence that resonates with the dragon vein. The resonance frequency matches perfectly with the white flame-warm orange synchronized pulse recorded during your dismantling of the wedge in Lulan. It is neither a sealing technique nor a remnant of chakra. It's a tree. Kamigami Yen folded the letter and tucked it away into his ninja tool pouch. The Jing Yen in his dantian stirred gently. It wasn't a warning but a kind of low-frequency hum that had been suppressed for a millennium, resonating in perfect harmony with the primal will of the dragon vein he had sensed during the third-layer memory pulse at the core of the wedge. He looked at Hikari, who was making final adjustments to her ocular perception calibration by the guiding patterns at the top of the tower, and handed her Tsunade's letter. What resonates with the core of the dragon vein is not the architecture of the Senju's old residence but something originally planted underground there. The wooden roots of Lord Hashirama. That tree sensed the resonance of Jing Yen and the 8,000 spears simultaneously. When the core of the dragon vein, fully awakened, Lady Tsunade wants us to return for on-site verification. In the western suburbs of Konoha, the old residence of the Senju clan was hidden within a grove of ancient camphor trees. The house itself was not grand, but the marks left by time in the wood grain were deeper than any sealing technique. The porch columns still bore the crooked flying eagle pattern carved in with style by Senju Hashirama in his youth, and beneath the study's floor was a whole layer of secret compartments reinforced with seals. The entrance to the basement was behind the study's fireplace, sealed for an entire era by the wooden sealing techniques personally laid down by the first Hokage. Tsunade pushed the door open and dust slowly floated in the afternoon light. My grandfather spent more time in the study than in the Hokage's office during his lifetime. After he retired, he sat here every afternoon with an unfinished manuscript on wooden sealing techniques spread out before him, staring blankly out the window. I was too young then to know what he was thinking. Later his manuscript was transferred to the Konoha sealing team's archive and this study was sealed by me. The mechanism for the hidden compartment was pressed down. The wooden sealing technique behind the fireplace slowly retracted under Tsunade's bloodline chakra recognition, revealing the staircase leading to the basement. On either side of the staircase, the walls were engraved with energy guiding grooves that matched the structure of the guiding patterns of the Lulan resonance tower. There was no warm orange glow of the dragon vein within the groove. Instead there was a very faint, almost imperceptible white aura, synchronized with the white light of Jing Yen, but diluted by thick wooden fibers resembling the flicker of a candle seen through frosted glass. At the end of the basement was a naturally formed dome space, with a core pillar hanging in the center, made of the same material as the dragon vein conduit of the Lulan resonance tower. The surface of the pillar spiraled with guiding patterns originating from the tower, with each groove oozing the faint intertwining light of white flame and warm orange. At the base of the pillar was a layer of ancient soil sealed for over 1,000 years, the surface covered by a wooden sealing technique personally inscribed by the first Hokage. This was not a sealing technique per se, but a vow of protection written in the grammatical structure of ancient dragon vein words with wood as the medium, and in the very center of the soil layer a small tree was quietly growing. The trunk was only as thick as an arm and the crown was barely taller than a person. Each leaf vein pulsed with white light in harmony with Jing Yen warm orange pulsations, synchronized with the dragon vein core, and a faint azure soft glow unique to the first Hokage's wooden cells full of vitality. The three colors of light alternated on the surface of the leaves, at an incredibly slow pace, the frequency perfectly matching the synchronized pulse of white flame-warm orange, recorded on the steel of the Lulan resonance tower. Senju Hashirama did not seal the source of the dragon vein in Lulan but divided it into two parts. The core remained in the resonance tower and the sapling was brought back to Konoha, nurtured by the earth that the Senju clan had protected for generations. Kamigami Yen stopped 3 steps away from the tree. The hum of Jing Yen ceased to emanate outward from his dantian as he stepped into the basement. Instead it surged outward from deep within every meridian in him, and converged inward from every leaf of the tree, creating an extremely stable bidirectional loop in the space between him and the tree. He extended his right hand and Jing Yen detached from his palm, coalescing into a fine beam of white light that gently touched the surface of the trunk. All the leaf veins simultaneously lit up warm orange, just like the shimmering pool of stone when he first triggered the resonance of the dragon vein on Myobo-Kuzan, except this time there was no sulfur smell, no warning. Only the wooden grain of the entire basement resonating softly deep within the old residence's walls, as if Senju Hashirama had woven his own voice into the growth rings when he planted this small tree. This tree recognizes Jing Yen. Hikari, standing behind him, watched as the 8-petal kaleidoscope pattern of her Sharingan slowly rotated under the interplay of the 3 colors of light. Just like the inscription on the steel of the resonance tower, it also recognizes me as the child of the dragon vein. Does it recognize you too? Kamigami Yen asked. Yes. My forehead protector vibrated when I touched the tree's roots. It was the resonance of the warm orange pulsations of the dragon vein, not a self-check of my ocular power. The database of the tower's defense network contains no bloodline directory, only resonance frequencies. Senju Hashirama did not rewrite it into a contract exclusive to the Senju clan. The inscription of ancient dragon vein words etched into the soil layer is structurally identical to the grammar of the concluding phrases in the mural you showed me. It's not based on bloodlines but solely on resonance. Hikari squatted down, gently placing her hand near the surface of the soil at the bottom of the trunk. The 8,000 spears imprint on her palm glowed for an instant, as if lightly exchanging a high five with a faint warm orange pulsation buried deep within the tree's roots. Hikari's expression remained calm, but her fingertips did not immediately withdraw after touching the trunk. What she felt returning from the diamond-shaped imprint in her palm was not a rejection of the seal, nor a self-check of her ocular power, but a very light sensation, as if something had gently grasped her from the bark. This was a strange signal. She had never been recognized by any contract before. Kamigami Yen withdrew, Jing Yen slowly pacing around the tree in sync with the alternating cycle of the 3 colors of light, then turned towards Tsunade. The tree remained dormant until the dragon vein core fully awakened, which is why Lord Hashirama's manuscript stopped at the last page. He wasn't unable to finish writing, or it was because the tree had not yet found the synchronization threshold with Jing Yen and actively rejected any proposed contract terms. Now that the core has fully awakened, the tree needs a bidirectional energy supply plan. Tsunade replied, "You've already drafted the initial framework for the bidirectional energy supply plan on the list of joint executors from Lulan. The framework is ready, but the plan itself needs to add a core entry, Senju and Uchiha." Kamigami Yen turned to Hikari. "The tree's recognition protocol originates from the wedge. The wedge can trace back the historical interface between the Sharingan and the dragon vein and reverse its suppression. The wedge was dismantled by you, the core was activated by you, and now this tree recognizes both Senju and Uchiha as guardians. Lady Tsunade, Lord Hashirama never excluded Senju and Uchiha from the list of guardians this tree can accept. The recognition protocol he left is the grammar of the dragon vein itself, not a bloodline limit." Tsunade stood in front of the tree silent for a long time, then took out the sealing technique teaching draft from her ninja tool pouch and flipped to the cover page. She picked up the sealing pen and, under the unfinished handwriting of the first Hokage, added the second half in her own sharp and determined script. In the column of signatories, she sequentially signed Senju Tsunade, Uchiha Hikari, and Kamigami Yen. She put down the pen, stood up straight, dusted off her hands, and looked back at the spiraling core pillar with guiding patterns that matched those of the tower. "My grandfather was Hokage for a lifetime. Even after retiring, he sat in this study every day staring blankly at this tree. I always thought he regretted the loss of wooden jutsu. Now it seems he was just waiting for the two of you." Months later, the cherry blossoms at the Senju Shrine bloomed abundantly. The annual joint festival was held in the newly renovated courtyard of the Senju Old Residence, with all 5 Kage gathering together, and their accompanying personnel lining up along the outer corridor of the residence. This was the first time after the Fourth Shinobi World War that the 5 great countries publicly attended a ceremony under the name of joint guardianship. The signing ceremony for the list of guardians of the Dragon Vein Corps was set to take place on the first day of the festival in the study of the Senju residence. A formal commission scroll jointly signed by the 5 Kage was spread out on the old desk where Senju Hashirama once reviewed Hokage documents. The scroll's content formally established the list of guardians of the Dragon Vein Corps based on the framework of the Lulan joint executors. The initial list bore 5 names arranged in the order of signing: Kamigami Yen, Uchiha Hikari, Senju Tsunade, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina. A supplementary list followed closely recording Nagato Kenjiro Gaara, Uchiha Itachi, and Baiki, who was included in the list as an unofficial member. Kagami signed as a witness, and the third Hokage stamped the end of the scroll with the Hokage's official seal. Kamigami Yen stood by the old desk for a moment. Senju Hashirama had reviewed the last batch of documents for the Dragon Vein Restoration Plan on this rattan chair, and now the draft of the Permanent Guardianship Charter for the Dragon Vein Corps that he was preparing to submit to the 5 Kage lay on that chair. The cover bore the names of all the members of the third squad, with an additional warm orange ocular imprint beside the white arc. He pressed the draft beside the scroll, exited the study, and crossed the courtyard. Jing Yen pulsed steadily in his dantian, its frequency perfectly in sync with the pulsations of the dragon vein deep beneath his feet. Under the old ginkgo tree in front of the old residence, Naruto was on tiptoe holding a leaf protector up to Hikari's face. He raised it too high and nearly poked Hikari's chin. "Hikari, what does that ancient text on the back of the protector actually mean?" I asked my dad, and he spent the whole night going through the Lulan manuscript translation dictionary, but he only got halfway through and it was rebirth. The latter character was one you wrote during your first audit at the Ninja Academy, and Irika Sensei said it was Lulan ancient script. But I pestered him the entire lunch break and he still wouldn't tell me. Hikari took the protector and flipped it to the inner side of the ribbon. On the back of the deep blue ribbon she had worn for a long time, a line of ancient dragon vein text was written in extremely fine sealing ink. The script was inscribed by her the day after she received the protector, and the depth of each stroke remained perfectly consistent with the depth she had felt when touching the last line of the inscription on the steel of the resonance tower. She squatted down and pointed to each character of the ancient text on the back of the ribbon for Naruto to see. Just as she finished speaking, a light sound of a footstep came from behind Naruto. Sasuke came around from the other side of the old ginkgo, holding the detailed explanation of Fire Release Basic Seals book, which had been wrapped in a cover since the start of the Ninja Academy. He flipped to the page with Mikoto's handwritten seal steps, and pointed to the circle around the character C marked in red, looking up at Hikari. You already know that the Sharingan and the Dragon Vein can recognize each other. My brother asked me to ask you, last year when you first came for a checkup at Konoha Hospital, he happened to be on night duty in the inpatient department and you passed by him in the hallway. The standard sealing sensor he carried was triggered and later you told him it was the automatic recognition of the 8,000 spears against the Sharingan, just like the tree can recognize both Senju and Uchiha. But this old ginkgo is not the Dragon Vein sapling from the basement of the Senju old residence. You haven't used the 8,000 spears and the trunk shows no chakra response. Why does every ginkgo leaf now shine with the same warm orange light as the back of the protector? Kamigami Yen leaned against the old ginkgo trunk and looked down at his open palm. Jing Yen burned quietly in his palm, the temperature not high but the edge of the white flame was surrounded by a very faint previously unseen warm orange halo. Matching the faint glow flowing deep within the ginkgo leaves synchronized with the peaks of the Dragon Vein resonance. He first saw on the surface of the stone pool on Myobokuzen. This was not a change in combat form nor an improvement in analytical precision. This began to occur after the dismantling of the wedge in Lulan. Every time Jing Yen completed a resonance with the Dragon Vein core, a very thin layer of warm orange glow would adhere to the edge of the white flame. It was transitioning from purification to bestowing at an extremely slow pace a rhythm he could not fully control. The same beam of white flame I just signed the charter with now probably cannot distinguish between burning completely and lighting up. Even if you suddenly planted a new Dragon Vein sapling in the corner of your yard, don't be too surprised. Sasuke reinserted Mikoto's red pen mark back into the book, reaching into his pocket to pull out an orange, tossing it over to him. Naruto still held the protector, blinking his eyes as ginkgo leaves fluttered down in the afternoon sunlight. Jing Yen gently pulsed in Kamigami Yan's dantian, the warm orange halo slowly spreading along the edge of the white flame, quietly enveloping the chakra fluctuations of everyone under the old ginkgo tree. Chapter 9 finished. 3 days after the conclusion of the 5 Kage joint festival, the hidden leaf village was still immersed in the lingering echoes of celebration. The colorful banners lining the streets had yet to be fully taken down and children still clutched the candies handed out during the festival. The 4th Hokage's stone face on the Hokage rock gazed down upon the gradually awakening village under the morning light, the smile that had been revised repeatedly by the sculptor still as gentle as ever. Kamiya Yen was organizing his equipment beneath the old ginkgo tree at Training Ground 3. The official roster of Dragon Vein Corps Guardians had taken effect and the duplicate scroll of the joint mission signed by the 5 great nations was locked in the deepest compartment of his ninja tool pouch next to the remnant of the root file that Sai had given him years ago at the Cat Ear Alley used bookstore. Purifying Flame pulsed steadily in his dantian, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire, continuing to expand outward at an extremely slow pace. With each expansion he gained a deeper understanding of the underlying logic of the two-way energy supply scheme that Hashirama Senju had embedded in the Dragon Vein sapling. So early. Hikari walked over from the entrance of the training ground, her forehead protector neatly positioned on her brow. The deep blue ribbon had been replaced with a new one, but the line of ancient Dragon Vein script on the back remained. She had used her dojutsu to transcribe it from the old ribbon, etching it stroke by stroke onto the new one. Her pace was noticeably faster than when she had just been discharged. After the core seal of the Reigo Tenro beneath her left shoulder blade vanished, the flow of her chakra had become much smoother. Morning. Lady Tsunade approved your final meridian recovery report yesterday. Starting today you can resume full dojutsu training, including the 8,000 spears. Kamiya Yen took the final report signed by Tsunade from his pouch and handed it to her. But on the condition that I handle the simultaneous calibration of the resonance error between Purifying Flame and the 8,000 spears. Hikari took the report, glanced at the notes column, circled in red by Tsunade, gave a faint smile, then folded it and tucked it into her sleeve. She walked shoulder to shoulder with him toward the Senju ancestral mansion. Beneath the dome of the Senju mansion's underground vault, the Dragon Vein sapling had grown another palm. The newly sprouted leaves on the crown were nearly double the number from before the Lulan restoration began. The synchrony rate between the warm orange glow in the leaf veins and Purifying Flame's resonance had steadily improved, yet a faint layer of stagnation remained. The final buffer lock that Hashirama Senju had deliberately left in the sapling's early cultivation to prevent external forces from forcibly accelerating the tree's growth before it fully matured. Shikaya and Tsunade were already waiting in front of the tree. Shikaya held the Sage Art resonance data sent from Mount Myoboku that morning, while Jiraiya sat cross-legged by a stone pillar on the other side of the vault with a manuscript on Dragon Vein Sage Art Fusion Theory, written by Fukasaku Sanin, resting on his knee. The tree has entered its final growth cycle. The underlying logic of the two-way energy supply scheme is completely consistent with the grammatical structure of the Dragon Vein energy language that you deciphered from the Lulon Wedge Core. But the final authorization for the reinforcement plan requires dual authentication, the authority to parse ancient Dragon Vein script, and the Senju would release Bloodline limit. Tsunade stood straight. She had completed the unfinished manuscript left by the first Hokage page by page, but the activation signature block on the final layer remained empty. Purifying Flame can interpret the tree's language, but the activation signature must be completed by someone who simultaneously possesses would release Chakra and Dragon Vein resonance qualifications. Yamato, your turn. A young man wearing an umbu mask walked in from the entrance of the vault. He removed the mask, revealing a calm and slightly reserved face. Yamato, codenamed Tenzo, was the sole surviving experimental subject cultivated after Danzo Shimura stole the first Hokage's would release cells, and the only remaining inheritor of the would release bloodline limit in the Leaf Village. Since the dissolution of Root, he had been assigned directly to the Umbu and seldom appeared in public. However, the final activation of the Dragon Vein sapling required the personal authentication of a would-release bloodline limit holder, and Tsunade had submitted a request for his deployment to the Third Hokage before the 5 Kage festival began. Lady Tsunade, the tree is resonating. It seems very familiar with this pulse frequency. Of course it is. The would-release cells in your body come from the same batch of samples as this tree's parent stock. The first Hokage kept half of the cell sample in Root back then, hidden in the vault of this mansion, all to wait for an inheritor who would no longer be treated as an experimental tool. Kamiya Yen withdrew Purifying Flame and turned to Yamato. The tree's recognition protocol only recognizes resonance frequency, not origin. Stand before the tree, place your hand on the trunk, and leave the rest to it. Yamato walked to the tree, crouched down, and gently pressed his right palm against the tree trunk. The moment his palm touched the bark, all the leaves on the tree simultaneously lit up with a light interwoven of warm orange and white flames identical to the reaction when Kamiya Yen first touched the sapling. The line of ancient Dragon Vein script carved by Hashirama Senju beneath the soil at the tree's base also lit up. All who enter this tower are children of the Dragon Vein. Not by blood, not by surname, but by resonance alone. It recognizes me as a child of the Dragon Vein too. Yamato's voice seemed choked with emotion. I was told by Danzo since childhood that I was merely a copy attempt of the first Hokage cells. No family, no surname, even the wood release was borrowed. Tsunade took the sealing brush from her ninja tool pouch, opened the wood release sealing manuscript that already bore the signatures of Tsunade Senju Hikari Uchiha and Kamiya Yen, and handed the brush to him. You asked why the tree feels familiar. It's not just because of the half sample inside you. The tree is simply telling you in its own way that the name your mother wrote on your swaddling cloth when she left you at the orphanage has never been cancelled by anyone. Tsunade's voice was lower than usual, but every word was as steady as her hand holding a scalpel. When Lord Hashirama intercepted that half sample, he wrote in the notes, "If this child lives, he shall be my descendant of the Senju." Danzo deleted the files, but he couldn't erase the same line that has been buried under the tree roots for all these years. Yamato signed his name on the manuscript page. His handwriting was not as sharp as Tsunade's, nor as steady as Hikari's, but every stroke was written with great care. Shikaya closed the Sage Art resonance data transmitted from Mount Mayaboku, and spread out the final supplementary agreement for joint execution that needed to be signed on-site, placing it on the stone table before the tree. The core clause of the agreement entrusted the daily maintenance of the Dragon Vein sapling and future tree-splitting projects entirely to Yamato. Kamiya Yen took the sealing brush and in the core executor column of the agreement signed the names Yamato, Kamiya Yen, and Hikari Uchiha in order, then added a note in the remarks section. The first sapling split from this tree will be transferred to Mount Mayaboku, where Fukasaku Sanin will oversee continuous compatibility testing of Sage Art and Dragon Vein energy. After the signing was complete, the group left the vault one after another. Kamiya Yen and Hikari were the last. Hikari paused in front of the tree, pressing the diamond-shaped mark on her palm gently against the trunk. The moment the 8,000 spears mark touched the bark, all the warm orange light on the crown flowed simultaneously. No longer alternating in flickers but spreading outward in extremely gentle ripples like the surface of a pond stirred by a spring breeze. You called Yamato Tenzo earlier. Hikari withdrew her hand and turned to look at him. That's the new name he chose for himself. Yes. The code name Danzo gave him was Ko, just like Sai back then. He applied for a name change after Root was disbanded and the Third Hokage personally approved it. Tenzo. The 10 character comes from Hashirama Senju's would release technique that reaches the heavens, and Zo was his own choice, saying that would release should no longer be hidden away. You people from the Leaf are very good at picking up names for others. Hikari's lips curled slightly, then she turned and walked toward the vault exit. Kamiya Yen watched the warm orange ancient Dragon Vein script on the back of her forehead protector's ribbon flicker as she walked away in the residual light of the vault. Purifying Flame gave a gentle pulse in his dantian. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the treetops of the training ground. Minato was crouching in the shade re-engraving coordinate markers on a kunai while Kushina on a stone bench nearby was transcribing the ninth node spread spectrum upper limit parameters from the training records into a fresh ceiling array archive form. Kamiya Yen took the original communication letter from Sai from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Kushina. Sei's reply came this morning. He verified the final list of missing persons from the periphery of the Wind Country Wedge sites, confirming that all civilians affected by residual wedge energy had passed the joint medical checks by Suna and Konoha. No one missed. The attached note says that Auntie Nono asks you to thank him. Among those civilians was a 3-year-old girl. After passing the check, she was temporarily taken in by the orphanage and yesterday, she learned to write her own name. Kushina took the letter but didn't read it immediately. She set aside the ceiling array archive form she had just finished transcribing. On the resonance frequency slot reserved for Sai beside the ninth node, she had just annotated a new parameter range prepared for the continuous perception feedback channel that Sai was maintaining. She stared at the numbers for a few seconds, then turned to Minato and said, "That person who draws little flowers. He always says in his letters how many names he's checked but never mentions how many days he's gone without sleep. If you want to add a note, go ahead and add it in the reserved space." Minato inserted the newly engraved kunai back into his ninja tool pouch. Kamiya Yen leaned back on the stone steps, took the water flask Minato handed him, and Purifying Flame pulsed steadily in his dantian as usual. In the distance, Naruto and Sasuke were running toward the ginkgo tree, each clutching a handful of small kunai. Naruto ran wildly, not stopping even when he stepped into the freshly watered grass mud at the edge of the training ground. Sasuke followed a few steps behind, his expression still tense, but the book titled Fire Release Basic Hand Seal Explanations wrapped in a book cover was held securely under his elbow. And within him, Purifying Flame, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire, grew clearer under the midday sun. From purification to bestowal, it was learning bit by bit how to illuminate more things. On the back of the last page of Chensho Zujian's would release sealing manuscript, an extra line of text appeared. Shin Gaian discovered this line on the third morning after the dragon vein sapling was activated. At that moment, he was conducting follow-up monitoring of the sapling in the underground vault of the Chensho old residence. Just as Jingyan swept over the ancient dragon vein inscription at the base of the tree roots, "All who enter this tower are children of the dragon vein," the manuscript was tossed over from behind by Gang Shou. She said that this morning, while organizing her grandfather's old belongings, she inadvertently dipped the manuscript into a cup of warm water, and the heat caused the paper's reverse side to reveal this hidden script sealed by would release Chakra for over half a century. The handwriting was completely different from Chensho Zujian's official documents. It was the first Hokage's own hasty script recorded in the rattan chair of his study after his retirement, meant only for himself. The other half of the dragon vein is not on land. There is a more ancient resonance beneath the sea. Shin Gaian leaned against the tree trunk, reading the line over and over. Jingyan gave a gentle flicker in his dantian. Not resonance, but a profound confirmation. The source of the dragon vein in Lulon was the main trunk of the continental vein, but during the dismantling of the wedges he had noticed a lingering issue. Although the energy circulation of the dragon vein core had been fully restored, the hydrological trends of all branch conduits indicated an abnormally low energy attenuation rate in the direction of the ocean. A low attenuation meant something was receiving energy over there. If there truly was a more ancient resonance slumbering beneath the water, then his entire understanding of the dragon vein would be merely half of the net. He returned the manuscript to Gang Shou, saying only, "I'll go find Shui Men." Gang Shou did not stop him, but added as he turned, "Grandfather went to the sea area of Shwizhiguo with the second generation when he was young. After he returned from that trip, he drew a seabed map, but the coordinates were blacked out by his own ink. I suspect that line was written after that voyage. The coordinates you seek might still be in the Chensho archives, or perhaps someone took them to Wuin village." Shin Gaian paused for a moment, then continued toward the Fire Shadow building. On the same day, an inexplicable event occurred in the sea area of Shwizhiguo. The defense fleet of Wuin village detected continuous low-frequency tremors in the deepwater zone several dozen li from the port during routine patrols. The source was unknown. The tremor waves penetrated the ship hulls, echoing repeatedly in the cabins, as if something enormous was slowly turning over on the seabed. Within less than an hour of the tremors, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Pao Mo volunteered to go out to sea for investigation. But the findings were quickly classified as a direct secret of the water shadow, with only a brief note released to the public. "There is light under the sea. Wuin village sent a message to my requesting a joint underwater investigation." Shui Men convened an emergency meeting in the Fire Shadow office, placing the encrypted message from Wuin village and the hidden script copied from the Chensho manuscript side by side on the table. The third generation was silent for a long time, then took out an old dust-laden file from his sleeve. The cover bore a seal personally signed by Chensho Zujian. Inside were only 2 pages. One was a hand-drawn seabed topography map with coordinates blacked out. The other was a short note written by Zujian to a future Fire Shadow containing only one sentence: "Do not awaken it unless the other half of the dragon vein is ready." What grandfather and the second generation discovered on the seabed, he never told me. Gang Shou leaned against the window with her arms crossed, her voice lower than usual. But the hidden script and the wooing message share the same word resonance. The water shadow said there is light under the sea, and grandfather said that Jingyan is needed to awaken the dragon vein core. If the other half of the dragon vein lies somewhere underwater, and what has been sleeping in the sea for 1,000 years is unknown to us. But my grandfather never exaggerated. He said not to awaken it, meaning it is truly dangerous. Danger and the unknown are not reasons for us not to investigate. If it can be found by the Shell organization even without disturbing it, it is better for us to find it first and decide whether it should sleep or awaken. Shin Gaian finished comparing the manuscript copy with the wooing message, then looked up at Shui Men. Shui Men had already moved to the large map on the wall. His finger traced from Lulan across the entire continental vein, stopping at the unknown mark on the vast Eastern Sea area. Joint underwater investigation. All of Team 3, plus Guang. Jirya-sensei, Gang Shisama with you overseeing the rear. I can leave with peace of mind. The Wuyin side will arrange a defense fleet for support. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Pao-mo has already set out ahead for reconnaissance. By the time we arrive, her first-hand underwater data should be ready for synchronization. He paused. The 5 Kage Joint Festival just ended, and Wuyin Village immediately sends a request for aid of this level. The Shell organization's retreat in Fengziguo was too abrupt. Not like abandoning a pawn, but more like splitting forces. The sea breeze of Shuizhiguo was much more humid than that of Hoziguo, the air thick with the scent of salt and algae. On the deck of the flagship of the Wuyin Defense Fleet, Xiao Meiming leaned against the railing, her long deep blue curls blown to one side by the wind. She was not yet the 5th water shadow, but her diving and underwater combat records within the water shadow's direct umbu were unmatched. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Pao-mo stood a few steps behind her in the shadow of the cabin. The outer shell of the foam container on her back had been newly affixed with sealing formulas to cope with sudden water pressure changes. Shui Men led the team aboard the ship and personally handed the mission scroll and the water shadow's direct encrypted files to Xiao Meiming. Pao-mo also projected her preliminary deepwater survey data onto the deck screen. The data showed massive blurring at the deepest water layer near the tremor source. Surrounding the blurred area was a faint glow, clearly discernible, even in sonar images, its color slowly alternating between warm orange and pale blue. The warm orange is the light of the dragon vein pulse. The pale blue is not chakra nor natural energy. It is the glow emitted by the trace elements in the seawater being ionized by this light resonance. In antiphase with the frequency of the dragon vein pulse. Antiphase means there is another complete set of dragon vein energy circulation beneath the light layer, corresponding in mirror phase to the terrestrial dragon vein. In other words, that thing on the seabed is not a dead remnant of energy but alive. As complete as the Lulan dragon vein core, breathing just as steadily. Guang stood at the inner edge of the ship's railing. When Pao-mo's survey data reached the 3rd page of the warm orange-pale blue alternating spectrum, the ancient dragon vein inscription on the inner side of the ribbon on her forehead protector flickered faintly. Exactly the same reaction as the 8,000 spear imprint in her palm when the Lulan dragon vein core awakened. She looked up at Shin Gaian, who had already removed his vest, and Jingyan silently condensed into a diving analytical mode. At 300 meters underwater, the pressure will limit the precision of shadow clones and body flicker technique to about 30% of normal. The landing points of Flying Thunder God become more prone to deviation due to underwater currents as they move farther from the ship. But Jingyan's perception domain decays more slowly in water than in air. Hot water eddies high-density haloclines carbonate chimney clusters. Jingyan can distinguish all these interference factors. I will lead the way with Shui Men, following behind with the Wuyin directional coordinates. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Pao-mo imported the reconnaissance route into the underwater positioning scroll in Shin Gaian's hand. She watched as that white flame transformed into dozens of extremely fine threads, slipping along the ship's railing into the seawater. Sunlight pierced the ocean surface, converging into shimmering pillars of light beneath the ship's railing. Below the sea, a brand new baptism was quietly awaiting him. Depth 300 meters. Shin Gaian hovered at the edge of a submarine cliff with Jingyan unfolding an extremely thin film of white fire around him. Not the defensive form of a feather cloak, but the underwater analysis mode he had specifically adjusted before diving. Fine ripples continuously flickered across the surface of the light film. Each ripple's propagation indicated that Jingyan was actively decomposing the interference of water pressure on the chakra circuits. Shui Men landed slightly behind him on the right. The Flying Thunder God's landing point indeed deviated half a step under the deep-sea pressure, but the golden-haired man quickly recalibrated the coordinates and gestured a continue sign to him. Guang was at the rear of the team. The 8,000 spears dojutsu power was compressed into extremely fine pale red threads underwater, extending forward along the perception path opened by Jingyan. Her forehead protector ribbon gently floated in the water. The line of warm orange dragon vein ancient script on the back of the ribbon glowed faintly in the darkness of the deep sea. Zhao Mei-ming and Pao Ma stood by on the periphery of the fleet. The communicator of the Mizukage's direct ANBU unit sent a confirmation signal every few breaths. They did not venture deeper. The core of this underwater investigation was the resonance between Jingyan and the dragon vein, and others entering would only increase the risk of misjudging the dragon vein energy. Ahead, at the edge of the submarine plane, something is reflecting the dragon vein pulsation. Shin Gaiyan's voice transmitted directly into the consciousness layers of Shuemen and Guang through Jingyan's perception domain. Underwater communication methods were limited and the interference of seawater on sound waves was too great, but Jingyan's perception domain decayed slower in water medium than in air. He could finally transmit brief vocal messages directly to his teammates without using a communicator. Shuemen's figure flashed in the darkness, landing on the top of a raised submarine ridge, and then his flying thunder god's residual light suddenly halted. Below the ridge was a flat submarine plane, and at the center of the plane stood a structure. Its entire body made of the same grayish-white rock core as the Lulan Resonance Tower, its edges still retaining the geometric regularity unique to Lulan ancient architecture, and the tower's surface was covered with dense spiraling dragon vein conduction patterns. It was about 1/5 the size of the Resonance Tower with no base. All spiral patterns plunged directly from the tower's bottom deep into the seabed rock layers. This is not a natural relic. It was carved by the Lulan people. The conduction patterns on the tower wall were completely consistent with the grammar of the dragon vein ancient script in Corridor 4 of the Resonance Tower. But this tower had no wedges, no residual sealing formulas, and no puppet interface for the tower's defense network. It was built here not for sealing but as a beacon. It actively sent low-frequency positioning signals to the dragon vein main trunk, transmitting only once at extremely long regular intervals, and the last transmission occurred right after the Lulan Resonance Tower fully awakened. After Shin Gaiyan finished speaking, the white fire film of Jingyan suddenly jumped violently. Not only the light film but the Jingyan flame seed deep in his dantian also produced an extremely intense resonance reaction at the same moment. As if something at the bottom of the tower recognized Jingyan, and was sending some kind of ancient summons toward it. Not an attack, not an illusion, just a whisper repeated for over 2,000 years return. The three of them slowly descended toward the underwater beacon tower. Inside the beacon tower there was only one spiraling downward passage. Both sides of the passage were carved with dragon vein ancient script, the grammatical structure completely identical to the energy language within the resonance tower, but the content differed. These words recorded not dragon vein conduction formulas but a dialogue between the dragon vein's primordial will and the ancient Lulan people. Shin Gaiyan walked down the passage with Jingyan's analysis threads scanning line by line. The time imprint of the first carving is at least 1,000 years earlier than the Lulan Resonance Tower. He stopped and pointed to another set of carvings on the stone wall, clearly different in style from the dialogue. The dragon vein spoke here on its own. When you were away, I stored half of my heartbeat in the sea in case you needed it. It wasn't the ancient Lulan people praying to the dragon vein. It was the dragon vein itself speaking to Jingyan. Guang raised her eyes. The 8,000 spears dojutsu power restored the residual dragon vein energy fluctuations on the stone wall layer by layer, or in her vision, the entire passage was slowly contracting and expanding at an extremely gradual rhythm, like some kind of blood vessel that had been soaked in seawater for a millennium and was still breathing. This passage and the dormant central structure of the resonance tower steel are completely identical. It wasn't sealed, it's waiting for Jingyan to reach the end. At the end of the stone path was a stone door with no seals or any identifiable opening mechanism. Shin Gaiyan extended his right hand and pressed it against the door, with a white light of Jingyan seeped from his palm into the door crack, and from inside the door came a very low, very prolonged hum. The two stone doors silently slid inward, revealing a gas-phase space completely homogeneous with the ceiling of the Senju underground vault. The dragon vein energy had propped open a constant pressure layer completely isolated from the land inside the stone doors. After the doors opened, seawater was blocked outside and only dry, warm dragon vein pulsations surged out from within. At the center of the gas phase space floated a complete dragon skeleton. Not a fossil, not a remnant. The surface of the bones still covered a very thin, transparent membranous tissue that emitted a faint interwoven glow of warm orange and pale blue. The dragon vein's pulsations continuously radiated outward from deep within the dragon skeleton's spine. Each pulse precisely landed on the frequency interval of Jingyan's beating, matching the energy fluctuation of the inscribed line on the Lulan Resonance Tower steel with no deviation. Lord Hashirama's more ancient resonance is nothing else. The dragon vein itself is a dragon. Shin Gaiyan took a few steps forward and stopped in the shadow cast by the pair of enormous horns at the front of the dragon skeleton. The first Hokage was the only human who ever spoke with it, but he did not awaken it because Jingyan had not yet awakened within his successor. Guang stood not far behind him. The line of dragon vein ancient script on the back of her forehead protector ribbon was burning with a brightness she had never seen before. Her 8,000 spears seal on her palm pulsated violently. Not rejection, not a dojutsu self-check, but a response from a contract more ancient than any dojutsu. She who had been chosen by the 8,000 spears since birth finally heard the first sentence spoken by this seal in its most original language at this moment. It says, "You have come, my other half." Not Jingyan, it's calling me. The 8,000 spears was never a remnant of a seal. It was the dragon vein imprint signed on my left palm before I was born. When Lulan fell, the dragon skeleton sealed the other half of its heartbeat into the resonance tower, and entrusted you to the Uchiha ancestors. It was not for you to guard the tower, but to watch the door for it until Jingyan returns to his place. Shingayan turned his head. Jingyan had already withdrawn all the light film from around his body back into his dantian, and the white fire was slowly pulsing in perfect synchronization with the dragon skeleton's heartbeat. Then he turned back to the dragon skeleton, condensed Jingyan from his palm into an extremely thin beam of white light, and gently touched it to the dragon skeleton's forehead. All dragon vein conduction patterns lit up simultaneously. Not warm orange, not pale blue, but the white of Jingyan, the warm orange of the dragon vein, and the pale blue of an unknown mineral deep in the seabed. The three colors interwove on the surface of the dragon skeleton's transparent membranous tissue into an extremely complex three-dimensional conduction network. The eye sockets of the dragon skeleton slowly lit up. Not an empty fluorescence, not a puppet light forcibly driven by external energy, but a deep golden pupil light that possessed self-awareness, carried memories, and could recognize the visitor. It lit up ring by ring along the edge of the eye sockets, enveloping him entirely in the dragon's gaze. You have awakened. You have slept for so long, just waiting for this moment. The reunion of Jingyan and your other half's heartbeat. The dragon did not speak, it merely contracted its deep golden pupils slightly. Countless lines of dragon vein ancient script simultaneously appeared on the stone walls surrounding the gas phase space. Not carvings but living energy language. It was the dragon writing memory directly into text with dragon vein pulsations at the first moment of awakening. That was the record of the dialogue between the dragon and Hashirama Senju, the most primitive first-hand account of the divine tree's descent, the Otsutsuki invasion, and the tearing of the dragon vein. The true original source of the complete origin of the dragon vein manuscript that Hashirama Senju, after seeing the dragon on the seabed, spent many years repeatedly recalling, recording, and revising before finally writing it into the Konoha Sealing Core archives. Shingayan stood directly in front of the dragon's head. The white fire of Jingyan cast his entire figure as a very faint silhouette. The dragon's memories surged into his perception domain like a tide. He began to receive them layer by layer, and Jingyan's analysis threads automatically calibrated precision in each memory pulse, converting the dialogue between the dragon and Hashirama Senju, the process of the dragon being torn apart by the divine tree, and the truth of the dragon vein being split in two, all into clear images and text. Guang stood behind him. The 8,000 spears seal burned quietly on her palm, closing all historical interfaces between the dragon vein and the Sharingan. And she stood there not only as the dragon vein's contractor, but also as the most stable support for him while he received the dragon vein's memories. All dragon vein ancient script on the stone walls lit up simultaneously. The entire underwater beacon tower became the origin point of the dragon vein's true awakening at this moment. The first layer of the dragon vein memory space was the deep sea. Not the black tide outside the beacon tower where thermal springs were stirred by the dragon vein's pulsations, but the ancient ocean. Complete and serene, untouched by the roots of the divine tree 1,000 years ago. Shingu Yen floated in the center of this memory, his purifying flame spreading around him as an extremely thin film of white light. The dragon offered no guidance, merely pouring the memory directly into the purifying flame's perception domain. He saw within the dragon's memory Chensho Jujian, diving into the sea for the first time, would release chakra, forming a thin air membrane around the young Hokage, with Chensho Feijian following behind. Jujian swam to the front of the dragon's head, gently pressing his palm against the dragon bone's brow, and spoke not in the ancient dragon vein script, but in the most ordinary continental common tongue. I have come to return your name. At the instant that sentence resounded, Shingu Yen felt the purifying flame jolt violently in his dantian. Not a resonance, not a low-frequency hum, but a powerful throb that had been suppressed for an extremely long time, and deep, finally bursting forth from the crevice between memory and reality at this very moment. The words the first Hokage spoke to the tree in the Chensho Old Mansion's underground vault were identical to those he spoke to the dragon on the seabed across half a continent and decades of time, without a single difference. The flow of memory suddenly accelerated. He saw the planet's surface wrapped by the divine tree. To protect the planet's dragon vein from being completely devoured by the divine tree, the dragon tore its own origin into two halves. Its heartbeat sealed into the later Lulan resonance tower, and its dragon bones sunk into the seabed, using the last remnants of its vitality to construct the beacon tower on the ocean floor. He saw the final scene of the Ten-Tails' arrival, saw the Sage of Six Paths splitting the Ten-Tails chakra into 9, saw the successive reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, saw Uchiha Madara after being defeated by Chensho Jujian at the Valley of the End. On the edge of the wound on his left chest, pierced by would release, there was a tiny cell deliberately hidden by the dragon vein, the last safeguard implanted by the dragon within him in case the resonance between the Rinnegan and the purifying flame millennia later required the bloodline of the Uchiha as a bridge. Jujian sensed this cell the moment he defeated Madara, but he never mentioned it to anyone. He did not choose to proclaim it as proof of victory. Instead, after the battle at the Valley of the End, he dove alone into the deep sea and confessed to the dragon. The dragon vein cell within Madara had been implanted by the dragon before it was torn apart, and Madara remained unaware until his death. Zhujian asked the dragon to grant the Uchiha a future, where they would neither be exterminated nor exploited by the divine tree. The dragon set one condition before the purifying flame could return to its place: there must be someone who simultaneously held the Sharingan and the dragon vein mark to guard the beacon tower's gate. That person was Uchiha Hikari. All fragments suddenly converged at the deepest part of the memory torrent. The purifying flame burst violently from Xingu Yan's Dantian white fire, enveloping his entire body into a brilliant blaze, then condensing again at the bottommost layer of the dragon vein memory space, into that bean-sized white speck of light. The gas-phase space in front of the dragon bone extinguished all the glow of the guiding patterns. The floating dragon vein ancient script on the stone walls came to a standstill, and the deep golden eyes of the dragon bone slowly closed. Xingu Yan opened his eyes and found himself still standing directly in front of the dragon bone, the purifying flame burning quietly on his shoulder. Hikari stood behind him, the 8,000 spears mark slightly warm in her palm. She had also been pulled into the same memory space just now. The dragon had shown her all the covenants concerning the Sharingan, and the dragon vein witnessing that ancient pact not even recorded on the Uchiha stone tablet. Those images were so heavy, so prolonged, yet the moment she emerged from the memory space, she stepped forward and seized Xingu Yan's wrist, turning his hand over palm up. The faint red mark inadvertently left by her mark on his palm, and the same shaped would release mark that Zhujian had carved into his own palm after the Valley of the End battle to prove to the dragon that the leaf would not abandon the Uchiha, completely overlapped in the light and shadow of the memory projection. Lord Zhujian promised the dragon to protect my Sharingan. He did not break his word. After his death, he inscribed the duty into the Chensho underground vault's carved words, which were supplemented by his granddaughter with a sealing brush, and then signed by you into the Dragon Vein Core Guardian Registry. The guiding patterns of the beacon tower began to slowly relight around them. The last fragment of memory left on the stone wall by the dragon after its complete silence also emerged. It was the entire life trajectory of Uchiha Madara tracked by the dragon after implanting the cell. Madara was deeply convinced by the delusion of the Uchiha stone tablet, left the leaf-seized Zhujian cells, and after failing at the Valley of the End still did not awaken. He slept in darkness for decades, his only obsession remaining the infinite moon reading. But the dragon left an extremely brief footnote at the end of the residual image. Chensho Zhujian begged me to spare the Uchiha at the time when Madara had just been defeated by him. Zhujian said that if Madara had not been misled by the stone tablet back then, he would have been the only friend he could stand shoulder to shoulder with. I agreed. Now the Uchiha still exist. Lord Zhujian once asked the dragon to give the Uchiha a future, where they would neither be exterminated nor exploited by the divine tree. The dragon agreed. So after the karma was dismantled, the remaining 6 dormant karma positions will not activate on their own. The dragon vein has fully awakened, and the dragon will no longer leave any gap for the Otsutsuki to exploit. Xingu Yan wrote these words on his waterproof mission scroll, then added a line of synchronized update below. The original conversation between the first Hokage Chensho Zhujian and the dragon has been verified by the Dragon Vein ancient script records on the underwater beacon tower stone wall, which clearly mentions that an original cell homologous to the purifying flame was secretly implanted into Uchiha Madara's body by the dragon. He put down the brush. The dragon cell was in Uchiha Madara's left chest, and the gate that Uchiha Hikari had guarded for 1,000 years was precisely the other half of the dragon's heartbeat left on the seabed. If the dragon had reserved this channel for the Uchiha before tearing itself apart, then the Sharingan was never a branch of the Otsutsuki. It was a defense line laid by the dragon long before the divine tree descended homologous to the purifying flame, mutually reflective. Hikari released his wrist and pressed the diamond-shaped mark on her palm against the dragon bone's brow. Between the power of the 8,000 spears and the dragon's heartbeat, a fleeting, extremely faint resonance occurred. Unlike the dual-color synchronization when the purifying flame resonated with the dragon vein core, this was a response that spanned over 1,000 years of time. The cell the dragon implanted in Madara and her 8,000 spears mark vibrated in the same pulse, at this moment rewriting all historical interfaces between the Uchiha and the dragon vein from one-way guardianship to two-way symbiosis. She withdrew her hand, lowered her head to look at the mark in her palm, then raised her eyes to look at him. There was still no broad smile at the corners of her mouth, but her voice was no longer the cold, polished blankness she had worn in the Lulan ruins. Back to the beacon tower entrance. Senior Shuamao is waiting. Before he left he said, we only have a half-hour communication window. Now about a meal's worth of time remains. In the underground second level of the Leaf Village archives, the ceiling analysis room, Sarutobi Hiruzen finished translating line by line the full text of the conversation between the dragon and Zhujian, transmitted from the underwater beacon tower. By Xingu Yan set down his brush and placed his pipe beside the ashtray. The dawn light outside the window had not yet fully brightened. He had stayed awake all night. Lugu sat across from him with the undersea coordinates found in the hidden writing of the Chensho manuscript spread before him, and next to it the full text of the Dragon Vein ancient script on the stone wall freshly translated. He used his shadow thread to overlay the two documents, then spoke slowly, The first Hokage dove into the deep sea after the Valley of the End battle and confirmed one thing from the dragon. The other half of the dragon vein's heartbeat had been sealed on the seabed, requiring a Sharingan wielder to guard the beacon tower until the purifying flame returned to its place. He did not want the descendants of Uchiha Madara to be deceived by the stone tablet again. So after his conversation with the dragon on the seabed, he asked the dragon not to give up on the Uchiha. Today the dragon vein has fully awakened. The last segment of conversation has been recorded by the purifying flame, and the symbiotic relationship between the Uchiha and the dragon vein is formally established. To his death, Danzo never knew that the Sharingan he expended so much effort to suppress was itself part of the dragon vein defense line. He never believed anyone would willingly guard something. The third Hokage slowly struck a match and relit his pipe. Blue smoke rose in the morning light, forming shifting patterns. He placed the copy of the first Hokage's manuscript, the translation of the stone wall conversation, and the mission scroll returned by Shingu Yen side by side on the table. From the bottom of the file pile, he pulled out the original Dragon Vein Core Guardian registry signed by the 5 Kage, and added a line of annotation, next to the names of Shingu Yen Uchiha Hikari, and Shensho Tsunade. The discovery of the Dragon Vein Primal Cell, within Uchiha Madara proves that the Uchiha and the Shensho are both guardians of the Dragon Vein. This entry shall not be recorded in regular ninja files, nor shall it leave a copy in the root. It shall only be passed orally from each Hokage to their successor, accompanied by the original text of this seabed conversation. In the temporary office of Kato Dan at the Leaf Hospital's rehabilitation ward, Shangshu was crouched in a corner biting an engineering pen with a Shensho family tree chart that had just been rejected for revision spread across his knees. He had been drawing for several nights, filling in all the Shensho branch names he could find from Tsunade's archives, but had been stuck on the last box for most of the night. Dan, flipping through medical records by the window, looked up and saw his brother had written the surname Shensho for Yamato. Shangshu. I checked the archives. When Grandpa Zhujian intercepted that half-sample, he wrote in the remarks column that it was a descendant of the Shensho. The file was deleted by Danzo. I didn't make it up. He brushed the eraser shavings off his knee, spread the family tree chart on the edge of Dawn's desk, and pointed to the last box where he had written Tianzong. After several erasures and corrections, he refused to sign as Shensho. When signing, he wrote Tianzong without thinking. I glimpsed it on his newly issued Leaf Village ninja registration form. The ink in the signature column was still. Dan closed the medical file, took out a sample form for Leaf Orphanage adoption registration that he had reviewed before fully returning to duty, and pointed to a line in the remarks column for Shangshu to see. In the remarks column, written in pen, was an old annotation half blurred by water stains. If the adoptee is unwilling to change their surname register under their original surname, no form of forced change is permitted. The approving signature was Sarutobi Hiruzen, dated decades ago. He acknowledges himself as a Shensho. He refused to sign as Shensho because Danzo once forced him to sign every mission report as A for half his life. Let him choose. Leave the Shensho branch box empty and just put the family tree chart where he can see it. He will fill it in himself eventually. Dan returned the family tree chart to Shangshu and took out an unused fine-tipped engineering pencil from the drawer, placing it on the table. Shangshu stared at the third Hokage's signature on the sample form for a long time. He took the pencil and retraced the Shensho next to Tianzong that he had erased several times, and no longer touched the eraser. At the main gate of the Leaf Village, Shingu Yen and Shuumin's team, returning from the water country, arrived in the evening. Kakashi stood at the gate, his silver ponytail fluttering slightly in the evening breeze. He had just retired from the Umbu, still wearing the black Umbu uniform, the mask covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of lazy deadfish eyes. Seeing him like this, Shingu Yen recalled that it wouldn't be long before Shuemen forced Kakashi into Team 3 as Naruto's instructor Jonin, and remembered that the young man was now waiting for the administrative order to take on the role of supervising teacher. But at this moment, Kakashi was not at the village gate waiting for administrative documents. Shumen Sensei Senior Shingu 2 days ago, Senior Shuamao sent back the last intelligence from the water country border. He said all surface vessels of the Shell organization had been intercepted outside the deepwater port, and the Mist side had confirmed the safety of the sea area. He himself would be returning to the village later today because he needed to stay and assist the Mist in perfecting the regular patrol agreement for the Dragon Vein waters. But he sent an encrypted message ahead to me. It's for both of you. In Kakashi's open palm lay a silver encrypted scroll engraved with the Hataki clan crest, the seal intact. Shuemen took the scroll and unrolled it. Shuomo's handwriting was as concise as ever. The remaining vessels of the Shell organization changed course from the reef area near the wind country to the open sea last night. The cleanup and subsequent tracking have been fully taken over by the Mist escort fleet. I copied the Dragonbone heartbeat fluctuation data you brought back from the beacon tower to the Mist sealing squad. Future regular monitoring of the Dragon Vein deepwater nodes can be handed over to them. But there is another matter Shingu Yen needs to know. A former intelligence liaison of the Shell organization scuttled his ship before being intercepted by the Mist. No encrypted documents were found on the body, but the crew manifest contained a backup list. The third-to-last name on that list had appeared in a missing persons register from the root archives. I retrieved the root archives for cross-database comparison, and Zhuijing concurrently confirmed it in the orphanage archives. The comparison results are attached. The attached page contained only one line in Zhuijing's own hand. The name has been removed from the missing persons list and transferred to the Leaf Civilian Household Registration. Confirmed that the orphanage reception procedures were completed this morning, and the housing allocation is in the newly built small building across the street from the last box of the Chensho family tree. Shingu Yen folded the attached page and put it into his ninja tool pouch, then said to Kakashi, "When I returned, the Third Hokage was organizing the translation of the conversation between Lord Zhujian and the dragon. He said that from now on the original text of this conversation shall only be passed orally from each Hokage to their successor. You'll probably hear it too someday, but not from the Third Hokage's mouth, from Shuiman's." After the succession ceremony, he had a little to drink and memorized this thing more smoothly than the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God formula. "Senior, I just left the Umbu a few days ago. I haven't even led a genin team yet." Kakashi's deadfish eyes showed a hint of long-lost helplessness. Shuiman adjusted his Hokage hat and nodded toward the training ground. "That kid Naruto heard that you're going to be his instructor Jonin, and he hid the make-out paradise. Know the make-out tactics you gave him last time, saying he'd keep it safe for you for 3 years. In the Chensho Old Mansion's underground vault, the ceiling was high and quiet. The dragon vein sapling swayed gently in the soil. Shingu Yen sat alone in front of the tree, organizing into writing all the memories he had received from the dragon line by line. He finished writing the last line, set the brush on the edge of the inkstone, then took from his ninja tool pouch the fragment of the root archives that Zhuijing had given him at the used bookstore in Cat Ear Alley. The small flowers Zhuijing had drawn on that fragment were nearly worn away. He turned the fragment over and wrote 2 lines in the blank space. "Tells Zhuijing that the last batch of missing persons list originals he completed have also been written into the preface appendix of the Dragon Bone conversation record. From now on, whoever wants to delete the list will have to delete a dragon first. And also, if the 6th Hokage ever asks the 3rd Hokage why this list was preserved, there is no other reason. Because every name will eventually be written back to its place by another person." He folded the fragment and put it back into his ninja tool pouch, the purifying flame pulsing gently in his dantian. The Kirigakure escort fleet returning from Mizugakure sailed into the eastern port of Konoha on the morning of the sea mist had not yet fully dissipated, and the flag cloth on the mast flapped noisily in the morning breeze. Several reception personnel who had traveled overnight from Konoha were already standing on the dock. Kamiya leaned against the ship's railing, watching the silhouette of the old ginkgo tree by the harbor gradually sharpen through the mist. Jingyan pulsed steadily within his dantian. After the white fire's complete resonance with the dragon at the underwater beacon tower, its temperature had become more stable than before. The warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame no longer spread slowly as it had upon first awakening, but flickered gently with each of his breaths. The gangplank was lowered. Terumi may exchange documents with Tsunade on the deck, formally incorporating the regular patrol mission of the Dragon Pulse Deepwater node into Mizugakure's long-term overseas duty roster. Foam leaned against the other side of the railing. A corner of the newly affixed sealing formula on her foam container shell curled slightly in the morning breeze. She pressed it back down and tilted her chin toward Kamiya-en's back. "Next time you come to Mizugakure, no need to wear a diving suit. The Mizukage has already signed the joint patrol agreement for the Dragon Pulse Deepwater node. From now on, Kirigakure's port is unconditionally open to you." Kakashi stood on the dock holding another encrypted scroll that had arrived early this morning. A Kirigakure messenger hawk perched briefly on his shoulder before flying off. He watched the hawk disappear into the morning mist, then handed the encrypted scroll to Minato, who was descending the gangplank. Senior Tsukumo intercepted a short-range communication from Shell Organization remnants during his return journey. The signal originated from the depths of a cold current at the Sealand Junction. The recipient is unknown, but the transmission coordinates exactly match the last known position of the Shell Organization surface vessel he sank. The encryption level was very low, like the final communication between abandoned pawns. But one segment mentioned that the other half of the Dragon Pulse's heartbeat has been intercepted by Konoha, and all karma positions are dormant, verbatim. Kamiya took the scroll and unrolled it, scanning the communication record. The last segment was indeed as Kakashi had described, but after all karma positions are dormant, there was an additional shortcode nearly indistinguishable due to communication interference. He paused. Jingyan extended extremely fine threads from his fingertips, decoding the residual waveform of the shortcode segment by segment. The code was very short. Only one word, door. It was not Dragon Pulse ancient script, nor the dark red cold light frequency of the karma, nor any known cipher from the Shell Organization's standard communication protocols. The waveform structure of this shortcode was extremely simple. Its transmission direction pointed straight toward the open ocean sky using a plaintext communication format that had long been abandoned in the shinobi world, as if deliberately left for him to see. Not all remnants of the shell organization were annihilated. Someone left a final message before retreating with the transmission direction pointing straight toward the open ocean sky, possibly deep space. He wants to tell me that the Otsutsuki main family will eventually come again, but not now. The dormancy of the karma positions does not mean the threat is gone, it only means the countdown has been paused. Minato also finished reading the scroll, pondered for a moment, then glanced toward the Hokage building at the port. The open ocean sky is not something we can directly reach at present. But since the sender actively used plaintext, it means he wanted you to see this message. A pause is not an end, both sides simply need time. They need to regroup, and we need to transform the newly awakened Dragon Pulse defense line from an agreement into a normalized system. In the ceiling analysis room on the second basement level of the Hokage building, Lugu had finished collating the complete translation of the Dragon Pulse ancient script on the stone wall line by line. Today Nagato had shed his Akatsuki cloak for once. His Rinnegan calmly retracted its ripples under the cold blue fluorescent light of the ceiling analyzer. He took the completed text of Origin of the Dragon Pulse, cross-referenced every historical interaction record between the dragon and Jingyan, then raised his eyes. Fukasaku Sanin asked me to tell you. Early this morning a new sentence was added to the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myobika's prophecy scroll, regarding the child of prophecy. The Dragon Pulse returns to guardianship, and the Otsutsuki's fruit will no longer grow. Kamiya stopped twirling his pen. The Great Toad Sage's prophecy scroll rarely added new entries. The last edition was about Jiraiya's child of prophecy, a line that changed Jiraiya's entire life. And this new sentence, the Dragon Pulse returns to guardianship and the Otsutsuki's fruit will no longer grow, could almost be seen as a summary and turning point for all past prophecy lines. The Otsutsuki's fruit would not ripen on this planet. Chakra would no longer be a crop sown in the earth. The resonance between the Dragon Pulse and Jingyan would be inscribed into the oldest prophecy of the shinobi world. Not as a transaction or a decisive battle, but as a new order. Guang stood behind him in a dark blue cardigan. On the back of her forehead protector ribbon, a line of Dragon Pulse ancient script had quietly appeared. It was a vow she had recognized from the first half of the untranslated ancient script on the beacon tower's stone wall when the dragon awakened. She extended her right hand from her sleeve, and the diamond-shaped mark on her palm glowed faintly under the ceiling analyzer's light. When you were restoring the bidirectional energy supply scheme for the Dragon Pulse core, I was thinking, what did the first Hokage say to the dragon that allowed the Sharingan and the Dragon Pulse to coexist? Hashirama did not break his word, and neither did the dragon. He carved that sentence into the stone wall at the entrance of the beacon tower, and every stroke of the carving remains. This is not a contract. It is the last sentence Hashirama said to the gatekeeper he had chosen. If he said it, I would trust it. That night the moon shone brightly outside the window of the Hokage's office. Kamiya closed the compiled meeting minutes. On the desk lay all the documents signed over the past few months. The Dragon Pulse Core Guardian Registry, the Deepwater Node Patrol Framework, the assessment of Shell Organization remnants movements, and the draft he had just completed, the outline for normalized guardianship after the Dragon Pulse's complete awakening. Tsunade took the draft and added a line of her own approval on the title page. All terms shall prioritize the personal safety of current and future Dragon Pulse Guardians, including extramural members. She returned the pen to Kamiya. Including extramural members, including anyone you might pick up from some ruin in the future, who is trapped by a karma. Minato pulled out the next document. The Guardian roster signed at the 5 Kage Joint Festival has been sent back to all villages. From today onward, the guardianship of the Dragon Pulse Core is no longer solely the responsibility of Team 3. Nagato, representing the Akatsuki, formally accepts the long-term deployment for deep section monitoring of the Dragon Pulse Core. The 100 puppets from Kyoto sent a letter. He will establish the first Dragon Pulse technique inheritance route between the Lulon Resonance Tower and Sunagakure. Kankuro has already left with the Sunagakure Puppet Corps to meet him. Gaara's name appears on both the repair agreement and the candidate roster. And your name. He turned to the notes page of the Hokage file, where he had written a line in his own hand, before succeeding as Hokage, recommended for inclusion in the 4th Hokage candidate core evaluation sequence. This shinobi does not aspire to be Hokage, but his very existence is the core proof of the will of fire. All the documents you have signed, including this draft, have no title before your name. But the sealing squads of the 5 great nations now call you Lord of White Flame. Not Hokage, not daimyo, not any official rank. Just a name that started with the children who had resonated with the Dragon Pulse, and then it spread. Lord of White Flame. Kamiya set down his pen by the edge of the inkstone. Many years ago, when he used Minato's pen to sign his name on the team file, the blonde boy said the pen shaft was crookedly carved with 4th Hokage exclusive, and Kushina had complained about his ugly handwriting. Later those 5 characters like his Jingyan were mentioned by different people on different occasions yet never seemed to truly. He leaned back in his chair drawing his gaze back from the window. Then let it be Lord of White Flame. At least it sounds better than fire-style failure. As he said this he noticed Minato was smiling. Not a loud laugh but a smile that hadn't changed since they were 6 years old. A smile that seemed to finally see a long-awaited answer fall into its rightful place. In the hallway outside the door Naruto and Sasuke were running toward the Hokage's office. Naruto held a crumpled Ninja Academy exam paper in his hand, while Sasuke clutched a book whose cover bore Makoto's handwritten diagrams of fire-style basics. The footsteps of the 2 children echoed alternately on the wooden floor. On the Hokage rock the stone statues of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Hokage stood silently in the moonlight. At the end of the cliff the blank wall remained uncarved with any face. Jingyan gave a gentle throb in Kamiya-en's dantian. The warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame spread slowly in the moonlight casting a faint golden glow around him. Outside the window in the basement of the Senju Old Mansion, the newly sprouted leaves of the Dragon Pulse sapling swayed silently in the night breeze. The deep golden pupils of the dragon's bone at the underwater beacon tower slowly closed then opened again. The dragon's pulse continued to beat with an extremely steady rhythm. The ruins of Lulan ancient city cast long shadows under the moonlight. On the stone tablet of the resonance tower the cracks had completely disappeared. In the 2nd spring after the end of the 4th Great Ninja War, the cherry blossoms of Konoha covered the entire mountain. Kamiya-en sat on a rattan core chair in the outer corridor of the Senju clan's old residence with the final draft of the outline for the normalized protection post-full awakening of the dragon vein spread before him. This document had been drafted since last autumn undergoing joint review by the 5 Kage compatibility testing of Sage Art at Mount Myaboku and verification of patrol data from deep-sea nodes of the seabed beacon towers. Finally yesterday the last response was received. An appendix to the joint defense agreement for the Lulan resonance tower personally signed by the Kazekage Gaara. The pure flame burned quietly within his dantian. The warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire no longer needed to be spread actively. Instead it maintained a constant resonance with the pulse of the dragon vein in a remarkably natural state. He turned the final draft to the signature page where the signatures and seals of the 5 Kage were neatly arranged beneath the guardian roster. Zhuo Jing and Lu Gu signed as witnesses and the 3rd Hokage's notarial seal was affixed at the very end of the scroll. You've been sitting in this rattan chair for almost a spring since you returned from the land of water, Hikari said walking over from the other end of the corridor. Her forehead protector's ribbon fluttered gently in the morning breeze. She had stayed at the Senju clan's old residence for the entire winter. Not to recover from injuries, but because Tsunade had forcibly assigned her to long-term garrison duty citing the need for the Dragon Vein seedling to undergo regular calibration with Yachihoko's dojutsu. She sat down on the step beside Kamiya-en, spreading open the diamond-shaped imprint on her palm. The dragon bone sent back routine pulse confirmation signals this morning. All deep-sea nodes are normal. The last intercepted communication from the remnants of the Kara organization was 2 months ago. The main family of the Otsutsuki has shown no activity, and all karma positions remain silent. After the 6th Hokage took office, Kakashi assigned Naruto to Team 7. Sasuke joined the remnants of Orochimaru's forces to trace forbidden jutsu, and Sakura under Tsunadesima's medical team could now independently perform chakra pathway repair surgeries. They are all moving forward, Kamiya-en said, closing the final draft. Hikari tilted her head to look at him, the 8-petal drooping silk pattern of her Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating in the morning light. You are too. You're just a few steps ahead of them. Kamiya-en didn't reply. He placed the final draft on his lap and gazed at the stone faces of the 1st to 6th Hokage on the distant Hokage rock. The face of the 6th Hokage Hitaki Kakashi had just been carved this spring. The spot for the 7th Hokage was still a blank cliff face made exceptionally clean by the cherry blossoms. In the afternoon Naruto got out of the Ninja Academy, his blonde hair standing out conspicuously in the crowd. He was already the captain of Team 7 leading Konohamaru Moegi, and Udon to complete several crank missions. But today he wasn't wearing his ninja flak jacket, only his orange jacket clutching a slightly wrinkled application form damp with sweat. The individual registration form for the Chunin exam with Hitaki Kakashi's name signed in the recommender column. Kamiya Sensei. He ran to the outer corridor of the Senju clan's old residence, and thrust the application form into Kamiya-en's hands. Kakashi Sensei said the Chunin exam needs 2 recommenders. He signed one and he said to come to you for the other. He said the shadow clone training you gave me back then is the best qualification for recommendation. Also he said you owe him a copy of Makeout Paradise. Kamiya-en took the application form. In the blank space of the second recommender column Minato had already lightly circled a spot with a pencil. Not a signature, just a faint circle as if waiting for him to decide. He took out a sealing pen from his ninja tool pouch with 4th Hokage's exclusive, carved crookedly on the pen shaft from Minato's time and 3 arcs added by Kushina beside it. He signed his name in the second recommender column and returned the form to Naruto. The first part of the Chunin exam is a written test. Your shadow clones can help you fight, but they can't help you cheat. Don't disappoint Kakashi. Sasuke emerged from behind the old ginkgo tree, the book in his hand, detailed explanation of basic fire release hand seals. Wrapped in a book cover already turned to the last page. Beside the red ink annotations written by Makoto there was a new line of notes added by Itachi. He handed the application to Hikari, who signed in the recommender column, and then looked down at the gunpowder burn marks still lingering on his fingers. Before she could speak, Sasuke preempted her. I didn't make Naruto help me cheat. But the exam seats are randomly drawn. If we end up next to each other, him peeking at my paper isn't something I'm giving him willingly. Naruto beside him grew so agitated his blonde hair nearly bristled. I would never peek at your paper. You only scored 87 on the last fire release theory quiz, while I got 89. Thanks to Iruka-sensei highlighting the key points before the exam. Hikari watched these two boys who had sat front and back since the first class at the Ninja Academy bickering, and recalled the time in the ruins of Lulon, when she had left Boruto in the dark, without an exit, facing all the remnants of foreign clan dojutsu alone. Then she pressed down on the newly added line of ancient dragon vein, script on the back of her forehead protector's ribbon, stood up and brushed off non-existent dust from her knees. I can't control exam discipline. But if either of you secretly shares your bento with the other in the future, make sure to do it cleanly. Last time Kakashi-sensei caught you was because Naruto, your rice grains were stuck on Sasuke's collar. Too obvious. In the evening, at the basement of the Senju clan's old residence, the dragon vein seedling had grown another palm's height, and the newly sprouted leaves on its crown swayed gently in the dim light of the dome. Yamato knelt before the tree, holding the Senju clan genealogy chart that Naoki had stuffed into his hand. On the chart, the Senju beside Tenzo had been repeatedly erased and redrawn, still bearing the marks of pencil and eraser. He spread the genealogy chart on the ground and gently pressed his fingertip on that spot. The words Hashirama-sama wrote in the remarks column, when he intercepted that half-sample back then, I've known since but I'm not sure if I can count as a Senju. Not that I don't want to, but I'm afraid that after signing others will say I'm just an experiment. Whether you are an experiment or not is not decided by Danzo, Tsunade said, descending the stairs holding a copy of the original cell sample interception file personally signed and sealed by the first Hokage. She flipped the file to the old annotation in the remarks column, mostly blurred by water stains, and placed it before Yamato. Even without this tree you have already used would release to repair the bridge leading to the Valley of the End from the last war, reopening an entire supply line. The names of those people are not recorded in any file, but I remember, and the third Hokage remembers. If my grandfather were alive he would remember too. The inheritor of Hashirama's cells has never been only Uchiha Madara, you are too. You've lived longer than him and used it better. Yamato was silent for a long time, then picked up the pen and heavily wrote, Senju, next to Tenzo, on the genealogy chart. The handwriting was not as sharp as Tsunade's, but every stroke was written with great care. He returned the pen to Naoki, who took it and neatly wrote, Senju Tenzo, in the blank space of the side branch column of the Senju clan. Then he clipped the engineering pen behind his ear, refolded his own genealogy chart, and placed it back in his chest pocket. Standing nearby, Dan waited for Naoki to screw the pen cap back on before placing a peeled orange slice in. Kamiya and Hikari stood on the other side of the basement. The resonance of the pure flame and Yachihoko simultaneously lit up on the tree crown. White fire and warm orange intertwined into a very faint web of light, gently covering the newly written Senju Tenzo characters. Yamato looked up. The guiding patterns of the dragon vein core pillar deep in the dome were lighting up ring by ring in an extremely slow and solemn rhythm, as if the roots of the tree were using their own language to smooth out the erased eraser marks on that spot of the genealogy chart bit by bit. As night fell on the ridge of Hokage Rock, Kamiya sat alone on the cliff edge, a sea of lights below him. He recalled when he first transmigrated, sitting in the last row of the Konoha Ninja Academy classroom, ridiculed by Uchiha Tetsuka as a fire release failure. He recalled the first time the surface of the stone pool at Mount Myaboku was shaken by the pure flame emitting a sulfurous smell. He recalled at the Kanobi Bridge Minato, having retied his headband, raising his left fist toward him. He recalled in the mist of the waterfall at the Valley of the End Nagato's pair of purple eyes Ring. After Ring saying, I am willing. He recalled in the beacon tower, the dragon bone's deep golden eyes slowly lighting up, speaking to him in the ancient dragon vein script. You have come. The pure flame gave a gentle pulse in his dantian, and the warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire slowly spread in the night wind. Footsteps sounded behind him. Minato sat down beside him, the Hokage Haori fluttering in the mountain wind. He hung the Hokage hat on his knee, and without speaking he handed a newly carved kunai to Kamiya. At the end of the kunai's handle 3 arcs of gold, red and white were aligned exactly like the team emblem on Team 7's flak jacket from years ago. Kakashi submitted the Chunin exam recommendation form this afternoon. He said Naruto and Sasuke were queuing at the registration office for a long time discussing how to show off to you that they passed the first part. As Minato withdrew his hand, he casually brushed off the rice grain that Naruto had smeared on his collar. How fast? Back then you were still teaching me the landing point of the body flicker technique on the training ground. Your landing point was always more stable than mine. The night breeze blew up from below the cliff carrying cherry blossom petals, and the pork bone aroma of Ichiraku ramen in the distance. He leaned against the rock wall, putting the kunai into his ninja tool pouch. The pure flame pulsed steadily in his dantian like an everlasting lamp, maintaining a constant temperature no matter how long the night. Not a weapon, not a tool, just a ball of white fire that once couldn't even produce a great fireball. Even after being given a certain widely spread title, it still only quietly guarded him and those around him. The stone steps of Miaomu Mountain were slightly cool with night dew. Shingu Yen sat at the edge of the stone pool, his bare feet immersed in the spring water, gazing at the faintly flickering fluorescent spores in the distant forest. Nearly 2 years had passed since the Longmai Normalization Guardianship Agreement officially took effect. He spoke even less than before, but the Jingyan within his dantian pulsed more steadily than ever. This afternoon Shinzua Sage summoned all members of Team 3 and the 7th Hokage candidates to Miaomu Mountain for a joint test of Sage Art Chakra resonance with the Longmai. After the test, Mingren was forcibly detained in the kitchen by Shima Sage on the grounds that he was too thin and made to drink 3 large bowls of insect mushroom soup. Zuozhu on the other side of the stone pool used Thousand Bird Stream to test the conductivity attenuation rate of the Sage Art Hot Spring on lightning-type chakra, while Xiaoying recorded the data beside him, complaining each time Zuozhu reported a figure that he was too fast. Shueimen and Joshinai sat upstream of the stone pool. On Joshinai's lap lay the 12th draft of the ceiling array diagram. Beside the expansion upper limit of the 9th node, she had added a new annotation applicable to the Sage Art Chakra fluctuation threshold of the next generation contractors. The reserved interface has been synced and updated. Guang leaned against Shin Gu Yan's shoulder. The ribbon of her forehead protector fluttered gently in the night breeze, and the 8-petal drooping filaments of her Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated under the moonlight. You said less than usual on the training ground today, she said. Everything that needed to be said was already said by Shueimen. Shin Gu Yan withdrew his gaze and looked at the starry sky, reflected on the surface of the stone pool. In the conclusion column of the test report he wrote, "All data above has been confirmed by Team 3 in full," and then signed the full team name. Just like the first time he signed the team assignment sheet. You remember the assignment sheet? I remember. Next to Shueimen's name he carved a golden arc with a kunai. Joshinai's red arc was crooked and had to be redone once. My arc was traced by Master Lugu using shadow threads. He said my sealing brush grip was wrong and the arc would tremble. He paused and the Jingyan gave a gentle leap in his dantian. That was a long time ago. Guang did not answer. She simply reached her hand into the stone pool and lightly traced the water surface with her fingertip. The pale red light marks of the Yachihoko imprint spread into extremely fine threads in the spring water, shattering and reassembling the reflection of the starry sky on the water. From her sleeve she took out the half-length key talisman paper. 1,000 years of wind and frost had eroded the edges of the paper into tatters, but the few waveform marks engraved on it with in-release secret techniques were still clearly discernible. What are you thinking about? Shin Gu Yen asked. Thinking about Borin. When I first met you in the ruins of Lolan, I asked you if you knew a blonde-haired boy with cat whisker marks on his face. Before I was last sealed, the Eight-Tails uncle was also hunted by the Akatsuki. I happened to run into him using a tailed beast ball to blast open a seal crack to send me a message allowing me to escape. He said that 1,000 years later a blue-eyed kid would lift all the backlash from the foreign clan dojutsu imprints on me, and his name was Borin. I asked you what happened to him later and you said he became the Hokage, and then you didn't say any more. Guang tucked the talisman paper back into her chest, leaned against Shin Gu Yan's shoulder, and her voice was carried away by the night breeze, very soft. Shin Gu Yan looked down at the surface of the stone pool. In the distant kitchen Mingren was loudly protesting as Shima Sage added a 4th spoonful of insect mushrooms to his bowl. Zuozhu closed the chakra test record for Thousand Bird Stream, stood up, and walked toward the stone pool. Xiaoying followed behind him, her red jacket glowing brightly under the spore fluorescence. Mingren hasn't become Hokage yet, but his shadow clones can already span the entire Miaomu Mountain. He is no longer just the dead last in your memory, who hasn't grown up, nor the youth who still needed you to open the door for him before his karma fell silent. He is already the captain of Team 7, whose recommender opinions I personally signed on the Chunin exam registration form. Guang listened without rebuttal. She looked up at the forest across the stone pool under the moonlight. Butterfly swarms were migrating in the moonlight, the fluorescent blue of their wings intertwining with the warm orange glow from the edges of the Longmai sapling leaves in the night sky. He gently pushed a wisp of Jingyan out of his dantian. The warm orange halo on the edge of the white fire at the moment of touching the new fire seed simultaneously separated a grain-sized warm orange spark which fell steadily into her open palm. That spark was not burning hot. It simply rested in her palm, extremely light and warm like a ginkgo leaf thoroughly sunlit. This spark. It is not a split of the Jingyan but your white fire converting the warm orange pulse of the Long Mai into a symbiotic beacon that can be directly recognized by the Sharingan. It is lighter than talisman paper and you no longer need to keep it close to your body. Guang looked down at the tiny warm orange spark in her palm. The talisman paper was transcribed by your ancestors from the resonance tower diversion formula using in-release secret techniques. This spark is your own. Its pulse frequency is exactly the same as when I first synchronized with you at the bottom of the Lulan Tower. Upstream of the stone pool, Shuemen placed a newly carved flying thunder god kunai next to the ceiling array diagram on Jiushinai's lap. On the handle of the kunai were carved 3 arcs, gold, red, and white. He pushed the kunai into Jiushinai's ceiling brush container, flipped the diagram to the blank flyleaf, and added a line of text. The Sage Art Chakra fluctuation threshold of the 7th Hokage candidate Xuanhua Mingren has been updated. The reserved interface is synchronized and calibrated. He placed the brush back on the edge of the inkstone. The last time Shingu Yen helped you calibrate this parameter was in the basement of the Chensho Old Mansion. At that time this array still had only 6 branch nodes. Jiushinai picked up the flying thunder god kunai with the 3 carved arcs, and through the moonlight she examined the gold, red, and white marks lined up at the end of the handle. He put the kunai into his ninja tool pouch, leaned down, and gently touched her forehead. The 7th Hokage will have his own team in the future. Then this kunai will be left for him. Every member of Team 3 has one. Zhuozhu found you downstream of the stone pool. You was leaning against an ancient tree flipping through the forbidden technique retrieval progress report that the Umbu had delivered that morning. Zhuozhu handed him the data on the 1000 bird stream conductivity attenuation rate he had just measured. You took it, read it line by line, then looked up at his younger brother. Your chakra nature test results have always been primarily lightning with fire as secondary. But last time when you used fire release to light the damp fuse for Mingren in the basement of the Chensho Old Mansion, the flame color leaned toward warm orange, quite different from the reddish-orange of traditional Yuzibo fire release. He returned the report to Zhuozhu. The Long Mai sapling is recognizing your chakra, just as it recognizes the Chensho and Yuzibo, not by bloodline but by resonance. You don't need the Sharingan to be acknowledged by the Long Mai. This matter has never been recorded on the Yuzibo clan's stone tablet. Zhuozhu was silent for a moment, then rolled up the report again. Mingren and I haven't fought over bento boxes for a long time. The current mission workload is enough for us to have 3 bowls of Ichiraka ramen. On your next day off, come home for dinner. You closed the forbidden technique progress report, and a faint arc lifted the corner of his mouth. Alright. When Shingu Yen and Guang walked back along the stone steps, the night had grown deep. The spore fluorescence of Miamu Mountain drifted through the forest, and the caps of giant mushrooms glowed with a faint purple luster under the starlight. Shinzua Sage stood at the entrance of the stone hall, leaning on a wooden staff, while Shima Sage poked her head out from behind him, holding a plate of freshly baked insect mushroom cookies. When Zilai first brought you to Miamu Mountain, you couldn't even stand the smell of sulfur in the stone pool. Now the Jingyan can directly parallel the sage art barrier of Miamu Mountain with the Long Mai geoglyph energy. Shinzua Sage placed an insect mushroom cookie into Shun Guyan's hand. The cookie was still warm. That line is still empty. It's for the next contractor. Write whatever you want or let him write it himself later. Shin Guyan took the Sage Art ancient scroll handed to him by Shima Sage and flipped to the flyleaf. Zilai's handwriting had faded to gray. Beside it was the small line of text added by Shuemen many years ago. Below that was the name carved by Chongmen with the Rinnegan's power after the Valley of the End battle, and finally Mingren's crooked signature, Xuanhua Mingren, written this morning. The ink was not yet fully dry. He took out his sealing brush from his ninja tool pouch. On the brush handle were carved Shuemen's crooked exclusive to the 4th Hokage, and beside it the 3 arcs Jiushinai had added. He held the brush, signed his name at the very bottom of the flyleaf, and then put the brush back into his pouch. Before, I only wanted to protect the few people around me. Now I want to teach them how to pass the flame to the next. Not to have them replace anyone, but to let them learn to ignite themselves and then ignite others. He returned the scroll to Shinzua Sage. Shinzua Sage took the scroll without opening it. He simply nodded with his wooden staff. Do you know what I asked Zilai when he wrote the first line on the flyleaf back then? I asked him, have you found your child of prophecy? He said no. But he no longer cared who the child of prophecy was because he had students and his students would have students in turn. Time passes so quickly. Footsteps came from outside the stone hall. Mingren ran over holding a bowl of soup that had been piled into a small mountain with insect mushrooms added for the 4th time, shouting indistinctly. Granny Shima said this bowl must be for you. Behind him Zhuozhu, for once not complaining about the noise, walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. Xiaoying and Chu Tian walked side by side along the forest path. Chu Tian held a hardcover notebook filled with Sage Art hot spring medical data, and Xiaoying was pointing at one line of data, saying something to her. Daih crouched beside the diversion channel downstream of the stone pool, carefully using wood release to transplant a long Mai sapling that had just sprouted its first new root from the cultivation soil into the sage art geoglyph of Miamu Mountain. Shangshu came with him, crouching on the opposite side of the diversion channel to hand him tools. Shueimen and Joshinai still sat upstream of the stone pool. He put the flying thunder god kunai into his ninja tool pouch. She placed the 12th draft of the ceiling array diagram neatly into a scroll case. They walked side by side toward the stone hall. Guang stood beside Shin Gu-yen, the ribbon of her forehead protector fluttering gently in the night breeze. She gently pressed the warm orange spark in her palm onto the newly sprouted leaf of the long Mai sapling. The moment the spark seeped into the leaf veins, the edges of the entire sapling's leaves simultaneously lit up with an extremely faint warm orange halo perfectly synchronized with the pulse of the mother tree in the basement of the Chenshou old mansion. Shin Gu-yen stood on the stone steps, letting the Jingyan pulse quietly in his dantian. The warm orange halo on the edge of the white fire no longer spread outward, it simply burned steadily and constantly. He reached his hand out to Guang, and she covered the diamond-shaped imprint on her palm over his knuckles. He said nothing, only slightly curled his fingertips and walked toward the stone hall along the stone steps he had come. The morning at the Senju ancestral home was always quieter than the rest of Konoha, the stillness arriving early. The dragon vein sapling grew in the depths of the underground vault, and Yamato had just completed the season's final water quality test yesterday. He tucked the data into the flyleaf of the Senju clan registry, and departed for Sunagakure. The puppet master had discovered a new batch of dragon vein craftsmanship fragments at Lolon, requiring the assistance of a wood release wielder for authentication. Shin Gu-yen sat on a rattan chair on the outer veranda of the Senju estate. An encrypted list freshly transferred from the ANBU spread before him. The list was the third and final verification report of missing persons delivered by Sai that morning. After the collapse of the Shell organization, the remaining strongholds left behind by its remnants were gradually eliminated by the joint efforts of the 5 great nations. Among these strongholds were civilians who had been used for human experimentation over the years. Sai had spent a great deal of time meticulously verifying the identities, origins, and family information of every survivor. The vast majority had been safely repatriated through the liaison offices of various nations. The final 2 individuals who had been resettled in Konoha were escorted by ANBU to Konoha Hospital this morning for their medical examinations. Shin Gu-yen read through the list from beginning to end with great care. Next to each name, Sai had annotated the verification status using a sealing stylus. Repatriated, resettled, confirmed, dead, family notified. The last line was a blank. In the remarks column, only a single line of small text. This individual was transferred before the collapse of the Shell organization. Current whereabouts unknown. He closed the list. The purifying flame inside his dantian pulsed gently, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire still spreading outward at an incredibly slow pace. From purification to bestowal, it was gradually learning how to illuminate more things. But for those who could not be illuminated in time, he could only record their names one by one. Guang walked over from the other end of the corridor, carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. She had been living in the Senju estate for nearly 2 years. Tsunade had transferred her directly from the Konoha Hospital dormitory to the east wing of the estate, citing the need for regular calibration of the dragon vein sapling, using the 8,000 spears pupil power. She placed 1 cup beside his hand, glanced at the list, and asked no further questions. Senior Nawaki sent over the latest daily supervision log for the dragon vein conduits this morning. All nodes in the wind country and the rain country have passed the updated resonance test. He only asked if you had been eating on time. She sat down on the step. As for the last name on the list, Sai is still investigating. Don't worry. He said that the Shell organization once had an intelligence liaison specifically responsible for transferring important experimental subjects, later confirmed to be a certain senior from Root from a long time ago. Sai is still following up on this matter. Let Sai continue the investigation, but don't let Sai be the only one. This person is a defector from Root's intelligence division who disappeared around the same time as Chun. To have evaded Danzo system for so many years, it's not something Sai can unearth by spending a few nights in the archives. Shin Gu-yen took the teacup and wrote down his deduction on the blank space at the end of the list regarding the Root defector responsible for transferring the Shell organization's experimental subjects who was still missing. The moment he finished writing the last character, the purifying flame within his dantian gave a heavy pulse. It was not resonance, not a low-frequency hum, but a long-felt combat warning. Years ago, on the outskirts of the Lulon ruins, when Shell organization members first approached from behind the broken walls, the purifying flame had used the same frequency to rouse him from deep analytical focus. He lifted his head and met Minato's gaze in the morning light. The blonde Hokage had just walked over from the direction of the Hokage Tower, holding an urgent dispatch from Sunagakure that had arrived this morning, his face devoid of its usual smile. An anomalous dragon vein energy fluctuation has appeared near the Karma node in the Wind Country. The fluctuation frequency matches exactly the short code from the last communication of the shell organization remnants. It's not intermittent. It's steadily intensifying. Gaara has already taken the sealing squad there, but he reports that Tsunagekyou's standard sealing arrays are ineffective against this fluctuation. He needs you to confirm whether it's related to the karma. All karma nodes had fallen silent after the complete awakening of the dragon bone at the bottom of the Lulan Sea. A fact confirmed by the dragon itself. But the dragon had also said that silence did not mean disappearance. Before withdrawing from this planet, the Otsutsuki main family had modified several of the already activated karma nodes from long-range summoning to trigger-based countermeasure traps. Once forcibly probed by external energy, they would reversely activate nearby residual energy absorption points. The karma node in the Wind Country was adjacent to an abandoned shell organization stronghold. Repeatedly scanning in that direction with the same frequency detection signal might have triggered a trap that had not yet been deactivated. He folded the list and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. It's not the Otsutsuki main family reactivating the karma node. Someone is using the shell organization's old equipment to mine. The whereabouts of the last missing person on that list might be connected to this individual. Tsukumo Hatake stood by the window of the Hokage's office turning over a top-secret mission scroll. He had just returned that morning from a deep-sea patrol mission in the waters of the Water Country, still in his ANBU uniform, his silver ponytail slightly tousled by the sea breeze. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind the desk, his pipe resting on the ashtray, while the sunlight outside cast a golden edge on the shoulders of the fourth Hokage's stone statue. The karma node in the Wind Country was once forcibly activated from its dormant state by the shell organization. Now the remnants are scattered, but the energy absorption points around the karma node, those underground cavities that have been long eroded by the dark red cold light of the karma, still have an absorption effect on chakra of specific frequencies. If someone uses old equipment to repeatedly scan these cavities, the equipment itself could be reverse-locked. The batch of old equipment confirmed to have been modified is in the possession of a root defector intelligence agent who had been long embedded within the shell organization codenamed Echo. This person's whereabouts have been unknown since the shell organization's fall. Shingu Yan's deduction cross-verifies with ANBU intelligence. It's not the Otsutsuki, it's Echo. He has been tracking the flow of this batch of old equipment. The last activity signal appeared at an abandoned mining area west of the karma node in the Wind Country. But the signal ceased 3 days ago. The Tsunagekyou sealing squad entered the mining area to inspect, and found that all equipment had been dismantled and removed, leaving only this. The third Hokage placed a scorched fragment of sealing alloy beside the scroll. On the surface of the fragment, besides the physical traces of dismantling, there remained a faint trace of dark red cold light. The degraded karma seal used by the shell organization, far less potent than the true karma, yet still corrosive to the chakra circuits of ordinary shinobi. Minato spoke. It's not the shell organization remnants mining. It's Echo dismantling the mines. He was destroying this batch of old equipment one by one. But if he had been tracking them alone for so long, why would he leave the last piece unfinished and disappear? Because he might have been trapped by something. Or the order in which he dismantled the equipment was not based on geographic location but on the degree of hazard of the equipment itself. The most dangerous one was saved for last, and before he could finish dismantling it, he triggered his own preset anti-intrusion trap. Shingu Yen withdrew his gaze from the fragment and looked at the third Hokage. The dark red cold light on this fragment was not neutralized by the purifying flame. Only the outer sealing layer was physically damaged, but the core erosion circuit remained untouched. The source of the explosion was not the equipment itself but Echo's own chakra. He used his own chakra to dismantle the last few high-energy residual items left by the shell organization in these early absorption points. But the residual energy contamination was too strong, and his anti-intrusion trap was reversely triggered before the core was fully opened. Deep in the desert of the Wind Country, the entrance to the abandoned mining area was half buried by sand. Shingu Yen stood on a wind-eroded rock at the perimeter of the mining area. The purifying flame expanded an extremely thin sensing domain around him. Less than 5 meters beneath the sand layer, there were no fewer than 7 anomalous energy residue points densely distributed. The waveform of each point was identical to the early degraded karma seals left by the shell organization on the outskirts of Lulan. These were the energy residue points left after Echo had dismantled the vast majority of the old equipment. But the most central point was being suppressed by a faintly active chakra source, a method that reversed the user's own chakra circuit to form a single-point seal controlling the spread of residual energy. The price was the continuous mutual erosion between the user's chakra and the residual energy, slowly consuming both consciousness and life force. He would not send for help until he had found all the remaining equipment. Guang crouched beneath a wind-eroded hollow rock layer at the entrance of the mining area. The power of the 8,000 spears pupil gradually reconstructed the faint dragon vein energy flow deep within the sand layer. She picked up a fragment of a shell organization old equipment casing a few steps away and turned it over, The serial number encoding format on the back was completely different from the set Sai had restored from Root's archives. But at the bottom of the serial number, there was an extremely faint carving, a retired ANBU serial number, from Konoha formatted as Root Intelligence Ko no San. That was the exclusive numbering format for Root's intelligence division during Danzo's era, arranged parallel to Ko and classified as the same batch of intelligence agents. All archives were personally sealed by Danzo. The name corresponding to this number was still listed on the roster of missing personnel from Root. He wouldn't turn a blind eye. Sai once said that Danzo had 3 Kuzuri's intelligence agents. Sai himself was the first taken from the orphanage by Danzo personally. The second was Yamato, used by Danzo as a wood release experiment. The third disappeared from the orphanage after the 2 of them, and has never appeared in any living experiment records or mission archives since. If Ko no San is still alive, then he must have already dismantled most of the Shell organization's old equipment on his own, leaving only the last one. Guang handed him the fragment. Shingu Yen took it, correlating it with the name note he had temporarily added to the list, and the trend of residual energy outside the Sunagakure mining area, then straightened up. Yamato went to Lulan. The old equipment at the Sandfall layer requires would release Chakra to trace. Sai has already cross-referenced the date Ko no San was taken from the orphanage with the Shell organization's human experimentation roster in the archives. The comparison manuscript should arrive at Sunagakure by the earliest tomorrow morning. Lady Tsunade is staying at the Hokage's office on standby. If Echo is brought back, and the chakra erosion has exceeded controllable limits, she is the last line of defense. Minato, place your flying thunder god coordinates on the highest wind-eroded rock in the mining area. The moment you receive the signal, prepare to teleport the person directly to the Konoha Hospital emergency passage. Minato descended from the top of a rock pillar, the afterimage of the flying thunder god, flickering across the sand surface for an instant. He stood on the sharpest wind-eroded rock pillar at the edge of the mining area, slamming the 4th flying thunder god kunai into the coordinate node, then lowered his head and spoke a single sentence into the earpiece. A moment later, Kushina's reply came through the earpiece. Her voice was wrapped in the rustling sound of sealing paper being turned, but every word was enunciated with extreme clarity. The backup interface for the 12th version array was already updated last year. The chakra waveform characteristics of Ko no San have a significant overlap with the root sequence registration features of Sai and Yamato from the same batch. I'll first include him under the parallel protection protocol with Sai and Yamato. Well, adjust the specific protection parameters once you bring him back. Deep in the mining area, a thin, middle-aged man sat leaning against a mine pillar half buried in gravel. His hair was gray and disheveled, his cotton linen cloak torn in several places. A small, long-shattered ceiling scroll case was still tied to his left arm, while his right hand hung limply at his side, several burn marks extending from his wrist deep into his sleeve. Beside him lay the last piece of old equipment, its casing already dismantled, the core erosion circuit inside still emitting a faint dark red cold light. He was using his remaining chakra to barely maintain a one-way sealing layer around the half-dismantled equipment. The sealing circuit had already broken in several places, and with each break the dark red cold light crawled another inch up his arm. When he saw the faint white flame light seeping in from the entrance of the mining area, his first reaction was to raise his still functional hand to shield his eyes. Only then did he realize that the approaching figure was not a pursuer from the Shell organization. The white flame Haori fluttered gently, identical to the waveform description he had read years ago in the appendix of Root's top-secret archives, except that the appendix had depicted a nascent bean-sized white flame seed now steadily shining before him. "You are the purifying flame," he said, his voice hoarse. "Shingu Yen. Sai, in the year of your disappearance, retrieved the date Ko no San was taken from the orphanage from the old root files and handed it to me. Yamato, before leaving for Lolan, recorded the same batch of root sequence registration features in the repair log. The serial number format on the sealing scroll fragment on your wrist is from the same batch as their experimental numbers. Your code number is contemporaneous with Ko and Ko no and I. When you left the orphanage, Danzo didn't put you into the Ko series. He sent you directly to Orochimaru's old laboratory. But Sai still refuses to write confirmed dead on the missing persons list first. He hasn't slept for several nights in the root archives, just to verify the whereabouts of your last transfer of an experimental subject." Shingu Yen crouched down. The purifying flame separated into 3 extremely fine threads from his palm, layer by layer, dismantling the dark red cold light, connecting Echo's arm to the core erosion circuit of the old equipment. "I blew up the most dangerous piece of equipment from the Shell organization. They tied me to it, trying to use my chakra circuit to power it. But I altered the sealing formula in advance, not to blow up the equipment but to reverse trigger the anti-intrusion trap, causing the equipment to lose its master malfunction with the casing disintegrating faster than the core charging. But the core erosion circuit collapsed too close on my anti-intrusion seal, wasn't finished before it backlashed on me. My chakra is almost exhausted. I can't move. My designation, the number Danzo bound to me, I abandoned it myself. I have a name." He said, his voice growing weaker, but the last few words suddenly became clear like a rusted iron plate struck anew. At the moment Echo spoke the last word, Shingu Yen severed all the erosion circuits connecting his arm to the purifying flame threads retracted into his palm. He sent the flying thunder god evacuation signal to Minato deep in the mining area, then looked down at this middle-aged man who had been trapped for who knows how many days and nights, his chakra nearly depleted yet still alive. I know. Your orphanage registration names. Sai Yamato and you. He wrote all three on the same page of the roster. I didn't write confirmed death first because someone is still waiting for you on that roster. Echo picked up the shattered sealing scroll case fragment from the ground, placed it in Shingu Yan's palm, then slowly stood up using the hand that could still move. Before pulling up his hood, he turned back one last time and said to Shingu Yan, I've completed it. Late that night, the root defector intelligence agent codenamed Echo was teleported by Flying Thunder God from the mining area directly into the Konoha Hospital emergency passage. Tsunade led the surgery. Guang stabilized the corroded meridians throughout with the 8,000 spears pupil power. Shingu Yen peeled away the residual degraded Karma Seal core erosion circuits from his arm layer by layer with the Purifying Flame, and Deer Valley updated the Karma node database in real time. The emergency record read Echo, formerly known as Kono-san, the last unregistered name on the root missing intelligence agent list, now officially removed from the missing persons list. By the time the emergency procedure ended, dawn was approaching. Shingu Yen walked out of the emergency room, leaned against the wall of the Konoha Hospital corridor, and switched the Purifying Flame from combat mode to standby. Guang sat down on the bench beside him, handing him a sealing scroll fragment she had just repaired with her pupil. No wonder he was directly chosen by Orochimaru. The residual energy he hadn't drained from that old equipment just crumbled on its own, as if it had recognized the Purifying Flame long ago. That guy is the last name of the co-series, the one that has been at the very bottom of the post-war missing persons list the longest. Next time we hand over the final destruction of that batch of old equipment, have Sai update the orphanage roster as well. The co-series never had co. It was always only their own names. He handed the repaired sealing scroll fragment to Deer Valley for preservation as evidence, then closed his weary eyes. From the other end of the corridor, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps arose. Naruto was holding a freshly approved shadow clone training permit, nearly crashing into the nurse's station cart. Sasuke followed behind him, clutching the copy of Basic Fire Release Seal Explanation, written by Makoto with the newly added annotations by Itachi fluttering up at the corner in the morning breeze. Shingu Yen stood to the side watching them run over. The Purifying Flame inside his Dantian pulse. In the third autumn after the war, Konohagakure was unervingly quiet for a ninja village. The weapon shops along the streets had removed the explosive tag discount signs and replaced them with newly arrived mackerel and chestnuts. The children at the Ninja Academy were practicing transformation jutsu on the training ground. Occasionally a few turned themselves into stone statues of the Hokage, faces on the mountain, only to be punished by Irika to run laps while they giggled. Kamiya Yen sat on the high stool at the counter of Ichiraku Ramen, a bowl of miso chashu ramen before him, the steam blurring his expression. This was the third time this week that Minato had dragged him to the ramen shop under the pretext of discussing a mission. Each time the mission talk would veer off course within 3 sentences. Hinata's recent performance in the medical squad, Kakashi having his Ika paradise stolen by Naruto, the delay in Jiraiya's new book release. None of which were topics that should concern a Hokage, yet the blonde Hokage remembered them more clearly than any mission scroll. The pure flame burned quietly within his dantian, its warm orange halo around the white fire, now completely stable, no longer spreading outward but resonating in a natural, almost imperceptible rhythm with the pulse of the dragon vein. Kankaro's periodic report arrived this morning. All anomalous energy remnants near the Wind Country Wedge have been completely cleared, and the final batch of adsorption point detection data reads 0. Yoin was also on this cleanup mission. He dismantled the last few shell devices of the old equipment modified by the Shell organization, and he wants to invite you to Sunagakure to perform pure flame calibration on the new batch of perception devices for the Dragon Vein Deepwater Node patrols. Minato sat beside him, his Hokage hat resting on his knees, holding a bowl of soy sauce ramen that had already gone half cold, his bare feet resting on the crossbar under the counter. I'll head to Suna as soon as I finish this mission. It happens to be on the way through Lulan. Hayaki said a newly unearthed mural fragment on the north corridor of the Resonance Tower contains ancient dragon vein script that needs pure flame analysis. Hikari has already gone ahead to Lulan for dojitsu calibration. Kamiya Yen set his chopsticks on the edge of the bowl. This intelligence was already detailed in the encrypted scroll that Shika brought yesterday afternoon. Good. Hikari's 8,000 spear dojitsu fluctuations have stabilized recently. Tsunade said her meridian rehabilitation final report came 2 months earlier than expected. She doubled her own rehabilitation training to 16 hours a week half a year ago. Tsunade advised against it, but it didn't work. Kamiya Yen finished the last mouthful of noodles. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital Rehabilitation Ward, Uchiha Hikari sat by the hospital bed, her forehead protector fastened neatly. She had replaced the dark blue ribbon with a new one, but the ancient dragon vein script on the back remained. She had transferred it from the old ribbon using her dojutsu, etching it stroke by stroke onto the new one. The patient in the bed was not her but Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde boy lay on his back, his left leg wrapped in bandages, his orange jacket neatly folded on the bedside table, his forehead protector hanging askew around his neck. Yesterday, during a crank escort mission to block a surprise attack by enemy ninja beasts, he used a shadow clone to shield a merchant family from a charging blow. After the clone was dispersed, his original body landed with his left leg, hitting a rock, resulting in a bone fracture. It was not a life-threatening injury. After Tsunade's personal treatment, he only needed 2 days of rest. I said I just bumped it, but Kakashi-sensei insisted on hospitalization, and Granny Tsunade went even further, saying if I didn't stay shed, call me Uzumaki dead last in front of everyone. Hikarini, you're an Uchiha, can you vouch that I got hurt saving someone, not showing off? Naruto spun his forehead protector around his finger, pouting. Kakashi-sensei and Tsunade-sama aren't angry, just worried. Your mother adjusted the protection protocol parameters of the 12th version of the sealing array this morning, adding a predictive monitor for abnormal chakra circuit fluctuations after trauma. Hikari said as she took the forehead protector from Naruto's fingers and retied it around his forehead, her movements identical to when she had removed all foreign clans' dojutsu residue from him years ago, in that era that didn't belong to him. Naruto suddenly fell silent. His blue eyes in the afternoon sunlight shed a bit of mischief and surfaced a seriousness that didn't belong to his age. Hikarini, I used to always show off. My dad always said I resemble Kamiya-senpai when he was young. Not really an ability, but that temper of always putting others first and pushing my own matters back. But Kamiya-senpai dismantled his own genjutsu in the illusion training ground at age 6, and I still fall for Kakashi-sensei's genjutsu traps. I always feel I'm too far from him. Not far, Hikari said, finishing tying the forehead protector and withdrawing her hand. The ancient dragon vein script on the back of the ribbon glowed faintly in the sunlight. I saw him at 6 using the pure flame to dismantle the first layer of the genjutsu circuit. His hands were steady, his eyes the same as now. But you don't have to imitate him. You have something he could never learn. Like just now when you complained to me about Kakashi-sensei, I used your shadow clone jutsu to shield a stranger from harm, and even remembered to pick up the luggage bags the family dropped in fright and put them back in place. These are things he can't do. Naruto blinked, nodded as if half understanding. A ginkgo leaf drifted through the window and landed on the bedside table next to a crumpled shadow clone training permit. Naruto picked it up and turned it over. On the back was Kakashi's scrawled recommendation with a crooked dog drawn beside the signature. He folded the note and put it back on the table, then loudly announced that after he was discharged, he would train his shadow clones to 100. Hikari stood up from the chair and said Tsunade-sama only allowed a maximum of 50. In the afternoon, Lulan Ancient City. Uchiha Hikari stood at the top of the resonance tower, calibrating her dojutsu on the newly unearthed mural fragment on the north corridor. Tsunade had officially filed her Meridian Rehabilitation Final Inspection report this morning. In the remarks column, a line of scrawled sharp red ink read, all restrictions on dojutsu usage and dragon vein resonance linkage are hereby lifted. Temporary member Uchiha Hikari fully restored to 8,000 spear dojutsu combat capability. She folded the final report copy and tucked it into her sleeve, then gently pressed the diamond-shaped seal on her palm against the mural fragment. The moment the 8,000 spear seal lit up, all the ancient dragon vein script worn by wind and sand reconnected from the fractured edges into a complete flow formula. At the end of the formula, written in ancient dragon vein script, was the true name of the first Hokage. Hashirama-sama came to Lulan. Not just to the seabed, he personally came to the resonance tower. Hikari murmured to herself, then fully recorded the mural content onto a sealing scroll she carried, intending to bring it back to Konoha for Tsunade. Just as she was putting away the scroll, a messenger hawk from Sunagakure landed on the edge of the tower's observation window. Tied to its leg was Kankaro's sealed letter tube. The paper inside bore only a few lines. Yoin arrived at Sunagakure this morning, repairing the last batch of old equipment modified by the Shell organization. After repairs, all these devices will be transferred to the Suna sealing team as forward-sensing nodes for the Dragon Vein Energy Early Warning Network. He said he is the last unregistered member of the root sequence, and this is his first formal mission since returning to perform directional technology in service technical guidance. He wanted to ask Kamiya Yen to calibrate the pure flame compatibility of these new devices. Attached was a sketch of the device distribution nodes drawn with a sealing brush. In the lower right corner was a small flower identical to the one Sai had drawn on the Dawn fragment years ago. Hikari finished reading the letter and refolded the sketch. As the sun set, Minato put his Hokage hat back on and patted Kamiya Yen on the shoulder under the ginkgo tree outside Ichiraku. Kankaro sent the letter to Lolan and also a copy to Konoha. Yoin is waiting for you in Suna. I've approved your travel permit. Depart tomorrow. Good. Naruto was discharged this morning. He pestered me for a day of shadow clone training and said hell have you check his progress after the next mission. Kamiya Yen heard Naruto and Sasuke's footsteps, running from the direction of the ninja academy toward the ramen shop, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Tucci the chef pushed aside the curtain, and poked his head out holding a freshly cooked bowl of ramen, and shouted at the blonde boy running at the front. In the distance, the stone faces of the 1st through 6th Hokage stood silently in the sunset on the Hokage mountain. The 7th Hokage spot was still a blank cliff dyed the same golden color as the ginkgo leaves by the twilight. The pure flame in Kamiya Yan's dantian flickered gently, and the warm orange halo around the white fire spread slowly in the evening breeze. He turned and walked toward the group of children crowded at the ramen shop entrance ordering their bowls. The lights in the My Archive room usually stayed on until late at night. Lu Gu had a fixed desk here by the window where a pile of scrolls twice as many as those on neighboring desks was always stacked. But tonight he was not alone. Shin Gu Yen sat across from him with a copy of the secret compartment records that he had found in the attic of the Chensho basement. The Jingyan in his dantian pulsed slowly at an extremely low frequency. The secret compartment was discovered behind the last load-bearing beam, in the attic of the Chensho Old Mansion's basement sealed, with all of Chensho Zujian's private manuscripts before he stepped down as Hokage. When he transplanted the Dragon Vein division, sapling his wood-style chakra unintentionally triggered the wood-style hidden pattern inside the beam, and the secret compartment sprang open. Inside there was only a single scroll unsealed and signed and tied with the most ordinary hemp rope. Lord Zujian's personal battle record of Yuzhibo Ban. From the wound sampling of Ban's body after the Valley of the End battle to the compatibility tests of wood-style cells and Dragon Vein energy, all the data is there. He wrote on the title page, "The scroll shall not be archived, no copies shall be kept to be opened personally by the bearer of Jingyan." Shun Gu Yen pushed the title page toward Lu Gu. Lu Gu had not shown a truly surprised expression for a long time, but at this moment his eyebrows nearly rose to his hairline. He did not immediately touch the scroll, but used shadow threads to gently turn the title page to the next. The Nara clan's brain was rapidly reassembling the causal chain of all known intelligence. "So after you returned from the seabed, you gave the wood-style sealing technique teaching plan to Gang Shou and asked her to complete Zujian's manuscripts. You already knew back then that there was a final scroll hidden by Lord Zujian in this mansion." "Not sure, but I believe not even Tuan Tsong knew of the existence of this scroll. After Lord Zujian stepped down, almost all his private manuscripts were collected in the My Sealing Squad archives, except this one which was sealed separately in a secret compartment he set up himself. It's not that he didn't hand it over. He was waiting for someone who could understand it." Lu Gu said nothing, flipped the title page back to its original position, tied the scroll back up exactly as before, and pushed it back to Shin Gu Yen. "After the Ninja Academy lets out tomorrow, have Guang come to the Chensho Old Mansion's basement." Shin Gu Yen took the scroll and tucked it into his robes. The next afternoon, under the dome of the Chensho Old Mansion's basement, the Dragon Vein sapling swayed gently in the soil. The warm orange and white flame halos within the Dragon Vein conduits slowly spiraled along the flow patterns of the rock core pillar. The autumn afternoon sun streamed through the dome skylight, cut into countless tiny golden specks by the newly sprouted leaves on the canopy. Yuzhibo Guang stood before the rock core pillar, checking the final sets of resonance data for the canopy energy amplification with Gang Shou. This morning Gang Shou had used medical chakra to examine the sapling's pulse records from the past week. The dual resonance of Jingyan and Baqian Mao was shifting from repair to cultivation, and the absorption rate of Dragon Vein energy by the sapling's roots was steadily increasing. It was estimated that the first batch of division saplings could be transplanted next year. Guang recorded the data line by line into her personal scroll. Gang Shou, arms crossed, leaned against the rock core pillar, waiting for her to finish. Only when Guang tucked the scroll back into her sleeve did Gang Shou turn her gaze toward the basement entrance. Shin Gu Yen walked in holding the old scroll tied with hemp rope. The moment Gang Shou saw the way the hemp rope was tied, her arms dropped. It was Chensho Zujian's unique left-hand double loop, not exactly the same as the sealing string on the title page of the Chensho manuscripts. Grandfather's manuscripts. He hid them in this mansion. Sealed inside the load-bearing beam, when he transplanted the division sapling, he inadvertently triggered the wood-style seal inside the beam with his wood-style, so the inheritor of wood-style cells was the only key to the secret compartment. So all those days after he stepped down, when he sat in this rattan chair staring out the window, it wasn't idle daydreaming. He was waiting for someone he might not live to see himself. She took the scroll but did not open it immediately. She simply let her fingers slowly trace the texture of the hemp rope, as if touching a name she had seen all her life but never truly reached. Then she looked up at Shen Guyen and Yuzhibo Guang. "Did he write your names before or after this?" After the Valley of the End battle, he had a conversation with the dragon in the seabed, laying the foundation for the symbiosis between the Yuzhibo and the Dragon Vein. In the same year after the battle, he left that line of Dragon Vein ancient script carved on the Valley of the End battlefield. Shin Gu Yen said. Gang Shou was silent for a long time. She asked no more questions, simply placed the scroll on the stone table in front of the sapling, untied the hemp rope, and let the scroll unroll on its own. The scroll was not paper but thin wood fibers woven directly by Chensho Zhujian, using wood style extremely tough, showing no brittleness after decades. Engraved on it were all of Yuzhibo-ban's battle data, the complete fusion formula of wood style cells and dragon vein energy, and a passage of dragon vein ancient script. All who enter this tower are children of the dragon vein. Not by blood, not by surname, only by resonance as proof. Gang Shou's fingertip paused on this line of engraving for a long time, then she lowered her head and gently pressed the inner side of her thumb against her eye socket. She did not cry, only slightly relaxed the fine line at the corner of her mouth that she had bitten for decades. I never went to the Valley of the End to see him afterwards. I thought all he left there was a decisive battle with Yuzhibo-ban. But what he wrote on the cliff wall was the same line I had seen him trace over and over in his study since I was a child. She closed the scroll, tied it up again, and placed it back on the stone table. With the hand that the medical squad recognized as capable of shattering a Susanoo with one punch, she gently stroked the title page. Then she took a deep breath and turned to look at Yuzhibo Guang. So grandfather, after the Valley of the End battle, dove into the deep sea and confirmed one thing from the dragon. The other half of the dragon vein's heartbeat had been sealed under the sea, requiring a Sharingan bearer to guard the beacon tower until Jingyan returned. He did not want the descendants of Yuzhibo-ban to be deceived by the stone tablet again. He begged the dragon not to abandon the Yuzhibo. Today the dragon vein is fully awakened, the final conversation recorded by Jingyan, and the symbiotic relationship between the Yuzhibo and the dragon vein is officially established. And you, she reached out and tapped the fresh dragon vein ancient script on the back of Yuzhibo Guang's forehead protector. The reply you saw on the beacon tower stone wall, personally promised by the first Hokage. That is the very line you have now engraved on the back of your own forehead protector ribbon. Guang was silent for a long time. Her fingertips unconsciously slid slowly along the edge of the forehead protector ribbon, from the ancient script of Chensho Zhujian's personal promise, at the end to the first line she had carved herself, new life. The moment her fingertips stopped on those two characters, the imprint of Ba Qian Mao in her palm grew slightly warm. When he returned from the seabed and carved that line at the Valley of the End, I wasn't even born. When he left the reply on the beacon tower stone wall, I was sealed at the bottom of the Rettan heavenly prison without even a name. Now this line has finally found its recipient. All the veins of the dragon vein sapling lit up simultaneously with an interweaving of warm orange and white flame light. Not resonance, not pulsation, but a very gentle, very soft flicker, as if responding in its own language to this reply that had been delayed far too long. As Xingu Yan and Guang walked side by side out of the front corridor of the Chensho Old Mansion, and along the main street of Mai toward the western end, the moonlight happened to wrap the entire village in a thin silver veil. No one spoke along the way until she suddenly stopped beside a newly planted dragon vein division tree, on the embankment of the Nanga River, and pressed the diamond-shaped imprint in her palm against the tree trunk. The moment the Ba Qian Mao imprint lit up, all the veins of the division sapling, simultaneously emitted a faint warm orange halo synchronous, with the pulse of the mother tree in the Chensho basement, and the dragon bone heartbeat of the beacon tower. After Lady Gang Shou stamped the final inspection report, I came here every night to carve a line. The dragon vein flow formula, the Ba Qian Mao dojutsu calibration parameters, the reply. Last night I carved the reply as well. She retracted all features of the Sharingan into her black pupils, and with the most ordinary eyesight looked at the grooves on the division sapling trunk that she had traced over and over, speaking softly. Then I asked Zhuju. He's always staring at this tree alone. He said this tree was planted together by the Chensho and the Yuzhibo. Fei Jian and Quan Nai's chakras had once fought inside the trunk, and he had to use with style to manually channel them for an entire spring before they merged into a single pulse. He said he wanted to bring you to see it once. Not as Chensho and Yuzhibo, but as him and his brother, just wanting to see it together once. She pulled an orange from her pocket. When he was talking to me, he was peeling an orange in his hand. The gesture was exactly the same as when I peeled oranges as a child. Yuzhibo people probably aren't very good at peeling. They tend to tear the flesh and don't dare let anyone know. Xingu Yan took the orange, peeled it into two perfect halves, gave one half back to her, and put the other half into his mouth. Not torn. Guang wrinkled her nose at the sourness, then laughed. Not a hearty laugh, not a grateful smile, just the expression she made before she had learned to respond to kindness. With a smile, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, very faintly, but her eyes were laughing. The waters of the Nanga River flowed silently under the moonlight. On the embankment, the dragon vein division tree, nurtured by the Chensho, and the Yuzhibo, still swayed gently in the night breeze. On the water's surface were reflected countless specks of warm orange and white flame light from the depths of the leaf veins like stars across the sky. The next afternoon, the My Ninja Academy let out. Ming Ran and Zhuju ran out of the school building one after the other, his blonde hair especially dazzling under the autumn sun. In his hand he clutched the score sheet for the first written test of the Chunin exam. 89 points, the same score as his fire theory quiz back then. Zhuju followed behind. The book in his hand, detailed explanation of fire release basic hand seals. wrapped in a book cover, had been turned to the last page. On the page of annotations newly added by you there was an extra line in pencil. The symbiotic relationship between the Sharingan and the Dragon Vein has been personally confirmed by Chensho Zhujian. The Yuzhibo and the Chensho are both guardians of the Dragon Vein. This item is appended to the roster of core Dragon Vein guardians with no backup left in the root, only passed down orally by successive Hokage to their successors. Suiju, you did not find your father's notes from back then, but Lord Zhujian's manuscripts contain them. As the two ran across the Nanga River embankment, they came face to face with two people who were just turning away from the Mingren skidded to a halt on the bridge and shoved the score sheet into Shin Guyan's hands. Suiju stopped in front of the division tree and gently pushed his chakra into the trunk. A warm orange halo lit up along his chakra paths, and the dragon vein flow patterns inside the trunk simultaneously. No longer the faint glow of being recognized unilaterally by the tree, but a two-way response. Guang crouched down and placed her hand over the hand with which Suiju was holding a leaf. The imprint of Ba Qian Mao gave a gentle jump between their palms. Suiju, what you told you is only the first half. After Chensho Zhujian left his reply, the dragon vein alone added another line of characters on the upper half of the beacon tower entrance stone wall. Written before the reply according to the grammar of Dragon Vein ancient, script arranged perpendicular to the line of reply left by Chensho Zhujian himself, the handwriting older, almost worn smooth by the ocean currents. At the time I thought it was a prayer of the Dragon Vein itself. Only after fully deciphering it with Ba Qian Mao did I see the direction of each character. It was written to Yuzhibo Quan Nai. Suiju jerked his head up. The Mangekyo Sharingan lit up uncontrollably in that instant, the six-pointed star spinning rapidly. What the dragon carved on the stone wall was, "Descendant of Indra, your eyes were not wrong." The stone tablet was wrong. The dragon said Quan Nai's eyes were not wrong. This sentence has been pressing on the blank space next to this reply on the back of the ribbon ever since I took off that old kimono and put on my forehead protector. I originally planned to carve it when the division sapling was transplanted to the Nanga River. But when I came last night to carve the reply, I found that someone had already carved a name on the trunk. It was you. She untied the ribbon and slowly unfolded the inner side, where the original Dragon Vein ancient script she had traced with Ba Qian Mao was displayed line by line, translated into the common language. Suiju said nothing. He withdrew his palm from the division tree trunk and opened it, revealing several faint red marks pressed into his palm by the rough bark. Then he turned the book, Detailed Explanation of Fire Release Basic Hand Seals, to the last page. Under the newly added annotation by you, he had added a small line in pencil himself last night. Yuzhibo Quan Nai died before the Yuzhibo stone tablet. His Mangekyo Sharingan was never used for infinite Tsukuyami. Last night I didn't carve a name. I carved this sentence. His voice was a little muffled, but he still pressed each word clearly. I couldn't find any record of Quan Nai's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities in the Umbu archives. Everyone only remembers that he died under Chensho Fei Jian's blade. No one remembers for whom he awakened his eyes. I sat in the archives all night going through every piece of information I could find. Tian Dao's combat logs, Fei Jian's notes, the oral battle histories of the IWA ninja. All of them only had results with no reasons, all saying how he lost, but not a single mention of who he was trying to save when he awakened his eyes. In the fragment of the notebook personally written by Chensho Fei Jian, there was only half a sentence. Quan Nai's Mangekyo was awakened to save someone. He didn't write who that person was. But the dragon said his eyes were not wrong. He closed the book. His shoulders were still a little tense, but his voice was no longer tightening bit by bit like when he had asked his brother in the hospital corridor last year whether the Sharingan and the Dragon Vein recognized each other. He was just stating a conclusion he had reached after repeatedly cross-checking all the data and finally finding corroboration. Shen Guyan stood across from him, the Jingyan pulsing gently in his dantian. He had seen in Yuzhibo Tian Dao's combat log a line that also could not be fitted into any known puzzle. Quan Nai awakened his eyes. That same winter band no longer covered the rear alone. That line had been quickly crossed out by Tian Dao's own handwriting, the fine threads of ink bleed still discernible. The complete version of Chensho Fei Jian's half-sentence was collected by Lord Zhujian in the appendix of his secret compartment manuscript, just discovered by Dehi yesterday. The appendix wrote Quan Nai's Mangekyo was awakened to save Ban. Ban pursued Fei Jian for years over this until his death, never knowing that the Dragon Vein before the stone tablet's intrusion had actively reduced the burden on his dojutsu when Quan Nai was dying. Lord Zhujian did not write this sentence into the public archives, but after the Valley of the End battle, he sealed the scroll alone in the basement attic, marked to be opened personally by the bearer of Jingyan. Suiju lowered his head, staring intently at the faint red marks pressed into his palm by the rough bark. Quan Nai's eyes were awakened to save someone. Not out of hatred, not for competition, but simply to snatch back in the flames of war that brother who always charged out first and withdrew last. The entanglement between the Yuzhibo and the Chensho span generations, from the schism of Indra and Azura to the Valley of the End between Ban and Zhujian, countless grudges and misunderstandings compressed into the cold inscriptions on the Yuzhibo stone tablet. And these two sentences, The dragon's reply carved on the seabed: descendant of Indra, your eyes were not wrong, and Zujian's appendix Quan Nai's Mangekyo was awakened to save Ban. Were older, more accurate than all the tamperings on the stone tablet, and more defining of the two surnames Chensho and Yuzibo themselves. He tucked the book back into his elbow crook and lifted his head again. The six-pointed star pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slowly in his eyes, its edges calmer and steadier than before. In the Chensho old mansion basement, the twilight light streamed from the domed skylight, dyeing the leaves of the dragon vein sapling a translucent warm orange. Zuozhu stood alone before the tree, turning the book, detailed explanation of fire release basic hand seals, to the last page. Below, use new annotation next to the pencil words he had written last night. 2 lines of dragon vein ancient script annotations had appeared newly carved with warm orange dojutsu, stroke for stroke exactly matching the characters he had engraved on the inside of his forehead protector ribbon. 1 line was the words carved by the dragon on the beacon tower stone wall beneath the sea. The other was the corroboration personally written by Chensho Zhujian and sealed in the secret compartment for decades. Zuozhu did not turn around. He simply reached out and touched the trunk. The dragon vein division tree, nurtured by the Chensho, and the Yuzibo swayed gently under his fingertips. The warm orange halo lit up along his chakra paths, and the dragon vein flow patterns inside the trunk for a moment, then slowly faded into stillness. On the post road from Sunagakure back to Kanahagakure, dusk was slowly spreading along the sandstone ridges of the wind country. Kamiya Yen and Uchiha Hikari sat side by side in the rear of the carriage, the wheels of the Suna escort squad, leaving 2 long tracks on the edge of the desert. Hikari had fallen asleep leaning against his shoulder. Her forehead protector was worn straight and proper on her brow, the deep blue ribbon brushing softly against his arm with the jolts of the ride. In her arms she held the transcript of the mural fragments that had undergone dojutsu calibration in Lulan. A copy of the ancient Dragon Pulse characters engraved by Hashirama himself after the battle at the Valley of the End, translated line by line, using the complete grammar of those ancient writings. Throughout the return journey she had been transcribing and proofreading each line until they left Suna, and only then did she close her eyes. Kamiya Yen did not wake her. In his hands he held something he had never seen before. Something Nawaki had dug out that morning from a pile of junk in the attic of the Senju ancestral home's underground storehouse, nearly tripping over the doorstep as he dashed into the Hokage's office clutching it. A manga. The pages were yellowed, the corners nibbled by insects, and 2 of the binding threads were broken, but the pages had not scattered. They had been sealed by an extremely gentle would-release chakra. This was drawn by Lord Hashirama himself. After he retired, he secretly holed up in the attic of the underground storehouse and drew it with the charcoal left over from his sealing technique drawings. It had been piled in the deepest part of the attic under the pile of old ninjutsu blueprints on the load-bearing beam. When Yamato used wood-release to check the attic's load-bearing structure, the wood-release chakra triggered the hidden patterns, and this batch of old blueprints resurfaced. Besides the previously discovered scroll from the secret compartment, there was a lot of this kind of ensign clutter. Nawaki arrived covered in wood shavings, panting heavily as he pushed the manga into his hands. On the flyleaf it says, "To the next kid who finds this secret compartment." The third Hokage looked at a sample page and said it was part of the batch of draft sheets he had seen in Hashirama's study when he was young. When Kamiya Yen opened the first page of the manga, Joan, within his dantian, gave a gentle leap. It was not resonance, but the habitual response of this white flame whenever he encountered one of Senju Hashirama's relics. Exactly the same as when he first touched the Dragon Pulse sapling in the Senju ancestral home's underground storehouse. The manga depicted a man with long black hair fighting another man by a waterfall. Lord Hashirama's drawing skills were truly poor. The characters' facial features were all crooked. But beside each page he had written annotations in his neat sealing technique handwriting. He turned to page 3 where the name Madara first appeared. Hashirama had drawn a black-haired boy skipping stones by the riverbank with the annotation, "Madara can skip a stone 7 times in a row. I can only skip it 3 times. He says it's because my wrists are too stiff, but actually he secretly practiced for 10 years. Hikari had woken up at some point, her chin resting lightly on his shoulder, her gaze falling past his arm onto the manga page. Did Lord Hashirama write his sealing technique lesson plans in this handwriting? He's basically keeping a diary. When he draws Madara's Sharingan, every stroke makes a circle. Would a normal stick figure draw such intricate tomo patterns? He wouldn't even draw leaf veins when drawing leaves on a tree. That's the Sharingan. He remembered it clearly. Madara's tomo before awakening the Mangekyo numbered only 2, and in this drawing he also drew 2. Kamiya Yen continued flipping through. The manga's timeline spanned Senju Hashirama's entire youth. From fighting Madara in the forest, skipping stones by the Naka River, saying on the embankment, "Let's build a village together someday," all the way to the final battle at the Valley of the End. The content after the battle had no panel divisions, only scattered rough sketches. Every page after Madara left Konoha was drawn extremely hastily, with some pages depicting only half a face, a silhouette, a drooping hand, and even the speech bubbles were left blank, with only a few characters appearing repeatedly in the corners of different pages. He drew these alone after the battle, because there was no one to listen to him talk about these things. He poured all the words that couldn't be written in Hokage documents into this manga. Hikari's voice was very soft. Kamiya turned to the last page. It was the final pages drawn by Hashirama before his death. The strokes were weaker than the previous ones, the charcoal lines more tremulous, yet every stroke still bore Hashirama's characteristic rounded curves. He drew a faceless Hokage standing on a cliff handing a forehead protector to another faceless Uchiha. Beside them were two ginkgo leaves, their veins drawn with great care, the stems pointing in opposite directions, but both connected to the same branch. The annotation read, "Only I'm running out of time. This scroll has no seal, no signature, and will not be filed in the archives. Whoever finds the secret compartment, take it. Tobirama says the Uchiha are born evil. I don't believe it. You are the second person to find this secret compartment. Return it to the Uchiha for me." On the bottom page of the manga, affixed with an extremely thin wood fiber sleeve, was an old photograph of Uchiha Madara. It was drawn on the same spread as the manga. Madara had thrown his forehead protector onto the Naka River embankment when he left Konoha, and this photograph was taken not long after Madara had put on that same protector on the day of the founding ceremony of Konoha's first ninja squad. In the photograph, Madara wore the first edition of Konoha's ninja vest with the Uchiha fan crest embroidered on the sleeve, and the forehead protector was worn straight and proper on his brow. The metal plate of the forehead protector reflected a small blur of white light under the old camera's flash, the same kind of charcoal white blank used in the protector Hashirama handed over in the last page of the manga. Hikari lowered her head, unfastened the forehead protector from her brow, and turned it to the back of the ribbon, where she had inscribed the Dragon Pulse character by character using the power of the Yada no Kagami. Since that afternoon when Minato had placed the ribbon on the folding table beside her hospital bed, she had never let it leave her side. Her fingertips traced back and forth over the ancient characters, then gently pressed against the outline of the forehead protector on Madara's brow drawn in charcoal on the flyleaf, an outline that Hashirama had traced with fine circles again and again. The second person Lord Hashirama waited so long for was not a person but time. It was you. When he drew these pictures, he probably thought that someday a Joan holder might find them and return them to the Uchiha. As for whether the Uchiha would still be willing to accept them, that is for you to decide. Kamiya looked at the forehead protector on Madara's face in the old photograph beneath Hikari's finger. The silver-white metal still shone with the luster of a new polish. He closed the manga and handed it to her. Joan within his dantian pulsed gently, and the warm orange halo around the edge of the white flame spread slowly in the dusk. Ahead on the post road, the silhouette of Kanehagakure had appeared on the horizon. The stone faces of the Hokage monument stood silent in the afterglow of the setting sun. The evening bell of the Konoha orphanage had rung 6 times, and the children had just finished supper. Sai had been crouching for a long time in front of the old bookshelf in the corner of the activity room. On the bookshelf, among the literacy textbooks and puzzles of thin old manga, had been added, its corners reinforced with wood fiber bearing no archive number, only a single line of charcoal handwriting on the flyleaf to the next kid who finds this secret compartment. This is a manga drawn by Senju Hashirama himself. Kamiya asked me to bring it to the orphanage. He said Lord Hashirama wrote on the last page, "Return it to the Uchiha for me." This manga doesn't need to be locked in the archive room. Just put it somewhere you can open it any time. There will be more manga later. Not drawn by Lord Hashirama but by him. If you think they're ugly, you don't have to read them. But he said that when he was 6, he couldn't even release a single great fireball, and drawing was easier than shooting fireballs. Sai placed the manga on the outermost shelf, the lowest layer within reach of any child. Then he drew a small flower next to the manga, and had Kabuto push the manga to the very edge directly facing the door, so that even the smallest child would see it upon entering. That night Uchiha Itachi finished his shift in the Umbu. Sasuke had helped Sakura organize the last stack of medical records on the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital, but he did not go straight home. He walked along the Naka River embankment, and stopped in front of the Dragon Pulse shared sapling, jointly cultivated by the Senju and the Uchiha. Tonight, before taking over the night watch at the village gate, he first made a detour to the Konoha orphanage. He pulled out the old manga with no number from the outermost shelf of the activity room's bookshelf, and read it from beginning to end page by page. When he reached the part where Madara left Konoha, he kept his lips pressed together. A silence of desperately trying to produce an expression but not knowing how to react, exactly the same as the first time he heard in front of the shared sapling that Izuna's Mangekyo had awakened because he saved someone. He turned to the last page and saw that after Madara threw his forehead protector onto the riverbank, Hashirama had secretly gone to pick it up and hidden it in the innermost pouch of his ninja tool bag closest to his heart after he retired as Hokage, and kept it there until his death. Then he gently closed the book. The shared sapling swayed gently under his fingertips. A warm orange glow lit up along his chakra circuits, and the Dragon Pulse conduction lines inside the trunk for a moment, then slowly faded into stillness. He took a spare Umbu standard ink brush, left by Itachi from his ninja tool bag, and carved a new line beside the one he had etched yesterday on the trunk of the Dragon Pulse shared sapling. Uchiha Sasuke received. In the backyard of the Kamiya residence, the night wind blew from the direction of the Hokage monument, rustling the ginkgo leaves. Kamiya Yen sat on the porch with the copy of Hashirama's manga spread before him. He had rephotographed each page as a sealing image, and the charcoal words on the flyleaf he had gently traced over with Joan. From now on, the original of this manga would remain at the orphanage, and the copy would be archived in Konoha's document room. Minato vaulted over the wall with hardly a sound, carrying 2 small bottles of warm sake. He placed one bottle beside Kamiya Yen, then sat down on the step next to him. The Hokage's hat tilted slightly in the wind, and he took it off and set it on his knee. This afternoon I went to the orphanage to see that manga. Sasuke was there standing alone in front of the bookshelf, flipping through the whole thing. When he reached the last page, I happened to be at the door. He looked at the photograph of Madara wearing the forehead protector for a long time, then took a brush from his own ninja tool bag, and wrote his name on the flyleaf of the manga. Not a signature. Just the Uchiha name written beside the last line of characters on Hashirama's flyleaf, followed by a colon. Minato raised the sake bottle, his voice suddenly very soft. He hadn't finished that colon before he stopped writing. I don't know if he completed it later. He will complete it. Not alone, just needs a little time. Kamiya Yen picked up the sake bottle and clinked it against Minato's. Neither of them drank first. The night wind swept ginkgo leaves onto the porch, where they fell quietly beside the line of charcoal characters on the flyleaf of the manga copy, and lay still. The afternoon sunlight of my streamed obliquely through the windows of the Hokage's office, casting neat lattices of light across the desk. Shuemen sat behind the desk, a joint patrol report just returned from the wind country that morning spread before him alongside a cup of coffee that had grown cold half an hour ago. Shingu Yen perched on the windowsill, his back against the frame, flipping through a scroll unfurled in his hands. The Jing Yen burned quietly within his dantian, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame nearly invisible in the sunlight, flickering faintly only with each breath. Mingren has been asking when the list of 7th Hokage candidates will be announced. Shuemen lifted his head from the pile of documents, his blue eyes carrying a joy that was partly hidden by the Hokage hat, but could not be concealed entirely. He said he's ready to inherit the position of Hokage. His exact words were, "I can now create 100 shadow clones at once. The Hokage's office won't even have enough documents for me to approve." Kakashi slapped the recommendation form for the next Hokage candidate onto the table, and said, "You can't even find your own ninja tool pouch, and you want to find the key to the Hokage's office." Shingu Yen did not lift his head, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Yesterday he used shadow clones to look up the procedures for the succession ceremony of previous Hokage at the library. But Irika caught the clones, and made him write a Tooth-san-chair character self-criticism. The self-criticism read, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have used shadow clones to secretly look things up." Below it he added in small print, "But I really want to become Hokage." Irika circled that line of small print in red ink, and wrote beside it, "Next week's makeup exam, no shadow clones allowed." Shuemen laughed out loud, then collected his expression, and placed the Hokage hat on the table. "Let Mingren handle his exam on his own. But as for you, where do you plan to go next?" The joint test at Mount Myaboku is complete. The secret compartment manuscripts from the Senju Underground Vault have been archived, and the Dragon Vein Division plan was signed and sealed by Day this morning. Team 3 is on full rest. How do you intend to rest? Shingu Yen rolled up the scroll, lifted his head, and gazed out the window at the row of Hokage stone faces on the cliff. The faces of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Senju Tobirama, the third Sarutobi Hiruzen, the fourth Namikaze Minato, the fifth Tsunade, and the sixth Hitaki Kakashi stood side by side under the midday sun. The place for the 7th Hokage had not yet been carved with any face, and the empty stone surface on the cliff gleamed brightly in the sunlight. "The seal on the moon," he said. Shuemen leaned back in his chair, not answering immediately. The clock in the office ticked for several seconds, and the footsteps of the patrol umbu brushed lightly across the roof outside. The reconciliation of the Senju and Uchiha, the awakening of the Dragon Vein Core, the silence of all karma. Kagaya's seal is the only one among all these matters that has not been positively confirmed as a threat. The Six Paths planetary devastation. The Sage of Six Paths and his brother sealed her in the moon's core. This seal cannot theoretically be broken from the outside, but Lord Hashirama's old notes mention that Kagaya actively shed an extremely faint layer of chakra outside the seal at the moment of sealing, and the other members of the Otsutsuki clan have remained silent. Kagaya's seal is the final point of origin for all our investigations into Otsutsuki incidents. If that outer shell still slumbers, let it slumber. If it has begun to awaken, assess whether the synchronized resonance of Jing Yen and the Rinnegan can reseal it. No disturbance, no destruction, just confirmation, said Shingu Yen. The light leaned against the window, and the ribbon of her forehead protector fluttered gently in the afternoon breeze. After her repeated calibration of the newly unearthed mural fragments from the resonance tower of Lolan, a passage of ancient Dragon Vein script that had never been fully deciphered before slowly emerged at the end of the scroll. The third mural inscription from the north corridor of the Resonance Tower was pieced together by the 100 puppets lab. After I performed line-by-line calibration with the 8,000 spears, I discovered that alongside the ancient script recording the descent of the divine tree, the dragon vein had separately marked a set of initial pulsations that resonated with the energy inside the moon seal. The colophon was a line of ancient Lulon script, roughly meaning when Kagaya was torn apart the other half was not in the sky but underground. The dragon vein refers to Kagaya as the one who was divided. Perhaps when the Sage of Six Paths sealed his mother he had already realized that certain parts had vanished before his technique was even cast and were never inside that moon. If the ancient dragon vein text is correct, Kagaya had already actively separated a part of her consciousness before being sealed, hiding it in the only blind spot she could still evade the sage's perception, the dragon vein. Later, when the divine tree descended, she was sealed before she could retrieve that part of her consciousness. The dragon vein sealed that submerged layer of Kagaya's consciousness deep within itself beyond even the reach of karma, which is why you saw that pulsation synchronized with the moon seal through the 8,000 spears. Shingu Yen stepped down from the windowsill and tucked the scroll into his ninja tool pouch. First to the moon projection observation point at the Valley of the End. The pulsation coordinates recorded in the dragon vein need to be cross-correlated with the waveform of the moon seal's shell. The most suitable observation point is where the Sage of Six Paths sealed her. The valley where Hashirama and Madara fought countless times, where the residual chakra still serves as a reference baseline for perception wavelengths. On the head of the Senju Hashirama statue at the Valley of the End, moonlight had turned the moss on the rock wall silver. Shingu Yen stood at the foremost edge of the statue's head, the Jing Yen pulsing steadily in his dantian. The roar of the waterfall echoed through the canyon. Standing there, he recalled the first time he had faced Orochimaru in this canyon years ago, remembered Nagato standing on Madara's statue head using the Rinnegan to drain chakra from the fake Rinnegan vessel, and remembered Hashirama and Madara turning from sworn friends into mortal enemies here. Now he stood in the same canyon tasked with verifying another level of ancient enmity, whether the seal of the woman called the Mother of Chakra remained intact. He closed his eyes and the Jing Yen rose slowly from the depths of his dantian, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame spreading outward in the moonlight. His perception domain climbed upward along the axis connecting the sky above the canyon to the moon projection point, piercing through the chakra noise of the ionosphere, flying across the razor-thin air layer at the boundary between the atmosphere and space, and finally at a trajectory extremely close to the lunar surface touched that outer shell, a long-dormant Six Paths planetary devastation seal. The moment the Jing Yen touched the seal's outer shell, Nagato far away at Mount Mayaboku abruptly opened his Rinnegan, rings of purple ripples swirling slowly in his pupils. He sensed that the Jing Yen was reaching a seal that shared the same origin as the Rinnegan, but was older than any forbidden technique. Planetary devastation. The seal itself was solid to perfection, but he did not withdraw immediately. The light had once mentioned that the initial pulsation recorded in the ancient dragon vein text indicated that when Kagaya was torn apart the other half remained underground. So he pushed the perception domain of the Jing Yen vertically downward from the seal shell along the moon projection line toward the Earth's core. After penetrating the dense magma of the mantle and the high-density natural energy layer of the dragon vein's main trunk, the Jing Yen touched the outline of that other half deep within the dragon vein. Not an entity, not chakra, but merely an extremely hidden layer of submerged consciousness sealed at the bottom of the dragon vein, its waveform synchronized with the moon seal, but with a completely opposite phase. Like the other side of a coin, what the Sage of Six Paths sealed in the moon was Kagaya's body, while what the dragon vein preserved was the original will she had personally stripped away before being sealed. Not the divine trees will, not Kagaya's, but just Kagaya. He opened his eyes. The mist from the waterfall churned in the moonlight. At the entrance of the canyon in the distance, a figure was climbing up the stone steps along the side of Hashirama's statue from the direction of Sunagakure. Grandma Chendai, elder of Sunagakure. She was wrapped in a faded old robe, holding in her aged hand a secret scroll unearthed from the archives of the first Kazekage. Before Laidu formed the alliance with Hashirama, he had sought her out alone, and entrusted her with an investigation record that she had never revealed to anyone. The first Kazekage, at Hashirama's request, had secretly traced the traces of Otsutsuki Kagaya deep in the desert, ultimately confirming that before being sealed Kagaya had buried a fragment of consciousness the size of a fingernail at the end of the dragon vein deep in the wind country desert. Laidu personally sealed that node and recorded the matter along with the sealing technique in the secret scroll, never revealing it to any successor. Lord Hashirama entrusted Lord Laidu with tracking down the other half. Lord Laidu sealed that fragment deep in the desert, left this secret scroll with me, and instructed me not to make it public until the dragon vein fully awakened and the safety of Kagaya's seal was confirmed. Now the dragon vein has fully awakened, all karma are silent, and you just touched the seal shell on the moon with the Jing Yen. So I brought this secret scroll. Thank you, Grandma Chendai. Shingu Yen took the secret scroll and invited her to sit on a flat rock nearby, where Lugu spread out the monitoring interface of the perception barrier. The light crouched beside the projection frame of the sealing node that the first Kazekage had sealed, pressing her hand against the ground. What was sealed within her was not Kagaya's power or its shell but pure consciousness. Except for the only sentence that could be read from the torn soul never heard by anyone, my child. Deep in the wind country desert, the node sealed by the first Kazekage. Shingu Yen stood before the seal. This seal was merely a simple protective shell formed by the resonance between the first Kazekage's own chakra and the natural energy at the end of the desert dragon vein. It did not require the Jing Yen to dismantle it. Only needed the Jing Yen to calibrate the consciousness fragment inside the seal, and the other half of the submerged consciousness at the bottom of the dragon vein to the same phase. The white flame seeped into the protective shell layer by layer, recognizing the Kazekage seal as the authentication circuit of the dragon vein guardian, and the seal automatically released. The submerged consciousness fragment floated silently in the desert moonlight for a moment, then slowly sank into the dragon vein, along the guidance of the Jing Yen, merging with that other half of the original will that had been sealed by the dragon vein for unknown ages. Kagaya's submerged consciousness did not dissipate, nor did it erupt. She merely emitted an extremely faint, extremely slow wave from the bottom of the dragon vein, where she slumbered, producing a very brief resonance with the dragon vein pulsation and the Jing Yen white flame at that moment. Not the omen of the heavenly movement, not the frantic knocking of karma activation. Just a mother who had been sealed in the moon and torn in two, lonely for too long, finally reuniting her consciousness and speaking an extremely soft word, thank you. Then the submerged consciousness returned to silence. Shingu Yen withdrew the Jing Yen. Under the moonlight at the Valley of the End, Hashirama's statue still gazed silently over the canyon. He stood on the palm of the statue, turned the Dragon Vein Guardian registry to the last page, and wrote a conclusion under the entry: Kagaya original will sealed state. Kagaya's submerged consciousness has been reunited from the desert fragment, and the bottom of the Dragon Vein now maintained in deep slumber by the Dragon Vein's own seal, no longer producing any active response to external energy. The Six Paths Planetary Devastation seal is intact. Kagaya's physical body remains safely sealed in the moon's core. Dual seals operate in parallel, without interference, and fluctuations in either can be stabilized by the other as a backup barrier. The light read his conclusion from beginning to end, then took an extremely fine chakra etching pen from her ninja tool pouch, and added a line of ancient Dragon Vein annotation beside the dual seal text, only by resonance as witness. The handwriting was identical to the line on the back of her forehead protector ribbon, except this time she left the engraving on the final record of all Otsutsuki incidents. The sealing log of Kagaya. In the distance, the skyline in the direction of the fire country had begun to show the pale light of dawn. Shingu Yen and Uchiha Hikari stood side by side at the edge of the wind country desert, the eastern sky stained with hues of warm orange and pale gold from the rising sun. Another decade passed. At my hidden village, the autumn cherry blossoms bloomed and withered. The stone statues on Hokage Rock lined up from the fourth Hokage to the sixth Hokage, yet the blank cliff face at the end still bore no new visage. Shingu Yen sat on a rattan chair in the outer corridor of the Chensho old residence, flipping through the summary report on the third cycle of Dragon Vein routine protection, delivered that morning. The purifying flame burned quietly within his dantian. The warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame was almost invisible in the morning light, only occasionally flickering faintly with his breath. Guang walked over from the other end of the corridor. She had changed into a dark blue autumn robe, her forehead protector still neatly worn on her brow. The ribbon was a new one replaced a few years ago, and on its back the line of Dragon Vein ancient script had been recarved stroke by stroke several times with her pupil power. She sat down on the step beside Shingu Yen, broke a freshly peeled orange in half, and handed him one piece. This morning the Dragon Vein mother tree sprouted 7 more leaves. They said you're going to the Valley of the End this afternoon for the quarterly node inspection. He has already organized the transplant data for the propagated saplings. Senior Shangshu asked him to tell you that the mural restoration on the top floor of Lulan's resonance tower is complete, and Baiji has fitted the last fragment back into place. Baiji has guarded Lulan for so many years, transforming from a puppeteer into a Dragon Vein craft inheritor. Shingu Yen took the orange and finished checking off the last few inspection confirmation items. My ninja academy had just let out for the afternoon. The training ground was full of children practicing shuriken jutsu. Xuanhua Mingren stood in a small training field behind the school facing his newly recruited genin of Team 7. Maiwan Menghuang and Wudong. The blonde young man's forehead protector was tied around his forehead, his orange jacket slightly faded from washing, but his blue eyes were as bright as when he first learned Sage Mode at Miaomu Mountain years ago. Listen up. The first rule of Team 7. No copying Kakaxasensius Makeout Paradise in mission reports. This is a tradition passed down through every Hokage starting from my dad's generation. Maiwan loudly asked Mingren if he had completed all Shrank missions. Mingren smugly gave a thumbs up and pointed at his chest, laughing heartily, then bent down and lowered his voice to say that actually when he first became a shinobi his greatest wish was just to be acknowledged by the whole village. Now he had turned the village's acknowledgement into a duty to protect the entire village. Zhuozhu was leaning against a tree trunk at the edge of the training ground. The book in his hand, detailed explanation of fire release basic hand seals, wrapped in a book cover, had its corners frayed from heavy use. Beside Miken's red pen annotations, densely packed layers of notes had been added. His own use and the line of dragon vein ancient script that Guang had carved stroke by stroke on the back of the flyleaf last year using her warm orange pupil power. He closed the book and tucked it into his ninja tool pouch, then walked over to Mingren. Stop bragging. There's a joint training exercise this afternoon. Kakaxa-sensei told you to report the shadow clone cost value to Ing in advance. Zhuazhu, can you not always pour cold water on me when I'm looking coolest? Maiwan burst out laughing behind him. Zhuazhu ignored him. He took an orange from his pouch and tossed it to Mingren, then nodded toward the outskirts of the training field. Xingu Yan and Guang stood side by side at the bend of the mountain path. The white flame Haori of Purifying Flame was rarely unfurled now, but the warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame always glowed faintly around him. He raised his hand and waved at Mingren and Zhuazhu, the same gesture light and steady as when he had signed Mingren's Chunin exam recommendation form at Miamu Mountain years ago. Evening, the main gate of my village. The sunset glow dyed the stone statue of the 6th Hokage on Hokage Rock a golden orange. As Xingu Yan and Guang walked back into the village side by side, a familiar silhouette stood under the main gate's archway. The person was leaning casually against a wooden pillar, his silver ponytail swaying slightly in the evening breeze, his gaze fixed on a spread-out mission scroll in his hand. When Kakashi saw him, he lazily raised a hand, his mask covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of listless eyes. Yo! Back from Lulan? Mingren took my wand and the others for shuriken training today. On my way after delivering a mission, I passed by Yulika-sensei's office and saw a newly returned self-criticism letter. I was wrong. I shouldn't have used Shadow Clone to peek at the list of candidates for the 7th Hokage. That kid using Shadow Clone to sneak into the archives to read files isn't new, but this time he added a line at the end of the letter: if you're going to choose the 7th Hokage, please give Kakaxa-sensei a few extra days off. I clipped that letter next to the Chunin exam recommendation form you signed back then. He scratched his mask, stuffed the scroll into his pouch, and added, by the way, I've been writing a new book lately. The title isn't set yet, but the protagonist is a fool who always puts himself last. Don't write it. I haven't finished. Kakashi pulled the scroll back out from his pouch and opened the last page. This time the protagonist isn't called that. He's called Dragon Vein Guardian. The first chapter stops on the night he discovered the hidden manuscript in the support beam of the Chensho basement attic. Senior Shangshu back then ran from the basement all the way to the Hokage's office carrying an engineering hammer, nearly tripped over the threshold, and knocked over the 3rd Hokage's pipe. As a first-hand witness, you should remember it clearly. Guang let out a soft laugh. Xingu Yan looked at her and cut off Kakashi's words. Tell me in advance what the next chapter is about. The next chapter writes about him being mocked by Yuzhibo Tiehua at the Ninja Academy as a failure at fire release. I was a witness to that part too. Back then I watched from the back of the classroom the whole time, laughing from start to finish, until that white flame in his hand, which couldn't even ignite a great fireball, suddenly flared up. Kakashi put the scroll away, waved at them, turned, and walked toward the village, his silhouette stretched long by the sunset. His voice drifted back with the wind. Don't worry, I won't write about the sock part. Moonlight spilled over the blank cliff face of Hokage Rock like a silent steel yet to be engraved with any visage. Xingu Yan stood at the top of the cliff, the purifying flame pulsing steadily within his dantian. He took out a flying thunder god kunai from his pouch. On the handle 3 arcs lined up in gold, red, and white, identical to the one Shui Men had handed him at Miamu Mountain years ago. He placed the kunai at the edge of the cliff, pressing it next to a small ginkgo branch he had just broken off from the dragon vein conduit beside the Chensho old residence. Guang stood behind him, gently placing a dragon vein propagated tree seed, which she had been carving with her warm orange pupil power for a long time, right in the center of the 3 arcs. There will be new faces here in the future. Not ours, theirs. Xingu Yan withdrew his hand and stood upright. In the distance, at an izakaya, Maiwan Menghuang and Wudong sat around a table clinking glasses of juice. Yuanfei Maiwan raised his glass high and shouted toward the window in the direction of Hokage Rock. I'm going to be Hokage too someday. On a farther hill, Mingren and Zhuazhu stood side by side under an old ginkgo tree. Mingren took off his forehead protector and placed it on his lap. Zhuazhu opened detailed explanation of fire release basic hand seals to the last page and set it next to the forehead protector. Wind blew from the direction of Hokage Rock, gently flipping the pages. In the infinite vast future, these 2 children would continue to write a longer, brand new chapter than their predecessors, leading all the young people who had once been protected by the dragon vein and then turned around to protect others. With forehead protectors with kunai, with the light that quietly lit up in their palms while sneaking a peek at forbidden scrolls under the covers. A light different from the white flame, yet sharing the same warmth as that ember. The windows of the Hokage's office were always kept open. This was a habit Minato Namikaze inherited from the 3rd Hokage, and the only Hokage rule he had never changed. The autumn wind poured in through the window, rustling the mission scrolls spread across his desk, forcing him to pin down the edges with a paperweight. The paperweight bore 3 carved arcs, gold, red, and white. They were carved by Kushina with a sealing brush on the day he first sat in this chair. Minato sat behind the desk, before him a pile of documents twice as thick as usual. There was the Dragon Vein regular monitoring data from Sunagakure, the new patrol route for the Deepwater node, submitted by Kirigakure, the application for compatibility testing of lightning release and Dragon Vein energy, from Kumogakure, the joint exercise memorandum with Kitsuchi of Awagakure, and a communication toad intelligence scroll just returned from Mount Mayaboku. He finished approving the last document, put down his brush, and picked up the Hokage hat from the corner of the desk to place it on his head. "I'm going out. For the next 2 hours, urgent documents go to Lugu. He knows what to approve." The old ginkgo at Training Ground 3 had already shed most of its leaves. Shin Gu-yen sat beneath the tree, leaning against the rough trunk, flipping through the summary report of the 7th cycle of Dragon Vein routine protection that Lugu had delivered that morning. The pure flame burned quietly within his dantian, its warm orange halo barely visible in the autumn sunlight, flickering faintly with each breath. Guang sat beside him, her forehead protector removed and resting on her lap. She had exchanged her old kimono for a standard Konoha Jonin vest, but she still habitually rolled up her sleeves twice, the only old habit she had kept. On the back of the forehead protector's ribbon beside the ancient Dragon Vein script Rebirth, a new line of carving had appeared, the strokes still fresh, the edges faintly glowing with the residual warmth of warm orange dojutsu. She had carved it herself this morning before dawn. Yamato entered the final batch of transplant data for the saplings into the archives this morning. Senior Nawaki asked him to tell you that the mural restoration at the Resonant Tower of Lulan is complete. After Baiji put the last fragment back in place, he stayed on the tower top all night. The next day he told Kankuro that he would officially move his puppet workshop to Lulan. The sealing scroll of Senior Chio has been officially archived by the Suna Sealing Squad, and a copy was delivered to Konoha yesterday. She rested her head on his shoulder. Shin Gu-yen flipped to the personal physical condition section. Chakra fluctuations stable, pure flame resonance, normal, Dragon Vein pulse synchronization rate 99.7. The remarks column was blank save for a small 5-petal flower drawn in it. He closed the report, and the pure flame gave a gentle pulse in his dantian. This white flame rarely emitted the low-frequency hum it once did, it merely responded with a simple pulse when confirming certain signals. That pulse was a response to the chakra waveform, approaching from the direction of the Hokage building along the path behind the ginkgo tree. "Minato is here," he said. When the blonde Hokage emerged from behind the ginkgo, he was carrying 2 wrinkled oil paper packages. A smear of uncured sealing ink stained his sleeve, earned when Kushina had chased him to reapply an anti-cracking seal on his hand before he left. He sat cross-legged beside Shin Gu-yen, tossing one package into Shin Gu-yen's arms while opening the other. Uncle Tuchi's new autumn-limited chestnut rice ball. Naruto sneaked 1.5 this morning. The remaining half was taken by Sasuke. Said he was saving it for Sakura's taste test after her chakra pathway repair. Taste test. Just another way of saying he's hungry. Minato bit into the rice ball, his voice slightly muffled by the rice. That kid Sasuke lies more naturally than Naruto now. Guang let out a soft laugh. She stood up, brushing the ginkgo leaves from her lap. The faint indentation left by the forehead protector on her knee remained on the hem of her dark blue vest. She retied the ribbon, and the fresh carving gleamed faintly in the autumn sun. "You two talk. I'm going to the hospital to review a medical record for Sakura." She turned and walked toward Konoha Hospital, her silhouette shrinking amid the golden shower of ginkgo leaves. Minato watched her recede into the distance, then leaned back against the ginkgo trunk, removing his Hokage hat and placing it on his knees. The autumn wind stirred the golden hair on his forehead. His blue eyes were not on Shin Gu-yen, but fixed on the distant Hokage rock, where the stone statues of his own father and the third Hokage stood side by side. "Do you remember what you said to me the first time under this tree? You said the will of fire is not about dying for the village, but about living for your comrades. At the time I thought it was right, but I didn't fully understand. Now Naruto has copied that line onto the flyleaf of his 7th Hokage application. On the back Konohamaru wrote, 'I want to be Hokage too.' Back then when you said that you never imagined it would travel this far." He took a kunai from his tool pouch. On the handle were carved 3 arcs, gold, red, and white, alongside a newly carved 4th arc of light orange. The 4th arc was carved by himself, ugly and crooked, squeezed beneath the other 3 like a ginkgo leaf just learning to change color. Shin Gu-yen took the kunai. The frequency of the pure flame's pulse in his dantian was exactly the same as when he had bumped fists with Minato under this tree years ago. "You'd be better off spending that time learning how to write your Hokage signature." The blonde Hokage laughed. In the distance, the stone statue of the 6th Hokage on the Hokage rock overlooked the village, and at the end of the cliff the blank cliff face waited in silence. Ginkgo leaves drifted down from above, landing on the shoulders and knees of the 2 men sitting side by side. Hatake Kakashi sat on a bench in the rehabilitation ward on the third floor of Konoha Hospital flipping through an open notebook with an orange cover. This notebook was a gift from Irika to Naruto on his graduation from the Ninja Academy. Not a jutsu scroll, not a mission file, just a plain blank notebook. Naruto had left it at the back of Team 7's file cabinet without taking it. Kakashi dug it out from the archive room and began drafting a new story on the flyleaf. He wrote a few paragraphs, then clipped the pen between the pages and stretched. His mask covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of dead fish eyes staring lazily at the end of the corridor. Tsunade walked over from the other end of the corridor, holding a just-approved budget sheet for the next quarter's medical squad. She stopped beside Kakashi and glanced at the orange-covered notebook on his lap. Writing that idiot protagonist story again. This time the protagonist isn't called that. He's called the Dragon Vein Guardian. The first chapter stops on the night he discovered the hidden scroll in the load-bearing beam of the Senju basement attic. Senior Nawaki back then carrying an engineering hammer running all the way from the basement to the Hokage's office, nearly tripping over the threshold and knocking over your teacup. Tsunade's lips twitched slightly. He knocked over the third Hokage's ashtray that time. My teacup was saved by him. He used the strength of 100 technique to grab the doorframe and swing back to catch the cup while he himself fell headfirst into the corridor. The cup didn't spill a single drop. She sat down at the other end of the bench, placing the medical budget sheet beside her, and gazed out the window at the Hokage rock, slowly sinking into dusk. After a long moment she spoke, her voice lower than usual, her pace slow. My grandfather's comic book. The original has been kept at the orphanage. Sasuke wrote his name on the flyleaf. He turned to a new page in the notebook. Tsunade said no more, picked up the budget sheet again, flipped to the last page's signature line, and placed the brush on the edge of the inkstone. On the outer veranda of the Senju old residence, the setting sun dyed the wood grain a warm orange. Uchiha Itachi stood beneath the eaves holding 2 early ripening oranges freshly picked from the yard. He had just retired from the umbu and changed back into casual clothes, the scent of archive sealing ink still lingering on his cuffs. Sasuke pushed open the door and stood at the other end of the veranda, a ginkgo leaf tucked inside the well-worn copy of Detailed Explanation of Basic Fire Release Hand Seals. His forehead protector was worn squarely on his forehead, the ribbon new and uncarved. He placed a copy of the umbu resignation approval approved the week before into Itachi's palm. Submitted through normal procedures to the Hokage's desk, signed by Minato. I'm not going to be Hokage anymore. Not umbu, not Uchiha clan head. Uchiha Sasuke. It'll just be Uchiha Sasuke. He opened the book to the last page where Mikoto's red ink annotations, Itachi's new notes, and the ancient dragon vein script Guang had carved for him, had all been read over and over. At the very bottom of all the annotations he had added a line in pencil, the handwriting as childish as when he had carved, Uchiha Sasuke received. On the sapling trunk years ago, the edges polished shiny by repeated fingertip rubbing. I'm back. Itachi stared at the pencil line for a long time. He returned the pen to his younger brother. The old house has been repaired. The plum tree in the yard bore fruit this year. It's sweet. The setting sun poured in from the end of the veranda, stretching the shadows of the two brothers long. A half-eaten box of oranges rested on the railing, the peels gilded a golden orange by the sunset, curling slightly inward, as if warmed by body heat for a long time. Moonlight on the Hokage rock washed the outline of the fourth Hokage statue to a bright sheen. Shin Gu-yen sat alone on the cliff edge, the evening breeze blowing up from below carrying the faint astringency of autumn cherry blossoms, and the rustling of distant izakaya norin. Guang walked up the cliff path and sat beside him. The forehead protector gleamed silver in the moonlight, the 2 lines of ancient dragon veins script on the back of the ribbon arrayed left and right. Rebirth on the left and warm orange, freshly carved this morning on the right. She rested her head on his shoulder. Back in the ruins of Lolan you said to me, you spoke your true name. At that time I thought that as long as I retrieved my name that would be rebirth. This morning after I finished carving this line I finally understood. You Lady Tsunade, teacher Minato, Naruto and Sasuke, and the children in the orphanage who put Hashirama's comic on the outermost shelf. They are all my light. My light. She lifted her head and looked at him. The 8-petal trailing threads of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated in the moonlight, then faded back to the most ordinary black pupils. The pure flame pulsed steadily in Shun Guyan's dantian, the warm orange halo, at the edge of the white fire slowly spreading in the quiet night, gently enveloping her silhouette leaning on his shoulder in light. He raised his hand and tucked a strand of her hair loosened by the night wind behind her ear. Moonlight poured down from above the Hokage rock, gilding the 2 figures sitting side by side on the cliff top into the same gold as the ginkgo leaves. In the basement of the distant Senju old residence, the leaves of the dragon vein mother tree rustled silently in the night breeze. On the banks of the Naka River, the saplings jointly nurtured by the Senju and Uchiha were quietly sprouting their last new leaves of the year. The wind stopped. Moonlight fell on the cliff face of the 7th Hokage, on the Hokage rock, the blank stone waiting quietly for the next carving. The morning light at the outer corridor of the Senju old residence was sifted into golden fragments by the ginkgo leaves falling one by one upon Kamiya Yan's shoulders. Seated in a rattan chair, he flipped through the complete report on the Dragon Vein Branch Transplant Global Relocation, delivered by Yamato that morning. The first batch of saplings from the mother tree in the Senju underground vault had all taken root at designated nodes in the 5 great nations with a survival rate of 100%, and without exception within a week after transplantation they had established stable two-way resonance with the local Dragon Vein tributaries. Pure flame burned quietly in his dantian, the warm orange halo at the edge of the white fire almost invisible in the morning light barely flickering with his breath. Hikari leaned against the corridor pillar holding a freshly brewed cup of tea. The forehead protector sat squarely on her brow, and the 2 lines of Dragon Vein Ancient script on the back of the ribbon, New Life and Warm Orange, gleamed with a faint golden luster in the morning sun. Baiji sent a message this morning from Lolan saying the first transplant sapling has already taken root at the top of the resonance tower. He moved the puppet workshop to the east side of the tower base, and when Kankuro led the Sand Puppet Division to meet him they found he had already recalibrated the entire tower control defense network and Dragon Vein conduction patterns. Back when he used the 4-armed puppet conduction interface to connect to the tower base amid the ruins, he said Lulan was not a ruin. Kamiya Yen closed the report and spread out the map attached at the end by Yamato. The Dragon Vein nodes of the 5 great nations were linked by warm orange lines across the map from the Lulan Resonance Tower to the Seabed Beacon Tower, from the Senju Underground Vault Mother Tree to the Hashirama statue at the Valley of the End, every transplant sapling marked with the same guardian seal. Hikari sat down beside him, placing the teacup on the step between them. Minato Sensei said last night in the Hokage office that the outline of the 7th Hokage's face on the cliff has been drawn by Kakashi using the sealing brush you used to sign the Chunin exam recommendation form at Mount Mayaboku. That brush was still Minato's. The shaft was engraved with 4th Hokage's exclusive. It's probably almost worn smooth by now. Afternoon Hokage's office. Minato slid the last update page of the Dragon Vein Guardian Registry to Kamiya Yen, leaned back in his chair, and placed the Hokage hat on his knee. The autumn wind poured in through the window, rustling the mission scrolls spread across the desk. Next month's 5 Kage Summit will be hosted by Konoha. Gaara sent an official reply this morning suggesting that the update of the Dragon Vein Guardian Registry be included in the summit's formal agenda. Lady Tsunade has already approved the medical team's reception plan. Jiraiya Sensei said the Toads of Mount Mayaboku also want to attend. Not an official seat, just Fukusakusama wanting to see how the transplant saplings are growing in Konoha. Kamiya Yen flipped to the last column of the update page. A new name had been added to the 3rd sequence of the reserve registry, Konohamaru Sarutobi. The applicant was Naruto, the recommender was Kakashi. He closed the registry and handed it back to Minato. When will Konohamaru's Chakra nature test results come out? Next week. Naruto is more nervous than when he himself took the Chunin exam. He used shadow clones to train all night in the training ground, and when Sasuke dragged him back he was still muttering Konohamaru will definitely be fine. Minato paused, his voice suddenly softening. Jiraiya Sensei said this morning that the Great Toad Sage's prophecy gained a new line last month. The Dragon Vein returns to the Guardian, the fruit of the Otsutsuki no longer grows. This is a new entry that appeared after the Dragon Vein fully awakened. Jiraiya Sensei said the grammatical structure of this prophecy is identical to the one about the child of prophecy from years ago, but the subject is no longer an individual. He placed the prophetic scroll on the desk and pushed it toward Kamiya Yen. Kamiya Yen looked down at the line on the scroll. Years ago during the first training camp at Mount Mayaboku, Fukusakusama told him that the Great Toad Sage had dreamed of a blue-eyed boy, and Jiraiya thought that was the child of prophecy. Later that prophecy led to countless misunderstandings, tragedies, and sacrifices. Now the new prophecy no longer points to anyone, only to a state. As long as the Dragon Vein exists and the Guardian exists, this world will not become an orchard. He returned the scroll to Minato. There's no need to search for this prophecy anymore. It's right there in the training ground downstairs. Minato followed his gaze to the window. From the direction of the 3rd training ground came the shouts of Naruto and Konohamaru practicing shuriken jutsu, followed by Sasuke's cold correction of Konohamaru's grip on the kunai, Sakura writing medical records on a stone bench farther away, Hinata sitting beside her, and Hikari walking in from the entrance of the training ground, the ribbon of her forehead protector fluttering gently in the autumn wind. Konohamaru stopped his kunai, looked up, and shouted something. Naruto laughed heartily and ruffled his hair. Valley of the End, palm of the Hashirama Senju statue. Kamiya Yen stood in the center of the statue's palm, using pure flame to input the inspection data of the Dragon Vein conduit at the Valley of the End into his portable scroll. The sound of the waterfall echoed in the valley. The statue of Hashirama still silently overlooked the entire Valley of the End, while the statue of Madara Uchiha opposite had also been worn smooth of the scorch marks from the battle long ago. Hikari crouched at the edge of the statue's palm, pressing the diamond-shaped seal in her palm against the Guardian Pact carved in Dragon Vein Ancient, script by Hashirama long ago. All who enter this tower are children of the Dragon Vein. Not by bloodline, not by surname, but only by resonance. The moment the Yasukani seal lit up, the warm orange glow of the transplant saplings on both sides of the valley resonated simultaneously, with the carved words, weaving a faint rainbow bridge of warm orange and white flame in the waterfall mist. Today is the anniversary of Hashira Misama's death. Do you want to go to the Senju old residence? She withdrew her hand and stood up. Kamiya Yen put the inspection scroll into his ninja tool pouch and walked back along the statue's arm to the cliff. He stopped before the line of dragon vein, ancient script carved by Hashirama's own hand. A thread of pure white flame separated from his palm and traced along the stroke by stroke. The stone chips at the edges of the carvings, weathered over the years, returned to their places upon contact with the white fire, restoring every stroke to the complete form when Hashirama first carved them. Let's go. Lady Tsunade said this morning that Nawaki has finished organizing the appendix of that hidden compartment manuscript. Among the fragments of Tobarama's notes, the phrase, Izuna's Mangekyo was awakened to save Madara, has finally been successfully restored from the original handwriting today. Inside the underground vault of the Senju old residence, the dragon vein mother tree swayed gently in the earth light of warm orange and white flame, slowly spiraling along the conduction patterns of the rock core pillar. Tsunade stood before the tree holding in her hand the last original fragment of Tobarama Senju's notes, which Yamato had just found deep in the hidden compartment of the support beam that morning. The edges of the fragment had been soaked by water blood and repeatedly folded, yet Tobarama's handwriting remained clearly legible. Izuna's Mangekyo was awakened to save Madara. I will now add this sentence to the appendix of grandfather's hidden compartment manuscript. Not as Hokage but as Tsunade Senju. Tsunade placed the fragment on the stone table, picked up the sealing brush, and on the last page of the appendix to Hashirama's hidden compartment manuscript, transcribed Tobarama's original words character by character. Her handwriting was sharp as a blade, but every stroke was slow. After completing the appendix, she set down the brush and turned to look at Hikari Uchiha, who stood before the tree. The name on the back of your ribbon was carved by yourself. On the hospital rooftop you said that Hikari is not the light of power, but that warm orange glow reflected in the very center of your pupil when you looked straight into pure flame with your Mangekyo at the bottom of Lulon Tower. Now this mother tree and all the dragon vein transplant saplings transplanted within the 5 great nations flow in their leaf veins with the same warm orange light as your carving. The Uchiha and Senju, as guardians of the dragon vein, have fulfilled the promise of Hashirama and Tobarama today. Night fell and the backyard of Kamiya's residence. Moonlight filtered through the gaps of the ginkgo leaves, turning the puddles in the courtyard into shattered mirrors. Kamiya Yen sat on the veranda, the inspection data brought back from the Valley of the End spread before him, along with a copy of the appendix to the hidden compartment manuscript completed by Tsunade, and the latest resonance frequency recorded by Hikari this morning from the leaf veins of the transplant saplings. Hikari sat down beside him, gently resting her head on his shoulder. The forehead protector on her brow reflected the veranda lights faintly, and the 2 lines of dragon vein ancient script on the back of the ribbon along with a newly carved 3rd line glowed quietly in the night. Back then, at the bottom of Lulon Tower, you said I could speak my true name. You changed the white flame resonance frequency of pure flame to the same warm orange light as the dragon vein's awakening pulse. At that time I thought warm orange was just the color of the dragon vein. Now I know. That is your warmth. She raised her hand, lightly touching the faded white arc on the vest of the 3rd squad that he still wore on his shoulder. Do you want to go back to the 3rd training ground to see the old ginkgo tree? Before she finished, a rush of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard wall. Naruto and Konohamaru were both squeezed under the wall, looking up and shouting. Konohamaru held up a chakra nature test result that was slightly wrinkled from sweat. Sasuke followed behind his book. Basic fire release hand signs explained, wrapped in a book cover, nearly falling into the drainage ditch. Shikamaru and Choji strolled slowly behind, one with hands in pockets, the other holding a freshly baked sweet potato. Shino's insects flew in from the courtyard wall, first landing on the ginkgo leaves. The expansion period of the dragon vein transplant saplings is the day after tomorrow, isn't it? Our whole class came to help. I called Konohamaru, Konohamaru called Moegi, and Udon Moegi called Hanabi, and Hanabi brought Hinata. The 5th Hokage said the underground vault of the Senju old residence has a mother tree, but no one has ever seen all its leaves from the same root glow together under the same moon phase. We're the first. Kamiya Yen turned to look at Hikari, and she was looking at him too. She smoothed the ribbon of her forehead protector, stood up, and extended her hand to him. Let's go. Your students are waiting to see. Outside the veranda, the ginkgo leaves rustled in the night breeze. He put the kunai engraved with 3 arcs into his ninja tool pouch, took her hand, and stood up. Pure flame pulsed gently in his dantian, burning steadily and constantly. Outside the courtyard wall, the moon had reached its zenith, and the lights of Konoha village were flickering on one by one in the night. In the underground vault of the Senju old residence, the newly sprouted leaves of the dragon vein mother tree awaited the first resonance of the expansion period. The transplant saplings of the 5 great nations swayed gently under the same moonlight, the blank cliff of the Hokage's face silently engraved the contour of the moonlight. The wind blew from the direction of the Hokage's face through the streets, through the training grounds, through the canopy of the old ginkgo tree, rustling countless leaves that had not yet fallen. Like something was unfolding its leaves, like something had finally waited for the same moon phase. The autumn cherry blossoms of my Insuin fell over the mountains. The old ginkgo tree at the third training ground had not yet turned completely yellow. The morning sun crossed the ridge from the direction of Huaying Yen, casting golden light onto the worn grass of the training ground. The shallow pits in the grass were not new. They were left from years ago when Xingu Yen first practiced tree climbing here. The purifying flame interfered with his chakra control, causing him to fall from the trunk and land with his shoulder against the roots. Shui Men crouched beside him, handing him a towel, while Joshinai stood on the other side and said, "Don't practice alone next time." He sat under the old ginkgo tree with his eyes closed. The purifying flame burned quietly within his dantian. The warm orange halo at the edge of the white flame was almost invisible in the morning light, only flickering faintly with his breath. It had been too long since he first kindled that tiny white spark the size of a bean in his palm. So long that Yuzhibo had long stopped mocking him as a fire release failure. That man had been gravely wounded in the Fourth Shinobi World War, saved personally by Gongsho, and after his rehabilitation he returned to the village to open a ninja tool repair shop specializing in fixing shuriken for free for the children of the Ninja Academy. So long that the piers of Shenwupi Bridge had been repeatedly reinforced by Shengshi's engineering team, and the statue of Zhujian at Zhongmajigu had developed a glossy patina from the touch of countless visitors. So long that the white flame in his palm had evolved from that tiny bean-sized spark into the quiet, constant, warm orange halo it was now. Footsteps came from the entrance of the training ground. Not one set, three. Shui Men walked in front, his Hokage Haori fluttering in the morning breeze, carrying 2 oil paper packages. Joshinai walked beside him, her red hair longer than in her youth casually tied at the shoulder with a deep blue ribbon. The sealing brush case still hung at her waist. Guang followed behind them, her headband properly fastened on her forehead. The ancient Longmai characters on the back of the ribbon shimmered with a faint golden luster in the morning light. "I knew he'd be here." Shui Men stopped under the old ginkgo tree, tossed 1 oil paper package into Xingu Yan's arms, and sat down cross-legged to open the other. "Uncle Yael's new autumn-limited chestnut rice balls. You haven't tried them yet." Mingren stole several this morning, and when Zhuozhu grabbed him by the collar to drag him out of the kitchen, he was still stuffing them into his mouth. He stayed late last night in the Hokage office helping Kakashi review documents. He was probably hungry. Xingu Yan unwrapped the package, and the aroma of chestnuts mixed with the warmth of glutinous rice hit his face. He took a bite, chewed, then looked up at Shui Men. "Is it good?" the blonde Hokage asked. Joshinai sat down on his other side, unclasped the sealing brush case, and placed it on her lap. She drew out a sealing brush. The handle engraved with 3 arcs, gold, red, and white, identical to the markings on the flying thunder god kunai that Shui Men had handed Xingu Yan in Yamushan years ago. The 12th version of the sealing array was officially filed yesterday. The last update to the protection protocol parameters for the 9th node was last autumn. When Yuin was dismantling the last batch of old equipment in Shainsuin's Wujing, asked me to also input the chakra waveform characteristics of Jiaji-san into the parallel protection protocol. She paused, her fingers lightly tracing the 3 arcs on the brush handle. Now all 3 names of the Jia series are in the protection protocol, not one missing. Xingu Yan was silent for a moment. He recalled years ago in the old bookstore on Maoxiang, when Zhuojing removed his mask and said, "My name was taken away by Root long ago." He remembered when Day signed his name in the underground vault of the Chensho old residence. His handwriting was not as sharp as Gangshi's, but every stroke was written with care. He remembered Yuin deep in the mines, leaning against a mine pillar, placing the broken pieces of the sealing scroll case in his palm, with the hand that could still move, saying, "I have a name." He swallowed the last bite of the rice ball. Zhuojing sent the updated page of the orphanage roster this morning. The Jia series has no Jia. It has always been their own names. Suddenly the ginkgo canopy was shaken by an autumn wind, and a few leaves with caramel-colored edges spiraled down. One landed on Shui Men's Hokage hat, one on the edge of Jozinai's sealing array sketch, and the lightest one was caught by a hand reaching out from the side. Guang sat down beside Xingu Yan, and gently placed the ginkgo leaf in his open palm. On the back of the headband ribbon below the carvings of New Life and Warm Orange, a new line of carving had been added this morning. The strokes were extremely fine, the edges still faintly warm with the residual power of the 8,000 spear dojutsu. The carving was short, only one word, Guang. She took an orange from her ninja tool pouch, peeled it into 2 halves, handed 1 half to him, and put the other half into her mouth. "You came alone to the training ground this morning. What were you waiting for?" "Nothing. Just sitting here for a while." Xingu Yan took the orange and ate a piece. "When I was 6 I was mocked by Yuzhibo under this tree for being a fire release failure. When we first met in the ruins of Lolon I said the same thing, and you said you were too." Now his son is at the Ninja Academy. Nguyen says that kid is first in the class every time for explosive tag lessons. The corner of Shingu Yan's mouth twitched slightly. At that moment several faint warm orange halos rose from the direction of the Chensho old residence, spreading silently along the earth veins. Wherever they passed, the leaf veins of every long my branch seedling simultaneously lit up with a faint light interwoven with warm orange and white flame. The first, the second, the third. At the top of the Lulan Resonance Tower, on the edge of the desert of Fengji, Guobaiji stopped calibrating the trigger of his puppet, opening all four palms of his four-armed puppet. The conductive patterns of the tower control defense network lit up ring by ring in the morning light. On the seabed outside the deep-water port of Wu Insuin, the line carved by Long on the stone wall of the beacon tower. The descendant of Yinshualuo, your eyes are not wrong, glowed faintly in the warm orange light. On the palm of the statue of Zhujian at Zhongma Jigu, the ancient Longmai characters that Xingu Yan had repaired with the purifying flame. All who enter this tower are children of the Longmai, shone as brightly, as if freshly carved in the leaf unfolding resonance. At the entrance of the third training ground, Mingren and Zuozhu ran up side by side. Mingren held a crumpled 7th Hokage application form, his blonde hair a mess in the autumn wind. Zuozhu followed behind him, the book in his hand. Detailed explanation of basic fire release hand seals was wrapped in a book cover. He had turned to the last page where Miken's red annotations ease new notes, the line of ancient Longmai characters that Guang had helped him carve, and the line he had added in pencil. "I'm back." All the handwriting was still there. Behind the Ming held a freshly compiled quarterly report from the medical team. Chu Tian carried a hardcover notebook filled with data on the leaf unfolding of branch seedlings. Hua peeked out from behind her sister, and made a face at Muyan. Muyan dragged Meng Huang, and Wudong up from the other side of the training ground as Zainai's insects landed on the ginkgo branches. First Ia waved his arms, shaking leaves from his clothes. Luan walked at the back yawning. Udingzi opened a bag of chips, and handed it to him. "Teacher Shengu." Mingren stopped in front of him, his knees nearly hitting the tree roots. He shoved the crumpled application form into Shingu Yan's hands, panting, his blue eyes blazing in the morning light. "I'm going to be the 7th Hokage. Not the next one, the 7th. Kakaxa-sensei said after the 6th it's me. But I can't let Luan take it before he says it. Luan doesn't want to be Hokage, but what if he changes his mind? To be Hokage you must first let your comrades walk ahead. It took me 3 written exams to remember that. Even after learning the shadow clone technique with over 1,000 clones, I still only block shuriken for others. Dad said that's my will of fire. No one's fighting you for the 7th seat, dead last." Zuozhu walked up to him and placed his book, Detailed Explanation of Basic Fire Release Hand Seals, next to Mingren's application form. Yuzibo Zuozhu received. The colon on the title page. "I completed it today. What follows is Chensho Zhujian." Shui Men burst out laughing, his laughter startling 2 sparrows perched on the ginkgo tree. Joshinai also laughed. She put the sealing brush back into the case at her waist, carefully folded the 12th version of the sealing array sketch into a scroll case, stood up, brushed the grass clippings from her skirt, and reached out her hand to her husband under the ginkgo tree. The blonde Hokage took her hand and stood up, adjusted his Hokage hat, and fastened it, then turned his gaze to the other side of the old ginkgo tree, where at the entrance of the training grounds Wu Jing and Yinayu stood side by side. Yinayu held Do in her arms, and Do clutched a welcome card covered in crooked little flowers. On the last page of the orphanage roster in Zhu Jing's hand, Yuin had just signed her name this morning. The handwriting was light, but every character was written completely. Shang Shu pulled Kanjialang as they ran from the direction of the engineering station, still holding an engineering ruler he had forgotten to put down. Kanjialang was almost dragged off, nearly losing a puppet arm, grumbling. "You a Chensho who's already a grandfather, how can you still run faster than Kyo's puppets?" But his pace didn't slow. Duan pushed Gang's house wheelchair slowly from the direction of the Chensho old residence. Gang's Ho had twisted her ankle a few days ago, while on an emergency call. She had bandaged it herself and insisted on not using medical ninjutsu to speed up the healing, saying it would be a keepsake. She carefully placed the scroll of the original manga drawn by her grandfather, which she had been holding, on the stone steps under the ginkgo tree. The new line of characters on the title page silently faced everyone in the morning light. The manga drawn by Chensho Zhujian, a gift for the children of the Mai orphanage. Previously only Day had written Chensho Tianzong after signing the appendix of the secret compartment manuscript. Later Zuozhu also signed. "Anyone who hasn't signed yet, do it now." Mingren grabbed the application form and scribbled, "Xuanhua Mingren," crookedly in the blank space on the title page, then shoved the pen into Zuozhu's hand. Zuozhu pursed his lips, took the pen and wrote, "Yuzibo Zuozhu," neatly below Mingren's name, then handed the pen to Ing. Ing was stunned for a moment, then took a fine-tipped ink pen from her ninja tool pouch, specially used by the medical team, and solemnly wrote, "Chu Nai Ing." Chu Tian took the pen, her handwriting still gentle, but no longer hesitant. Ahuahua imitated her sister's strokes, and signed her name beside her. Nguyen Menghuang and Wudong crowded together, squeezing their names into the same line. He signed with a broad stroke, nearly splitting the nib. Xinai's insects arranged his name neatly for him. Luan signed his name in the corner, glanced at Dingxi, who was wolfing down chips, and reached out to add his name beside. Guang handed the pen to Xingu Yen beside her. He took it and wrote his name next to Mingren's. Not in the Hokage candidate signature column, not on a mission scroll, but on the title page of Zujian's manga, right next to everyone else's names, adding a single white arc. He put the pen back into his ninja tool pouch, looked up and smiled at Guang. The ginkgo canopy swayed gently in the pulse of the leaf unfolding resonance. Countless ginkgo leaves with warm orange edges drifted down from the branches, landing on the hair, shoulders, and outstretched hands of everyone present. In the golden radiance of the morning sun crossing Huaying Yen, the purifying flame pulsed steadily within his dantian. The warm orange halo around the white flame, once only a faint outer glow, had now become as mellow and warm as aged wine. This white flame, from a tiny spark the size of a bean to the center of resonance for all long my branch seedlings, had taken decades to go from purifying to bestowing, from burning alone to lighting up others. Now it no longer needed to burn anything, nor to bestow any response. It simply burned quietly and constantly with its own warmth, embracing all those who were still there and those who were no longer. 1,000 years ago, Chensho Zhujian and Yuzibo Ban broke their alliance at Zhongma Jigu. Ban threw his headband into the depths of Nanha Chuan. Zhujian secretly went to retrieve it, placed it in the inner pocket of the old battle robe he had never worn again after stepping down, and kept it until his final moments when he wrote the first character on the title page of the secret compartment manuscript. 1,000 years later, the purifying flame and the Luanhui Yen completed their first full resonance in the same valley. Yuzibo Guang picked up the headband that had been sealed in mud for too long from the ruins, put it on her forehead, and used the 8,000 spear to transcribe the ancient Longmai characters that Zhujian had personally carved on the cliff wall word by word onto the back of the ribbon. The incarnations of Yinshualuo and Xiuluo continued to reincarnate, but they no longer had to repeat the same cycle. The Chensho and Yuzibo no longer wrote hatred with blood. On the day Ban threw his headband into the river, he could never have imagined that years later all the children of the orphanage would place his photo on the outermost shelf of the bookcase, calling him Zuji Ansama's best friend. Nor would Chuanai have imagined that the fact he awakened his eyes to save his older brother would be carved by another Yuzibo youth 1,000 years later into the trunk of a branch seedling on Nanha Chuan, becoming a permanent record. The empty cliff face on Huaying Yen stood quietly in the morning light. The position of the 7th Hokage had not yet been carved with any face, but it no longer represented an absence. It represented the future. Xingu Yen stood up from under the ginkgo tree. The purifying flame pulsed gently in his dantian. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, falling on the white arc of his faded third squad vest, dyeing that white arc into the same warm orange glow as the title page of Mingren's 7th Hokage application form, and the ancient Longmai characters on the title page of Zujian's manga. The Lord of the White Flame never measured warmth by the distance of names, nor regarded embers as an end. He had gone from a fire release failure, who couldn't even produce a great fireball, to the core guardian of the Longmai, later called the Lord of the White Flame. Along this journey, countless hands had rekindled his white flame from the ashes. The soldier pills handed by Shui Men, the ceiling array parameters calibrated by Joshinai late at night, the little flowers with Jing drew in the orphanage roster, the warm orange ancient characters Guang carved on the back of the headband ribbon. And he, with this flame, had illuminated the paths of countless others. This flame had been lit by many people, and now he was lighting many more. Let's go. Whose turn to treat everyone to ramen? Me. Mingren raised his right hand high, his blonde hair exploding into a golden flame in the morning light. The morning light spread across the streets of my passing over Huaying Yen. The ginkgo leaves on the outer veranda of the Chensho old residence rustled in the wind. Under the old ginkgo tree everyone was laughing. Shui Men placed the Hokage hat on Mingren's head and said, "Try it on 7th Hokage." Joshinai drew a small flower on the last page of Zhuijing's orphanage roster, and Zhuijing traced it to match the one on the fragment of Chun. Zhuozhu opened his book, detailed explanation of basic fire release hand seals. On the title page after the last colon there was neatly written Chensho Zhujian, with the same solemnity as when he carved Yuzibo Zhuozhu received, on the trunk of the branch seedling. Guang looked sideways at Xingu Yen again. On the back of her headband ribbon were 3 lines of ancient Longmai characters. The first line read New Life, the second Warm Orange, and the third carved This Morning Guang. She gently rested her head on his shoulder. The 8 petals of the Mangekyo Shieluin Yen slowly rotated in the morning light, then faded back to the most ordinary black pupils. I accept this name. The warm orange halo around the white flame slowly spread in the morning light, gently enveloping the outline of her head resting on his shoulder. He took her hand and stood up, the diamond-shaped imprint in his palm, gently pressed against the residual warmth of the purifying flame on his knuckles. The autumn wind swept through the entire village of Mai, carrying the ginkgo leaves of the Longmai mother tree, from the Chensho old residence toward Huaying Yen, over the embankment of Nanhechuan, and the valley of Zhongmajigu all the way to the top of the Lulan Resonance Tower, and before the ancient Longmai characters carved on the stone wall of the seabed beacon tower. In the same moon phase the leaf veins of all branch seedlings quietly unfolded. The interwoven light of warm orange and white flame silently lit up at the tip of every leaf. In every corner of this shinobi world Longmai branch seedlings were unfolding their leaves. Whoever's treating run faster. Uncle Yael said the new Chashu is only for the first one to arrive. Mingren was already dragging Zhuozhu out of the training ground, his blonde hair bouncing in the morning light. The 7th Hokage application form in his hand was held high above his head, fluttering in the wind. Everyone was chasing that application form as they ran forward. The footsteps and laughter on the training ground mixed together like a messy but wonderfully pleasant march. In the distance, the stone statues on Huaiyingyan overlooked the entire village in the morning light. At the end of the cliff, the empty cliff face was being dyed by the morning sun into the same gold as the leaf emblem on everyone's headband. Xingu Yen stood up from under the ginkgo tree. The purifying flame pulsed gently in his dantian. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ginkgo leaves, falling on the white arc of his faded third squad vest, dyeing that white arc into the same warm orange glow as the title page of Mingren's 7th Hokage application form, and the ancient Longmai characters on the title page of Zujian's manga. The Lord of the White Flame never measured warmth by the distance of names, nor regarded embers as an end. He had gone from a fire release failure, who couldn't even produce a great fireball, to the core guardian of the Longmai, later called the Lord of the White Flame. Along this journey countless hands had rekindled his white flame from the ashes. The soldier pills handed by Shui Men, the ceiling array parameters calibrated by Joshinai late at night, the little flowers Wujing drew in the orphanage roster, the warm orange ancient characters Guang carved on the back of the headband ribbon. And he with this flame had illuminated the paths of countless others. This flame had been lit by many people, and now he was lighting many more. Let's go. Whose turn to treat everyone to ramen? Me. Mingren raised his right hand high, his blonde hair exploding into a golden flame in the morning light. The morning light spread across the streets of my passing over Huaiyingyan. The ginkgo leaves on the outer veranda of the Chenshou old residence rustled in the wind. Under the old ginkgo tree everyone was laughing. Shui Men placed the Hokage hat on Mingren's head and said, "Try it on 7th Hokage." Joshinai drew a small flower on the last page of Zhuojing's orphanage roster, and Zhuojing traced it to match the one on the fragment of Chun.